Chapter 1. The Supreme Fatherly Love System. In Tianyang City, within the Zhou family's courtyard, Zhou Fuxing sat cross-legged, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth, as he routinely attempted to enter a state of meditation. After some time, he opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of disappointment. Still, no sense of energy. It has been a year since my transmigration. Am I truly destined to be a waste for the entirety of my life? A shadow of despair crossed his face. In this world, if one cannot cultivate, the status of a waste is worse than that of a dog. Recalling the myriad experiences from his predecessor's memories, Zhou Fuxing felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. He had once been a mere member of the vast populace on Earth, who met his demise while saving someone in an unexpected incident, only to find himself reborn in this new world. He had hoped to awaken a system like the protagonists in novels and traverse this foreign realm with ease. However, Zhou Fuxing's fate was tragically unprecedented. The original owner had been the foremost genius of the Zhou family in Tianyang City, once basking in the heights of prestige. He opened his meridians at 6, gathered spiritual energy by 11, and achieved great perfection in spirit gathering by the age of 40. He was but a step away from the spirit sea realm. Logically, such a life should have been resplendent and fulfilling. Yet, 3 years prior, the host had offended a powerful figure and was subsequently crippled, plunging into despair. After the genius fell from grace, his circumstances were hardly favorable. Ever since Zhou Fuxing had become a waste, not only did his family look down upon him, but even his adopted son and daughter faced relentless bullying within the clan. I cannot allow this to continue. I must restore my cultivation. Otherwise, there will be no place for me in the Zhou family. Zhou Fuxing fell into silence for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and speaking. If merely facing bullying was the extent of his plight, Zhou Fuxing could endure alongside his adopted children, at most living with his tail between his legs. However, he was acutely aware that if he remained unable to recover his cultivation, their family's fate would not only entail exclusion and mockery, but could also lead to his eldest brother driving them to their deaths. Zhou. The mere mention of this name ignited an uncontrollable fury and resentment within him. This rage stemmed from the original host's emotions. Zhou was his blood brother, both sons of the Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Yishan. In the past, when Zhou Fuxing was in his prime, he had assisted his elder brother significantly. Yet, Zhou was not one to show gratitude. Since Zhou Fuxing's cultivation had dissipated, Zhou had coveted the patriarch position designated for Zhou Fuxing by their father before his demise. In these 3 years, Zhou Fuxing had accepted his diminished capabilities and relinquished all authority to the clan elders and his elder brother. However, he had yet to surrender the patriarch's token, a symbol of his identity. To obtain this token, Zhou had resorted to all manner of schemes to ostracize and oppress Zhou Fuxing's family. Without the strength to defend himself, it was highly probable that Zhou Fuxing would be expelled from the Zhou family in the future. Remaining within the family allows for a measure of security. If cast out from the Zhou family, even if I were to rely on my adopted son and daughter for sustenance, it would be exceedingly difficult to acquire the abundant resources necessary for my cultivation recovery. Zhou Fuxing understood all too well that without the financial backing of the family, seeking treasures for cultivation would be an arduous endeavor. Second uncle, something terrible has happened. Just as Zhou Fuxing pondered the bleak path ahead and how to break this impasse, a girl clad in a green dress burst into the room, panting heavily. You must hurry to the square. Long Xiang is being punished with the whip by uncle for stealing family spiritual herbs. The power of the flame poison whip penetrates to the bone if it continues. He may suffer lasting repercussions. Please, you must intervene. Long Xiang is in trouble? Zhou Fuxing's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Although he did not share a deep bond with his adopted children, the emotions of his predecessor could subtly influence him. Hearing of his third son, Zhou Longxiang, being so brutally mistreated by his elder brother, filled Zhou Fuxing with rage. He hurriedly followed the girl, by Qian, to the square. At this moment, within the Zhou family square, over 100 clan members formed a tight circle, compressing the center into a crowded mass. In the middle, a bare-chested youth was forcibly pinned to the ground, his body marred with ghastly crimson whip marks. Despite this, The youth displayed an indomitable spirit, exuding a defiance that was commendable. This individual was Zhou Longxiang, Zhou Fuxing's third adopted son. Nearby stood two men, one old and one young. The elder, dressed in resplendent robes, bore a gloomy expression, brandishing the flame-poison whip with a menacing aura. The younger man held Zhou Longxiang firmly on the ground, rendering him immobile to facilitate the punishment. This father-son duo was none other than Zhou Fuxing's elder brother, Zhou Li, and his son, Zhou Feng. According to the laws of the Zhou family, stealing spiritual herbs from the pharmacy incurs a penalty of 100 lashes of the flame-poison whip. Zhou Li looked down at his nephew with a cold gaze and declared, "I have already struck 72 lashes. You are now on the brink of exhaustion. If you endure the remaining 100 lashes, you will be bedridden for at least 6 months. As your uncle, I can show you mercy due to your youth and offer you a way out. If you are willing to admit before all the clan members that it was your useless father who incited you to steal the spiritual herbs, I shall absolve you of the remaining punishment. What say you?" Utter nonsense. Though Zhou Longxiang had been beaten into a pitiful state, he still spat defiantly. "I alone am responsible for my actions. This has nothing to do with my father. Uncle, spare me your pretense of kindness. How my father treated you in the past is well known throughout the family. Yet you repay kindness with malice, relentlessly oppressing our family. In the future, if my siblings and I remain mediocre, it would be one thing. But if one of us soars to greatness and ascends to the spirit sea realm, we will surely seek justice from you." At these words, the onlooking clan members exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. The truth would ultimately prevail. Although the clan members dared not offend Zhou Li, who currently held power in the Zhou family, they understood that Zhou Li's actions were intended to force Zhou Fuxing's family to surrender the patriarch token and expel them from the family. Thus, they harbored a degree of sympathy for Zhou Longxiang, who was being whipped at this moment. "Wretched spawn!" Zhou Li scanned the crowd, seemingly discerning their thoughts, his expression darkening. "Your uncle has already given you a chance since you were so defiant. I shall enforce the law." With that, he raised the flame-poison whip and swung it down suddenly. Crack! Zhou Longxiang shut his eyes, only to find that the anticipated pain did not arrive as expected. Opening his eyes, he beheld a towering figure before him, causing Zhou Longxiang to feel a lump in his throat. "Father." "Longxiang, are you all right?" Zhou Fuxing grasped the flame-poison whip in one hand, asking without turning around. "Father, I'm fine." "You waste, you finally decided to leave your room." Upon seeing Zhou Fuxing's arrival, Zhou Li was taken aback for a moment, then quickly resorted to mockery. "I thought you, the waste, had perished within those walls. What on earth is happening?" Zhou Fuxing ignored Zhou Li's provocation. Over the years, he had tasted the bitter fruits of human relationships. Zhou Longxiang trespassed into the pharmacy and stole blood spirit ginseng. Upon my discovery, not only did he refuse to cease, but he also actively assaulted me. It was Zhou Li's son, Zhou Feng, who spoke. "Father, I did not steal any spiritual herbs." Zhou Longxiang endured the pain and defended himself. "Earlier, I had already discussed with the pharmacy elder to exchange a spirit stone for it. Yet, Zhou Feng deliberately made things difficult for me, refusing to allow me to take the spiritual herbs. The pharmacy elder had already agreed he should have provided you with a token to retrieve the herbs. Where is your proof?" "I discussed it with the pharmacy elder, and he did not give me any token." Still attempting to argue, Zhou Li sneered. "Elder of the pharmacy, please clarify whether Zhou Longxiang had indeed consulted with you about retrieving the herbs." As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man with silver hair stepped forward from the crowd and slowly spoke. "Zhou Longxiang is fabricating lies. I have never received any spirit stones from him, nor would I violate clan rules by granting him permission to take the herbs." "You!" Zhou Longxiang's eyes widened in disbelief and fury, clearly not expecting such a response. "Evidence abounds. Zhou Longxiang, do you still wish to argue?" Zhou Li continued, turning his gaze to Zhou Fuxing. "Second brother, although you have relinquished your authority, you still possess the patriarch token and are nominally the head of the Zhou family. As the patriarch, you must lead by example and should not shield your wayward son from the clan's laws." Such blatant tyranny. A flame of anger ignited in Zhou Fuxing's eyes. These scoundrels were simply intolerable. The situation was painfully clear. Zhou Longxiang had saved up a sum of spirit stones to obtain the blood spirit ginseng from the pharmacy through the elder's connections, likely for the purpose of treating his father's injuries. Yet the pharmacy elder, colluding with Zhou Li, feigned compliance, only to set a trap. Once Zhou Longxiang acquired the herbs, he was captured and whipped. The ultimate aim of all this was likely to target him. It seems this is still about the patriarch token in my possession. Zhou Fuxing was acutely aware of Zhou Li's intentions. Zhou Li, the grievances and differences between us should not be vented upon the younger generation. Second brother, do you intend to stand up for your adopted son? Zhou Li had been waiting for these very words from Zhou Fuxing and immediately replied, if you wish to intervene, I shall grant you that opportunity. Tomorrow at noon, on the Spirit Severing platform, before all the clan members, we shall determine our superiority. If you defeat me, I shall no longer pursue this matter. However, if you, this worthless fool, cannot prevail, you should promptly hand over the clan leader's decree and leave the Zhou family. He intended to provoke me into action, seizing the clan leader's decree from my hands to justify his control over the Zhou family. Zhou Fuxing understood his elder brother's thoughts all too well, yet at this moment, he found himself in a dilemma. Should he refuse Zhou Li's challenge, he would have to watch helplessly as his adopted son faced punishment. Zhou Longxiang was collecting medicine for his adoptive father, and Zhou Fuxing could not stand idly by. But if he accepted the challenge, his current cultivation had dissipated, and he was no longer the pride of the Zhou family. How could he possibly defeat Zhou Li, who possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm? Just as he was hesitating, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have activated the ultimate fatherly love system. Chapter 2, A Surge in Cultivation. The ultimate fatherly love system? Zhou Fuxing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the implications of this system. Yet this did not dampen his spirits. No matter what, he was acutely aware of what the term system entailed. Indeed, fate had not abandoned him. After a year of waiting, the system had finally activated. System, what functions do you possess? He inwardly attempted to communicate. The ultimate fatherly love system can bind to the host children and enhance the host cultivation based on the strength of the enemies provoked by the host children. In simpler terms, the stronger the enemies provoked by the host children, the more powerful the host will become. Provoking powerful foes to enhance cultivation? Upon hearing this, Zhou Fuxing's eyes lit up. If this were the case with the system as his safety net, he would be virtually invincible. Regardless of how formidable the enemies his adopted children provoked were, his cultivation would automatically elevate to a level superior to theirs. If his children were to provoke a demon lord or a divine king, would he not be able to stride across the entire wasteland continent? Detected that host's third child, Zhou Longxiang, has provoked a formidable enemy. System is analyzing the enemy's strength. After evaluation, the formidable enemy Zhou Li, at the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm, has been determined. A special gift package is now being issued to the host. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift package. 1 cultivation surge token. Would you like to use it immediately? Use it. Zhou Fuxing decisively responded as he gazed at the information continually being transmitted by the system. Buzz! With a resounding roar within him, in the next moment, Zhou Fuxing felt as though he had been reborn. His previously injured body muscles, bones, and even cells was sublimated from the inside out. A powerful sensation coursed through him once more. This feeling, I am at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. Zhou Fuxing, sensing the changes within him, quickly estimated his strength. Compared to his peak state, he still fell short, but it was more than sufficient. Against Zhou Li, who was at the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm, it would be more than enough. Second brother, why do you hesitate to respond? Seeing him silent for a long time, Zhou Li assumed he was filled with fear and smugly proclaimed, if you dare not battle me, do not feign strength. I accept your challenge. Before Zhou Li could finish his sentence, Zhou Fuxing confidently agreed to the duel. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Did I hear correctly? Zhou Fuxing actually accepted? Has he not already been reduced to a waste? What gives him the audacity to agree to a duel? Is he seeking death? If he had not feigned strength, it would have been one thing, but if he loses, he will have no excuse to remain in the family. The clan members were all taken aback, while Zhou Li and his supporters, including several elders, wore expressions of triumph. Indeed, he could not withstand the provocation. Good, since you have accepted the challenge. I shall await your presence on the spirit-severing platform at noon tomorrow. Fearing that Zhou Fuxing might reconsider, Zhou Li hurriedly solidified the arrangement. Rest assured, my word is my bond. With the system infusing him with strength, Zhou Fuxing's confidence soared. Longxiang, let us return home. He pushed aside Zhou Feng, who stood beside Zhou Longxiang, helping his adopted son to his feet. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly departed from the square. Thud! Upon returning home, Zhou Longxiang knelt before Zhou Fuxing. Father, your son is unfilial. I have implicated you. You have not yet recovered from your injuries, and your cultivation has been lost. Tomorrow, you will surely be no match for your uncle. Tonight, we should gather our belongings and leave the Zhou family. Zhou Longxiang understood all too well that his uncle was ruthless and would show no mercy. If they truly went through with the duel tomorrow, it was highly likely that his father would be killed by his uncle. Longxiang, you need not blame yourself. Zhou Fuxing gently patted his adopted son's head, speaking earnestly. I understand your intentions. You merely fell victim to deceit. As for fleeing, there is no need to mention it again. Having accepted the challenge for tomorrow, would I flee at the last moment? But, father, Zhou Longxiang attempted to persuade him further. But suddenly, Zhou Fuxing's demeanor shifted. An overwhelming aura surged forth, instilling fear. You need not worry about tomorrow. If I lacked confidence, would I have accepted the challenge? Zhou Fuxing smiled. Your strength has returned. Feeling the immense power emanating from his father, Zhou Longxiang was overjoyed. Since his father's cultivation had been destroyed, he had witnessed his father's daily despondency. Despite his efforts to help his father regain his strength, he had met with no success. Now, the sudden display of power from Zhou Fuxing genuinely astonished Zhou Longxiang. I have not returned to my peak state, but defeating Zhou Li is well within my capabilities. Zhou Fuxing said, then with a hint of sympathy added, these past years, you and your siblings have suffered greatly. Ever since his cultivation had been lost, Zhou Longxiang and his siblings had endured humiliation within the family. Fortunately, those days were now behind them. In the future, with your father shielding you, no one shall dare to bully you again. Zhou Fuxing declared boldly, no matter the trouble you encounter, even if it involves demon lords or divine emperors, I shall resolve it for you. Father, it is wonderful that you have regained your strength. Zhou Longxiang quickly responded, from now on, we three siblings will certainly heed your words, diligently cultivate, and avoid unnecessary trouble. This child, his wits are lacking. Zhou Fuxing felt somewhat displeased. If his adopted children did not stir up trouble or provoke powerful enemies, how would he have the opportunity to rapidly ascend in strength? The 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm was still somewhat insufficient. Though he could be considered a formidable expert in Tianyang City, in the vast expanse of the wasteland continent, Tianyang City was merely a small, impoverished corner of the world. In this realm, there were 9 major stages of cultivation: opening meridians, spirit gathering, spirit sea, divine power, ascension, law body, immortal, celestial, and emperor. Each stage was further divided into 9 levels. His current level of strength was only considered impressive within Tianyang City. If placed within the broader region of Qingzhou, it would be utterly inconsequential, let alone in the entire Diyin dynasty. To realize his ambition of striding across the continent, he would need to educate them thoroughly in the future. Ideally, he would transform them into arrogant heirs, provoking enemies left and right. In this way, his own cultivation would ascend step by step. Zhou Fuxing contemplated this, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, allowing Zhou Longxiang to leave first. Your father is indeed hiding his capabilities. After Zhou Longxiang exited the small room, an aged voice soon resonated in his ears. Old sword, you have awakened? He respectfully greeted, then with concern, inquired, in your opinion, can my father defeat my uncle? There should be no problem. Your father's cultivation has recovered quite well. Although he may not be much stronger than your uncle, it should not be difficult for him to triumph in a decisive battle. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall intervene, you need not worry. Thank you, old sword. With the assurance of the elder, Zhou Longxiang's heart finally found peace. Chapter 3. Returning to the family, the venerable elder, known as Jian Lao, was a fortuitous encounter for Zhou Longxiang. Originally, Zhou Longxiang's aptitude was rather dull, and he had been stuck at the opening pulse realm. Unable to break through to by chance, he acquired a rusted sword, upon which resided a sword spirit that seamlessly entered his body. This enabled Zhou Longxiang to finally advance in his cultivation. He had envisioned relying on Jian Lao's guidance to rise against the heavens and restore his father's lost dignity and status. However, he was taken aback to discover that his father had regained his cultivation on his own. This turned out to be an unexpected delight. With tomorrow's decisive battle approaching, he needed to convey the news to his elder brother and second sister. Contemplating this, he summoned a hawk and inscribed the message on a piece of paper, sending it forth. In the expanse of the sky, a magnificent hawk pierced through the clouds, swiftly making its way to Wuliang Mountain. This place, characterized by towering peaks and rolling hills, concealed within its depths a grand architectural complex. Wuliang Academy was the most renowned cultivation institution within a 1,000-mile radius. Zhou Fuxing's son and daughter, Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Chufeng, had been cultivating there for several years and had not returned home. The hawk swooped down, landing beside a window of one of the academy's buildings. There sat a young girl with hair cascading like a waterfall. She was Zhou Fuxing's adopted daughter, Zhou Chufeng. This the family's carrier pigeon. Zhou Chufeng recognized it immediately, unfastening the message, and upon reading it, her expression transformed in alarm. What? Father intends to duel uncle on the slaying spirit platform tomorrow. How could father, having lost all his cultivation, possibly defeat uncle? This cannot stand. I must find elder brother at once and inform him. We must return to the family and aid father. With that thought, Zhou Chufeng dashed out of the academy, following the path straight into the depths of Wuliang Mountain. Amidst the dense woods of Wuliang Mountain, Zhou Qinglong, Zhou Fuxing's eldest son, was engaged in a fierce struggle with a ferocious spiritual bear, whose strength was comparable to that of a human in the gathering spirit realm. The two clashed, the forest trembled, and colossal trees toppled. Finally, after a prolonged struggle, Zhou Qinglong seized the opportunity and decisively struck the bear's most vulnerable abdomen with a sword, ending the battle by eviscerating the beast. At last, it is over. He exhaled a long breath, preparing to collect the spoils. This spiritual bear was a treasure trove, sure to fetch a handsome price. Allowing him to gather more spirit stones to procure spiritual medicine for father and restore his cultivation. Though he had been training in the academy, Zhou Qinglong was always mindful of his family's circumstances. Just as he was about to clean up the spiritual beast carcass, Zhou Chufeng arrived breathlessly. Elder brother, the situation is dire. Third brother has sent word that father is to duel uncle on the slaying spirit platform tomorrow. If he loses, he will have to relinquish the clan leader's token and leave the family. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Qinglong's smile vanished instantaneously, and a shadow of gloom crossed his face. How could father suddenly wish to duel uncle? Surely, uncle has been bullying father and third brother within the family, forcing them into action. What should we do? We must return, Zhou Qinglong declared without hesitation. We have been away for 2 years, cultivating in Wuliang Academy, and have vastly improved. It is time to return and seek justice for father. Though the siblings had initially possessed mediocre cultivation and aptitude, they had diligently trained over the past 2 years, fully aware of their father's precarious position within the family. After rigorous efforts, they had made remarkable strides. Zhou Qinglong had attained the 7th level of the gathering spirit realm, his strength rivaling that of their uncle, Zhou Li, who currently held power within the family. Zhou Chufeng, while slightly less powerful, had reached the 5th level of the gathering spirit realm. While their strength might not suffice to sweep through the entire Zhou family, they were certainly capable of ensuring their father's safety. Having resolved their intentions, the siblings requested leave from the academy and hastened towards their family. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family's main residence, Zhou Li and his son Zhou Feng had not rested. The decisive battle was set for tomorrow, and Zhou Li had long awaited this moment with anticipation. At last, the moment has arrived. Zhou Li wore a self-satisfied smile. As long as I defeat that waste in front of everyone tomorrow, he will have no choice but to hand over the clan leader's token. I will then rightfully become the new clan leader of the Zhou family. Congratulations, father. Your wish will be fulfilled. Zhou Feng felt a sense of pride. Should his father become clan leader, he, as the sole son, would undoubtedly be a candidate for the position of junior clan leader. However, father, we have provoked that waste for 3 years, and he has never given us a chance. Why would he suddenly agree to a duel? Logically, Zhou Fuxing should not be impulsive. Indeed, it is somewhat peculiar. Zhou Li nodded, saying, Nevertheless, it matters not. A waste cannot possibly turn the tide. Father, I have a purple gold fury pill here. Please take it that if anything unexpected occurs tomorrow, you will be prepared. Zhou Feng remarked, producing a small jade vial from his pocket. This pill can instantly elevate your cultivation, and for a short period. Even double it to at that time, you will be invincible among those beneath the Spirit Sea realm. Even if Zhou Fuxing regains his cultivation, he will have no chance of turning the tables. Your foresight is commendable. Zhou Li accepted his son's thoughtful gift with a smile, eagerly anticipating the arrival of noon the next day. The following day, at noon, on the Slaying Spirit platform, the news of the duel between Zhou Li and Zhou Fuxing had spread throughout the family in no time. Zhou Fuxing, as the son of the former clan leader and the appointed current leader, had once been the strongest of the Zhou family, his status undeniable. Meanwhile, Zhou Li had become the de facto head of the family, managing all affairs since Zhou Fuxing's cultivation had been rendered null. Their duel was a momentous event, pivotal to the fate of the entire family, and thus garnered immense attention. As dawn broke, a multitude of clan members gathered around the Slaying Spirit platform, eagerly awaiting the moment of the noon battle. Here he comes. Here comes Zhou Li. A wave of commotion erupted among the crowd as Zhou Li and his son approached the Slaying Spirit platform. Flanked by the elders, almost simultaneously, Zhou Fuxing and his son, Zhou Longxiang, arrived at the platform. The appearance of both parties signified the imminent commencement of the duel. The gathered clan members and elders held their breath, awaiting this moment. Should Zhou Li win this battle, he would become the rightful clan leader, capable of guiding the Zhou family towards prosperity and bringing an end to the prolonged chaos within the family. This outcome was not only the aspiration of Zhou Li and his son, but also welcomed by the elders and clan members alike. As for the possibility of Zhou Li losing, such a notion was unfathomable. Everyone in the Zhou family knew that the current clan leader, Zhou Fuxing, had long since become a waste with no chance of victory. Thus, no one had entertained such an idea. Second brother, if you regret it now, it is not too late. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhou Li strode confidently onto the Slaying Spirit platform, gazing at Zhou Fuxing among the throngs, and smiled. I have already agreed to this duel. I will not back down. Zhou Fuxing exhaled deeply. After being humiliated for so many years, it was time to make a resounding statement. Very well. If second brother had displayed this resolve earlier, I would not have needed to exert such effort against your family. A faint smile adorned Zhou Li's face as he raised his hand and beckoned. Come, ascend the platform. Let us battle. Father, be cautious. Should you falter, I will intervene immediately. Zhou Longxiang grasped his father's hand, imparting his concern. Though his strength was far inferior to that of his uncle, he believed that with Jian Lao's assurance, there remained a chance for a turnaround should a crisis arise. What nonsense! Zhou Fuxing scoffed at this. Do you truly think your father requires your assistance? Fear not. Simply watch as I seek justice for you. With that, he took a step forward, ready to ascend the Slaying Spirit platform. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! With a resounding crash, a figure plummeted from above like lightning, landing squarely before the crowd. It is Qinglong, Zhou Fuxing's eldest son. Zhou Qufeng has returned as well. Have they both received the news? The onlookers murmured as they gazed at the pair of siblings, the previously tense atmosphere now buzzing with excitement. Fortunately, they made it back in time. Zhou Qinglong sighed in relief, turning to his father and younger brother, and immediately knelt in greeting. Father, third brother, we have returned. Chapter 4, is this all there is? What brings you both back? Zhou Fuxing gazed at his weary children, somewhat taken aback that it was I who sent the message, Zhou Longxiang stepped forward, admitting his role. Father, worry not. We siblings have diligently trained over the past few years, now that we have returned to the family. No one shall bully us any longer. As the family members exchanged a few words, Zhou Li on the slaying spirit platform grew increasingly impatient. I say, you little rascals, if you've returned, then just return. If you wish to play the reunion card, wait until after the duel. She eagerly anticipates triumphing over Zhou Fuxing before her kin and seizing the clan leader's token. Uncle, you are well aware that my father is gravely injured. His cultivation long since rendered null. Yet you still resort to provocation, compelling my father to battle you. Even if you were to emerge victorious, it would be a hollow victory. Zhou Qinglong turned around, his gaze piercingly cold. It is the duty of a son to act in place of his father when circumstances demand. If my father is unable to intervene, then allow me to engage you in a duel. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Zhou Qinglong, a terrifying presence that caused the expressions of all those present to shift dramatically. This aura, the seventh level of the gathering spirit realm, Zhou Qinglong has actually cultivated to such a degree. Such a level of prowess is comparable, if not superior, to that of Zhou Li. Everyone was taken aback. Before leaving the clan, Zhou Qinglong had been utterly inconspicuous, his talents for cultivation completely unremarkable. To think that in just a few short years he has reached this level. At 20 years old. Attaining the seventh level of the gathering spirit realm marks him as an exceptional genius, even surpassing Zhou Fuxing before his powers were extinguished. Should he not encounter any untimely demise, a breakthrough to the Spirit Sea realm would be all but assured. Among the crowd, several elders exchanged glances, their attitudes gradually shifting. Initially, they believed Zhou Fuxing to be a mere invalid, and for the sake of the clan's future, they should unanimously support Zhou Li as the new clan leader. However, Zhou Qinglong's displayed aptitude and potential exceeded all their expectations. Perhaps the matter of who would inherit the position of clan leader was still open to negotiation. The elders discreetly communicated with one another. In terms of qualifications and potential, Zhou Qinglong undoubtedly possessed greater eligibility to become the clan leader. After all, both were at the seventh level of the gathering spirit realm. One was yet to reach 20, while the other had already crossed into his 40s. Their respective potentials were plainly evident. Damn it. Zhou Li had clearly noticed the elders' changing expressions and felt a surge of anxiety. After waiting so long for this day, he had anticipated a smooth succession. If the elder's stance shifted, his claim to the position of clan leader would be in jeopardy. He needed to provoke Zhou Fuxing into action quickly, once the die was cast. The elders would find it difficult to alter their course. Zhou Fuxing, do you dare hide behind your son? Zhou Li taunted. I had thought that after 3 years, you would finally find your courage. Yet here you are, still a coward. Uncle, if you have grievances, feel free to engage me in combat. Zhou Qinglong's expression grew colder, wishing to defend his father, but was halted. The one who stopped Zhou Qinglong was none other than Zhou Fuxing. This matter does not concern you young ones that I have already promised to battle your uncle. My word is my bond, Zhou Fuxing declared with unwavering resolve. What a joke! After painstakingly recovering my cultivation, how could I allow my son to overshadow me? Father, please do not act impulsively. Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Qufeng, unaware of his restored powers, urged him to reconsider as he insisted on taking the stage himself. No more arguments. You two young brats, step back immediately. Zhou Fuxing waved his hand, his decisive demeanor leaving no room for debate. He strode confidently toward the spirit's severing platform, leaving his 3 children filled with unspoken concern. Their father had indeed been incited into action by their uncle. Well, since father is determined to take the stage, let us observe how this unfolds. Should any misfortune arise, we will be ready to assist. Ha ha! What spirit! What spirit! Zhou Li, initially fraught with anxiety, fearing Zhou Fuxing would back down, burst into laughter upon seeing him resolutely approach the spirit-severing platform. Brother, I truly did not misjudge you. However, mere pride alone will not suffice. If you wish to stand tall, you must possess the strength to match. Zhou Li fixed his gaze on Zhou Fuxing, almost like a judge passing sentence. After today, you will obediently surrender the clan leader's token and take your sons to leave the clan. As he spoke, his aura surged violently, locking on to Zhou Fuxing. The deal you truly believe. You can defeat me. A mocking smile appeared on Zhou Fuxing's face as he felt a tremendous power swell within him. The two figures stood opposed, their formidable auras clashing, with Zhou Fuxing's presence subtly overshadowing Zhou Li's. How could this be? Wasn't he Zhou Fuxing, supposed to be devoid of power? His sudden resurgence rendered the crowd speechless. From the elders to the ordinary clansmen, including Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Chufeng, all were left in stunned disbelief, save for Zhou Longxiang, who was already privy to the truth. They all understood that the reason for Zhou Fuxing's previous incapacitation was the shattering of his spirit sea. Such a severe injury could hardly be reversed. Despite Zhou Fuxing's use of every spiritual herb and treasure over the past 3 years, he had been unable to restore his cultivation. Yet now, not only were they astonished, but Zhou Li was also thoroughly taken aback. "You," he gazed at Zhou Fuxing with horror, his voice taking on a sharper edge. "Your cultivation has returned. It has not yet returned to its peak. But defeating you should pose no problem." Zhou Fuxing replied, a playful grin gracing his features. 3 years of humiliation, and now I rise. He reveled in the shock and astonishment of those around him, eager to witness how this ungrateful elder brother would react when confronted with the bitter truth. "Even if you have regained your strength today, you cannot contend with me." Zhou Li, after recovering from his shock, quickly regained composure, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, that he promptly retrieved the spiritual pill, the purple gold berserk pill, which Zhou Feng had prepared for him the night before. Gulp. As the elixir entered his stomach, a fiery sensation surged within him, and simultaneously, the aura that Zhou Fuxing had previously suppressed skyrocketed, climbing to an unprecedented level. Ultimately, he reached a critical point, invincible beneath the spirit sea realm. Zhou Li's expression was one of madness. "Brother, even if you have regained your peak cultivation, you are still no match for me." The purple gold berserk pill would temporarily double his combat prowess, but it would also incur severe aftereffects. Once the berserk state ended, he would face a period of weakness, potentially jeopardizing his future cultivation. Yet he could not afford to concern himself with such matters any longer. After years of meticulous planning, Zhou Li would not allow any unexpected twists. "This is bad. Father is in danger." Below the stage, Zhou Qinglong and his siblings exchanged anxious glances. After Zhou Li consumed the purple gold berserk pill, his strength far surpassed that of the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, as he had claimed. Without a Spirit Sea Realm powerhouse present, he could easily sweep away those at the Gathering Spirit Realm. "Prepare to strike." The 3 siblings shared a knowing glance, each recognizing the other's intentions. But at that moment, Zhou Fuxing on the spirit-severing platform remained calm and unperturbed, embodying the unflinching spirit of a mountain in the face of adversity. His unwavering confidence stemmed from the system. Just as Zhou Li ingested the pill and his aura surged, Zhou Fuxing received a notification from the system. System detected a formidable foe. Zhou Li's strength has increased. System forcibly enhances host strength. Congratulations, host cultivation has risen to the 1st level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Chapter 5. What a coincidence. In the realm of cultivation, even a single tier of difference can yield vast disparities. The gulf between the Gathering Spirit Realm and the Spirit Sea Realm is even more profound. As Zhou Fuxing felt the power swelling within, he slowly closed his eyes, pondering the most satisfying way to decisively defeat Zhou Li. This was a question that could not be resolved simply. He needed to provide him with a glimmer of hope before delivering his defeat at that moment. Zhou Li, having consumed the purple gold berserk pill, felt a surge of blood rush to his head, leaving him with a singular thought: to shred Zhou Fuxing to pieces. Once he was incapacitated, his sons would lose their protection and could never contest him for the position of clan leader again. Zhou Li's expression was frenzied as he prepared to mock Zhou Fuxing. But upon locking eyes with Zhou Fuxing's mocking gaze, he fell into an uncontrollable rage. "Zhou Fuxing, you were once rendered powerless. Today, I shall grant you a second taste of that fate." Before Zhou Li's words could fully escape his lips, he shot toward Zhou Fuxing like a cannonball, his clenched fist slicing through the air. In stark contrast to Zhou Li's madness, Zhou Fuxing wore a serene smile, his gaze distant, as if Zhou Li before him were merely an insignificant insect. The effects of the purple gold berserk pill could drive a person to irrationality. And Zhou Fuxing was keen to exploit this, provoking Zhou Li to strike first. After all, if he were to attack first, how long could Zhou Li hold out? What is happening? Why is father still standing still? At that moment, Zhou Chufeng, anxious, exclaimed, fearing that their father had been cowed by Zhou Li's imposing presence. Zhou Qinglong's expression hardened as he quickly gathered his energy, ready to strike Zhou Li at any moment. Though he was 3 minor realms beneath Zhou Li, he would not allow his father to be harmed again. He fixed a cold gaze on Zhou Li, who was drawing ever closer to his father. And the light surrounding his energy intensified strike. Zhou Qinglong bellowed, and the 3 siblings launched an assault on the spirit-severing platform. However, the platform was protected by a barrier set by the clan, and their combined attack dissipated into nothingness. Father! Zhou Chufeng was taken aback, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet in the next moment, a deafening sound erupted from the Zhanling platform, followed by a blinding flash of light. By the time the onlookers below could comprehend the scene, they beheld Zhou Li being hurled backward, suspended in mid-air. Thud. Zhou Li completed a somersault in the air, landing face down, a pitiful sight that caused even Zhou Chufeng to frown in concern. Was his father truly this formidable? How foolish they had been to worry. Zhou Longxiang, still shaken, patted his chest and forced a wry smile as he remarked, "At this moment, Zhou Li lay in a heap. His mind slightly clearer after the fall, that he pondered how Zhou Fuxing had suddenly grown so powerful, only to hear a voice nearby laced with disbelief. So, you're Zhou Li, the useless one, even after consuming the Zijin Quangbao Dan. You remain so weak. I went to great lengths to prepare for you." In an instant, Zhou Li's eyes turned crimson with rage, and he lunged once more at Zhou Fuxing. Seeing that Zhou Li had indeed fallen into his trap, Zhou Fuxing displayed a satisfied grin. That previous kick had only whetted his appetite. The enmity between him and Zhou Li ran much deeper. As Zhou Li approached, Zhou Fuxing nonchalantly raised his hand and struck. Slap! Ah! Zhou Li spun around and, when he came to a halt, lay sprawled on the ground, his face flushed red from the effects of the medicinal pill, now adorned with a dark purple handprint. His head buzzed not only from the physical pain, but also from the humiliation inflicted by Zhou Fuxing. He was a candidate for the next clan leader, and having just consumed a pill to enhance his cultivation, he had been slapped by a mere waste. Zhou Fuxing, I will kill you. Zhou Li sprang to his feet and threw a punch. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Fuxing was thoroughly pleased with his actions. Excellent, just the right amount of force. This will teach Zhou Li a lesson without rendering him utterly powerless, and it will surely provoke him further. Slap. Another strike, this time with Zhou Fuxing's other hand, causing Zhou Li's face to swell a deep purple. Dare to insult my son. You should consider your own fate. Today is your unlucky day, Zhou Li. The Zhanling platform gradually turned into a one-sided exchange, leaving the Zhou family members exchanging perplexed glances. Zhou Qinglong quietly inquired, Longxiang, what did father mean by insult? Zhou Longxiang replied through clenched teeth, Zhou Li is colluding with his son, Zhou Feng, as well as the elder of the pharmacy, slandering me for stealing spiritual herbs. It was precisely because of this that father stood up for me, leading to the duel on the Zhanling platform. How could Zhou Li have anticipated that father would regain his strength? Upon hearing Zhou Longxiang's explanation, both Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Chufeng were incensed. Zhou Li's father was indeed malicious, capable of any treachery, but that elder of the pharmacy. Zhou Longxiang lowered his gaze and sighed. We should merely teach Zhou Li a lesson. As for the elder, it's best not to pursue that matter. Let us consider it as if it never happened. An elder guarding the pharmacy in the Zhou family must possess strength in the Linghai realm. Moreover, without concrete evidence, this matter must be laid to rest. Bah! Zhou Chufeng spat on the ground, gritting her teeth. Such an old thief. Yet he can serve as a gatekeeper that he probably doesn't even realize that one day he might steal from his own. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhou Qinglong's eyes, but he remained silent, secretly noting this potential that moment. Upon the Zhanling platform, Zhou Li had been thoroughly beaten, his visage resembling that of a pig's head, his clothing in tatters from dragging along the ground. The effects of the Zijin Quangbao Dan had worn off. His mind, once again clear, was now dulled by confusion. Just what made Zhou Fuxing so formidable, he could not fathom. Zhou Fuxing. Ugh. Zhou Li was kicked once more, prompting him to hastily create distance while shouting, How have you grown so strong? There must be something amiss. You must have stolen treasures from the family. You claim to have prepared for battle against me. Surely, you must have pilfered treasures to enhance your cultivation. Oh, Zhou Fuxing replied dismissively with a faint smile, stepping closer to Zhou Li to strike again. But at that moment, several elders below suddenly intervened, a powerful aura surging forth to block Zhou Fuxing's path. This is no trivial matter. Zhou Fuxing, explain how you possess such strength. Zhou Fuxing scoffed. Of course, I have restored my Qi Si. What, is the family not allowed to grow stronger? As he spoke, he cast not a glance at the elders, instead observing Zhou Li's hapless struggle to rise and hastily retreat from the Zhanling platform. At this juncture, further investigation was warranted, and quite fortuitously, a calm voice from the pharmacy elder cut through the tension. Indeed, our pharmacy has recently lost a 7th-grade pill. Chapter 6. Another breakthrough. It is well known that to restore a damaged Qi Si requires an immense amount of resources. The elder of the pharmacy spoke slowly, his murky old eyes fixed intently on Zhou Fuxing. Yet you have suddenly recovered. Zhou Qinglong could not restrain himself and stepped forward, speaking sternly. If your pharmacy has lost a pill, it is your responsibility. How dare you accuse my father without any evidence? At that moment, all the family members present understood the unfolding situation, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Zhou Li had wielded power over the family for years, his authority firmly entrenched in their minds. Even now, as he faced a thrashing, his status within the family remained unchallenged. Humph. When I speak, there is no room for you youngsters to interject, the elder of the pharmacy coldly snorted. And with a mere flick of his sleeve, Zhou Qinglong was sent stumbling back several steps. Brother. Zhou Qufeng rushed to support him. That I am fine, Zhou Qinglong replied, though he had sustained no real harm. The elder's imposing presence had nonetheless weighed heavily upon him. Seeing this, Zhou Fuxing's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. He caught a glimpse of Zhou Feng assisting Zhou Li as they hurriedly retreated from the crowd. It seemed he must first deal with these elders. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Zhou Li was merely a tool selected by these parasitic elders. This is a matter of family importance. Everyone has the right to speak. What do you mean by youngster? Zhou Fuxing declared, his gaze sweeping over the assembled family members and elders. When did our Zhou family become a battleground for power? Do not engage in any underhanded schemes, or else, as he spoke, the pressure of his Linghai realm cultivation surged forth, filling the air with a palpable sense of oppression. You have broken through. The elder of the pharmacy's eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing something profoundly terrifying. The rest of the Zhou family reacted with astonishment, including Zhou Fuxing's 3 children, who gazed in disbelief. That I've already stated, I am restoring my Qi Si. Zhou Fuxing slowly turned his gaze, his eyes gleaming with an intimidating shine as he proclaimed loudly, I was once a genius, and I remain one. A hush fell over the family members, and at this moment, it finally dawned upon them that Zhou Fuxing still held the position of clan leader. He was the heir designated by the venerable Zhou patriarch. Even though he had been rendered powerless due to the damage to his Qi Si, for years, Zhou Li had wielded the authority. Yet ultimately, it was strength that dictated hierarchy. Zhou Fuxing, having just regained his power and breaking through to the Linghai realm, was indeed qualified. In the ensuing silence, an elder stepped forward and spoke slowly. The duel between Zhou Fuxing and Zhou Li had come to a close, and the next step, he then turned to the elder of the pharmacy. We must investigate the matter of the missing pills. The elder of the pharmacy opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. The elder who had just spoken was none other than Zhou Duankong, the strongest individual in the Zhou family, a figure of great significance within the clan. However, Zhou Duankong rarely intervened in family affairs. His words commanded respect, and anyone present had no choice but to acquiesce. Indeed, the elder of the pharmacy gritted his teeth and agreed. Zhou Duankong's authority was not something an ordinary elder could contest, and even the clan leader, regardless of who it was, had to show him deference. Disperse. Zhou Duankong waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The elder of the pharmacy followed suit, hastily retreating. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Zhou Fuxing's 3 children exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. It turns out father has broken through. The great elder intervened and sent the pharmacy elder away. Otherwise, who knows what trouble might have arisen. Zhou Longxiang patted his chest, expressing his gratitude, while his sister, Zhou Qufeng, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Only Zhou Fuxing remained atop the Zhongling platform, his expression one of exasperation. The old man has thwarted me. If only he had allowed the pharmacy elder and my children to clash. I could have broken through a few more realms, but unexpectedly, Zhou Duankong chose this moment to intervene. Yet he meant well, clearly favoring and protecting me. I cannot fault him for that. Forget it. There are many experts. I am not short one, that Zhou Fuxing consoled himself, thinking that if worse came to worst, he could let Qinglong stir up some trouble. And soon everything would be resolved. Upon reflection, viewing the trivial matters of the Zhou family becomes significantly easier. That, of course, while I may say this, I certainly would not allow my 3 children to venture out into danger. Safety must always come first. This system, known as the Supreme Fatherly Love System, serves as a reminder to prioritize paternal affection, ensuring that I do not neglect everything in the pursuit of cultivation. Zhou Fuxing adjusted his mindset and turned his gaze towards his 3 children. Father. Zhou Qinglong approached and the elder from the pharmacy didn't harm you, did he? I'm fine. That's good to hear. However, his collusion with Zhou Li to whip Longxiang with the flame poison whip. He must be taught a lesson. Zhou Qinglong furrowed his brow and replied, but he is at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. His cultivation is profound and difficult to deal with. Brother, have you forgotten about the Grand Elder's presence? Zhou Qufeng chimed in cheerfully. Father, do you think the pills that went missing from the pharmacy might have been stolen by the elder himself? Zhou Fuxing pondered for a moment and shook his head that if it were him, there would be no need to voice such allegations. After all, the entire Zhou family lacks any pills that could restore my qi, making it quite easy for me to clear my name. Zhou Longxiang nodded in agreement and added, even 7th-grade pills are considered precious items. He surely wouldn't dare to act recklessly, that we must await the Grand Elder's investigation results. Zhou Fuxing sighed. Let us go as well. Perhaps we might uncover a flaw in the elder's conduct. With his children in tow, the 4 made their way to the pharmacy. However, halfway there, they were suddenly confronted by someone blocking their path. Admiring a blue flower while stroking his beard, that it was none other than the Grand Elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Duankong. Greetings, Grand Elder. The 3 siblings quickly bowed, to which the Grand Elder casually waved his hand before turning his attention to Zhou Fuxing. How did you restore your strength? I know you possess your own opportunities. I only ask if, upon breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm, you utilized any family resources, as the Grand Elder spoke. His expression was amiable, yet remarkably serious. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your understanding that I indeed possess certain opportunities to ask for the breakthrough. It was quite natural. Years ago, when I was rendered incapable, I had already grasped the threshold of breaking through. Zhou Fuxing replied with neither arrogance nor submission. Very well, did I in fact. Even if you had utilized resources, I would not admonish you for it. Even if you were to refuse, I would still provide them to you, as long as you do not take them without informing me. Pausing for a moment, the Grand Elder glanced at the blue flower again, seemingly asking casually, what do you think? Chapter 7. The aura of divine powers. The Grand Elder seems to imply something with his words. Is he referring to the elder of the pharmacy? Or perhaps Zhou Li? However, having lived in a separate courtyard for these past years, Zhou Fuxing was not well versed in Zhou Li's actions and could only agree. What the Grand Elder says is true. The Grand Elder smiled faintly and then shook his head at him, saying, Fuxing, why are you being so reserved? Show the vigor you exhibited on the spirit-severing platform. The Zhou family still needs you to revitalize it. Zhou Fuxing trembled slightly, finally grasping the Grand Elder's roundabout intention. This was a call for him to fulfill his responsibilities as the clan leader. Until now, the clan leader's decree still rested in his hands. At this moment, as he broke through in cultivation, it was indeed the time to reclaim control over the Zhou family, and the Grand Elder was here to support him. Zhou Fuxing immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your trust. I shall not disappoint everyone. Zhou Qinglong and his siblings also realized the situation and simultaneously expressed their thanks. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder appeared somewhat pleased, perhaps having seen hope for the Zhou family since Zhou Fuxing first revealed his cultivation. Let us go. Take me to investigate the pharmacy. Let us go. Zhou Fuxing took the lead, guiding everyone towards the pharmacy. The 5 traversed the courtyard and arrived at a secluded small building, which was the Zhou family's pharmacy. The various storerooms of the Zhou family were not located in one place. What was referred to as the pharmacy was merely a dedicated area for storing herbs and pills. This undoubtedly increased the cost of guarding, but the Zhou family did not lack a few extra hands. Although not considered a large family in the entire Tianyang city, the layout of the Zhou family revealed the vision of past clan leaders. And now, it would be Zhou Fuxing who inherited all of this. Qinglong, you three stay outside and look for clues. Notify me immediately if you find anything. Grand Elder, please come inside with me. Zhou Fuxing arranged for his siblings and then led Zhou Duankong into the pharmacy. A rich and complex aroma of medicine wafted towards them, a blend of herbs that were harmless to the body and even beneficial for cultivation. Inhaling the medicinal fragrance, Zhou Fuxing felt as if his entire being had been cleansed. A sensation of great comfort to cultivate here, or even to guard this place, would be an exceptional opportunity. Zhou Fuxing silently marveled as he proceeded further inside. He soon spotted the pharmacy elder seated at a table in the front hall, recording something. Upon noticing their arrival, he nodded slightly. This is the statistical list from the pharmacy. Please take a look. The pharmacy elder handed over the list and continued, the quantities of the missing herbs and pills vary. Among them, the most precious is a Qi Yin Dan. The Qi Yin Dan, a 7th grade pill, possesses the efficacy of warding off cold when carried close and can significantly enhance the cultivation of fire-type techniques when refined. This particular pill had been stored in the pharmacy for many years, as it did not align with the Zhou family's cultivation practices, and its sudden disappearance was indeed unexpected. Zhou Fuxing felt a pang of confusion. It seemed the pharmacy elder had no motive to steal the Qi Yin Dan after all. Could it be that a thief truly infiltrated? Take me to the place where the Qi Yin Dan was stored. Zhou Fuxing commanded. This way, please. The pharmacy elder led the two through a long corridor and opened a heavy stone door, revealing a secret chamber. This was the family's storage area for high-grade pills. High-grade pills in the Zhou family specifically refer to those of the 7th grade and above. In the Huangtian continent, pills are categorized from 9 grades down to 1. It is said that there exist transcendent pills beyond the 1st grade. But in the understanding of the Zhou family, such notions are merely the idle fantasies of mundane individuals in Tianyang City. Even 7th grade pills are exceedingly rare. Otherwise, the Zhou family would not have stored a completely incompatible pill for so long. In such a secluded place, how could anyone have entered? Zhou Fuxing fell into contemplation, while the Grand Elder, who had remained silent for a long while, finally spoke, unless it was the work of a deity. Divine Realm. Although merely the level above the Spirit Sea realm, the gap between it and the Spirit Sea is far greater than that between the Spirit Sea and the Gathering Spirit realm. For once a cultivator breaks into this realm, they awaken a unique ability known as divine powers. Divine powers can be utilized without the need for spiritual energy, although most do not possess combat capabilities. Their uniqueness renders them nearly unbeatable against those in the Spirit Sea realm. Even a divine power related to alchemy could be leveraged to concoct special pills, thus obtaining extraordinary strength. It can be said that the opening of meridians, Gathering Spirit, and the Spirit Sea realms are merely quantitative changes, while divine powers signify a complete qualitative transformation. Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but furrow his brow. Despite having the system at his disposal, he still needed Qinglong and the others to provoke others for it to take effect. If a thief of divine realm were indeed eyeing the Zhou family, with the enemy hidden and us exposed, it would be quite troublesome. Grand Elder, is this matter certain? The pharmacy elder grew anxious, quickly asking, is it? The abilities of divine powers are varied. I cannot say for certain. At that moment, Zhou Fuxing suddenly clapped his hands and stated, this can indeed be determined. We need only to check where in the pharmacy there are remnants of the Qi Yin Dan's aura. If it were a common thief, then the Qi Yin Dan's aura would surely follow a normal path, whereas a divine power might have taken an unexpected route. Moreover, by comparing the aura of the Qi Yin Dan from different locations, we can roughly deduce the speed at which that person departed. If it was exceedingly fast, it is highly likely they possess speed-related divine powers. Zhou Fuxing continued to speculate about various possibilities, ensuring that the final investigation results would be sufficiently accurate. After all, if too many actions were taken, the aura of the Qi Yin Dan would be disturbed and vanish. Understood. The pharmacy elder nodded solemnly, and then swiftly exited to prepare the secret chamber. The Grand Elder watched Zhou Fuxing with great interest, stroking his beard and saying, It seems my support for you to inherit the position of clan leader was indeed a wise choice. Zhou Fuxing jested. Even if I did not come, you would still have to remove Zhou Li. Otherwise, in a few years, the family would be thrown into chaos by him. Alas, the Grand Elder shook his head, saying the question is, who can take that position? Although Zhou Li is overbearing, he possesses sufficient experience that I once thought the family would decline. But unexpectedly, you have restored your cultivation. Truly fortunate. As they spoke, the pharmacy elder had already prepared a formation plate, a treasure used to sense the aura of pills. Holding the formation plate, he stepped within the secret chamber, while the three closely observed the changes occurring within it. However, when the pharmacy elder reached the door of the secret chamber, the aura on the formation plate suddenly vanished. Go around the wall. After careful consideration, Zhou Fuxing commanded that this time, the formation was situated in a corner of the wall, once again revealing the aura of the crimson flame pill, while the rest of the area vanished without a trace. Passing through the wall? Chapter 8. The Coffin's Worth. As the aura of the crimson flame pill shifted to this corner, it abruptly disappeared. The elder of the pharmacy soared into the air for a brief inspection, confirming that the thief who had stolen the pills vanished from this corner. Tio think it was such a technique of evasion. This posed quite a dilemma. Zhou Fuxing pondered for a moment and inquired, Elder of the pharmacy, what location does this area belong to in our Zhou family? The elder, after a moment's contemplation, decisively replied, it is precisely in the direction leading outward. A mile ahead lies the Zhou family courtyard. Indeed, Zhou Fuxing nodded, then turned to Zhou Duankong and asked, Elder, do you know if anyone nearby possesses such abilities? Zhou Duankong shook his head, explaining, for those in the realm of supernatural abilities, such powers are strictly confidential that as far as we know in Tianyang City, there is no one with such a technique of evasion. Zhou Fuxing frowned slightly. The feeling of being watched was quite unsettling. Even if the intruder had come only this once, the sensation of someone trespassing into his home made him, as the head of the family, quite irate. The ability to pass through walls was merely a euphemism for this act of theft. If one could traverse walls, they could certainly burrow underground as well. Was there truly no way to counter such supernatural powers? Zhou Fuxing murmured to himself, while the elder stroked his beard and chuckled. The limitations of supernatural powers are quite significant. There's no need for excessive worry, that we can only prepare ourselves further. Zhou Fuxing turned to the elder of the pharmacy and stated earnestly, since we are dealing with someone of supernatural abilities, you need not take responsibility for the lost pills. After a pause, he continued, let us speak plainly. I will not pursue the matter of your framing my son, Long Xiang, but your future conduct will determine your standing. With that, Zhou Fuxing turned and left, while the elder cast a glance at the elder of the pharmacy before following suit. At this moment, the secret chamber was left with only the elder of the pharmacy, who wiped the cold sweat from his brow and leaned wearily against the wall. Thankfully, it was merely a case of someone stealing pills. Otherwise, I would truly have faced the ire of Zhou Fuxing. The elder of the pharmacy looked up at the ceiling and cursed, damn Zhou Li. I never expected such a good-for-nothing to be unable to deal with Zhou Fuxing. He waited until he regained his cultivation before taking action. After speaking, a slow smile crept across the elder's face. It seemed that Zhou Fuxing harbored no suspicion at all. This was a stroke of fortune. He quickly rose and made his way outside, winding through twists and turns until he reached a large tree near his residence. With a leap, he ascended to the treetop, where he rummaged in a bird's nest to reveal a beautifully crafted pill bottle in his hand. It was fortunate that someone with supernatural abilities had arrived. Seeing the loss of the Crimson Flame pill, he seized the opportunity to pilfer several other pills from the pharmacy and hide them away. It was truly a case of guarding the henhouse while robbing it. Everyone would suspect that supernatural being, and none would think to point fingers at him, unless Zhou Fuxing managed to capture that supernatural being and discover that only a single Crimson Flame pill had been taken. But is that even possible? After all, this was a supernatural being. With the Zhou family's capabilities, even Zhou Duankong was merely at the Spirit Sea realm. The elder of the pharmacy displayed a scornful expression, scoffing at the Zhou family's investigation into the supernatural. As long as he consumed the longevity-enhancing pills, he could sell the rest in Tianyang City, or better yet, in a more distant location. He chuckled to himself while admiring the pill bottle, and after a long while, reluctantly descended from the tree. However, just as he landed and had yet to steady himself, a streak of light suddenly shot towards him. The elder of the pharmacy felt a chill run down his spine. But being aged and frail, his reflexes were slow, and he found himself unable to react. Crack! The streak of light flew past him, narrowly missing his head and piercing cleanly through the tree behind him. Father was right. This old fool must have been caught off guard, coming here to count his spoils. A sweet, youthful voice rang out from a distance, and the elder of the pharmacy recognized it as Zhou Fuxing's daughter. Zhou Chufeng. Indeed, a graceful figure approached briskly, followed by several others. At this moment, the elder of the pharmacy had been so frightened by the earlier sword light that he collapsed to the ground. Unable to utter a word, Zhou Chufeng drew her sword, pointing it at the elder of the pharmacy, and demanded, "How many pills have you stolen? Speak quickly." "I didn't take much, just some worthless pills." Upon seeing Zhou Fuxing approaching, the elder of the pharmacy immediately knelt, pleading, "I have served the Zhou family diligently for so many years. Am I not permitted to take a few pills?" Zhou Fuxing felt utterly disgusted by this shameless plea. The elder of the pharmacy was older than even the elder, yet he was not a member of the Zhou family, but merely a servant from that era. Due to his exceptional skills and loyalty, Zhou Yishan had made an exception to elevate him to the status of elder. Subsequently, he had been tasked with guarding the pharmacy. However, in reality, he had relied on his seniority, but was ultimately selfish. Perhaps due to not being a true member of the Zhou family, which led him to commit such acts. Zhou Fuxing's voice turned cold. "I have long been aware of your restlessness. You colluded with Zhou Li, and over the years, you have surely stolen many pills." This was quite plausible. After all, Zhou Li had been in charge previously, and aside from Zhou Li, no one else would inspect the storeroom. Since the elder of the pharmacy had conspired with Zhou Li to frame Zhou Longxiang, they must have been in league for quite some time. The elder of the pharmacy remained silent. Turning his gaze away from Zhou Fuxing fixed his eyes upon him, suddenly realizing that this was a golden opportunity, an opportunity to re-establish his authority. "Qinglong," Zhou Fuxing said sternly, "Father, go inform the clan members and gather everyone here." Understood. Zhou Qinglong recognized the gravity of the situation and left without hesitation. By the way, just a shout will suffice for Zhou Li. Whether he comes or not is of no consequence. Got it. This action was primarily to protect Zhou Qinglong. After all, Zhou Li was at the 9th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, 2 levels higher than him. Additionally, with Zhou Feng around, Zhou Li and his son might potentially cause further trouble. The elder of the pharmacy, upon seeing this, was suddenly filled with dread and shouted, "Zhou Fuxing, while I toil for the Zhou family, you were still in your infancy. Release me at once." Zhou Fuxing ignored him, confident that with the elder watching over him, there was no fear of escape. "How many pills have you hidden? How many resources have you pilfered over the years? Speak the truth." Zhou Chufeng brought over several stools, and Zhou Fuxing and the elder sat upon them, looking down at the elder of the pharmacy. The elder remained tight-lipped, prompting Zhou Fuxing to produce the ledger that the elder had shown him earlier. The most valuable missing item was indeed the Crimson Flame pill, while the rest were a hodgepodge of lesser pills and herbs. Yet, there was one glaring issue. This was a new ledger. This ledger had only been written recently. What reason could there be for an updated ledger? Where was the old one? Chapter 9, Blood and Fury. Strictly speaking, everything needed to be clarified before convening a family meeting. However, as the saying goes, delay invites change. Now, taking advantage of Zhou Li's serious injury and seizing the elder of the pharmacy's weakness, it was time to reclaim control of the family. Moreover, Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Chufeng were merely home on leave and would soon return to Wuliang Academy. It was best to stir up some trouble while the opportunity presented itself. If the children could find that supernatural thief, wouldn't he be able to soar directly into the heavens? With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Fuxing addressed the elder of the pharmacy. "If you speak truthfully, I, out of respect for your seniority, shall grant you some leniency. I only took this one clear heart pill." The clear heart pill was the very one hidden atop the tree he had just climbed, now confiscated by Zhou Fuxing. That is hardly conclusive. What about the ledger? When was it updated, and where is the old one? Zhou Fuxing pressed on with his inquiries, yet the elder of the pharmacy remained obstinate, adamantly claiming ignorance that he was not in a hurry. Once all the Zhou family members were gathered, he believed everyone would reach the correct conclusion. After a prolonged wait, the family members began to gather, filling the grove to capacity. Father, Zhou Li and his son are nowhere to be found, Zhou Qinglong reported quietly. Zhou Fuxing could only nod, choosing not to dwell on the matter for now as he leaped into the air, his voice resonating throughout the vicinity. Esteemed family members, I apologize for summoning you here at this time, but a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing has emerged within our family. Those present could only stand. And Zhou Fuxing wasted no time. Please allow me to explain. He then recounted all the suspicions surrounding the elder of the pharmacy, omitting the fact that the thief who stole the 7th-grade pills was a supernatural being. The Zhou family members were all too familiar with the elder of the pharmacy, yet they were astonished that he would engage in such treachery. Zhou Fuxing seized the moment to pass the ledger around for everyone to see. And at last, the family members were convinced. Some, quick to anger, immediately confronted the elder of the pharmacy. However, there was still a slight deficiency in the proceedings. Zhou Fuxing contemplated and turned to the several family members responsible for the medicinal fields, asking, how many herbs and pills have you deposited into the storeroom over the past few years? Naturally, there were also family members who had traveled abroad and occasionally contributed their findings to the family. Zhou Fuxing took stock of that as well. Subsequently, when the others compared their accounts with the ledger, they indeed discovered discrepancies. The inventory had diminished. Although it is merely an approximate statistic, the pharmacy has indeed suffered a staggering loss of 30% of its inventory. What could be the reason? The clan members erupted in anger. In recent years, there has been no significant consumption of medications within the family, so how could so much be missing? I remarked on how injuries during training have diminished the efficacy of our family's healing. And it turns out you are the culprit. The elder of the pharmacy exclaimed in astonishment. I am wronged. It is Zhou Li who has misappropriated the stock. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a stunned silence. Although Zhou Li had been beaten by Zhou Fuxing, his authority was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Zhou Fuxing, witnessing the scene, angrily rebuked. You are well aware of the situation. Why did you not inform the family? Or is it that you and Zhou Li colluded to pilfer the elixirs? With this accusation, others in the clan who disapproved of Zhou Li's actions finally found their voices to condemn him. Just as the elder of the pharmacy was about to defend himself, Zhou Fuxing pressed further. Zhou Li possesses remarkably poor aptitude, yet his cultivation has skyrocketed since becoming a steward, even if he were to receive some rewards. Such a rapid advancement is highly suspicious, is it not? Regardless of the truth, they sought to tarnish his reputation first. Moreover, upon analysis, Zhou Fuxing felt that this matter indeed bore the weight of truth. Unsurprisingly, the elder's expression turned frantic. With so many questions posed by Zhou Fuxing, he found himself at a loss as to where to begin answering. Furthermore, most of the inquiries were grounded in fact. One clan member shouted in fury, Where is Zhou Li? Has he arrived? Zhou Fuxing replied, He has fled. Though he may run, he cannot escape the consequences. Let us investigate his residence. Immediately, Zhou Fuxing led the group in a grand procession to Zhou Li's courtyard. The scene within was a chaotic mess, evidently disturbed by Zhou Li's hasty departure, seemingly an effort to obliterate any traces of his presence. Yet within moments, as hundreds entered the yard, they uncovered remnants left behind by Zhou Li. Second uncle. It was by Qian, that girl, who exclaimed, Come quickly and see this. There are so many medicinal herbs. The crowd hurried over, discovering countless herbs piled together in a small pit, covered in dirt. Did Zhou Li bury all these herbs? They are rotting away, and he refuses to let us utilize them. Where is Zhou Li gone? Unable to locate Zhou Li, they turned their attention back to the elder of the pharmacy, that moment. The elder was being restrained by the clan members, his face ashen as he beheld the pit's contents. An elderly man, trembling, approached him and bitterly inquired, Was this truly done by Zhou Li, or were you complicit with him? These elders could be considered the living witnesses to the family's history and had previously held a favorable view of the elder of the pharmacy. Now, confronted with this revelation, their minds were clouded with confusion. What can I do? Zhou Li threatened me. The elder's face flushed with shame as he stammered. Zhou Fuxing immediately retorted, I refuse to believe that Zhou Li was initially more powerful than you. Moreover, would you not notify the family? The elderly man's gaze was filled with disappointment as he looked at him. At this moment, instead of acknowledging his mistakes, he attempted to argue his case. The crowd directed their furious glares at the elder. who, enraged, defended himself. Even if Zhou Li is selfish at that time, he was the only hope for the Zhou family. He was the most talented among us. What wrong was there in allocating him some resources? Oof. Just as Zhou Fuxing was about to respond, he was interrupted by a loud cry from Zhou Longxiang, who was searching the house nearby. Everyone, come quickly. Zhou Li is indeed a traitor to the family. This statement was grave, and the crowd rushed over to find an uncanny beast statue enshrined in Zhou Li's bedroom, with a basin of fresh blood offered beneath it, creating an eerie scene. Blood Barbarian. Zhou Fuxing's eyes narrowed as he recognized the statue. The Blood Barbarian is a celestial beast born from the gathering of malevolent energy, and offering blood serves to enhance one's cultivation. In that blood, the Great Elder, Zhou Duankong, wore a frosty expression as he conjured a spell that flew toward the basin of blood. The orb of light formed by the spell merged into the blood without causing even a ripple. One clan member exclaimed, This is the blood of our Zhou family disciples." An uproar erupted among the clan members. Who could have imagined that Zhou Li, who had held power in the family for many years, secretly offered the blood of his kin to the Blood Barbarian? The branch member Zhou Shiba claimed to be out training last month and has since not returned. This could it be in an instant? The Zhou family members fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 10. Provoking the demon clan amidst the silence, Zhou Fuxing turned to the elder of the pharmacy. "Were you aware of this matter?" The elder, now rendered speechless by the scene before him, hastily shook his head and exclaimed, "I truly had no knowledge of this." After a few more inquiries yielded no valuable information, Zhou Fuxing declared, "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall not pursue this matter further. You may leave. From now on, do not claim to be a member of the Zhou family." As Zhou Fuxing spoke, his cultivation at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm became evident. Exuding an extraordinary presence to 8T this moment, even the more oblivious clan members realized that the once promising talent of the Zhou family, Zhou Fuxing, had returned. The elder of the pharmacy turned pale, filled with regret. Had he not provoked Zhou Fuxing back then, he surely would not be facing such a dire situation now. Zhou Fuxing's expression remained cold as he watched the elder's figure vanish at the door before turning his gaze toward the statue of the Blood Barbarian. This statue has undoubtedly consumed the blood of countless members of the Zhou family. Its sins are profound. Longxiang. Yes, father. Destroy it. Zhou Longxiang, receiving the command, raised his sword and charged toward the Blood Barbarian statue. Clang. A sharp sound echoed as the statue instantly became riddled with cracks. Zhou Longxiang swung his sword once more, but as it struck the statue, it produced a dull thud. The sound was akin to a blade piercing flesh. The entire Zhou family was momentarily taken aback. Yet before they could react, the statue shattered into pieces, revealing a grotesque creature with bared teeth and fangs. At that moment, Zhou Fuxing heard a notification in his ear. The system has detected that Zhou Longxiang has provoked a formidable enemy. The target is identified as a demon entity. Analyzing strength, converting to human cultivation level. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has been elevated to the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. A surge of vibrant energy erupted within Zhou Fuxing, coursing through his meridians and expanding his Qi Si threefold. Feeling the explosive growth of power, Zhou Fuxing clenched his fists, his gaze igniting with fervent battle intent. Meanwhile, Zhou Longxiang, sensing an unusual sensation, looked closely to find that his rusty sword had barely penetrated the creature's flesh. This was the sword possessed by the Sword Elder, yet it seemed to struggle against this beast. Just then, the Sword Elder's hurried voice echoed in his mind. "Quickly, take your clansmen and flee. This is a core formation realm demon. Even Zhou Duankong cannot contend with it." Zhou Longxiang's pupils contracted, and he swiftly withdrew the rusty sword, preparing to escape. However, at that moment, the surrounding clan members, upon witnessing the emergence of the creature, drew their weapons and charged at it. If he fled now, the demon would surely attack his kin. He could not allow it to harm them, to endanger his father. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Longxiang pivoted, aiming the rusty sword at the creature's brow. Though it may seem lengthy, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye, from the emergence of the Blood Barbarian to this moment. Scarcely 3 breaths had passed. Yet 3 breaths were sufficient for the Blood Barbarian to fixate on its target. It withdrew its claws from the statue, lunging towards Zhou Longxiang's chest, aiming to pierce his heart. Zhou Longxiang felt an immediate chill wash over him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Just as the claws were about to reach his heart, a cold snort rang out. "Get lost." The blood barbarian was pushed back several feet by the force of the voice, crashing into the wall and creating a large dent. Zhou Longxiang, caught in the wake of that commanding voice, felt his blood surge, yet he remained unharmed. He turned to locate the source of the voice, exclaiming in astonishment, "Father, when did you become so powerful?" Zhou Fuxing, feeling somewhat conflicted, thought to himself that he could hardly admit his cultivation had been achieved through such a pitiful means. He simply clasped his hands behind his back, sighed, and said, "Though my Qi was damaged, I have not ceased my cultivation over the years that my recent breakthroughs are likely the result of years of diligent practice." As he spoke, his demeanor was one of profound experience, and his gaze was far-reaching, compelling admiration. Hearing this, Zhou Longxiang, along with his elder brother and sister, felt their eyes welling with tears. "Father, you have suffered so much. Sai, let us first deal with this demon." Zhou Fuxing, fearing that continuing the conversation would cause him to break character, hastily pushed through the crowd and approached the blood barbarian. Looking at the hideous visage before him, Zhou Fuxing scoffed, "Having consumed the blood of my kin, you have given rise to such a monstrosity." The blood barbarian let out a low growl in response, then surprisingly spoke in human tongue. "Zhou, die." Zhou Fuxing was taken aback, his anger flaring. "You dare curse my Zhou family? Watch as I destroy you." Without missing a beat, he summoned his spirit energy and struck with an open palm. The great elder Zhou Duankong's voice rang out from behind. "That is a demon beast, blood barbarian. Are you seeking death?" Slap. Zhou Fuxing's palm had already struck the blood barbarian's head, causing its head to spin completely around before collapsing to the ground. Clapping his hands, Zhou Fuxing turned to the great elder, perplexed. "What was that you just said?" The grand elder smiled awkwardly and quickly pointed at the blood barbarian beast, saying, "I mentioned that this monstrous creature is exceedingly strange. You should be cautious, as it is not dead yet." Zhou Fuxing nodded and looked at the blood barbarian beast, which indeed still had a breath left, glaring menacingly at him. Surely, if it were any other creature, it would have perished by now. Demonic beasts cannot be judged by common sense. However, a creature capable of emerging from a statue is beyond any rationality. After a moment of internal lamentation, Zhou Fuxing swung his hand again. Crack! This time the sound was distinctly different. The blood barbarian beast's neck nearly twisted into a spiral, its eyes bulging wide, and it had already met its demise. All done. Zhou Fuxing wiped his hands, just about to deal with the basin of sacrificial blood, when he noticed that the blood ignited instantly upon the beast's death, turning into nothingness in an instant. What on earth is this? Zhou Fuxing pondered for a moment, unable to grasp the answer. However, the silver lining was that the creature was indeed dead, and no matter how strong it might have been, it could not alter the fact that he would always exist at a higher realm than it. Alas, it was still a bit lacking, that if it were a true demonic beast of supernatural powers, he would be able to stride through Tianyang City with ease by now, perhaps even make some headway regarding the theft of elixirs. But in such a pressing situation, any increase in strength might endanger his kin. Zhou Fuxing steadied his mind and let out a sigh of relief that at that moment, the grand elder Zhou Duankong approached again. Speaking gravely, "We must not be careless. This is clearly not the true blood barbarian, merely a manifestation created for sacrifices." Zhou Fuxing was instantly taken aback. If even a casually birthed avatar was this strong, how powerful must the original be? The last appearance of the blood barbarian beast was outside Tianyang City. The grand elder said solemnly, "I never expected that our Zhou family would also bear its shadow. It is likely that many more avatars lurk in the dark. From now on, you all must exercise caution when going out." Zhou Fuxing thought to himself that it was time for the children to venture out. Chapter 11. Whatever you desire, I shall provide in just a few days. The Zhou family had encountered numerous upheavals, leaving everyone somewhat disoriented. The return of the once great talent Zhou Fuxing, the collusion between the family steward and the demonic entity, and, unbeknownst to them, the supernatural thief of elixirs. Although the thief had only taken a single Qian pill, who could say they would not return? The feeling of a family treasury being plundered at will was enough to infuriate anyone with dignity. This matter required careful deliberation, The immediate priority was to locate Zhou Li. This individual was like a thorn lodged in the throat, needing removal. All members of the Zhou family. Zhou Fuxing spoke loudly, his voice resonating that in this recent period, you must travel in pairs. If you encounter any suspicious individuals or anything else, report back immediately. At this moment, he had already expelled Zhou Li, and with the Grand Elder standing behind him, he displayed his cultivation at the Spirit Sea realm. An member of the Zhou family dared voice any dissent. Coupled with the Patriarch's decree in his hand, he merely needed to choose an auspicious day to formalize his position. Indeed, he could almost be considered the Patriarch of the Zhou family now. Understood. We are aware. Second uncle. The family members responded in unison, and Zhou Fuxing turned to Zhou Duankong, saying, Grand Elder, we must remain vigilant in the coming days. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Rest assured, I shall protect the Zhou family. Focus on your cultivation. Zhou Fuxing inwardly scoffed, realizing that his recent breakthroughs had given the Grand Elder a false impression. However, without a more formidable presence, he too would find it challenging to advance. As long as you can find someone with extraordinary cultivation, I can take off. Subsequently, Zhou Fuxing dispersed the crowd and walked with the Grand Elder in the courtyard. Grand Elder, over these years, have you discerned if there are any individuals within the family akin to Zhou Li? The Zhou family had been under Zhou Li's control for so long. He must have nurtured some loyal subordinates. However, he regretted that he had lived in the courtyard for too long and had not paid attention to family affairs. This moment could be an opportunity to reorganize the family. The following day, Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Chufeng returned to Wuliang Mountain, while Zhou Longxiang was in his chamber, listening to the teachings of Sword Elder. Little one, your talent is severely lacking. You must exert efforts beyond the ordinary. Sword Elder, what should I do? The rusted sword trembled slightly, and Sword Elder's voice carried a tinge of nostalgia. You have seen it. Your family is currently facing turmoil that I fear that everyone has underestimated the impending disaster. Zhou Longxiang was taken aback, quickly inquiring, what if your family's most talented individual is indeed your father? But still, it is not enough. What crisis could be so dire that even my father's powers cannot resolve it? Zhou Longxiang felt anxious. His father had achieved consecutive breakthroughs yesterday and could easily slay the blood barbarian beast. How could such strength be deemed insufficient by Sword Elder? Do not fret. I am still here. Sword Elder chuckled. However, your father has slain an avatar of the blood barbarian beast, and he may have already stirred the hornet's nest. Your task now is to defend against any potential enemies. Zhou Longxiang hesitated, but that blood barbarian beast was so powerful. Fear not, it won't be stronger than that beast. Moreover, I am here as well. Zhou Longxiang pondered for a moment and finally nodded decisively. All right, for the sake of the family, I shall strive to become stronger. Behind him, the rusted sword materialized a figure resembling an elder, stroking his beard in admiration that if only Zhou Fuxing could hear the words of Sword Elder, he would surely regard you as a confidant. Thank you for misleading my son. Zhou Longxiang embraced the rusted sword and quickly left the family, drawing no one's attention. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing was investigating the matter of Zhou Li offering sacrifices to the blood barbarian beast. Following the Grand Elder's leads, over the years, many members of the Zhou family had suffered casualties outside, as the cultivation world was fraught with peril. Some accidents were unavoidable. Yet, how many had met their end at Zhou Li's hands? Were there any traitors within the family? Such matters required careful scrutiny by the soon-to-be patriarch that family affairs are too complicated. It would be wonderful to find a successor. Zhou Fuxing had only taken over family matters for 2 days, but was already feeling overwhelmed. He truly couldn't understand why Zhou Li was so adamant about becoming the patriarch. He had no time for himself. My time is precious. As the genius of the Zhou family, I must diligently plot against my son. No, I must focus on my cultivation. Of course, with the family facing a crisis, it fell upon him to handle the situation himself. At this moment, Zhou Fuxing was examining a list of family members who had frequent contact with Zhou Li. If all those associated with Zhou Li were linked to the blood barbarian, that seemed improbable. Yet, to claim that no one was aware of anything would also be untrue. After all, over the years, how many family members had unknowingly fallen into Zhou Li's traps? It was inconceivable that there were no signs. The information had not reached everyone's ears, indicating it had been suppressed. among the family members. There were individuals tied to the blood barbarian beast. Patriarch, did you summon me? A family member by the name of Zhou Xinyun approached quickly, bowing his head before Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing raised an eyebrow, disregarding the issue of him addressing him as patriarch, and directly inquired, do you know anything about Zhou Li worshipping the statue of the demonic beast in his room? As Zhou Fuxing spoke, his cultivation at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm was gradually released, causing Zhou Xinyun to feel as if he were bearing an immense weight, struggling to breathe. Zhou Xinyuan's expression, once calm, clearly revealed his shock under the pressure of Zhou Fuxing's aura. It was important to note that Zhou Fuxing was now stronger than even the Grand Elder. Indeed, Zhou Xinyuan's face quickly transformed into one of fear, and he collapsed to the ground. What are you afraid of? Zhou Fuxing frowned and coldly snorted, causing Zhou Xinyun to tremble. Patriarch, I merely speculated about this matter. I have not witnessed it with my own eyes, which is why I did not report it. Zhou Fuxing had not expected this individual to be so accommodating. He must have been stunned by his swift defeat of the blood barbarian beast. Over the years, how many family members had perished at Zhou Li's hands? It was hard to believe that there was no collusion within the family. Patriarch, I have not done such a thing. Zhou Fuxing coldly retorted. Regardless, ignoring it certainly counts as involvement, does it not? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyun fell silent. He was merely an ordinary person without cultivation, and upon witnessing that terrifying blood barbarian beast, he could not muster any resistance. Yet the fact remained that silence was also a form of complicity. Zhou Fuxing stated sternly, I do not hold it against you. However, you must provide appropriate compensation. Patriarch, I will give you anything you desire. Am I that kind of person? Zhou Fuxing scolded, then continued, I need you to offer the blood barbarian beast once more. I wish to research what exactly it is. Chapter 12. Who dares to offend my son? Zhou Xinyun was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Zhou Fuxing. Did you not hear me clearly? Just as Zhou Fuxing was about to repeat himself, he suddenly noticed Zhou Xinyun trembling violently, his limbs going limp, collapsing to the ground. Patriarch, please spare me. Zhou Fuxing's expression darkened, angrily rebuking. Am I not here? I can easily slay one with a single blow. What is there to fear? Zhou Xinyuan's face was filled with distress, stammering, but that blood sacrifice thing is too horrifying. Zhou Fuxing, upon witnessing the current state of this individual, felt an irritable anger welling within him. Yet he was also internally convinced that this person could not possibly be a companion of Zhou Li, for he exuded an aura of cowardice. Growing weary of further pointless discourse, Zhou Fuxing seized him by the collar and leaped forth, soaring out of the family estate. This experimental sacrifice he resolved to initiate with the capture of a wild beast. Zhou Xinyuan, held firmly in Zhou Fuxing's grasp, was battered by the fierce winds that distorted his visage, his gaze filled with trepidation as he stared ahead. After traversing outside the city for a while, they ventured into a vast mountain, where they successfully hunted a wild boar and swiftly returned. Upon entering Zhou Li's chamber, they found the shattered statue of the blood barbarian, still lying in disarray. Zhou Fuxing procured a large basin, filling it with the blood of the wild boar, placing it as an offering before the statue. Though the statue lay in fragmented pieces, every time Zhou Fuxing beheld it, an unsettling sensation would flutter within his heart. It seemed that the statue had not relinquished its function as an object of veneration. Suddenly, the blood barbarian statue emitted a blaze of crimson light, and Zhou Fuxing could distinctly perceive a mysterious aura rising from the blood, infusing the statue. That appeared to absorb the offering. Yet the sensation of the blood barbarian felt far less oppressive than on that fateful day. Zhou Fuxing mused to himself. It seems that different kinds of creatures can bestow him with varying strengths. Surely, the mightiest must be humanity. Feeling slightly nauseated, Zhou Fuxing stepped back instinctively, distancing himself from the blood barbarian. However, with this movement, he became acutely aware of a subtle connection forming within his own body, seemingly linked to the blood barbarian statue. This, undoubtedly, was the essence of sacrifice. A thought crossed his mind. The spiritual energy within him surged forth, effortlessly severing that connection. Yet in a fleeting glance, Zhou Xinyun faltered, his eyes now a fiery red. Zhou Fuxing regarded him coolly, refraining from intervention. Zhou Xinyun was fixated on the blood barbarian statue when suddenly, A beam of crimson light shot forth from it, piercing directly into his brow. Zhou Xin whirled around, baring his teeth at Zhou Fuxing, his eyes now ablaze with a scarlet hue. Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow and instinctively restrained Zhou Xinyuan. Contemplating the situation, was the hostility emanating from him a mere instinctive reaction? Or did he recall the events of yesterday? To Zhou Fuxing, yesterday was simply the day he had dispatched a blood barbarian beast with a single strike, incinerating its remains without a trace. Yet, did the blood barbarian possess a shared memory with its kind? Was this act of sacrifice akin to resurrecting the blood barbarian from the previous day? With no other blood barbarian statues in sight, this question remained unanswered for now. Nevertheless, it was clear that the entity before him was an enigmatic beast, and any caution would be warranted. The probability of it targeting him was considerably high, especially since Zhou Li had been offering sacrifices to the blood barbarian for many years without encountering such a phenomenon. Contemplating this, Zhou Fuxing summoned his spiritual energy, gradually infusing it into Zhou Xinyuan's body. Before long, Zhou Xinyuan regained his senses, gasping for breath. "Do you recall anything?" Zhou Fuxing inquired. Zhou Xin, bewildered, replied, "I seem to remember the clan leader placing the basin beneath the statue, but it feels as though it were a dream." Zhou Fuxing nodded and helped him to his feet, instructing, "For the next few days, you shall stay with me. This way, I can address any issues promptly." This declaration sent a shiver down Zhou Xinyuan's spine. Yet he could only accept it with a stiff upper lip. Zhou Fuxing ensured he was settled before seeking out another clan member to gather information regarding the blood barbarian beast. Perhaps they could locate another blood barbarian statue, and then they might ascertain whether all blood barbarian beasts recognized him. After shattering the statue once more, Zhou Fuxing was about to return home for rest when a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Detection. Host's third son, Zhou Longxiang, is encountering formidable foes. Enemy's realm insufficient. Cultivation ascension cancelled. Oh, Longxiang has ventured out. Who has he provoked now? Zhou Fuxing shook his head. Given the enemy's low cultivation, there was no need for him to be overly concerned. Although Longxiang was merely at the second level of spirit gathering, the sword in his hand was exceptionally powerful. It was only after Zhou Fuxing's breakthrough that he realized his son's sword was extraordinary. To those of lesser cultivation, it appeared to be nothing more than a rusty blade. However, those with a keen eye could discern the faint traces of spiritual energy entwined around it, though this energy was tenuous. It possessed remarkable resilience and was decidedly unusual. Who could have been foolish enough to provoke his son? Was Longxiang truly that easy to bully? Zhou Fuxing muttered proudly to himself before turning to re-enter the house. Yet, just as he took a step, another notification rang out. Zhou Longxiang's encounters with formidable foes are increasing. System is detecting cultivation levels. Congratulations, host. Cultivation has ascended to the 8th level of Spirit C. Zhou Fuxing's expression darkened abruptly, causing the air around him to chill several degrees. Who dared to provoke my son? With a decisive step, Zhou Fuxing vanished from his previous spot, leaving behind a deep indentation in the ground that attested to his profound cultivation. At the outskirts of the Zhou family estate, amidst an unknown, desolate mountain, Zhou Longxiang wielded the rusty sword, glaring fiercely at two figures in the distance. His clothing was torn, revealing two wounds that trickled blood. Yet he seemed oblivious to his injuries. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to such wounds, for he even found the presence of mind to jest with his sword's spirit. Old sword. Old sword, didn't you say you could handle this? Old sword, equally troubled, observed the two figures before them, neither human nor ghostly, seemingly impervious to his spiritual energy attacks. They appeared no different from ordinary cultivators, and it was precisely this normalcy that led Zhou Longxiang to suffer injuries. However, after a bout of combat, he discerned that they seemed devoid of any sense of pain. Their expressions were vacant, yet their speed was astonishing, as if they were being manipulated by another. This must be a being connected to the blood barbarian, yet distinctly different. How perplexing. What could they possibly be? Zhou Longxiang had not anticipated that even the well-versed old sword could not identify the identity of these two figures, causing him to grow increasingly solemn. "Let me give it another try," Zhou Longxiang declared as he drew his sword, launching himself toward one of the assailants. He was injured and could not outrun them. Resistance was his only option. Clang! The rusty sword swung forth. only to be seized by one of the figures with a firm grip, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against iron. Old sword. Zhou Longxiang felt a flicker of panic. His cultivation was simply too lacking, making combat exceedingly arduous. Old sword emerged from the rusty blade, coalescing into an arrow of spiritual energy aimed at the assailant's brow. Yet the figure disregarded it entirely, crushing the rusty sword with sheer force. The spiritual energy arrow struck the figure's brow, melting away like water and dissipating into the air. Meanwhile, the rusty sword trembled in Zhou Longxiang's grasp, and without old sword's assistance, it would have surely shattered. Spurt. Zhou Longxiang was jolted by the shock, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kid, let go. Old sword reformed and shouted at Zhou Longxiang. However, Zhou Longxiang hesitated for a moment. This rusty sword was imbued with the spirit of old sword. Though it appeared dilapidated, it was indeed extraordinary. After all, given his poor talent, this might be his only means of becoming stronger. How could he resign himself to relinquish it? Zhou Longxiang's heart burned with indignation at the thought of his own weakness, igniting a fierce flame within him as he exerted force. The internal energy surged through the rusty sword into the assailant's hand, causing the figure to tremble momentarily, loosening their grip. It was crucial to note that Zhou Longxiang was merely at the spirit-gathering realm. Had anyone been present to witness this moment, they would undoubtedly be compelled to praise him. Truly worthy of the name Longxiang. Yet it was but a fleeting instant. The assailant, seemingly incensed, let out a long howl and reached for Zhou Longxiang's neck with one hand. With no escape and unwilling to abandon old sword, Zhou Longxiang extended his hand to retaliate. However, facing an opponent of the Spirit Sea realm with his spirit-gathering cultivation, he was undeniably walking a path towards certain doom that did not harm Longxiang. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a furious roar erupted, unleashing a powerful gale. The assailant's hair was tousled by the winds, dust flying into their eyes, eliciting a cry of pain as they withdrew their hand. Meanwhile, the other, less powerful assailant was blown away, crashing into a large rock, rendered unconscious. "Father, you came!" Zhou Longxiang exclaimed with joy, hastily withdrawing the rusty sword and rushing to his father's side. Nearby, old sword, still recuperating within the rusty blade, was startled by the sudden outburst, nearly losing his composure. This person has significantly advanced in cultivation. How has he trained so swiftly? Is this truly the talent of Zhou family's former Qilin child? Since Old Sword had been picked up by Zhou Longxiang, he had listened to the tales of Zhou Fuxing's exploits, thus feeling quite familiar with him. Yet ever since the resurgence of the Sea of Energy, Old Sword found himself utterly confounded. What manner of being was this? If everyone in the world cultivated as swiftly as he did, what need would there be for blood barbarians? He was practically a humanoid blood barbarian himself. Old Sword nearly wished for Zhou Longxiang to properly worship and pay homage to his father, for although they were adoptive father and son, the disparity in their talents was simply too vast. Meanwhile, upon seeing Zhou Longxiang injured, Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. Yet after a careful examination, he found no severe harm, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "That I should be the one asking you. What brings you here all alone?" Zhou Fuxing, though his words bore a menacing intent, displayed an expression filled with deep affection and profound concern. "It seems that these are tumultuous times. Before you venture out, you must inform me and take several companions with you. Do you understand?" Zhou Longxiang nodded in shame, murmuring, "I merely wish to assist the family in investigating certain matters. Yet you must exercise caution." Zhou Fuxing admonished him a few times before turning his gaze towards the peculiar individual. This man was clad in resplendent attire, from which a faint fragrance could be discerned, indicating that he had recently bathed. His features were impeccably handsome. Had it not been for the vacant expression in his eyes, one might easily mistake him for the patriarch of a wealthy family. Zhou Fuxing suddenly recalled Zhou Xinyan, who had been ensnared in a trance. The only difference was that this man's eyes were not red. Could it be that this individual is also connected to the blood barbarian beast? Yet, judging by his appearance, he seemed to have been an ordinary person not long ago. Could it be that the blood barbarian beast has influence in Tianyang City as well? This was something that required further verification. As Zhou Fuxing strode purposefully towards the man, Zhou Longxiang could not help but exclaim, "Father, be cautious. He possesses formidable strength." Zhou Fuxing waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern, and promptly seized the man for a closer examination. The peculiar individual was momentarily blinded by the wind and sand Zhou Fuxing had conjured, clutching his eyes and growling, completely unresponsive to Zhou Fuxing's actions. Zhou Fuxing reached into the man's sleeve and retrieved a jade pendant. On. The pendant bore a character that was extraordinarily contorted, exuding an artistic flair. After a prolonged glance, Zhou Fuxing barely discerned it to be the character for Han. This man could not possibly be a master from the Han family of Tianyang City. Tianyang City housed several families, with the Zhou family barely ranking in the upper echelons. The Han family, on the other hand, was a genuine top-tier family, boasting a population 5 times that of the Zhou family. Not to mention the levels of their cultivators. They even had 2 prominent figures in the realm of divine powers. The peculiar individual before him was likely a direct descendant of the Han family. Given his fine attire and the jade pendant being a spiritual artifact, how many from the Han family had transformed into beings like this? It was truly terrifying. Zhou Fuxing's expression darkened as he stated, "This is bad. The Zhou family has not conducted a thorough investigation, and perhaps there are similar individuals among us." With a grim countenance, Zhou Fuxing rendered the Han family member unconscious, lifting him and turning to leave. Zhou Longxiang, witnessing this, also picked up another individual and closely followed behind, that in a dilapidated courtyard within Tianyang City. A figure sat cross-legged upon a tree stump, with a cauldron of alchemical flames blazing before him. Clad in a blue robe adorned with crimson patterns and wearing a peculiar crown that resembled flames, the alchemist's eyes were tightly shut, crimson spiritual energy swirling around the cauldron and his body. "Master, another person from the Han family has gone missing." Beside this individual, a delicate young girl propped her chin in her hands, speaking dully that "I am aware, ye cha that do not disturb my alchemy. If a Han family member has fled, let them be," he replied nonchalantly. That Yi Cha obediently nodded, then inquired curiously, "Master, why has it taken so long to refine this fire essence pill? Could it be a sham?" Yuqing's expression darkened as he scolded, "What have I taught you? The potency of the fire essence pill is intricately concealed, and given its fiery nature, repeated refinement may lead to unforeseen accidents that if it were not for the arrival of another person, it could take several months to perfect." He then softened slightly, continuing to explain, "This pill holds no value for those lacking fire-related cultivation techniques, yet it is immensely precious and challenging to refine. Otherwise, the Zhou family would not have kept it hidden for so many years without selling it." Yi Chan nodded in understanding. "So, Master, you took it to prevent it from going to waste." Chapter 14. The unseen arrival. Yuqing's expression darkened further, and he ceased conversing with Yi Cha. However, after a moment's reflection, he grew concerned that the individual from the Han family might cause trouble, prompting him to extinguish the flames of the cauldron and rise to his feet. As a gifted alchemist, pausing the refinement of the fire essence pill posed no difficulty, though it might result in a considerable loss of medicinal properties, an unfortunate waste. Yuqing swiftly exited, sensing the direction of the Han family member and hurrying towards it. At this moment, in the Zhou family, Zhou Fuxing had restrained the 2 Han family members and ordered his kin to refrain from venturing outside. However, waiting idly was not a solution. After some contemplation, he summoned Zhou Longxiang. "Longxiang, would you be willing to venture out once more to investigate?" Having fully recovered from his injuries, Zhou Longxiang felt a wave of incredulity upon hearing his father's request. Just earlier, he had been reprimanded for going out, and now he was being asked to do it again. It was quite the embarrassment. Zhou Fuxing was aware that he was somewhat contradicting himself. But he had no choice. His son was the only one he truly trusted in the entire Zhou family. Bring along several defensive treasures, and do not be afraid. If you encounter someone at the earth level, fight them. If you face someone of higher rank, I will come to your aid." Zhou Longxiang, recalling his father's timely appearances in critical moments, curiously asked, "Father, how do you know when I am in danger?" Of course, it is the deep love a father holds for his son. Zhou Fuxing thought of this and then vaguely explained, "It is a talent of mine. I sense a warning when danger approaches." Zhou Longxiang nodded in astonishment, just as Elder Jian interjected, "Once could be explained away, but consistently so is truly remarkable. Could it be that you possess the ability to discern intentions? But how could such a talent manifest in this humble Dian dynasty?" Zhou Longxiang merely registered mild surprise at this remark, as he was only pleased to acknowledge his father's abilities. That I understand, father. Subsequently, Zhou Fuxing personally accompanied his son, Zhou Longxiang, on a tour of the family treasury. Procuring several defensive artifacts. Take these. Do not venture into overly dangerous areas just yet, that I will seek an opportunity to visit Tianyang City and procure a better one for you. Zhou Longxiang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father. I shall set out to investigate. Go ahead. Zhou Fuxing observed him with satisfaction, feeling he had discovered an excellent method to grow stronger. Want to grow stronger? Then let my son provoke formidable enemies. Too dangerous? Then let him gain experience. Even if he was merely at the opening vein stage, armed with celestial-level defensive artifacts, he could seek out others without fear. Who among the demon sovereigns or divine kings would dare bully his son? They would be obliterated in an instant, even if their cultivation was a level above. With visions of a promising future, Zhou Fuxing cheerfully saw off Zhou Longxiang and then proceeded to the area where the two Han family members were being held. The two remained unconscious, tended to by a capable Zhou family member. After instructing the Zhou family member to stand back, Zhou Fuxing examined the two Han family members. They remained in a comatose state, showing no reaction to anything related to the blood barbarian beast. Just as Zhou Fuxing was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding air. This fluctuation was exceedingly discreet, yet could not escape his perception. After all, even before his cultivation was diminished, he had indeed been a genius. Who comes from afar? What brings you to my Zhou family? Zhou Fuxing spoke calmly, his demeanor indifferent, yet he was already on high alert. Swish, a figure materialized seemingly from thin air, gazing curiously at Zhou Fuxing. Apologies, I am the alchemist Yu Qing. Sensing the aura of a beast, I came to investigate. Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow slightly. The origins of this individual were unclear, and it was uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Moreover, what right did anyone have to intrude upon another's home to investigate beasts? Every prominent family harbored a few beasts to hone the skills of their descendants. In a nonchalant tone, he replied, "There are no beasts here. You may leave, esteemed guest." Yu Qing performed a courteous bow, then turned to exit. The Zhou family member waiting outside stared in wide-eyed confusion, unable to comprehend how another person had suddenly appeared. Only after Yu Qing had truly departed from the Zhou family did Zhou Fuxing begin to ponder the moment of the man's arrival. It seemed he had appeared from nowhere, yet Zhou Fuxing could sense that the individual had either traveled at such speed or employed some form of illusion to create the impression of sudden appearance. It was unlikely that it was merely speed. Such velocity could only be achieved by someone of the Dharma body realm. Thus, it must have been an illusion. But what manner of appearance would necessitate the use of such subterfuge? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Fuxing suddenly had a flash of insight and exclaimed, "Earth escaped divine power." This individual was highly likely the one who had stolen the fire essence pill. Zhou Fuxing's expression grew serious. The affairs regarding the blood barbarian were unresolved, and now another unidentified figure with divine powers had appeared. Recalling earlier, when he had exposed himself in the presence of a practitioner of divine powers, and considering that the other could come and go without a trace, Zhou Fuxing's expression darkened. He must find a way to break through quickly. This feeling of allowing others to enter and exit the family at will, coupled with being outmatched in cultivation, was indeed disconcerting. That I cannot allow this. I must personally keep an eye on Longxiang. Though Zhou Fuxing felt displeased, he remained calm. This person had freely entered his home and taken something. It was only right that he should teach him a lesson. Instructing his kin to keep a close watch on the Han family members, Zhou Fuxing set off to find his son. Longxiang at this moment, Zhou Longxiang, with several defensive artifacts stowed away, felt emboldened and made his way to a mountain situated some distance from the family and Tianyang City. The sky gradually darkened, hinting at an impending rainstorm. Elder Jian, having detected an abandoned temple atop the mountain, instructed Zhou Longxiang to proceed there. Creak! Pushing open the decrepit temple door, Zhou Longxiang beheld flickering flames illuminating the great hall ahead. Surely, it was simply travelers seeking shelter from the rain. "Child, do not let your guard down," Jian Lao cautioned, and Zhou Longxiang nodded slightly, taking measured steps towards the grand hall. The flickering flames within the hall were not particularly bright, likely only kindled by a single individual. Upon entering, he beheld a figure curled up in a corner. As Zhou Longxiang approached, He realized that this individual was none other than the elder of the pharmacy. At this moment, the elder appeared emaciated, his face gaunt, yet his bloodshot eyes were filled with a trace of terror. "Elder?" Zhou Longxiang inquired tentatively, but the pharmacy elder seemed oblivious to his presence, still huddled and fixated on the flickering flames without uttering a word. A sense of eeriness washed over Zhou Longxiang. Although this elder had conspired with Zhou Li to frame him, witnessing his current state evoked no feelings of hatred within Zhou Longxiang. "Elder, what has transpired?" Zhou Longxiang pressed on with further inquiries, and finally, the pharmacy elder responded with an unusually hoarse voice. "We are all doomed. You shall die. I shall die. Zhou Li is even less likely to survive." Zhou Li? Zhou Longxiang's heart tightened, taken aback that this individual, who had already departed from the Zhou family, would still be entangled in such matters. Just as he was about to ask more, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 15. Do you trust your father? This place is exceedingly sinister, and the intentions of the newcomers are uncertain. Zhou Longxiang hastily concealed himself, suppressing his aura. "Old man, so you were hiding here," a raucous laugh emanated from outside, growing nearer, which instinctively repulsed those who heard it. However, Zhou Longxiang recognized it to be Zhou Feng, the son of Zhou Li. Zhou Feng continued to taunt, "Old man, you have seen my father. He is perfectly fine. Why are you so unwilling?" "Zhou Li, he cannot possibly survive," the pharmacy elder screamed in despair, seemingly aware of Zhou Li's inevitable fate. Zhou Feng was immediately incensed, shouting, "You old fool! The entire city is doomed. Only we can survive." Following this, a series of blows and the elder's cries of agony filled the air. Zhou Longxiang, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of dread, wishing to instantly inform his father. "Everyone in the city is doomed. Tianyang City. How could that be possible?" Yet Zhou Feng spoke with such conviction and pride, as if this calamity were his badge of honor. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Longxiang recalled the recent emergence of bloodthirsty beasts. Sensing a vague terror, as if a monstrous entity were rampaging unseen. Inside the hall, the pharmacy elder lay on the brink of death, yet he continued to repeat those ominous words. Zhou Feng declared with malice, "If you refuse to join us, then perish." He then aimed a brutal kick at the pharmacy elder's chest, intent on ending his life. But at that moment, a flash of sword light darted through the air, prompting Zhou Feng to hastily evade. "Who? Which scoundrel dares to ambush me?" At that moment, in a corner of the grand hall, two figures remained concealed in the shadows, observing the unfolding events. "Your son still possesses a modicum of conscience. The old man is on the verge of death," Zhou Fuxing remarked with displeasure. "Yuqing, my friend, please temper your words. This man was once the elder of my Zhou family's pharmacy, having colluded with others to frame Longxiang. It was during that time he nearly met his demise." He sighed, "Were it me, I would not even consider aiding him. How could I save anyone?" Yuqing, suddenly enlightened, praised him repeatedly. Zhou Fuxing then casually inquired, "By the way, Yuqing, this is your first encounter with Longxiang, correct? How do you know he is my son?" In truth, he was aware that Yuqing could enter and exit the Zhou family at will. Having surely familiarized himself with their internal affairs, Yuqing chuckled awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation. "Look closely. Are you not curious why Zhou Feng is so certain that the people of Tianyang City will perish?" This successfully shifted Zhou Fuxing's focus, prompting him to scrutinize the situation. Originally, Zhou Fuxing had come to find Zhou Longxiang to introduce him to a divine technique, but had encountered the alchemist Yuqing along the way. He never anticipated that they were headed to the same destination. Yuqing, as if unperturbed, produced his concealed artifact and invited Zhou Fuxing to hide together, leading to the scene that had just transpired. Zhou Fuxing sensed that Yuqing bore no ill will. Otherwise, he would have certainly compelled his son to confront him. Clang! Zhou Longxiang's rusted sword emitted a sharp cry as he pointed it at the collapsed Zhou Feng. "What scheme do you have? Speak." Zhou Feng, terrified by his demeanor, stammered, "El Longxiang, I don't think I have wronged you. Please let me go." Fuming, Zhou Longxiang retorted, "Have you wronged me? You intend to lead the people of Tianyang City to their demise, which includes the Zhou family." Without waiting for Zhou Feng's response, Zhou Longxiang kicked him fiercely, seething, "You are also a member of the Zhou family, sharing our blood. How can you be so heartless?" Zhou Feng's expression shifted drastically, and with gritted teeth he uttered, "I cannot divulge this matter. If you wish to survive, flee to another place." Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brows slightly. Zhou Feng appeared genuinely concerned, seemingly advising them to escape. But how could he flee? Not only for the sake of his kin, but even if they were to relocate entirely, could he merely stand by as everyone in Tianyang City perished? Zhou Longxiang evidently could not accept this answer. He pressed the rusted sword against Zhou Feng's throat, coldly stating, "If you do not clarify, you shall die first." Zhou Feng appeared on the verge of tears, trembling as he shifted the sword away slightly, saying, "I'll tell you, just let me go." Naturally, Zhou Feng shut his eyes and began to speak. Yet just as he opened his mouth, a flash of crimson light shot forth, piercing him through. The pharmacy elder was similarly struck, and in an instant they were reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Zhou Fuxing sprang into action, searching for the source of the blood-red light, with Yuqing following closely. Outside the dilapidated temple, they found a figure suspended in the courtyard, his gaze a deep crimson. Upon noticing Zhou Fuxing, the figure abruptly turned, fixing his gaze upon him. "Indeed, you recognize me." Zhou Fuxing snorted coldly, yet remained unfazed, standing tall and meeting his stare at that moment. Yuqing interjected with a chuckle. "Zhou Patriarch, this individual possesses divine abilities. You are no match for him." Zhou Fuxing cast a sidelong glance at him, responding nonchalantly, "If Yuqing has something to say, feel free to speak plainly." Yuqing's laughter was bright and refreshing, yet his words were absurd and reckless. "Zhou Patriarch, I presume you have deduced that I am the one who took your family's Qiandan. How about this? I will assist you in dealing with this individual, and we shall consider the matter of the elixir settled. What say you?" Zhou Longxiang, hastily emerging, regarded this proclamation with alarm. This foolish child remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zhou Fuxing smiled calmly. "There is no need for Yuqing to intervene. I can handle him myself." Yuqing looked around in astonishment, incredulous. "He is a practitioner of divine abilities. You are merely at the spiritual sea level. How do you expect to defeat him?" Before Zhou Fuxing could respond, Yuqing feigned retreat. "If the Patriarch does not agree, I shall take my leave," vanishing without a trace. Who would know if I chose not to intervene? Zhou Fuxing's brow twitched, wishing fervently for his son to rush forward and slap him twice. Yet he knew that Yuqing was merely toying with them, not genuinely intending to instigate hostilities, and so he refrained from answering. "Longxiang, do you trust your father?" Zhou Longxiang tightened his grip on the rusted sword, resolutely declaring, "Longxiang naturally trusts his father." "Please, father, speak." "Very well." Zhou Fuxing laughed heartily 3 times, pointing at the strange figure before them. "Together, let us father and son unite to subdue this individual." With that, he leaped forward, charging at the mysterious figure, and Zhou Longxiang followed suit without hesitation. Yuqing, witnessing this, exclaimed in shock, "Is he serious? He truly intends to confront a divine practitioner with his spiritual sea level? What does he possess to contend with him?" Even at this moment, the sword elder in Zhou Longxiang's mind fervently protested, utterly bewildered by Zhou Fuxing's actions. Chapter 16. Bestowal of Divine Abilities, yet Zhou Longxiang remained deaf to all warnings, his steps resolute. Zhou Fuxing was the person he trusted most. When he said to believe in his father, he genuinely believed in his ability to resolve the crisis. Before the duo, the strange figure roared, swinging his fist toward them. That moment, Zhou Fuxing heard the system's melodious announcement. System detected formidable enemy. Yusheng, target identified as a practitioner of the first level of divine abilities. Would you like to enhance your cultivation immediately? Yes. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to the second level of divine abilities. Zhou Fuxing was suddenly curious, pondering what divine ability he would awaken. Through discussions with the Grand Elder Zhou Duanko, he learned that divine abilities often correlate with one's personal cultivation techniques, while a select few geniuses might have their abilities tied to their convictions. For example, someone passionate about alchemy, if their conviction was strong enough, would have a significant chance of awakening a divine ability that enhances alchemy or perhaps fire magic. Host has ascended to the realm of divine abilities, according to the cultivation methods of this plane. Practitioners of divine abilities can randomly awaken a divine ability. This system provides a selection mechanism. The host may choose any divine ability for ascension. The arrival of this fortune was so sudden that Zhou Fuxing was wholly unprepared. While others awakened their divine abilities based on luck, he had the luxury of choice. Now, Zhou Fuxing truly faced a dilemma. With such a plethora of divine abilities, which one would be the most suitable for him? First, excluding all forms of cultivation, any supernatural abilities in this realm are rendered insignificant in the presence of a system. Next, setting aside technical skills such as alchemy and weapon forging, Zhou Fuxing simply wishes to live peacefully as a good father. With no time to delve into such matters that as for combat, it appears to be of little necessity. After all, the cultivation level enhanced by the system would not lead to an unstable foundation. Allowing someone to be defeated by an opponent of a higher tier, that if they are merely one rank above, their strength is inherently superior. Moreover, his own cultivation is bound to progress rapidly, rendering those treasures obsolete. Zhou Fuxing fell into deep contemplation. That moment, with the system's assistance, his cognitive speed surged, while the outside world seemed almost frozen in time, that a light bulb moment struck him, and he quickly spoke. System, grant me the ability to traverse the earth swiftly and penetrate walls. Indeed, what Zhou Fuxing desired was akin to the alchemist Yu Qing's prowess. He lacked in cultivation and combat prowess, but sought to enhance his speed. To vanish without a trace, like Yu Qing, was the optimal choice in his mind. Furthermore, with this ability, he could hasten his journey to his children. Indeed, it was a father's profound love that led him to make such a decision. The supernatural ability was successfully bestowed. With a whoosh, the surroundings instantly resumed their original pace as he brandished his sword, lunging towards the peculiar individual named Yusheng. Yet from an external perspective, within mere breaths, he had transformed entirely. Crack. With a flourish of his sword, he cleanly severed the man's head. A swift execution. Naturally, this was also a result of Zhou Fuxing's breakthrough in the heat of battle. Otherwise, that individual would have been on guard against such supernatural abilities. Sheathing his sword, his third son, Zhou Longxiang, dumbfoundedly inquired, "Father, how have you become so formidable? Weren't we supposed to join forces?" Zhou Fuxing replied earnestly, "After all, he is a being of the supernatural realm, that if he were to graze you, it could lead to severe injury. After careful consideration, I thought it best to eliminate him directly." Gulp. Zhou Longxiang swallowed hard, gazing in bewilderment at the rusted sword in his hand. The sword elder immediately retorted, "Kid, why are you looking at me? I have no idea what just transpired." The sword elder felt as though his spirit was nearly shaken out of him. How could this boy's father be so unfathomable? While he could attribute Zhou Fuxing's prior performance against Zhou Li to a buildup of latent power, how could one explain this newfound combat prowess? Even a buildup must adhere to fundamental principles. Or perhaps he had been cooped up in the sword for too long, unable to keep pace with the times? This level of talent was now deemed normal. The sword elder sulkily returned to the sword. Falling silent and withdrawn. Why Yu Qing, my fellow cultivator. Zhou Fuxing spoke calmly. It seems we ought to address the matter of the Qi Yin Dan. Yu Qing's mind was still processing the fact that Zhou Fuxing had confronted a being of the supernatural realm with his own cultivation level. And then, he beheaded the opponent? He won. Something felt amiss. Yu Qing's expression turned wary as he scrutinized Zhou Fuxing, stating sternly, "Zhou clan leader, this is where you are mistaken." "Oh," Yu Qing continued earnestly, "I openly admitted to taking your family's elixirs. Yet you concealed your cultivation from me." Zhou Fuxing's lips twitched, gaining a new understanding of Yu Qing's audacity. "That I asked that what you call taking? That was theft. And you call that honesty? It was opportunistic robbery." "Yu Qing, let us not jest. Let's clarify the matter to avoid our paths crossing with hostility." With his son by his side, Zhou Fuxing felt undeterred that if there were any objections, he could simply send his son to confront them. Yu Qing finally grew solemn, turning to the decapitated corpse, stating, "In Tianyang City, a significant event is about to unfold. I took your family's elixirs precisely to address this matter." "You stole them," Zhou Fuxing corrected. "Ah, yes, Yu Qing replied, looking quite dejected. Although his cultivation level was higher than Zhou Fuxing's, he truly did not dare to test his strength. Hadn't he seen that just a quarter of an hour ago, Zhou Fuxing was merely an ordinary being of the Spirit Sea realm, and it was he who had assisted in enhancing his speed. Ahem, in any case, keeping that elixir in your family would be a waste. I have no money to purchase it, so I had no choice but to take it." But fret not, I shall resolve the crisis in Tianyang City. No need to thank me. Zhou Fuxing hastily inquired. What danger looms over Tianyang City? Is it related to the blood-savage beasts? Yu Qing suddenly sighed, a look of melancholy crossing his face. This is a long story. Allow me to explain. Zhou Longxiang and Zhou Fuxing listened attentively. And even the sword elder within the sword perked up his ears. Yet, as soon as Yu Qing finished speaking, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Zhou Fuxing's expression darkened as he quickly employed his supernatural abilities to pursue him, leaving Zhou Longxiang standing in place, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the two figures that in Tianyang City. Within Yu Qing's dilapidated courtyard, Yi Cha was playing with a stick, drawing in the dirt when she suddenly saw her master plummet from the sky, crashing to the ground. Tossing aside her stick, she rushed over. Master, are you all right? Yu Qing grimaced. I'm fine, just a peculiar fellow looking for a chat. Thankfully, I fled quickly. Yi Cha remarked earnestly. So, Master is also afraid of talking to others? Just as Yu Qing was about to reprimand her, a voice filled with mirth rang in his ear. Why, Yu Qing, my fellow cultivator, you claim to lack the funds for elixirs. Seeing this dwelling, I must admit, I believe you. The speaker was none other than Zhou Fuxing, who revealed himself with a calm smile. Surprised, aren't you? I too can come and go without a trace in your home. Chapter 17. A great opportunity awaits you. Yu Qing appeared nonchalant, responding bluntly, come if you must. After all, there's nothing of value in my home. Zhou Fuxing did not engage in banter. He directly asked, what issue is about to arise in Tianyang City? Is there something you cannot disclose? Yu Qing wore a helpless expression. This matter will be resolved in due course. You need not concern yourself. It is of no benefit to you. Zhou Fuxing frowned slightly, instinctively sensing that this issue entangled many elements. Although the other party seemed unreliable, he did not strike him as a ruthless villain, so it was unlikely he was lying. Just as he was about to speak, the small girl nearby curiously interjected. Master, what are you talking about? Is it about the blood-savage beasts invading Tianyang City? Yu Qing's face darkened as he scolded, go play elsewhere, and do not speak of matters that do not concern you. Zhou Fuxing could no longer stand by idly, stating earnestly, is it that Yu Qing does not trust my Zhou family? I too act for the sake of my clan. Naturally, I stand with you. An extra ally is always beneficial, is it not? As he spoke, Zhou Fuxing gradually released his cultivation level, the aura of the supernatural realm vastly distinct from that of the spirit sea realm. Yu Qing's expression shifted as he hastily cautioned, quickly conceal it. The higher your cultivation, the more likely you are to attract attention. After saying this, he promptly pulled Yi Cha to the side, suppressing his presence to hide. Zhou Fuxing had been harboring a surge of anger. At this moment, he saw no reason to back down, dismissively declaring, I wish to see precisely what it is. Not only did he not suppress his aura, but he instead amplified it further. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yet the surroundings fell eerily silent, with not a whisper of wind or rustle of grass. Zhou Fuxing suddenly realized that despite his aura being released, those supernatural beings in Tianyang City had not reacted at all. This was akin to someone banging a drum at his doorstep, yet there was no response whatsoever. Utterly illogical. Zhou Fuxing concentrated his thoughts and vanished from his spot, reappearing several hundred steps away on a bustling street. It was midday, and the street was teeming with people, lively and bustling. However, Zhou Fuxing sensed something was amiss. There seemed to be a notable decrease in the number of cultivators compared to before. He quickly utilized his speed to investigate and ultimately discovered several individuals with bloodshot eyes in an inn. These individuals were currently staring intently at the direction of Yu Qing's residence. Or rather, the spot where he had just been. The moment Zhou Fuxing made his appearance, these cultivators instantly reacted, charging toward him. Zhou Fuxing had undergone a remarkable transformation and was not afraid of these individuals. With a casual wave, he sent them flying. Just as Zhou Fuxing contemplated continuing his search, he suddenly noticed a large crowd of red-eyed cultivators gathering outside. They surrounded him, gradually closing in, and no wonder there had been no response after he released his aura. They were waiting for their numbers to swell before launching a fatal strike. Zhou Fuxing's expression grew grave. The behavior of these peculiar individuals was markedly different from before. Previously, they had only charged forward with cries. Now, they surrounded him in silence, that if the blood savage beast had indeed controlled these individuals, it would be unlikely for them to exhibit such intelligence. Could it be that someone was stirring the waters, masquerading as the blood savage beasts and manipulating the city's cultivators? The urgent task at hand was to discover a means to restore these cultivators. There were simply too many of them. Even if he could eliminate them all with sheer strength, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Zhou Fuxing concentrated his thoughts, disappearing from view, and moments later, he arrived at the perimeter of the Han family estate. As one of the most powerful families in Tianyang City, the Han family should have noticed the presence of individuals whose minds had been compromised. Moreover, 2 individuals were being held captive in their estate. He found it hard to believe that the Han family had not noticed. Zhou Fuxing approached the front gate, where 2 members of the Han family immediately blocked his path. Zhou Fuxing declared straightforwardly, "Go inform your family head that Zhou Fuxing, the head of the Zhou family from outside the city, has urgent matters to discuss with him." As Zhou Fuxing spoke, he emanated the aura of his supernatural powers, causing the 2 members of the Han family across from him to recoil in shock. "Zhou clan leader, please do not stand on ceremony. Follow me," they urged. What a jest! There are hardly a handful of supernatural beings in the entirety of Tianyang City. And yet, the Zhou family has produced one. Zhou Fuxing, however, did not enter but instructed, "I shall await him at the opposite Baijiang Tower. Please convey my message." With that, he turned and departed, after his breakthrough to supernatural powers. He realized that the aura of such powers was exceedingly perceptible to another at the same realm. This sensitivity had been pivotal in his pursuit of Yu Qing. Yet, upon arriving in Tianyang City, he discerned numerous anomalies, while the Han family appeared to go about their lives as if nothing was amiss. The Zhou family had been late to grasp the situation, primarily because they resided on the outskirts. Being a lesser family, Zhou Fuxing silently prepared himself and dispatched a missive to his family, urging his son, Longxiang, to arrive post-haste. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for he had already investigated and discovered that the head of the Han family, Han Mingyuan, was merely at the first level of supernatural powers, even a tier below himself. Hardly a cause for concern that it was not long before Han Mingyuan arrived, exclaiming, "I have come to congratulate you on the emergence of another formidable supernatural master in Tianyang City." Zhou Fuxing inwardly scoffed, "Isn't it I who invited you here?" Yet he brushed aside this thought and directly inquired, "Honorable Han, have you noticed any peculiar occurrences in Tianyang City of late?" Instead of answering immediately, Han Mingyuan audaciously seated himself, poured himself a drink, and then whispered conspiratorially, "So, the Zhou clan leader has noticed something unusual? Pray tell, what might it be?" Zhou Fuxing feigned annoyance, insisting, "Han clan leader, do not play coy. This is indeed a matter of great import." Han Mingyuan shook his head slightly, leisurely sipping his drink before producing a jade pendant for Zhou Fuxing to inspect. That a defensive treasure? Could this be a crucial clue to the matter at hand? Zhou Fuxing pondered his surprise. Han Mingyuan merely shook his head and revealed a sword, its azure blade radiating an enchanting aura that was utterly captivating. "That I doubt your Zhou family could afford such a weapon even if you emptied your coffers. Should you fancy these 2 treasures, I shall bestow them upon you today." Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. What was the purpose of such generous gifts upon his arrival? Noticing Zhou Fuxing's expression, Han Mingyuan continued, "If the clan leader is unsatisfied, I have much more to offer." Zhou Fuxing coldly interrupted, "Speak plainly, Han clan leader." At this, Han Mingyuan stored away the items, sighing, "Since you have already perceived the unusual happenings in Tianyang City, I shall not conceal the truth from you. A grand opportunity for our cultivation has arrived." Chapter 18. The master of the blood barbarian beast. As he spoke, he stood and gradually released his cultivation, revealing that he had indeed broken through to the second level of supernatural powers. "Having practiced for 50 years and benefiting from my family's support, I believed I had reached my zenith. Yet, unexpectedly, I have ascended another level in just a few days, all thanks to the assistance of Elder Jing." Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow. He had yet to resolve the issue with the blood barbarian beast. And now another peculiar figure emerged. Without hesitation, he asked, "Might I inquire if the Han clan leader has heard anything regarding the blood barbarian beast?" To his astonishment, Han Mingyuan burst into laughter. "These past days, has the Zhou clan leader been troubled by it? Fear not, it is merely a pet raised by Elder Jing." This revelation left Zhou Fuxing astounded. He never expected the blood barbarian beast to have an owner. and Han Mingyuan seemed to hold this individual in high regard. Zhou Fuxing swiftly gathered his inner energy, prepared for a confrontation. That moment, the implications became clear. Han Mingyuan was not only aware of the beast's havoc wreaked upon the cultivators, but had allowed it to roam free. Even his own kin had been ensnared. Yet he showed no concern, and no wonder he had kept those two members of the Han family imprisoned for so long without any attempt to rescue them. It appeared they were entirely indifferent. Han Mingyuan continued unabated. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Yet upon breaking through, one feels akin to a celestial being. Elder Jing has reached the 9th level of supernatural powers and has been stuck for decades. To transcend to the next realm, he must make preparations. With his vast array of heavenly materials and treasures, a mere favor in return could earn you his generosity. He then turned to Zhou Fuxing. What say you, Zhou clan leader? Zhou Fuxing recalled Zhou Feng's ominous words about the impending doom for the entire city and felt a chill run down his spine. That it appeared there was a cultivator named Jing who intended to sacrifice the populace for his ascension. Practicing dark arts. And this Han clan leader not only complied, but also sought to conceal this from others. He was left wondering how the Zhou family had garnered such favor from this individual. Contemplating his next move, Zhou Fuxing feigned shock, exclaiming, "Is it truly so? However, might I inquire where Elder Jing currently resides?" His tone was laden with a mixture of astonishment, anticipation, and a hint of madness, portraying a character driven by greed and devoid of principles. Han Mingyuan merely shook his head. Elder Jing is as elusive as a dragon, and I know not where he is. Zhou Fuxing felt a pang of regret. If only he could ascertain the man's whereabouts. He could send his son to eliminate the threat, thereby eradicating all evil. Yet he remained patient. There would be ample opportunities ahead. But for now, he needed to deal with Han Mingyuan. Han Mingyuan extolled the virtues of acquiescing to Elder Jing. Zhou Fuxing seized the moment and struck decisively. This man could not be allowed to see the dawn of another day. They were both at the 2nd level of supernatural powers. Who would fear whom? Han Mingyuan, caught unawares, suffered an internal injury and coughed up blood. Furious, Han Mingyuan brandished the very sword he had intended as a gift to Zhou Fuxing and retaliated. However, he was simultaneously taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Fuxing also possessed the 2nd level of supernatural powers. Wasn't he a newly emerged supernatural master? How could he have reached such a level so swiftly? How could a minor family like the Zhou family have nurtured such a genius? Zhou Fuxing, I kindly offered you an opportunity, and you dare to ambush me. Zhou Fuxing had no time for banter. He unleashed a thunderous spell. Though he had risen to the 2nd level of supernatural powers through the system's aid, he had diligently practiced the arts since his arrival. With the solid foundation granted by the system, he could even contend against foes of higher tiers. To falter against an equal would be a dismal failure. Indeed, Han Mingyuan had not anticipated Zhou Fuxing's formidable strength. Caught off guard, he was struck by the thunder spell. Zhou Fuxing, I did not realize your cultivation was so advanced. You must have already engaged with Elder Jing. Are you now intent on usurping my Han family? Zhou Fuxing coldly retorted. You collude with malevolent forces, endangering the lives of the citizens of Tianyang City. You deserve to perish. The ensuing clash ravaged the 2nd floor of the tavern. Exposing its innards, the townsfolk, alarmed by the commotion, began to panic upon hearing Zhou Fuxing's declaration. As the leader of a prominent family, Han Mingyuan was a well-known figure in Tianyang City. Witnessing him in combat stirred concern among the onlookers. Zhou Fuxing continued, for the sake of trivial gain, you disregard the populace, and now you seek to drag me into your treachery. Even Han Mingyuan, brazen though he was, hesitated to confess in front of the crowd. His teeth clenched in irritation. You Zhou Fuxing have evidently resorted to some dark method to elevate your cultivation, and yet you dare to spout falsehoods. With a scoff, Zhou Fuxing ascended into the air, proclaiming loudly for all to hear, I am Zhou Fuxing, the patriarch of the Zhou family in Tianyang City. I have fortuitously broken through to the realm of supernatural powers, yet the Han family seeks to lead me into malevolent deeds. This enraged Han Mingyuan, realizing that Zhou Fuxing's actions could incite panic throughout Tianyang City. Should the townspeople flee, Elder Jing's plans would be thwarted, and he would surely face the wrath of the blood barbarian beast. Fearing further revelations from Zhou Fuxing, he hastily retreated, loudly protesting his innocence. However, In his eagerness to escape, his attack faltered, and Zhou Fuxing seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that severely wounded him. Without pausing, Zhou Fuxing pressed his advantage, intent on slaying Han Mingyuan on the spot. But just then, Han Mingyuan produced a talisman, swiftly shattering it, and vanished without a trace that a teleportation. Zhou Fuxing struck nothing but air, contemplating the nature of Han Mingyuan's disappearance. This was no mere illusion born of speed. It was a genuine teleportation technique. Surely, it was a gift from the so-called Elder Jing, a true display of extravagance. Teleportation techniques were exceedingly rare. Even those at the level of supernatural powers could not achieve such feats, let alone those at the level of manifestation. Even a minor teleportation talisman would be extraordinarily valuable. Could it be that Elder Jing was genuinely willing to part with such treasures? Most likely, upon breaking through to the next realm, his first order of business would be to reclaim all the borrowed treasures. Zhou Fuxing found himself at a loss for words. Did Han Mingyuan truly believe in the existence of such fortuitous circumstances? No wonder there has been no breakthrough for so long. With such a mindset, only a divine-level technique could barely salvage the situation. Zhou Fuxing no longer hesitated. His figure flashed as he pursued directly. Following the aura, he arrived outside the city, only to discover Han Mingyuan alongside a figure unleashing a fire technique, causing Han Mingyuan to ignite in flames. Chapter 19. Calling Father. How swift was Zhou Fuxing at this moment? To put it in terms familiar to Earth, he was likely nearing the speed of sound. Yet, when he caught sight of Han Mingyuan from a distance, the fire technique had only just been launched. By the time he arrived, Han Mingyuan had already been reduced to ashes. That is this the power of my family's Qi Yin Dan? Zhou Fuxing inquired, glancing at Yu Qing beside him. The one who had slain Han Mingyuan was naturally Yu Qing, who shook his head and replied, "It was you who severely injured him, thus resulting in such power. Moreover, this is my family's flame, refined through the fusion with Qi Yin Dan. It only has such effects on entities related to blood barbarian beasts." Zhou Fuxing nodded, then curiously asked, "Might I inquire as to which sect you belong? Are you acquainted with anyone surnamed Jing?" Yu Qing expressed surprise. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable." "I do not know that Jing Xing, but I am aware he is here to refine the Wanming Huaxing formation. I merely saw him passing by and wished to stop him." He continued, "As for my origins, that is a bit distant. In any case, I am not from this Dian dynasty." Zhou Fuxing nodded in realization, refraining from further questioning. "You could have clarified that sooner. However, I am still unaware of what the Wanming Huaxing formation entails." The Yu Qing chuckled wryly. Who would believe such things if they had not witnessed them with their own eyes? Simply put, this grand formation sacrifices the entire city's populace to enhance one's cultivation. Are you suggesting that the entire Tianyang city is already ensnared in this formation? Zhou Fuxing asked, astonished at his surprise. Yu Qing shook his head gravely. The entirety of Tianyang City is, in fact, a vast Wanming Huaxing formation. Yu Qing's words were astonishing, leaving Zhou Fuxing momentarily dumbfounded. The formation's patterns lay beneath the ground, heavily protected. Attempting to destroy the grand formation would be tantamount to obliterating the entire Tianyang City. Zhou Fuxing exclaimed in shock. So this Tianyang City has been constructed for the purpose of sacrificing the living since its inception? Indeed. Yu Qing nodded. Zhou Fuxing murmured, "But this city has existed for thousands of years, hasn't it? That Jing Xing? No, he must have discovered the secret of Tianyang City and sought to exploit it." Yu Qing laughed. "So, what do you think, my friend? Would others believe such matters?" Truth be told, Zhou Fuxing harbored doubts, yet the multitude of red-eyed cultivators present attested to the reality. And where did these blood barbarian beasts originate? He shifted the topic to why. Yu Qing shook his head. "This is clearly not an ordinary blood barbarian beast. It must have been a chance encounter for that Jing Xing." He then added, "As for those cultivators whose minds have been seized, with eyes glowing red, we have a specific term for them on our side. Lost souls." Zhou Fuxing nodded, swiftly regaining his composure, smiling. "Would you care to accompany me to the Han residence?" "Indeed, we should go. It was precisely because Han Mingyuan was exposed that I took action to slay him. Otherwise, I would have acted much sooner," Yu Qing stated, and the two promptly set off towards Tianyang City. Both adept at earth evasion techniques, they utilized their abilities to burrow underground en route to the Han residence. Zhou Fuxing keenly observed the foundations beneath Tianyang City, noting an abundance of superfluous or illogical designs, including the drainage system. For instance, where a water channel could travel in a straight line, it instead took a winding route. The foundation descended unevenly underground, with some rocks inscribed with incomprehensible patterns. Furthermore, as Tianyang City was circular, these subterranean elements also followed a circular trajectory. That it became increasingly evident that this was indeed a formation. But he pondered who had constructed this city and whether Tianyang City had truly been activated. The thought of countless lives residing within a malevolent grand formation that could claim their lives at any moment sent a chill down Zhou Fuxing's spine. Yet, he dared not destroy it. Who could predict the consequences of disturbing the formation? If that Jing Xing were to emerge shrieking, Zhou Fuxing would be elated, but if it resulted in an explosion, the repercussions would be beyond his capacity to bear. The two swiftly entered the Han residence, concealing themselves within the walls, observing the Han family members bustling about at this point. They were aware of their family head's battle, but remained oblivious to the fact that he had already been consumed by flames. Zhou Fuxing followed an elder of the Han family, a high-ranking cultivator, as he moved slowly through the walls. The elder entered a grand hall resembling a shrine, which was resplendent and newly constructed. As they concealed themselves, they indeed discovered a blood barbarian statue seated in the center of the shrine. Moreover, this statue differed slightly from the one in the Zhou family. It appeared considerably larger and more fearsome. Fortunately, as long as it's not at the 5th or 6th tier of divine abilities, I can still contend. Zhou Fuxing thought to himself as for Yu Qing beside him. He was entirely disregarded. Zhou Fuxing did not believe that a casual conversation would prompt Yu Qing to aid him in battle. He clearly remembered the incident where he had leveraged the theft of medicinal pills against him. Not merely a little lesson. I must at least recoup something, right? Meanwhile, Yu Qing remained blissfully unaware that Zhou Fuxing was contemplating how to outsmart him. Watching with delight as the Han family members entered and exited, each paying homage to the blood barbarian beast. Feeling that this angle of observation was inadequate, Yu Qing expressed a desire to approach the statue for a closer look at the expressions of the Han family during their worship. Zhou Fuxing readily agreed. They slowly maneuvered through the walls, approaching the back of the blood barbarian statue. Yet at that moment, the statue suddenly turned its head, its eyes instantly glowing crimson, fixating intently on them. Zhou Fuxing instinctively sidestepped, distancing himself from Yu Qing. However, the blood barbarian statue ignored him entirely, fixating instead on Yu Qing. Who is over there? The Han family members cried out in alarm, that Yu Qing realized he had been exposed and decisively retreated from the wall. Sprinting out of the grand hall, Zhou Fuxing was taken aback, muttering, "I thought he would engage. Why is he fleeing?" The blood barbarian statue shattered into pieces, and the blood barbarian beast leapt forth, crashing through the wall. Charging towards Yu Qing, Zhou Fuxing immediately sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the blood barbarian beast that dulled his movements significantly. In front of the blood barbarian beast, Yu Qing fared even worse. He could no longer maintain his earth evasion technique and was forced to leap out from underground. Without his evasion technique, the blood barbarian beast effortlessly closed the gap, jaws agape, ready to bite. Yu Qing narrowly dodged, shouting in desperation, "Come help me!" Zhou Fuxing's lips twitched, silently reflecting. So this person is quite weak. He cannot even contend with a first-tier beast. It turned out that the blood barbarian beast worshipped by the Han family was indeed of the divine ability realm. Yet, even so, Yu Qing was also a cultivator of divine abilities. How could he exhibit no capacity for resistance? Without time for further contemplation, Zhou Fuxing gathered his incantations, while not forgetting to tease Yu Qing. "Call me father, and I shall assist you." Chapter 20. The Han family's divine worship. The Han family members were astonished to discover another person concealed within their shrine, and after their initial surprise, they glared fiercely at Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing inwardly chuckled coldly. These Han family members were surely unaware of what they had been venerating daily. Yet their eyes during worship clearly revealed a glint of greed. It seemed that the so-called Jing Xing had bestowed considerable gifts upon the Han family. In just a moment of contemplation, the blood barbarian beast roared once more and resumed its pursuit of Yu Qing. Yu Qing, feeling helpless, shouted, "Now is not the time for jokes. I specialize in alchemy. My combat abilities are indeed lacking." Zhou Fuxing no longer hesitated. A bolt of heavenly lightning surged forth, striking the blood barbarian beast's spine directly. This mutated blood barbarian beast, known for its formidable defenses, scoffed at Zhou Fuxing upon sensing he was merely at the second tier of divine abilities. However, when the lightning from Zhou Fuxing's palm struck it, the blood barbarian beast let out a pained wail, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Seeing this, Yu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, "I truly cannot fathom how you cultivate. Your progress is astonishing, and you exhibit no signs of instability in your foundation, nor any reduction in combat capabilities." Zhou Fuxing replied with a grin, "Perhaps if you call me father, you will uncover the truth." Though jesting, Zhou Fuxing mused that perhaps he could gain another son, wondering if the system would acknowledge it. Alas, sons only activated when facing stronger enemies. Casting a sidelong glance at Yu Qing, he thought to himself, someone like him, who can both preserve his life and stir up trouble, is the ideal candidate for his son. No longer wishing to engage Yu Qing in idle chatter, Zhou Fuxing surveyed the surroundings. The Han family members, upon meeting his gaze, retreated and feared. He was uncertain if any among them could be seized by the blood barbarian beast at any moment. However, he paid it no mind and unleashed another bolt of lightning to deliver a finishing blow to the blood barbarian beast. Then he stepped closer to the corpse of the blood barbarian beast to examine it. The Han family members, witnessing his actions, were filled with terror. Some of the more cowardly ones had already fled. After a while, an elder stood forth, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Fuxing, declaring, "You are desecrating the divine. The divine may forgive your cruelty, but it will not pardon your disrespect toward the divine. What nonsense is this?" Zhou Fuxing felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment, nearly on the verge of discussing science with him. However, recalling that he was immersed in a world of cultivation, he restrained himself with great effort. Moreover, to forgive one's malice but not one's disrespect is indicative of an evident malevolence. Even if this blood barbarian beast had bestowed treasures upon your household, such thoughts are unwarranted. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhou Fuxing, prompting him to observe the expressions of the other members of the Han family. To his astonishment, he found that these individuals were regarding him with the same gaze as that of the elderly man. He noticed that the bloodshot eyes of the surrounding Han family members grew increasingly intense, ultimately transforming into a deep crimson. Zhou Fuxing furiously exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Come out and show yourself. What is the point of controlling people from the shadows?" He hesitated to strike at these members of the Han family, as he still believed in the possibility of their redemption. Had it not been for this consideration, he would have long since flattened the Han family with a single blow. Meanwhile, the figure behind the scenes remained hidden, continually manipulating more individuals to perpetrate violence. At that moment, the gate of the Han residence was forcefully pushed open, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. That it was Zhou Fuxing's third son, Zhou Longxiang, that he was holding someone in his arms, and upon closer inspection, Zhou Fuxing recognized it as the two members of the Han family who had been imprisoned in the Zhou household. "Father, I brought him along, thinking he might be of use for our venture to Tianyang City, but I discovered that he regained his sanity just a quarter of an hour ago." Zhou Fuxing narrowed his eyes, deep in thought that a quarter of an hour prior was when he had slain the blood barbarian beast. Could the key to restoring sanity lie in that moment? Looking at the Han family member, he found his eyes to be clear now. Though he was physically weak and unable to stand after being confined for several days, he inquired, "Do you remember anything?" The man replied, "I remember everything. Master of the Zhou family, we must quickly gather my clan's leader." Zhou Fuxing replied coolly, "He is already deceased." The man paused for a moment, then surveyed the other members of the Han family. Lamenting, he has succeeded in burying the statue of that demon beast beneath the grounds of the Han family. From henceforth, the Han family will be utterly transformed into the slaves of that demon beast. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he clawed at the earth as if trying to unearth something that, and oh wonder, he was able to awaken while the others of the Han family could not. It seemed that Han Mingyuan had recently buried another object underground, causing the entirety of the Han family's land to become a domain of demons. Seeing the man's desolate state, Zhou Fuxing felt a pang of compassion and said, "What is this object? Speak plainly." There is nothing in this world that Zhou Fuxing cannot resolve. As he spoke, Zhou Fuxing's gaze was distant, his robes billowing gracefully in the wind. exuding an aura of an invincible sage. This was indeed the truth. Should a formidable enemy appear before him, he could easily subdue them in an instant. Such repugnant creatures like the blood barbarian beast, which were neither entirely human nor entirely demon, had led him to fight against numerous mind-controlled lackeys. The Han family member, nearly breaking down, grasped Zhou Fuxing's garment. Pleading, "Master of the Zhou family, please, I beseech you, do not harm my kin." Zhou Fuxing nodded, glancing at the circle of red-eyed Han family members. Longxiang restrained them all and assigned someone to attend to their needs daily. Zhou Longxiang nodded solemnly and hurried to comply. With Yu Qing's assistance, Zhou Fuxing harbored no worries about him failing to maintain order. The Han family member, overwhelmed with emotion, wept bitterly, clinging to Zhou Fuxing and saying, "Our clan leader had been following a powerful figure named Mr. Jing, acquiring numerous resources, among which is the statue of the demon beast. That beast can control minds and devour vitality, growing ever stronger. The one buried beneath my family is the largest. I estimate it possesses the strength of someone at the late stage of divine ability." A gleam of insight flashed in Zhou Fuxing's eyes as he nodded, swiftly arranging matters before burrowing underground. Indeed, the patriarch of the Zhou family possesses foresight. Thankfully, I chose the earth evasion technique. Otherwise, many matters would have become exceedingly troublesome. Zhou Fuxing hummed a tune as he meticulously searched beneath the Zhou household. Before long, he discovered the trace of the statue within a large stone. Initially, Zhou Fuxing was curious as to how the Han family had fallen under the control of this statue without ever having worshipped it. However, upon seeing the statue, everything became clear to him. To his astonishment, the statue bore the likeness of Han Mingyuan. The patriarch of the Han family had placed his own visage upon the demon beast. Whenever a member of the Han family thought of or recalled their clan leader, the demon beast would directly link to the mind of the one who reminisced. Had he not associated Han Mingyuan with disdainful emotions, he too might have fallen victim. Chapter 21, Desecration. At this moment, Zhou Fuxing gazed at the aged face of Han Mingyuan, restraining himself from delivering a punch after much effort. This demon beast likely possessed the strength of someone at the late stage of divine ability, far beyond his own second stage of divine ability. However, it mattered not. "Summon my son." Zhou Fuxing cautiously lifted the stone encasing the demon beast, carrying it towards the surface. Upon reaching the ground, he found that the Han family members had already been settled by Zhou Longxiang and Yu Qing, who were seated together, exchanging wary glances. "You are clearly a despicable thief who pilfered my family's treasure. How can you be with my father?" Zhou Longxiang exhibited evident suspicion towards Yu Qing. Keeping his distance and regarding him with hostility, the Yu Qing laughed derisively, casually resting a leg atop the table, adopting a tone filled with condescension as he remarked, "What do you know, child? This is the world of adults. Enemies and friends can change at any moment." Zhou Longxiang retorted coldly, "Then when will you turn into my family's enemy? Just let me know, and I shall be the first to strike you down." Yu Qing dismissed him with a wave. We shall discuss this matter once you ascend to divine ability." The mention of cultivation caused Zhou Longxiang to wilt somewhat. His talent for cultivation was indeed lackluster. Despite his father and the Sword Elder continually encouraging him, it could not alter the fact of his meager aptitude. Zhou Fuxing carefully placed a large stone in the courtyard, ensuring it made no sound. Upon seeing his father's return, Zhou Longxiang's gaze remained fixed upon him, prompting Zhou Fuxing to inwardly lament, "System, look at how Yu Qing bullies my son. Why not send me a promotion gift package?" After a moment of contemplation, the system finally responded. "This system has detected no instances of conflict with formidable enemies. Congratulations, host. You and your children are currently very safe. Wishing you a pleasant life. Pleasant my foot." Zhou Fuxing silently scoffed. "What I desire is to provoke strong adversaries, a realm fraught with peril." Unable to ensnare the system or Yu Qing, Zhou Fuxing resorted to venting his frustrations on the demon beast nearby. "Longxiang, come here. Help your father break open this stone." "Yes, father." Yu Qing, curious, interjected, "What treasure is concealed within that stone? Let me take a look." Yu Qing merely pressed his head against the stone, for he possessed the earth evasion technique and could easily slip inside to investigate. However, sensing an inexplicable eeriness about the stone, he hesitated. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Did I in truth it was not Yu Qing's fault. After all, he could hardly fathom that the object Zhou Fuxing had instructed his son to open was a demon beast of divine ability. The three gathered around the stone, and Zhou Longxiang swung his sword with a fierce motion, cleaving downwards. The statue of the blood barbarian beast was instantly revealed, its blood-red eyes fixated upon the assembly. Zhou Fuxing felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and a wave of bloodlust emanating from the beast, momentarily rendering him breathless. Yet, soon thereafter, a melodious notification from the system resounded in his ears. Detected that host's son, Zhou Longxiang, is encountering a formidable enemy. Analyzing strength. Congratulations, host, your cultivation has ascended to the 7th heaven of divine ability. Zhou Fuxing was no stranger to the sensation of a sudden elevation in cultivation. However, the rapid advancement within the realm of divine ability was indeed a delightful surprise. The oppressive force that had enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a sense of superiority over a child that moment. Yu Qing's complexion turned pale, and he let out a cry, hastily retreating. Zhou Longxiang, on the other hand, struggled to maintain his balance, propping himself up with his sword, gritting his teeth to endure. Yet he appeared to be in far greater distress than Yu Qing, lacking the latter's sense of terror. This fearless sensation stemmed from the presence of his father. Each time an unforeseen circumstance arose, his father would promptly step in front of him, shielding him from danger. Even though the demon beast he faced now exuded a far greater aura than those he had previously encountered, he harbored no doubts, as he was on the brink of succumbing to the immense pressure and losing consciousness. A towering figure materialized before him. "You dare bully my son? You are courting death." With that, Zhou Longxiang witnessed his father unleash a formidable surge of spiritual energy, delivering a punch that shattered the demon beast into countless fragments. Zhou Longxiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Father, you have grown stronger again." Zhou Fuxing nodded solemnly, urging, "It is not dead yet. You must leave quickly." Yes, once his son had retreated to safety, Zhou Fuxing finally turned his attention to the shattered statue of the blood barbarian. In truth, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of this demon beast even while underground. Not only did it bear an uncanny resemblance to Han Mingyuan, but it was also deliberately encased within stone. If mere worship sufficed, why entomb it? Why shroud it with such a massive stone? As the Han family, a prominent clan within Tianyang City, receives particular attention from that enigmatic Jing Xing, it is indeed highly probable. Thus, this blood-savage beast may very well be the key to locating Jing Xing. Zhou Fuxing hastily pieced together the statue of the blood-savage beast and promptly kicked it. Indeed, the beast's eyes flared with a crimson light. Fixated upon him, Zhou Fuxing spoke, "What, do you dissent?" This was intended as mere musings. Yet unexpectedly, the blood-savage statue audibly responded, "You are?" Zhou Fuxing was taken aback, genuinely not anticipating that this entity seemed to possess a semblance of sentience. And he quickly inquired, "What am I?" The blood-savage statue stared intently at him and stated, "I remember you. Your bone age is under 30, yet you have attained the 7th layer of divine power in merely a few days. Truly a prodigy." This left Zhou Fuxing utterly perplexed, but he heard the blood-savage continue, "Tianyang City is a grand formation. Heed my words, and upon success, I shall assist you in achieving greatness." Zhou Fuxing, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, "You, a murderous beast, dare to brazenly instruct me on achieving greatness." The blood-savage responded, "I am a beast. Naturally, I exhibit the nature of a beast, yet this does not hinder our collaboration to enhance our cultivation." Zhou Fuxing scoffed, "I would rather flay you and refine your essence into pills. That should yield significant benefits." The creature roared in fury, springing from the ground to charge at Zhou Fuxing. Aware of its tenacity, Zhou Fuxing refrained from employing lethal force, instead delivering measured slaps to the beast's head. Despite its formidable combat prowess, the blood-savage felt thoroughly outclassed by Zhou Fuxing. This human, who seemed to be merely a tier stronger, consistently bested it with ease. Realizing it could not contend with Zhou Fuxing, the blood-savage roared once more, engulfed in crimson flames that scorched the surrounding grassland to desolation. "Human, your lack of respect towards me is a desecration of the divine." Zhou Fuxing, unfazed, slapped its forehead again, proclaiming, "I am indeed a desecrator." "What of it?" Chapter 22. I have long noticed that you always stand above others. The blood savage was momentarily taken aback. This was not merely a subjective bewilderment. Zhou Fuxing had derived a conclusion from observation. It seemed that the crimson flames were some form of secret technique of the blood savage, capable of significantly boosting its cultivation and abilities. Yet it still could not surpass Zhou Fuxing and was persistently subjected to a humiliating defeat. Zhou Fuxing had to admit, were he in the beast's place, he too would find such an outcome intolerable. The blood savage's eyes glazed over for a moment before it erupted in rage, its flames intensifying fiercely at this moment. It was entirely enveloped in fire, which soared skyward, reaching nearly 3 times the height of the blood savage itself. This demonic fire burned the essence of the beast, yet the power it conferred remained formidable. However, the blood savage despairingly realized that it still could not defeat Zhou Fuxing. Slap. Desecration. I shall teach you what desecration truly means. Slap. Divine. I am precisely here to thrash the pretentious divine. Slap. Prodigy. If you know I am a prodigy, why not bow before me? Zhou Fuxing sent the blood savage staggering back with a single palm strike and continued. Restore all those you have taken control of, and I may consider going easy on you. The blood savage fixed its gaze on Zhou Fuxing, its blood-red eyes devoid of their previous ferocity. If you agree to join me in activating the grand formation of Tianyang City, I shall comply. Zhou Fuxing inhaled deeply and chuckled. So you wish to negotiate with me? The blood savage finally refrained from further discussion on the matter. Its eyes flickering with uncertainty as it declared, I can cease my involvement with Tianyang City and assist you in eliminating Jing Xing, provided you allow me to leave. Zhou Fuxing was slightly bewildered. Jing Xing, isn't he your master? The blood savage's eyes flared with a deep crimson hue, its voice a piercing shriek. Jing Xing, he has stolen my power. That beast, you have betrayed me. Zhou Fuxing looked on in silent disbelief. Recognizing the irony of the situation, he had been duped, only to find himself ensnared in a web of betrayal. Yet he comprehended now. It was no wonder the blood savage carried itself with such bravado while only possessing the 6th layer of divine power. It was evident that Jing Xing had been purging the beast's menace. But could it be that Jing Xing was, in fact, the good guy? The blood savage continued. He transformed me into another's likeness and sealed me within a great stone, all to stifle my perception and seize control of Tianyang City. Now, Zhou Fuxing understood that the grand formation of Tianyang City was originally intended to elevate the blood savage's cultivation. Jing Xing's so-called attainment of greatness referred to bestowing power upon others. Ultimately, Jing Xing had deceived the blood savage. If anyone had been played for a fool, it was the unfortunate clan leader Han, who was little more than a pawn in a conflict between 2 titans. Zhou Fuxing queried, if what you say is true, what level of cultivation does Jing Xing possess now? And where is he? The blood savage shook its head. Zhou Fuxing felt a twinge of regret and asked, is Tianyang City yours? What manner of beast are you? The blood savage hesitated slightly, prompting Zhou Fuxing to raise his hand, feigning a strike. The blood savage hastily replied, Tianyang City is merely a nest I stumbled upon. As for myself, I am a beast awakened from an ancient bloodline. Zhou Fuxing nodded, the main clues now clear. Awaiting the appearance of Jing Xing, he struck the blood savage into unconsciousness with a single palm and called for his son. Long Xiang, this is the protective talisman employed by the clan leader of the Han family. Take it. Father, are you returning? Long Xiang asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Zhou Fuxing sighed. The clan members remain unaware of the situation. I must return to stabilize their hearts. You stay in Tianyang City, and if anything arises, seek me out immediately. Understood, father. After conversing briefly with Yuqing and informing her of the circumstances, he was met with her indifferent response. Perfect timing. The pills I've been concocting are complete. Jing Xing, having absorbed the blood savage's power, will likely be unable to withstand my flames. Let us hope so. Zhou Fuxing nodded, subsequently carrying the blood savage as he departed Tianyang City. The time for slaying the blood savage had not yet come. It was essential to keep it close, ensuring his peace of mind. Upon returning to the Zhou residence, it was already evening. The household was brightly lit, illuminating every corner, as if fearful of some lurking monster. Additionally, since the elder Zhou Duankong was still unaware of Yu Qing's situation, he was presumably still on guard against that divine thief. After sealing the blood savage, Zhou Fuxing hurried to the chamber of the elder Zhou Duankong. At that moment, the elder had not yet retired. Lost in contemplation, weapons at the ready for any potential adversary, as Zhou Fuxing entered, the elder sensed his aura and nearly leapt in surprise. "Fuxing, have you broken through again?" "Indeed," Zhou Fuxing replied nonchalantly. "The pressure surrounding Tianyang City have been immense these past few days, prompting my swift advancement." The elder's expression was peculiar. "Do you think me a fool? Yet, I cannot deny my delight at your progress." Zhou Fuxing then succinctly relayed the circumstances of Tianyang City, ensuring the elder was settled for rest before delving into family matters. However, just as he called upon the Zhou clan members, a violent tremor emanated from the direction of Tianyang City. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Fuxing seized the blood savage and rushed forth. "The moment I leave, chaos ensues." It cannot be mere coincidence. It appeared that Jing Xing had been secretly monitoring him all along. Zhou Fuxing's expression hardened, a flicker of anxiety surfacing within. The adversary had remained hidden in the shadows, likely preparing for this very moment for quite some time. Moreover, Jing Xing surely knew of the arrangements made for Long Xiang and Tianyang City. The immediate priority was to locate Long Xiang and bring him to meet Jing Xing. From a distance, Zhou Fuxing observed flames raging within Tianyang City as countless citizens hurried to extinguish the fire. Amid the chaos, he swiftly made his way to the Han residence, retrieving his own. To his surprise, upon seeing him, Long Xiang urgently exclaimed, "Father, we must rescue Yu Qing. She is struggling against Jing Xing." Without hesitation, Zhou Fuxing sped through half the city with Long Xiang. Arriving at Yu Qing's dilapidated courtyard, as they approached, Zhou Fuxing felt an overwhelming presence lurking in the shadows, while Yu Qing lay gravely injured in the courtyard. The young disciple, Yi Cha, crouched beside her, trembling in fear. Rushing over to assess the situation, Zhou Fuxing found that Yu Qing had consumed her healing elixir. Her condition was not life-threatening. Yi Cha, where is that person? He inquired. However, before Yi Cha could respond, a furious voice rang out. "Zhou Fuxing, I have long since realized that you consistently stand above others. What level of power do you possess? Show yourself." Chapter 23. I shall no longer pretend at times. Having an enemy who is overly dim-witted can be quite regrettable. As Zhou Fuxing heard these words, he instantly understood. Jing Xing had been covertly observing him for a considerable time. He believed that Zhou Fuxing had been concealing his true strength, feigning weakness to catch him off guard. Yet, Zhou Fuxing swore to the heavens, he truly possessed a meager level of power. Frustration welled within him. Had Jing Xing truly monitored him for so long without discerning the truth of his cultivation? If he had reached the celestial realm, he would soar in the skies. Zhou Fuxing merely advanced rapidly. "Who are you, you vile creature? Reveal yourself at once." Unexpectedly, Jing Xing let out a scoff. "Do you take me for a fool? Surely you must be aware that I am nearing the celestial realm, that if you dare to force me out, you must have already attained that level." Zhou Fuxing coughed up blood. If the other party was approaching the celestial realm, then wouldn't he, having surpassed him, be the true master of that realm? However, the celestial realm was within reach, yet Jing Xing faltered. Of course, the thoughts swirling in Zhou Fuxing's mind were unknown to the others present. His young disciple, Yi Cha, clutched Yu Qing's hand tightly, while Zhou Longxiang couldn't help but inch closer to his father. Zhou Longxiang's complexion turned pale as he whispered, "Father, is he truly at the 9th level of divine powers? What shall we do?" Zhou Fuxing instinctively sought to assert his paternal authority, responding, "What is there to fear? I am here." The moment those words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Indeed, Zhou Longxiang's eyes ignited with fervent light, the earlier fear dissipating entirely, and his previously pale face now flushed with excitement. Seeing this, Jing Xing couldn't help but chuckle coldly, retorting, "Zhou Fuxing, I have not yet activated the great array of 10,000 transformation of Tianyang City. You surely wouldn't let me off the hook." Zhou Fuxing, with no other option, resorted to bickering. "Step out first, and then we shall converse, shall we?" When Jing Xing remained unresponsive, Zhou Fuxing declared, "Very well. I shall no longer pretend. I have already transcended to the celestial realm, and will soon attain my true form. All that has transpired these days was merely to test you." With a loud thud, the sound of two objects colliding echoed from the wall of the courtyard. Zhou Fuxing scoffed. "Hide. Do you truly believe I do not know where you are?" As expected, Jing Xing revealed himself, bowing down in fear, exclaiming, "Senior, I was merely momentarily greedy. I had no intention of activating the Great Array. Please spare me." No wonder Zhou Fuxing, despite not fearing him, had yet to confront him directly. It turned out he was a consummate master of the celestial realm, continuously granting him chances. Yet today, having injured his dear friend, he must have invoked his wrath. Alas, what a dilemma! Zhou Fuxing sighed, his gaze distant, before it fell upon the fallen Yu Qing, saying, "You see, here lies the one you harmed, and who knows how many others you have slain behind the scenes? How am I to forgive you?" Jing Xing found himself at a loss for words. Yet at this moment, he harbored no doubt. Zhou Fuxing's tone indeed radiated the demeanor of a master. Zhou Fuxing continued, "Do you wish to take advantage of my departure, activate the Great Array, and attempt to defeat me?" Jing Xing, trembling with fear, stammered, "Senior, I truly was merely overwhelmed by greed, having been stuck at this level for far too long, leading to the emergence of my inner demons. How audacious to cast his transgressions upon his inner demons, thinking I am as easily deceived as he." Zhou Fuxing silently scoffed, maintaining a composed exterior. With his arms crossed, he gazed into the vast azure sky, lamenting, "Indeed, cultivation is arduous. I too lingered at this realm for many years. It was an unforgettable period." Zhou Longxiang gazed at his father's majestic figure with profound admiration. Even Jing Xing stared blankly, lost in thought. Zhou Fuxing, enveloped in reminiscence, eventually turned his attention back to Jing Xing. Jing Xing immediately knelt, not daring to act rashly before Zhou Fuxing. "You are to perform a task, and I may consider teaching you how to transcend to the celestial realm. However, the mistakes you have made must be personally atoned for." Jing Xing's expression shifted from confusion to deep excitement as he prostrated himself on the ground, pressing his forehead to the earth, fervently declaring, "I am willing to heed the senior's instructions." Zhou Fuxing, with a look of approval, kindly suggested, "You shall engage in a battle with my son, Longxiang." "Ah, father." Zhou Longxiang immediately grew anxious, thinking it far too daunting for him, a mere gathering spirit realm cultivator, to face a 9th-level divine practitioner. Jing Xing, on the other hand, feared he might injure Zhou Fuxing's precious son, inciting his displeasure. "Why are you still hesitating?" Zhou Longxiang felt as though he were facing a formidable foe, while Jing Xing remained frozen. Unable to move, he couldn't gauge Zhou Fuxing's intentions but feared that his refusal would provoke the master's ire. Suddenly, he recalled how Zhou Fuxing had previously dealt with his adversaries, always allowing his son to strike first before personally delivering the final blow. Jing Xing quickly exclaimed, "Senior, I truly cannot bring myself to strike your son." Zhou Fuxing, exasperated, thought, "Why is this person so indecisive? Longxiang, go give him a light punch." Receiving his father's command, Zhou Longxiang, though puzzled, approached and threw a punch. Zhou Fuxing eagerly awaited the system's upgrade notification. But after a prolonged silence, nothing happened. It seemed that such a unilateral attack did not qualify as facing a formidable enemy. His expression darkened as Zhou Longxiang curiously inquired, "Father, why did you tell me to strike him?" "Of course, it is to cultivate your courage." Zhou Fuxing solemnly replied, "Longxiang, you must have more confidence. As my son, you need not worry excessively. Should your progress be slow, I shall provide you with resources." After saying this, he recalled something and turned to Jing Xing, asking, "What areas do you believe my son needs to improve upon?" Jing Xing, visibly anxious, glanced at Zhou Longxiang before tentatively responding, "Senior, your son possesses remarkable courage and spirit. It is merely his cultivation that requires some enhancement." Zhou Fuxing nodded in satisfaction, kindly saying, "You may restrain your cultivation and engage in a light spar with him. It will sharpen Longxiang's skills." Jing Xing hurriedly waved his hands in refusal, hesitating for a moment before producing a tome. "Senior, this sword manual was what I used during my time in the Spirit Sea realm. Its power is extraordinary, surpassing any sword technique in Tianyang City." He presented it to Zhou Longxiang, then retrieved a vial of elixirs, lamenting, This elixir enhances one's energy C, and when used in the Gathering Spirit realm, can rapidly elevate one to the Spirit C realm. He then produced several materials, stating, "These treasures are all offered to your esteemed son to assist him in breaking through. There is no need for combat with me." Seeing Jing Xing humbly offer resources, Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. Chapter 24. Distributing Treasures. This overwhelming desire to survive made him reluctant to provoke the man further. After some thought, realizing that Jing Xing could not escape, he would have opportunities to break through in the future, he smiled warmly and said, "I am truly glad for your willingness to assist. By the way, should you encounter any high-level practitioners of divine powers, or those in the celestial realm, do not hesitate to inform me." Jing Xing quickly nodded, though he mentioned that none of such high-level practitioners have been seen around Tianyang City. Zhou Fuxing felt a tinge of regret, but was nonetheless pleased that Longxiang had acquired such abundant cultivation resources. Noticing Zhou Fuxing's satisfaction, Jing Xing cautiously inquired, "Senior, may I take my leave now?" Zhou Fuxing feigned the demeanor of a celestial master, solemnly stating, "Although you have not activated the Great Array, you have nonetheless caused the deaths of countless individuals. Though controlled by the blood barbarian beast, you cannot escape responsibility." Jing Xing repeatedly assured, "I am willing to make amends. Please grant me a chance, Senior." Zhou Fuxing scolded him a bit more before suddenly recalling something, pointing at the unconscious blood barbarian beast that had yet to awaken, asking, "Do you have a way to eliminate this beast completely?" Jing Xing shook his head. "I am unsure why this blood barbarian beast is so unique. I can only seal it." Zhou Fuxing pondered. This beast, as he had mentioned, seemed to have awakened an ancient bloodline, which allowed it to manifest and become statues for worship, as for the specifics of the ancient bloodline. It could not provide clarity that it appeared that Tianyang City harbored many secrets. Setting aside that matter, Zhou Fuxing instructed Jing Xing to seal the blood barbarian beast within a large stone. "Senior, I will assess the situation of the cultivators within the city to minimize the beast's impact." Zhou Fuxing nodded approvingly, realizing that if Jing Xing were willing to undertake this task, it would save him considerable time and effort. Compared to breaking through to the celestial realm, this was certainly not a loss. After all, masters could be found everywhere, but laborers were rare. However, Zhou Fuxing felt a hint of regret. Even until the end, why did Jing Xing harbor no doubt? He wouldn't even dare to strike his son once. Yet he still dared to meddle in Tianyang City. "By the way, do you know someone named Zhou Li?" "I know him, but Jing Xing appeared flustered, fearing Zhou Li was someone important to Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, he is of no consequence. You may go." After Jing Xing departed the courtyard, Zhou Fuxing hurried over to check on Yu Qing's injuries. However, he felt little anxiety. Yu Qing had effectively traded his combat prowess for survival capability, as evidenced by his instinct to flee from danger. This indicated his strong survival skills. Indeed, after a brief moment, Yu Qing's wounds had already healed significantly. His young disciple, Yi Cha, curiously asked, "Senior Zhou, did my master steal your elixirs?" Zhou Fuxing chuckled. "How did you know your master was a thief?" At that moment, a thought crossed Zhou Fuxing's mind that he had initially paid little attention to the young girl. But now, engaging in close conversation with her, he realized that Yi Cha was somewhat extraordinary. She appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet there existed a significant distinction. She lacked a Qi Si. Without a Qi Si, one could not cultivate. Even a person of the most inferior talent could still gather Qi and open their meridians, but Yi Cha had not even the slightest chance. This reminded Zhou Fuxing of his own past when his Qi Si was destroyed, plunging him from a genius into a state of uselessness. Such a sensation could be deemed more agonizing than that of an ordinary person. Tentatively, he inquired, "Yi Cha, has your master taught you any cultivation techniques?" Yi Cha shook her head, her expression tinged with sorrow as she replied, "I have never had a Qi Si since birth. My family abandoned me. It was my master who took me in." Zhou Fuxing narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Her statement carried significant weight, but he had never heard of an ordinary person born without a Qi Si. It was akin to being born without a limb. Unless something had gone awry during gestation, everyone should arrive in this world whole. Furthermore, what kind of family would abandon an infant incapable of cultivation? Could they not simply raise her as an ordinary person? Zhou Fuxing refrained from prying into her private matters and instead offered consolation. saying, "There must be a way to restore your Qi in this world. Do not dwell too much on it." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Should you encounter any problems, feel free to seek me out. After all, I am a friend of your master." "All right," Yi Cha nodded. Subsequently, Zhou Fuxing ensured that both Yu Qing and Yi Cha were comfortably settled before returning home with Zhou Longxiang. Upon lifting the family's security measures and returning to a normal state of affairs, Zhou Fuxing took the resources he had acquired during this time to visit Zhou Longxiang that moment. Within Zhou Longxiang's courtyard, he wielded a rusted sword, practicing the sword techniques imparted by Jing Xing. The sword elder occasionally offered guidance, but predominantly spoke of Zhou Fuxing. "This lad, your father, is indeed remarkable." The sword elder's gaze revealed contemplation. "I have never encountered such a peculiar individual. His cultivation remains utterly inscrutable." After listening for a while, Zhou Longxiang interjected, "Sword elder, do you harbor some worries?" The sword elder sighed. "You are not as dim-witted as I thought. But I am merely feeling a bit nostalgic." Zhou Longxiang's curiosity was piqued. During their time together, he had discerned that the sword elder was likely not the original spirit of the rusted sword, but rather a powerful being inhabiting its form. However, he chose not to press any further. Suddenly, the sword elder spoke. "Young one, I initially intended to teach you to live a steady life, but now that you possess such a formidable father, you have a powerful backing." Fixing his gaze intently on Zhou Longxiang, he continued, "I know of a great opportunity. However, only those who are strong and resolute can approach it. Do you wish to seek it out?" Zhou Longxiang tightened his grip on the rusted sword and resolutely replied, "Though my father is powerful, I cannot remain under his protection forever. Sword elder, I am willing." "Very well. Now, focus on your sword practice." With that, the sword elder began to instruct Zhou Longxiang in his sword techniques. With a newfound strictness and seriousness to that moment, Zhou Fuxing arrived, entering with a smile. "Today, Longxiang, you are on the verge of breaking through to the gathering spirit stage." As he spoke, he produced a pile of resources from his storage ring, which nearly filled the entire courtyard. These included items obtained from Han Mingyuan, those taken from the Han family, and gifts from Jing Xing. During this time, he had not had the opportunity to address these matters. He estimated that they could elevate Longxiang directly to the 4th level of gathering spirit. Zhou Fuxing organized the items meticulously, allocating those that could enhance cultivation to Zhou Longxiang, while setting aside various swords and blades that neither of them would use for future distribution among the Zhou family members. Chapter 25. Are you not dead yet? What is this? Zhou Fuxing held a small bell in his hand. Puzzled, it appeared to be a bell unlike any ordinary object, yet from it emanated an overwhelming aura. Experimentally, he shook the small bell, only to find no sound emitted. It seemed to have been discovered on Han Mingyuan, who carried it on his person rather than leaving it within the family. This might indicate the bell's rarity. Surely, it could not be a mere keepsake from a past romantic entanglement. Zhou Fuxing scoffed, contemplating the bell's significance, before tentatively infusing a trace of spiritual energy into it. However, he found that the bell seemed unaffected by his energy, that he attempted to levitate it with his spiritual force but to no avail. Frowning inwardly, he increased his effort, trying to damage the bell. He then unleashed a powerful palm strike, only to hear a faint sound. Zhou Fuxing immediately focused all his strength, channeling the spiritual energy of his 7th-level divine powers into that palm strike. Boom! The ground of the courtyard yielded to reveal a large pit, yet the bell remained unscathed, gently swaying in its original position that a beam of light shot forth from within the bell, soaring into the sky as if painting a rainbow across the courtyard. Following this, an image gradually materialized upon the surface of the bell, chasing the sun abyss. The scene depicted a dilapidated archway, the shattered plaque inscribed with 3 large characters that if it lies within the abyss. How can one chase the sun? Zhou Fuxing felt somewhat baffled but recognized that the bell served as a guiding stone, directing him toward that location. Just as he intended to retract the bell, the imagery shifted, seemingly flying into the archway and entering a grand hall. Before he could discern the details, the scene ascended straight up to the rafters, revealing an emerald-hued long sword resting quietly atop the beams. The sword was inscribed with the words Changyuan. Upon seeing this sword, Zhou Fuxing nearly choked on his own saliva, for Changyuan was the legendary sword of a great emperor from the Wasteland continent. To find such a sword in a rundown place like this, atop a decrepit beam, who would believe it? However, as the aura of Changyuan gradually emanated from the image, it dispersed throughout the Zhou family's courtyard. Zhou Fuxing's expression shifted. Even if this aura was not of an emperor-level treasure, it was certainly beyond the realm of the transcendent. Clearly, this bell was a treasure map. Yet, he was uncertain whether it represented a trap or a genuine opportunity. Uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, Zhou Fuxing hesitated briefly before stowing the bell away. And no wonder Han Mingyuan carried such a bell. It appeared he too planned to seek it out after breaking through to the transcendent realm. Longxiang, continue your cultivation diligently. If the opportunity arises, I will take you to find this sword. Zhou Fuxing encouraged. Yes, father. The earlier vision had left Zhou Longxiang astounded, further solidifying his resolve to train diligently. However, he could not fathom that the decision of when to seek this opportunity rested upon Zhou Fuxing's cultivation. No matter how hard he trained, he could not fly unless his father broke through to the transcendent realm. After tidying up the courtyard, Zhou Fuxing provided protective assistance for Zhou Longxiang's breakthrough. To his surprise, the outcome exceeded his expectations. Zhou Longxiang successfully broke through to the 6th level of Gathering Spirit. He had consumed nearly half of the Gathering Spirit pills, almost catching up to his elder brother, who had studied at the Infinite Academy. Zhou Fuxing expressed his pride. Longxiang, your father knows that sometimes you may feel inferior due to your talent, but you need not feel that way any longer. Diligence can indeed make up for shortcomings. Although his cultivation was enhanced through medicinal means, not everyone could achieve a leap of 3 small realms in one go. Beyond the rarity of the medicines provided by Jing Xing, it was crucial that Zhou Longxiang had solidified his foundation. Zhou Fuxing was overjoyed and was about to continue administering more medicine when Zhou Longxiang spoke up. Father, I wish to undergo my own trials. Clenching his fists, Zhou Longxiang's expression was resolute. My talent may be lacking, but today I have regained my lost cultivation. From here on, I wish to rely on myself to break through. Zhou Fuxing nodded earnestly, gathering the medicines. Since you possess such awareness, then your father shall not impose further. You may decide when to depart. The child was remarkably sensible, and Zhou Fuxing felt a swell of pride. This is the true essence of a protagonist template, possessing both will and a father like me as a backing. Such conditions inspire envy. However, compared to the tumult of the outside world, Zhou Fuxing preferred the tranquility of home. Should any danger befall his children, he would rush to their aid without hesitation. If all 3 children were to grow into formidable beings of the transcendent realm. Traversing the 14 continents, how many experts would they encounter? With anticipation for the future, Zhou Fuxing offered a few more words of advice to Zhou Longxiang before turning to leave, after resting for a day at home to stabilize his cultivation. Zhou Longxiang took up the rusted sword and stepped out of the door. On this day, he ventured into the mountains for training, having just slain a terrestrial-level demon beast. Young one, you must not grow complacent. When compared to your elder siblings, you still lag behind considerably. The sword elder materialized from the rusted sword, sitting beside Zhou Longxiang in the void. Previously, they had both been learning in the infinite mountains to procure medicine for Zhou Fuxing. But now, their concerns had dissipated. At this moment, one can undoubtedly focus wholeheartedly on the path of cultivation. With the expert guidance from the Infinite Academy, it seems that the present circumstances are vastly different from the past. Zhou Longxiang tightly clenched the sword in his hand, a sense of urgency washing over him. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed in the air. Zhou Longxiang swiftly turned his head, coldly demanding, "Who goes there?" A figure emerged from behind a tree, and Zhou Longxiang gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Zhou Li, you're still alive." Zhou Li's expression darkened as he angrily rebuked, "You insolent brat, how dare you speak to your elder like that?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "You and Zhou Fuxing are responsible for the death of my son, Zhou Feng. Today, I demand blood for blood." Zhou Longxiang regarded him with the eyes of a fool, retorting, "The one who killed your son was clearly someone under the control of a beast. From another perspective, you brought this upon yourselves. How dare you cast blame upon us?" Zhou Li, infuriated, unleashed the full power of his cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Having consumed the violent purple gold pill that day, he too had reached the 9th level. Now, fueled by the elixirs bestowed by Master Jing, he had personally broken through to the 9th level. He did not kill Zhou Fuxing then, but he would today take the life of his son. Zhou Li's aura surged, and his gaze toward Zhou Longxiang was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. "You worthless fool!" Zhou Fuxing took over the Zhou family. "And how many resources did you pilfer from the warehouse to achieve your 6th level breakthrough?" Chapter 26. Instant kill. Zhou Longxiang let out a cold laugh, looking at Zhou Li as if he were a simpleton. This elder had squandered countless family resources over the years and had become utterly deluded, thinking that everyone else was as inept as he was. Zhou Longxiang even sheathed his rusted sword, believing Zhou Li unworthy of his swordsmanship, although the confrontation before him surpassed 3 realms of combat. He felt no fear and boldly charged toward Zhou Li. Enraged by this perceived humiliation, Zhou Li swiftly drew the treasured blade granted by Master Jing, slicing down towards Zhou Longxiang with a sharp, menacing aura. The ability to unleash a blade's aura at the spirit-gathering realm signified the blade's extraordinary nature. Yet, Zhou Longxiang appeared unfazed, advancing without a hint of hesitation. The two figures, infused with profound spiritual energy, collided violently. Zhou Longxiang grunted as a deep wound was inflicted upon his arm, while Zhou Li was struck in the chest, his eyes bulging in shock, mouth agape, and unable to utter a sound. Moments later, Zhou Li collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Instant kill. In the face of an opponent 3 minor realms above him, Zhou Longxiang had delivered a single blow that rendered him incapable of further combat. Yet, Zhou Longxiang frowned slightly, contemplating, compared to that day with Father, I am still lacking. Father's control over his power could strike Zhou Li multiple times without causing him to lose consciousness. The sword elder nodded in agreement, saying, do not dwell on it. It appears your father was merely concealing his strength and may have already fully recovered. Zhou Longxiang nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze to the fallen Zhou Li. In his agony, Zhou Li could not form words, yet fear overpowered his pain. I am your uncle. You cannot kill me. Zhou Longxiang smirked. Very well, since you still remember your ties to the Zhou family. How many resources have you greedily taken from the family over the years? Speak. Zhou Li, enduring the pain, hurriedly insisted, I did not take much. Everything I left with was my own. Zhou Longxiang let out a cold laugh, recalling the resource assessment conducted by Zhou Fuxing's kin, which revealed significant discrepancies. Casually tossing Zhou Li a healing elixir, he instructed, quickly take me to your current residence. I wish to see for myself if you truly have not taken much. Upon hearing this demand, a fleeting moment of panic flickered in Zhou Li's eyes, but then he seemed to recollect something, his expression darkening as he spoke deliberately. Are you serious? Zhou Longxiang chuckled. Are you not hurrying? As Zhou Li's injuries began to mend thanks to the elixir, he felt a mix of astonishment and jealousy. That as they walked, a sinister glint danced in his eyes, clearly scheming something malicious. Zhou Longxiang was fully aware of this, but chose to remain indifferent. The two arrived at a farmhouse on the outskirts of Tianyang City, which was Zhou Li's current abode. Zhou Li had been keeping his head low, wary of provoking Zhou Longxiang, but now he looked at him with disdain, saying, My dear nephew, you should not have allowed me to bring you here. Master Jing will not spare you. Zhou Longxiang paused, confusion etched on his face. This uncle was still contemplating seeking protection at such a moment. Master Jing? Could it be the same Jing Xing who delivered treasures to me? Zhou Longxiang's expression turned peculiar, suddenly adopting a highly vigilant demeanor as he inquired, Who is Master Jing? Have you betrayed the Zhou family and found a new master? Zhou Li disregarded the sarcasm in his words and venomously replied, Master Jing is a powerful figure that no one in Tianyang City can contend with, let alone your useless father who has been a failure for a decade. It seems uncle's information is rather outdated. Zhou Longxiang feigned indifference, retorting, Do you think I would believe such nonsense, still boasting in the face of death? Hurry inside and return all the valuable treasures to the Zhou family. With a fierce expression, Zhou Li entered the yard but immediately cried out, Master Jing, save me! Quickly kill this brat. He possesses a wealth of treasures. As he spoke, Zhou Li practically rolled away from Longxiang, terrified of being further injured. Just as Zhou Li's words faded, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura suddenly descended. Zhou Li felt dizzy from the pressure, yet he pointed at Zhou Longxiang, laughing maliciously. Insane. Zhou Longxiang, clutching his sword, uttered derisively. Zhou Li was puzzled as to why he seemed unaffected by the pressure, but soon felt the weight intensifying, to the point where it felt as if his heart might implode. Master Jing, just as Zhou Li was on the verge of losing consciousness, the pressure abruptly vanished, revealing a rugged-faced, middle-aged man standing before him. Master Jing. Jing Xing lifted Zhou Li, then swiftly delivered a resounding slap. You dare to bring my young friend here to conspire against me. Do you wish to perish? Smack. Zhou Li's vision blurred from the blow, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was this? When did Zhou Longxiang become your young friend? One at the 9th level of divine abilities and another at the spirit-gathering realm. Could they possibly be friends? Then why am I merely your lackey? Stammering, Zhou Li implored, Master Jing, have you mistaken the wrong person? Upon hearing this, Jing Xing delivered another slap. Do you think I am blind? With Zhou Li subdued, Jing Xing turned to Zhou Longxiang, his expression transforming into one of cordiality. Young friend Longxiang, how is your esteemed father? Zhou Longxiang nodded, replying, No need to trouble yourself. Master, that I have merely come to reclaim what belongs to my family. He then pointed at Zhou Li, explaining, This man was originally in charge of my family's affairs. Yet he harbored ulterior motives and absconded with our assets. Jing Xing's eyes widened in realization, and he promptly chastised Zhou Li. How much did you take? Return it immediately to young friend Longxiang. I shall accompany him, Zhou Longxiang declared, following Zhou Li into the house. Outside, Jing Xing remained in place, his smile gradually fading as a sinister glint flickered in his gaze. Inside the house, Zhou Li was still reeling from the shock, unable to comprehend what had gone awry. Meanwhile, Zhou Longxiang was methodically collecting the family assets and medicinal herbs that did not belong to Zhou Li, storing them in his spatial ring. However, he left behind those items that were unidentifiable, considering that the Zhou family would soon rise again. This would serve as a fitting burial fund for Zhou Li. At the same time, Zhou Longxiang warned, the grievances between you and the Zhou family must come to an end. Do not engage in any more wrongdoing, for if we do not pursue you, even Master Jing will not spare you. Zhou Li, still reeling from the pain inflicted by Jing Xing, shivered at the warning and quickly promised, I will take heed. Seeing that nothing was amiss, Zhou Longxiang exited the house. Chapter 27. The Zhang Family Conference. Upon leaving the house, he discovered Jing Xing still standing in place, seemingly awaiting his return. Indeed, Jing Xing smiled warmly, beckoning, Young friend, come here, I have matters to discuss. Zhou Longxiang felt a sense of curiosity, but approached nonetheless. Jing Xing sighed, I have been stuck at the 9th level of divine abilities for far too long, and am eager for your father's guidance. At this moment, my father had already expressed that as long as Master Jing repents, he would be more than willing to offer assistance. Jing Xing nodded, saying, I understand. Oh, by the way, I see that your cultivation is still quite modest, and you will inevitably encounter various dangers while traveling. Therefore, I shall gift you a protective treasure. As he spoke, he produced a jade pendant that radiated a refreshing aura. Zhou Longxiang repeatedly declined. There is no need for treasures. My father has already provided me with ample safeguards. You need not worry, Master Jing. After several rounds of polite refusals, Jing Xing, seeing that Zhou Longxiang remained adamant, finally stated, This treasure is unlike any other in Tianyang City. It is specifically designed to defend against malevolent forces that if you wish to traverse the world, you will find this item indispensable. Zhou Longxiang hesitated for a moment before accepting the protective jade pendant. Thank you, Master Jing. Young friend, do not mention it. Zhou Longxiang bid farewell to Jing Xing, embarking on a journey into the distance that he had previously confided in Zhou Fuxing that he would not return until he had transcended the spirit sea realm. As Jing Xing gazed at Zhou Longxiang's departing silhouette, beneath his smiling facade lay inscrutable thoughts. That moment, within the expansive hall of Tianyang City, countless martial experts from the prominent families were gathered. This was the domain of the Zhang family, the foremost clan of Tianyang City. Yet at present, Zhang Xian, the head of the Zhang family, occupied a subordinate position. Like many other clan leaders, he regarded the figure seated at the center with visible dissatisfaction. Zhou clan leader, gathering all the influential families of Tianyang City, here merely to benefit your own clan seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? The speaker was none other than Zhou Fuxing, who glanced at the man and replied with a smile. There are indeed pressing matters at hand. However, the implications of this issue are extensive and could greatly impact Tianyang City. Thus, we must proceed with caution. Exchanges of glances among the attendees revealed their skepticism. Zhang Xian interjected. I fail to comprehend what significant matters could arise from a small clan residing outside the city. His words prompted several other clan leaders to echo his sentiments. Indeed, your insignificant Zhou family has lingered on the outskirts for centuries, without even a single member who has reached the Divine Passage realm. Surely, you do not think you possess knowledge of Tianyang City's secrets that we are unaware of. The city lord of Tianyang also chimed in. Zhou clan leader, do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric. Zhou Fuxing listened quietly to the barrage of remarks before he calmly responded, Are you finished? Rising to his feet, he surveyed the assembly and continued. In recent days, I trust that all present have been made aware of the events transpiring within Tianyang City to some extent. Are you not cognizant that I, Zhou Fuxing, have taken it upon myself to address the numerous crises besieging Tianyang City? Yet, you all seem oblivious to the perils that surround us. An uproar erupted within the hall, with some attendees openly cursing Zhou Fuxing. Others furrowed their brows, questioning, You resolved these issues, surely. The Zhou clan leader is not speaking in jest. Zhou Fuxing remained silent, gradually releasing his spiritual power. At his current level of the seventh heaven of Divine Passage, he was sufficiently formidable to be considered a top-tier expert in Tianyang City. The hall fell into a hushed silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The sudden emergence of a Divine Passage expert was an inconceivable revelation for all present, particularly since this power stemmed from a seemingly inconsequential clan. Zhou Fuxing scanned the crowd and spoke with deliberation. I, Zhou Fuxing, have been tirelessly striving for the safety of Tianyang City. The purpose of gathering you all here is twofold: to elucidate these dangers and to seek certain advantages for my Zhou family. As the crowd pondered his words, Zhou Fuxing continued. Given my singular prowess, unless you join forces, it would be impossible for any of you to contend with the Zhou family. However, I do not seek anything excessive. I merely wish to relocate my clan here and acquire some properties. Conducting business necessitates a certain resolve, a truth he fully understood. The various families exchanged glances, aware that the addition of another clan in Tianyang City meant a division of resources. Furthermore, with the Divine Passage powerhouse safeguarding the Zhou family, their status was destined to ascend to that of a premier clan. Moreover, Zhou Fuxing's assertion of merely wanting a modest acquisition raised concerns about the potential for future demands. Thus, they were reluctant to acquiesce, especially since Zhou Fuxing's actions had already disrupted the unspoken rules they had tacitly accepted. Yet, Zhou Fuxing interjected once more, alternatively, perhaps you might listen to my exposition on the crises facing Tianyang City before rendering your decisions. This matter is of great significance. I kindly request that each clan leader, along with the city lord, step aside for a private discussion. Very well. The assembly concurred, recognizing Zhou Fuxing's spiritual cultivation had indeed granted him the authority to convene the clans. Leading them to a secluded chamber, Zhou Fuxing addressed them directly. Have any of you recently encountered clan members exhibiting a loss of cognitive function, their eyes a vivid crimson? The crowd was taken aback. And Zhou Fuxing continued, This phenomenon is the result of a remarkably powerful beast. However, I have already brought it under control, and it is not the crux of this crisis, the city lord interjected. I did hear reports of some soldiers manifesting such symptoms recently, but how can you substantiate that you were the one who resolved this issue? Zhou Fuxing smiled, refraining from responding to the inquiry. Instead, he presented a map of Tianyang City and proceeded to explain the intricacies of the Wanming transformation array. This array was indestructible and posed a lingering threat, to ensure it would not be activated. The cooperation of the city's major factions was essential. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian erupted with laughter. Preposterous! My Zhang family has resided here for generations. How could I be unaware of such a ludicrous situation? You, a mere outsider from the Zhou family, dare to make such claims? Other clan leaders cast disparaging glances, treating Zhou Fuxing as if he were a simpleton. Yet, Zhou Fuxing remained unfazed, fully aware that mere words would not convince them of the existence of this matter. He then produced a meticulously prepared array plate, depicting a small-scale version of the Wanming transformation array. Esteemed guests, behold. This is the array plate I have crafted, closely resembling the structure of Tianyang City. As the attendees scrutinized the plate, They indeed discerned its resemblance to a miniature Tianyang city. Zhou Fuxing then placed several ants atop the array plate, releasing his spiritual power to gradually activate the formation. The assembly watched in astonishment as the formation came to life, their anticipation palpable, eager to witness whether the array would indeed sacrifice all life. The array plate in Zhou Fuxing's hands erupted with a blinding crimson light. A sight both terrifying and inspiring as the audience gazed upon the array. A sense of suffocating dread enveloped them, rendering them breathless. Moments later, the bloodlight abruptly retracted, and the entire array plate quivered, causing all the ants to wither into desiccation. The chamber fell into a profound silence, with the attendees staring at the array plate, envisioning the catastrophic results of the activation of Tianyang City's grand formation. Now, you all comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhou Fuxing spoke slowly. In truth, it is preferable for fewer individuals to possess knowledge of this matter. However, a formidable expert from the ninth heaven of divine passage has recently arrived, and we cannot ascertain how many outside forces are aware of the existence of this array. Thus, I can only disclose this matter to you, hoping for your vigilance. The clan leaders exchanged apprehensive glances, while the city lord's countenance turned ashen, murmuring, "A ninth heaven of divine passage, such a powerhouse. How can we contend with that?" Zhou Fuxing replied nonchalantly, "I too will soon ascend to the celestial passage realm. I shall handle that individual, but I implore you, do not entertain any thoughts regarding the grand array." Upon hearing Zhou Fuxing's impending breakthrough, the assembly was thrown into a state of alarm. With trepidation, they hastily assured him, "Zhou clan leader, we would never dare. Our families are all established within Tianyang City." "That is good to hear." Zhou Fuxing nodded. He harbored no fears concerning the clan leader's intentions toward the grand array, knowing that activating it required the manipulation of various focal points located within Tianyang City, that he had not disclosed the locations of these focal points. Once the Zhou family relocated and secured one, Tianyang City would be free from peril. The atmosphere grew heavy, and an elder spoke gravely. "Zhou clan leader, I apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive my impertinence." Zhou Fuxing inclined his head, recognizing the elder as Lu Wei, the head of the Lu family, one of the preeminent clans in Tianyang City, that he continued, "Esteemed leaders, may I inquire whether there are any objections to my Zhou family establishing a presence in Tianyang City and acquiring certain properties?" The assembly promptly bowed in agreement, with the city lord leading the way, stating, "Zhou clan leader, identify the land you desire, and I shall waive the rent for you." Zhang Xian, who had previously displayed scorn, now greeted Zhou Fuxing with enthusiasm. "Zhou clan leader, I would be honored to present my family's Huang Zikao industry as a congratulatory gift for your relocation." Other families also voiced their willingness to offer properties or treasures to the Zhou family. Zhou Fuxing replied, "I advise you all to deliberate with your families before proceeding. However, it is imperative that the details of the grand array remain undisclosed. Furthermore, my Zhou family will not accept your offerings without compensation. We are willing to purchase with spirit stones." The clan leaders readily affirmed their commitment, followed by a flurry of praises directed at Zhou Fuxing. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhou Fuxing's mind. "Congratulations. Host, achievement unlocked. Establishing a superior foundation for your offspring's future. System reward. Parental insight. Enables the host to sense the whereabouts of their children, providing greater convenience for caring for them." Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. "System, do you have any other achievements? Please share. This system's achievements are all hidden. Please pay close attention to your offspring, as there are numerous opportunities to fulfill these achievements." The response felt scarcely informative. Nevertheless, Zhou Fuxing was already quite content with this single reward. His concerns for his children's safety had been alleviated significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Fuxing inquired of the clan leaders, "One more matter. Are you aware of any malevolent cultivators at the Celestial Passage realm in the vicinity of Tianyang City? Or any wicked sects with such figures?" The attendees pondered for a while before shaking their heads. However, the city lord spoke gravely. "I received news a few days ago that the Grand Elder of the Shuyo sect has successfully broken through to the first heaven of Celestial Passage." Panic spread among the clan leaders, and Zhang Xian exclaimed in anger, "The Shuyo sect has long been rampant. If they produce another Celestial Passage powerhouse, what shall we do? The Blood Human is a malevolent force situated near Tianyang City. which has rapidly developed over the years by plundering passing merchant caravans. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Fuxing felt an immense sense of comfort within, displaying a resolute expression as he reassured, "There is no need for concern. Esteemed friends Dai Zhou possess means to resolve the matter of the blood human. Henceforth, I vow that no malevolent force shall trouble our Tianyang city." The clan leaders, feeling as if they had taken a calming tonic, were reassured by Zhou Fuxing's confident words, even though they were uncertain of the methods he might employ. Subsequently, they exited the secret chamber, and no further doubts regarding Zhou Fuxing's capabilities were voiced within the Grand Hall. Ultimately, they agreed to grant the Zhou family the largest estate in Tianyang City, along with numerous properties available for purchase. 3 days later, after managing the relocation of the Zhou family, Zhou Fuxing hurried to find his son, Longxiang. Utilizing the perceptive abilities bestowed by the system's rewards, Zhou Fuxing swiftly located Zhou Longxiang in a mountainous region. Just as he was about to inquire about his son's well-being, his expression suddenly changed. "Where did you acquire that protective talisman?" Zhou Longxiang, following his father's gaze, lowered his head and removed the obsidian jade pendant, stating, "Jing Xing gave it to me. Father, is there a problem?" Zhou Fuxing's countenance turned icy as he replied, "This pendant will gradually emit dark energy. Had I arrived even a moment later, it would have begun to erode your mind, leaving you in a state of unconsciousness at the very least." Zhou Longxiang was taken aback, hastily discarding the pendant, perplexed. "But why would he wish to harm me?" "No, his true intention must be to lure you out of the city for protection while activating the grand formation of Tianyang City." Zhou Fuxing nodded approvingly at his son's insight, then coldly declared, "This time, he shall not escape my grasp. Come with me." With Longxiang in tow, they swiftly traversed the mountains, soon returning to Tianyang City. Inside the city, a cacophony of shouts filled the air, startling Zhou Fuxing. Upon investigation, he discovered that various clans were executing his directive to control different regions and prevent anyone from activating the formation's nodes. Some nodes had already been engaged, yet Jing Xing's presence was notably absent. Scattered blood beasts had appeared in the city, but they were under the control of Yuqing, posing no significant threat. Zhou Fuxing let out a sigh of relief, followed by a proud proclamation. "Unfortunately, I had prepared in advance." Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jing Xing dares not show himself. Longxiang gazed at his father with admiration, exclaiming, "Father, you anticipated Jing Xing's treachery all along?" Zhou Fuxing nodded, diligently searching for Jing Xing's hiding place. Moments later, he detected Jing Xing's lingering aura along a small path outside the city. "It seems he immediately fled Tianyang City upon realizing my preparations." Zhou Fuxing's eyes turned icy as he sneered, "What shall we do now? Who knows where he has run off to after such a lengthy interval?" Zhou Fuxing replied with a cold smile, "If divine perception cannot locate him, then Tongtian surely can. Let us go. I shall lead you to eradicate the blood human." Chapter 29. Daring to strike my son. Seeking death. The blood human is not far from Tianyang City. Moreover, upon returning, he would undoubtedly have reached the Tongtian realm, capable of flight, rendering the travel time inconsequential. At this moment, within the blood human, a group of women huddled in the central hall, gazing in terror at the surrounding disciples of the blood human. Jiang Mang sipped from a cup of wine offered by a disciple, expressing mild disdain. "Is this all we have? Have all the nearby cities been stripped of their women?" One individual spoke up. "There is nothing to be done, master. The great elder has decreed that we must not seize too many women. Otherwise, with the temper of our brothers, how could we take less, right?" Jiang Mang glared at the speaker, prompting another disciple to step forward and say, "Master, it was merely a stroke of luck this time. There are no beauties among them that we can't very well raid the city, can we? Thankfully, while they may lack quality, there are plenty of them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mang erupted in laughter, as one of the women blushed and cried out, "I will never submit to an evil sect." Unfazed, Jiang Mang waved his hand, and a disciple stepped forward, unceremoniously striking the woman across the face. The woman's delicate visage instantly became swollen and red, and before she could react, the disciple continued to strike her repeatedly. Jiang Mang nonchalantly ordered, "Knock out her teeth. Let her curse for me." The disciple complied, preparing to strike again when suddenly, a man's arrogant voice reverberated throughout the blood human, proclaiming, "This territory belongs to the Zhou family of Tianyang City. All evil sects, begone. The members of the Blood Humans stared in disbelief, questioning whether they were hallucinating. They're a family named Zhou in Tianyang City. Jiang Meng turned to inquire of his disciples. And one hesitantly responded, I believe there is, but it is a rather insignificant family. Jiang Meng rose slowly, cursing, damn it, who cares where they came from? If they dare to be unruly, toss them into the latrine. He led his disciples outside the hall, where they indeed spotted a man casting a contemptuous gaze at the Blood Human, accompanied by a young boy. What nonsense is this? A deity accompanied by a mere gathering spirit. Seeking death? Hearing Jiang Meng's insults, Zhou Fuxing chuckled lightly and retorted, And what manner of refuse are you? Where is your great elder? Jiang Meng, infuriated by his words, drew forth his talisman and launched an attack. Zhou Fuxing, unperturbed by an adversary of equal standing, leaped forward and delivered a powerful punch squarely to Jiang Meng's forehead. Simultaneously, he lamented internally, lacking a weapon truly detracts from my flair. If only the Changyuan sword within that bell were real. Resolving to attend to the matters of Tianyang City first before visiting the Zhuri Yuan, Zhou Fuxing's punch landed, leaving Jiang Meng momentarily stunned, but as his disciples began to register that their master had been struck. They were too late to react before witnessing blood seep from Jiang Meng's head as he collapsed that a single strike had incapacitated him. The disciples of the Blood Human were instantly alarmed, with some fleeing in panic. Zhou Fuxing instructed Longxiang to deliver a finishing blow to Jiang Meng, then bellowed, The Blood Human is truly laughable, if even the master is of such low caliber. What audacity do you have to rob from my Tianyang City? This time, having learned from prior experiences, he refrained from directly insulting the Great Elder, for fear of being intimidated into silence, much like Jing Xing had been. Indeed, an enraged roar erupted, drowning out Zhou Fuxing's voice. Who dares to be a fool and run rampant in my Blood Human? As the voice faded, a figure suddenly materialized in the air. Hovering above and gazing down at Zhou Fuxing and his son, eyes glinting with malevolence. Zhou Fuxing tilted his head back, but soon realized this posture was less than ideal. So what if you can fly? Longxiang cursed at him. Yes, father. In an instant, a barrage of expletives unique to the erupted from Zhou Longxiang's mouth, leaving Zhou Fuxing utterly astonished. Good heavens, how had I never noticed this before? My dear son Longxiang possesses such a talent. My image is shattered. Zhou Fuxing twitched his lips as he watched the elder in the sky lose composure, unleashing a palm technique directly aimed at Longxiang that in the Tantian realm, a casual swipe could manifest as a formidable spell. Zhou Fuxing quickly positioned himself in front of his son, while Longxiang, having gained experience, activated his protective talisman to shield his father. Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of pride. His son had finally become sensible. The palm technique struck Zhou Fuxing, causing his vital energy to surge and his organs to convulse. The disparity between the Tangtian realm and the divine realm was indeed vast. It was no wonder Jing Xing had succumbed to dark thoughts after so many years of stagnation. Zhou Fuxing sighed, then slightly shifted his body, allowing a fragment of the palm technique's spiritual energy to escape and collide with Zhou Longxiang, vanishing without a trace to that moment. A voice echoed in Zhou Fuxing's ear. Detection indicates that your son, Zhou Longxiang, is facing a formidable adversary. Congratulations. Your cultivation has ascended to the second level of the Tangtian realm. With that, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from Zhou Fuxing's body, enveloping the entire Blood Human in a ferocious gale. The elder, still oblivious to the sudden turn of events, was met with Zhou Fuxing's icy declaration. Dare to strike my son? Prepare to die. With that, he executed a palm technique akin to that of the elder, propelled by the gale toward his opponent. With a resounding crack, the elder was sent flying, crashing through numerous structures of the Blood Human. The strength of a second-level Tangtian cultivator overwhelming a freshly ascended Tangtian was a definitive display of power. Zhou Longxiang gazed at his father in awe, exclaiming, Father, you are truly extraordinary. You alone have obliterated an evil sect. Zhou Fuxing chuckled. But you were here alongside me. That he then turned his attention back to the elder, who lay on the ground, unable to muster the strength to rise, gazing at Zhou Fuxing in terror. Who are you, esteemed master? We of the Blood Human have not wronged you. Zhou Fuxing replied with a cold smirk. Having already extinguished you, why waste words? Moreover, as an evil sect, do you think I require justification to eradicate you?" Just as he was about to strike, the elder, in a panic, cried out, "Do not kill me. I possess a secret." Zhou Fuxing paused, inquiring, "I have little interest in secrets. I seek only knowledge of where powerful beings reside." The elder, momentarily perplexed by the latter part of his statement, quickly responded, "I certainly know of powerful beings. This secret pertains to their existence. Pray, enlighten me." The Grand Elder, upon realizing the possibility of survival, exclaimed with excitement, "The reason I was able to transcend to the celestial realm is due to the assistance of a remarkable individual. This person instructed me to keep a tight rein on the nearby sects and families, ensuring they entertain no thoughts of relocation, and to limit any plundering to a minimum. More treasures, fewer lives." Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is it possible such a thing exists? Chapter 30. Blood Refinement. Bone Forging. It sounds as though a certain individual or faction seeks to achieve a particular goal, positioning themselves strategically near Tianyang City. Yet, the magnitude of this scheme is beyond mere conjecture. Do you know the identity of this person? The Grand Elder replied in fear, "I do not know, only that this individual is immensely powerful, stronger than you. If I defy him, he will kill me." Zhou Fuxing cast a sidelong glance at him, inwardly thinking, perhaps it would be better if he did. Nevertheless, the tidings of a powerful figure intrigued Zhou Fuxing, and he remained indifferent to the prospect of breaking through his cultivation. That in the Yan dynasty, renowned malevolent cultivators were too distant to warrant a special trip, and as for the righteous sects, they could not possibly clash with the children. Zhou Fuxing inquired further, "Is there any other news? Do share." The Grand Elder hesitated. "I am uncertain what information might be of use to you. But the Sunset Palace is battling fiercely over a secret realm, suffering heavy casualties. Does that count?" Zhou Fuxing, naturally disinterested in such matters, absent-mindedly replied, "Provide me with a reason that absolves you of your crimes." The Grand Elder, suddenly stricken with terror, exclaimed, "I am willing to submit to you, esteemed one. I possess knowledge of blood refinement and bone forging." With a swift motion, Zhou Fuxing struck the Grand Elder into the ground, rebuking him. "How old are you to address me as esteemed? Do I appear to be one who engages in such barbaric practices?" As he spoke, he casually struck the air again, creating a palm-shaped crater where the Grand Elder had stood. After this exchange, the Grand Elder was left lifeless. Turning around, Zhou Fuxing observed that the disciples of the Blood Ghost sect had long since scattered, leaving behind numerous halls and medicinal fields, accompanied by Zhou Longxiang. He wandered about, astonished. So this wicked sect dabbles in agriculture as well. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Relying solely on plunder was akin to living paycheck to paycheck, whereas self-sustenance proved far more reliable. Of course, the Blood Ghost sect's medicinal fields were not particularly expansive. After a moment's pondering, Zhou Fuxing proposed, "Longxiang, what do you think about our Zhou family settling here? There is land and fields, along with ready-made lodgings." Zhou Longxiang expressed his concerns, "But the family still needs to develop in Tianyang City. We cannot spare so many hands." Zhou Fuxing acknowledged this, realizing that the Zhou family was a modest clan. Even with the industries he had secured in Tianyang City, they were still short on manpower. "Very well, then let us meticulously search and take away all valuable items." "Yes, father." The two then divided their tasks. Zhou Fuxing sought treasures in the various halls, while Zhou Longxiang set about uprooting the immature medicinal plants for transport back to the Zhou family. Is there someone still here? With his recent ascension to the celestial realm, Zhou Fuxing's senses were exceedingly sharp, and he soon discerned faint cries emanating from within a grand hall. A woman? Zhou Fuxing's expression turned peculiar, considering the identity of the Blood Ghost sect. The circumstances of these women were not difficult to surmise. He hurried to investigate, and indeed found a number of women huddled together within a hall. Hearing their voices, Zhou Fuxing quickly waved his hand, stating with a calm demeanor, "The Blood Ghost sect has been vanquished. You are all free now." The women were immediately taken aback, having only heard the commotion outside, oblivious to the events that had unfolded. They were shocked to learn that the Blood Ghost sect had been obliterated so swiftly. One woman cautiously ventured, "Esteemed one, the Blood Ghost sect has been a rampant evil sect for decades. Have you truly eradicated it?" Zhou Fuxing noted that this woman possessed some cultivation, albeit at the third level of the gathering spirit realm. Not particularly high. From which sect do you hail? The woman replied promptly. I am the daughter of the Heart Intense Sect's leader. My name is Xian Xiaoya. Heart Intense Sect? Zhou Fuxing mused, while Xian Xiaoya quickly added, It's a small sect. My father is only at the Spirit Sea realm. Zhou Fuxing nodded, then inquired about the other women. Indeed, they hailed from nearby towns, most of them mere mortals that he learned that some had been captured, while others had already lost their families. Zhou Fuxing provided those capable of returning home with some travel funds. While he planned to send someone to escort those who were unfamiliar with the way back, that AS for the other destitute women, he contemplated, Would you be willing to join my family? The women were naturally elated and eagerly agreed. Very well, wait here for a moment. I shall have someone come to fetch you. After arranging for their care, Zhou Fuxing continued his search, freeing others imprisoned by the Blood Ghost sect in a similar manner. However, he ultimately discovered that the number of women without homes was quite substantial, over 40 in total. Faced with such a multitude of destitute women, not to mention the corpses he had encountered, Zhou Fuxing's expression darkened as he secretly lamented the swiftness with which he had dealt with the sect leader. Well, let him reap the benefits. Looking at these women, he suddenly realized that bringing them back to the family might not be a prudent choice. The sheer number could incite instability within the family. At this juncture, with the Zhou family relocating to Tianyang City, it was unwise to invite further complications. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the group. Here is the plan. You will reside here, and I will arrange for additional personnel from my family to assist you. He envisioned establishing this place as another base for the family, and perhaps, if it grew sufficiently, even consider relocating the family's main body here in the future. However, such a development would require a considerable workforce. A matter for another time, he promptly instructed Longxiang to cease uprooting the medicinal plants and to replant them. Noticing the forlorn expression on his son's face, Zhou Fuxing cleared his throat and said, Even a father can have his moments of folly. Zhou Longxiang voiced his concerns. What about safety issues? I will devise a solution. For now, we can have Yuqing oversee matters. After giving further instructions to the group, Zhou Longxiang prepared to depart at that moment. Excellencia rushed over, exclaiming, Esteemed one, please wait. I have a request. Breathless, Excellencia continued. Esteemed one, could you allow my sect to move here? Zhou Fuxing raised an eyebrow and inquired, What is your reasoning, and how many members do you have? Excellencia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed, Because it is safe here. Our sect has only a dozen members. Aside from myself and my parents, we care for a number of orphans. Zhou Fuxing nodded in understanding. In that case, you are welcome to join us. However, I must clarify that the Blood Ghost sect was just eradicated, and there may still be dangers. Excellencia grew anxious, quickly asking, Esteemed one, you want to be leaving, will you? That is uncertain. I might depart at any moment. Do you still wish to come? After a moment of deliberation, Excellencia resolutely declared, I wish to come. Even if there are dangers, it is far better than being exposed to threats from the evil sect. Chapter 31. Seeking help at Wuliang Mountain. Having settled the group, Zhou Fuxing soared into the sky, heading toward Tianyang City. Zhou Longxiang remained at the Blood Ghost sect's former base, both to protect the less capable individuals and to be readily available should he be needed. Upon reaching Tianyang City, it was still afternoon, and only 3 hours had passed since his departure. Zhou Fuxing hovered over the city, extending his consciousness to absorb all that had transpired within Tianyang City. They haven't left. Initially, he had merely scanned the area, but was surprised to find Jing Xing still concealing himself within the city, having purposely left a false trail to mislead anyone who might pursue him. Zhou Fuxing felt a cold smile creep onto his lips. Without further hesitation, he charged forward. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground chamber of Tianyang City, Jing Xing had covered himself in talismans to prevent any trace of his presence from leaking. Employing the tortoise-breathing secret method to render himself utterly invisible, that as long as no one reaches the law-body realm, they will be unable to detect my existence, no matter how powerful Zhou Fuxing may be. He is merely the clan leader of a remote little family. How could he possibly possess law-body cultivation? If I remain here for a few months, or even years, and they let their guard down, I can then activate the Great Formation and ascend to the celestial realm in one fell swoop. The thought of ascending, Jing Xing felt a sense of grievance wash over him. He had been preparing for an indeterminate period, only to be interrupted repeatedly by Zhou Fuxing's unexpected incursions. Not to mention, Zhou Fuxing had a proclivity for concealing his true strength, playing the fool while devouring the tiger. Even now, despite having prepared numerous hidden methods, Jing Xing still harbored an ominous feeling that Zhou Fuxing would seek him out. He cannot possibly be at the law body realm. I must be overthinking this, he murmured to himself. Yet he suddenly caught a faint sound of footsteps, causing him to jump in fright. It must just be someone passing by. How could I, Jing Xing, ever be so timid? However, the sound of footsteps grew louder, followed by a resounding crash from above. Boom! The next moment, the ceiling of the chamber shattered, and a figure floated in midair. Indeed, he has come directly through. This is far more exhilarating than burrowing underground. Zhou Fuxing felt the formidable presence of the Tongtian realm and couldn't help but utter a remark. He then turned his head, and upon meeting Jing Xing's gaze, the latter suddenly trembled, standing frozen in place. Utterly motionless, Zhou Fuxing let out a cold laugh and said, "Your treacherous heart is still alive. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end?" Jing Xing immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, "Senior, I truly lack the discernment to recognize greatness. I should not have harbored any improper thoughts towards Tianyang City. I possess knowledge of many matters concerning the continent that might enlighten you. Begone." Zhou Fuxing bellowed in fury. "I have just sent away one who is dying with secrets. Do you intend to follow suit?" However, despite his words, he understood that Jing Xing's information was indeed what he urgently needed. What was he currently lacking? Not treasures nor cultivation, but information. Tianyang City was merely a small border town of the Dian dynasty, a dynasty that barely registered on the continental scale. Yet, this was all that the Zhou family knew. What lay beyond? Who were the mightiest individuals in this world? Such knowledge eluded him. Perhaps he could inquire with Yu Qing. But recalling her erratic demeanor, he dismissed that thought. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly remarked, "My son and daughter are currently studying at the Wuliang Academy. What use could you possibly serve?" Without hesitation, Jing Xing replied decisively, "Senior, Tianyang City is under the control of the Mirror King, who is aware of its secrets. His current objective is to unite several other great formations." Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow in thought. These matters were indeed closely related to his interests. Jing Xing continued, "However, Tianyang City is far too ancient, and it is unwise for him to become involved. Allow me to probe and initiate, should I succeed. Not only could I ascend to Tongtian, but I would also receive his rewards." So that was it. Zhou Fuxing finally understood why a foreigner like Jing Xing was privy to the secrets of Tianyang City. Yet, he was not particularly concerned about the Mirror King, that he said, "In that case, I shall spare your life. I will merely strip you of your cultivation as punishment for your disregard for the lives of countless others in your pursuit of personal advancement." Jing Xing was struck with horror, but in the next moment, Zhou Fuxing's hand was already pressing down upon his head. Following a shriek of pain, Zhou Fuxing withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "Your energy center has been rendered useless. You shall never cultivate again in this lifetime. However, should you perform well, perhaps I may grant you a chance." Jing Xing's gaze became vacant, staring blankly ahead, utterly unresponsive to his words. Zhou Fuxing paid him no mind and lifted him, soaring into the sky towards the Blood Phantom sect's stronghold. Jing Xing would serve as labor to construct their encampment, although devoid of cultivation. He had once been a formidable practitioner, and his physical abilities remained intact. After settling matters, Zhou Fuxing returned to Tianyang City. When he used his divine sense to probe Jing Xing's location, he faintly sensed another Tongtian expert within the city. The forces surrounding Tianyang City were limited. This sudden appearance of a Tongtian being could only indicate an outsider. Approaching the vicinity of that individual, he found himself in a grove where a woman was seated in meditation, her aura fluctuating as if she had just paused to rest after a long journey. Zhou Fuxing called out from a distance with a smile, "Which friend has come to Tianyang City? Might I invite you for a discussion at the Zhou family?" To his surprise, upon hearing his words, the woman abruptly opened her eyes and urgently asked, "Friend, may I inquire where we are? How far is it to Wuliang Mountain?" "Wuliang Mountain? Is that not the place where Zhou Chenglong and Zhou Chufeng are studying?" Sensing her urgency, Zhou Fuxing quickly replied, "You are in Tianyang City. Wuliang Mountain is a mere 1,000 miles north." "Not too far," The woman nodded gratefully, swallowing a pill to replenish her spiritual energy before rising. Zhou Fuxing hastily inquired, "What business do you have at Wuliang Mountain?" "To be honest, my children are studying there." The woman instantly interrupted him, anxiously asking, "What are your children's names?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Fuxing promptly shared their names. The woman grew even more anxious and exclaimed, "Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Chufeng are currently surrounded by monstrous beasts. I barely broke through their encirclement and accidentally ended up here, seeking help from Wuliang Mountain." Zhou Fuxing narrowed his eyes and asked, "How long until the beasts will launch their attack?" He felt no panic. The absence of system alerts indicated that his children were not in immediate danger. "I cannot say for certain, but I sense that those beasts are merely encircling them." Zhou Fuxing raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, there is some hidden truth to this matter?" The woman shook her head. "I cannot be certain, but regardless, we must rescue the children first." Zhou Fuxing nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the course of action. By the way, please tell me which direction to go. I shall proceed ahead." No. There are too many beasts in that direction, and I faintly sense the presence of a Tongtian above. We cannot venture there." "A Tongtian above?" Zhou Fuxing's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a chance for advancement. However, to prevent appearing deranged to the woman, he quickly concealed his enthusiasm and said, "We cannot delay. Who knows what might happen next? I will go ahead. If the children are safe, I will remain on the periphery and won't take any risks." The woman nodded. "Very well. I shall also go and take a look." "You have a way to swiftly contact Wuliang Mountain?" "Correct?" "Naturally," Zhou Fuxing affirmed, having contacted his eldest son and daughter numerous times. The speed of communication, though not equivalent to a Tongtian personally seeking reinforcements, was still quite efficient. He continued, "I will first go to bring back some reinforcements to bolster our strength." The woman felt a surge of joy. This man possessed the strength of a Tongtian, so the reinforcements he summoned would undoubtedly be formidable. "Then you must hurry." Zhou Fuxing wasted no time, soaring into the sky towards the Blood Phantom sect's stronghold. Upon hearing that his brother and sister were in danger, Zhou Longxiang naturally abandoned his work to accompany his father in the rescue, but on their return journey, they passed through Tianyang City, where a figure suddenly appeared before them. "Where are you rushing off to?" "Take me with you." Yu Qing chimed in with a smile, while Yu Cha nodded and added, "Uncle Zhou, I'm nearly suffocating from boredom. Take me out to play." Zhou Fuxing's expression darkened. He recognized this as Yu Qing's doing. Suddenly struck by a thought, he scrutinized Yu Qing and asked, "You wouldn't happen to already know, would you, about my children's perilous situation?" Yu Qing feigned innocence. "What do I know?" Zhou Fuxing felt certain that Yu Qing was privy to something, merely wishing to accompany him. Given the mysterious identities of Yu Qing and Yi Cha, he refrained from probing further, but trusted them nonetheless. "Very well. Come with me to rescue Qinglong and Chufeng." Without hesitation, he led the three to the woman's side. The woman, initially pleased to see Zhou Fuxing return, had expected him to bring several Tongtian experts. But what was this? A singular divine practitioner and two children. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Mr. Zhou, please take this seriously. We are going to rescue the children from monstrous beasts, not for a leisurely outing." Zhou Fuxing responded earnestly, "I assure you, I am quite serious. This is my son, and Yu Qing is a friend here to assist. Yi Cha simply wishes to join us." The woman was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether it was the intelligence of the man before her that was in doubt or her own understanding. What rationale was there in bringing another child when they were to rescue children? Did he fear that not enough youngsters would perish? "Very well, whatever you say. We must hasten to save them." She chose to disregard the peculiarities of the group and expressed her concern. "Have you already sought help from Wuliang Mountain?" Zhou Fuxing promptly assured her, "Rest assured, I have indeed sought help." The woman nodded and took flight, with Zhou Fuxing and Longxiang closely following as for Yu Qing. He had no doubt that this individual would keep pace. Along the way, Zhou Fuxing engaged the woman in light conversation. "May I ask your name, friend?" "Xiao Yu." "Xiao Dao Yu, I am surnamed Zhou." Xiao Yu maintained a stoic expression while internally screaming, "Your children are surnamed Zhou." "Of course I know your surname. And what use is this small talk? We must hurry to rescue them." "Xiao Dao Yu, are you perhaps a teacher at Wuliang Academy?" "Yes." "How is the environment at Wuliang Academy? How is the food? Are my children being bullied there?" Xiao Yu nearly plummeted from the sky. Your children are being tormented by monstrous beasts, and you are concerned about school matters with great patience. She answered, the environment is beautiful, the food is nutritious, and the children are happy. Mr. Zhou, please focus on the journey. The beasts lie ahead. Zhou Fuxing ceased his teasing, for truthfully, he was genuinely concerned about these matters. In his previous life, he had not understood, but now, having crossed over and taken on the role of a guardian, he realized just how much one could worry about their children. With that thought in mind, Zhou Fuxing silently pondered, system. Do you possess a function to monitor my children in real time? The strongest paternal love system across the realms reminds you. Inquiries regarding children's privacy are prohibited. Please refrain from probing. Very well. Zhou Fuxing found himself in a state of helplessness as, gradually, a dark shadow loomed at the edge of the vast earth before him. As he soared forward, the shadow grew larger, ultimately obscuring nearly half of the land. Descending slightly, Zhou Fuxing peered closer and was astonished to discover that the area was teeming with demon beasts that wait. Zhou Fuxing suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, the sheer number of demon beasts has clouded our judgment. In reality, their proportion is quite small, with the majority being mere wild animals. Xiaoyu gasped in surprise and, upon inspection, confirmed his observation that I didn't pay much attention when I broke through. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many wild and demon beasts gathered here? Zhou Fuxing recognized that this was highly unusual, yet he could not ascertain the cause. He hastened his pace towards the throng of beasts. However, as he drew nearer, the aura of the demon beasts intensified, severely hampering his flight speed, ultimately forcing him to proceed on foot. Xiao Dao, friend, have you encountered such a situation before? Zhou Fuxing inquired. Xiaoyu frowned and replied, it is not uncommon, but I have never witnessed such a scale before. Then this is indeed peculiar, Zhou Fuxing mused, secretly hoping to encounter a few high-level demon beasts and to avoid any formation-related complications. The two continued onward, planning to navigate around a nearby mountain, only to discover several individuals waiting there upon closer inspection. Yifeng, you all arrived remarkably quickly, Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight. Zhou Fuxing noted that Yifeng bore the same insignia on his attire as Xiaoyu, indicating that he too was a teacher from Wuliang Academy. Why haven't you ventured inside to rescue anyone? Xiaoyu inquired. That Yifeng shook his head. The presence of demon beasts has intensified, and we suspect that a highly advanced demon beast lurks within, making us reluctant to intrude recklessly. Zhou Fuxing sighed slightly, recognizing the current predicament. News from within was inaccessible, and entry from the outside was impossible. Fortunately, the system had not indicated any danger to Qinglong and the others. Chapter 33. Do not be surprised, however, the absence of danger now did not guarantee that there would be none in the future. Zhou Fuxing resolved to enter directly, despite the slow pace, as it would at least allow him to ascertain the children's situation promptly. Without further hesitation, he embraced Long Xiang and dashed forward. Yet, as soon as he leaped, he was promptly halted by the others. What are you doing? Yifeng chastised. Are you intending to waltz in there with a child to feed the demon beasts? Surrounding individuals chimed in, urging, it would be prudent for this friend to exercise caution. This beast horde is quite peculiar. Let us wait for the reinforcements from Wuliang Academy. Even Xiaoyu was baffled by his actions and implored. Indeed, Mr. Zhou, you should wait a moment. The aura of the demon beasts is thickening. Who knows what issues may arise? Zhou Fuxing, feeling exasperated, retorted, I wish to enter. I am fully aware of the risks involved. Besides, this matter does not concern you. You, Yifeng, incensed by Zhou Fuxing's rebuttal, snapped, if you choose to go, then go. But if you encounter any danger, do not blame Wuliang Academy for neglecting to assist. Zhou Fuxing rolled his eyes, dismissing him, and turned to leave. Xiaoyu, unable to dissuade him, felt anxious, realizing that remaining passive was even more troubling. The thought of Zhou Fuxing entering alone with the child unsettled her. Forget it. I will go in and take a look, Xiaoyu declared as she soared into the beast horde. Seeing both individuals enter, Yifeng was taken aback, yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and remained behind. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing soared above the multitude of demon beasts, searching for the whereabouts of his children. Below him, countless demon beasts raised their heads, watching as they passed. Father, could there be flying demon beasts? Long Xiang, having never witnessed such a scene, paled slightly. Zhou Fuxing chuckled. When you were on land, did you fear the wild beasts there? Long Xiang paused, shook his head, and replied, "As long as their strength does not exceed mine by too much, I will not fear them." Indeed, Zhou Fuxing nodded. "If we can avoid conflict, we shall do so. However, oftentimes confrontation is unavoidable. For instance, your elder siblings are inside, unaware of the situation. Can I stand idly by like those from the academy?" Long Xiang pondered for a moment and responded, "No. So you must charge in regardless of the dangers, right?" "Not entirely correct. I dare to charge in because I possess strength." After a pause, Zhou Fuxing added silently in his heart, "It is because you are with me that I dare to proceed." "Father, I understand. You mean that if conflict is inevitable, we must not be afraid, correct?" Zhou Fuxing was taken aback, nodding in agreement. Although Long Xiang's talent was lacking, his understanding and diligence would surely lead him to become a peerless master one day. At that moment, Long Xiang's fear dissipated, his complexion regained color, and he even appeared excited. However, Zhou Fuxing found it perplexing that with such a vast horde of beasts, there were no flying birds or aerial demon beasts present. It simply did not add up. After searching for a while, he indeed spotted some flying demon beasts circling in the distance. Yet, Zhou Fuxing could sense that they were watching him intently, yet they did not attack. Truly bizarre, Zhou Fuxing murmured to himself. Well, if they choose not to strike, then so be it. That I initially hoped to level up further, but finding the children takes precedence. Following the system's guidance, Zhou Fuxing pressed onward, his gaze sweeping across the densely packed horde of beasts. After a moment, he indeed noticed a spot in the distance where the demon beasts had cleared a circle, and he hurried towards it. Within the encircled area, a dozen or so young men and women sat in a circle, and Zhou Fuxing's arrival ignited their excitement as they rushed to greet him. "Which teacher from the academy is this?" "Not sure. I've never seen him before. Regardless, he is a savior." Yet in the next moment, the disciples noticed that the newcomer was cradling a youth at the gathering spirit realm, and he called out, "Long Air, Feng Air, your father has missed you dearly." The disciples were left speechless, wondering whether this was a family reunion or a rescue mission. "Father, why are you here? You even brought our third brother." "It is too dangerous." Zhou Fuxing, with his hands behind his back, calmly replied, "If you are in danger, how could a father possibly remain absent? Moreover, did you not notice how I arrived just now?" "Right, with so many demon beasts." "How did you come?" Long Qinglong and Zhou Chufeng exchanged astonished glances and exclaimed in unison, "Father, have you reached the heaven-piercing realm?" Only by attaining the heaven-piercing realm could one fly. This was basic knowledge shared by all cultivators across the continent. Even a cultivator at the divine ability realm could not possess such an ability, as flight was fundamentally based on one's divine consciousness. Zhou Fuxing nodded, quite pleased with the astonished expressions on his children's faces. Yet he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not be surprised. This is merely the normal speed of my breakthrough. You will have plenty of time to be astonished in the future." The siblings were overwhelmed with joy, at a loss for words. Initially, they had entered Wuliang Academy merely to aid their father in regaining his cultivation after his meridians had ruptured. Yet after a short period of study, Zhou Fuxing had healed himself. Subsequently, they had unanimously concluded that their father had missed the prime age for cultivation, compounded by their family's lack of resources, making it exceedingly difficult for him to progress. They had thus resolved to diligently cultivate at Wuliang Academy. However, mere days later, their father had reached the heaven-piercing realm. They had not even witnessed the divine ability realm, and yet their father seemed to have bypassed it entirely. "Father, what about the family matters?" Zhou Fuxing waved his hand, stating, "We will discuss these matters later. First, let us figure out how to get you out of here." "Understood." Zhou Chufeng, calming her excitement, began to explain. "We have been here for a day, yet these demon beasts show no signs of aggression." She then recounted the events in detail. It turned out that these disciples and a few teachers had ventured out to hunt demon beasts, only to be suddenly surrounded by a large horde. With no other option, they had sent a few teachers to break through. Zhou Fuxing pondered silently. These demon beasts were able to act in unison, which implied that a formidable leader must be orchestrating them. Since there was a leader, the encirclement must serve a specific purpose. Were they waiting for some significant demon beast to arrive? Unable to unravel the mystery, Zhou Fuxing focused his gaze on a nearby demon beast, contemplating whether to test the horde at this moment. The priority was to ensure the safety of these disciples. Otherwise, he would have long since sought out the most powerful demon beast. Moreover, he could not possibly carry so many people. If only he had a flying magical artifact, things would be much simpler. Zhou Fuxing felt a headache coming on. Chapter 34. Heaven-piercing steed as Zhou Fuxing mulled over the situation. He suddenly heard a disciple's voice. Are you capable or not? Hurry up and lead us out. Zhou Fuxing cast a dispassionate glance, noticing a haughty disciple clad in fine garments, and merely scoffed, choosing not to engage. However, the disciple caught Zhou Fuxing's gaze and, growing agitated, exclaimed, What is with your attitude? Are you going to lead us out or not? We're all waiting here. Nearby, other disciples chimed in. Exactly. Did you come here just to rescue your children? Zhou Fuxing, unable to maintain his composure, furrowed his brow and retorted, Which family's child is this? Lacking proper upbringing. Do you even know who you're speaking to? The youth clad in splendid robes suddenly grew anxious, pointing at Zhou Fuxing and exclaiming, I care not who you are, be silent. Zhou Fuxing's imposing aura erupted with sudden ferocity, overwhelming all the disciples present, who were taken aback by his presence, that he deliberately adjusted the intensity of the pressure felt by others, forcing the robed youth to bear even greater oppression. Indeed, dealing with someone of the Spirit Sea realm was as effortless as child's play. Merely his aura was sufficient to send the other party sprawling to the ground. Coldly gazing at him, he stated, If you disturb me again, I shall cast you into the beast horde. To handle such a brash young fool, a firm approach was essential. Zhou Fuxing's eyes glimmered with icy resolve, his aura unwavering. After a prolonged silence, observing that the youth made no further moves, he gradually reined in his aura and began to ponder. The robed youth scrambled to his feet, inwardly lamenting, and no matter how noble his status, he feared such foolishness. His eyes were filled with resentment, yet they also betrayed a deep fear of being genuinely tossed into the beast horde. Zhou Fuxing surveyed the surrounding beasts, his expression unperturbed. These demonic creatures and wild beasts displayed no signs of hostility. Perhaps it would be prudent to leave directly. Contemplating this, he took Zhou Qinglong's hand, cautiously testing the waters as they stepped away. Yet as they neared the edge of the beast horde, the creatures erupted into a cacophony of roars, shaking the very heavens with their might. The disciples were left pale with fright, clinging tightly to one another. It seemed they were not permitted to depart. Zhou Fuxing felt a headache coming on. It appeared that any attempt to lead someone away would incite the beasts into a frenzy, even if he could whisk all the disciples away at once. He had no inkling of what awaited them. Moreover, it was never wise to meddle with someone else's offspring. Frowning in contemplation, he recalled the journey he had undertaken thus far. Suddenly, it dawned on him that these demonic beasts might indeed have a specific purpose in besieging the disciples of Wuliang Academy. Yet they seemed genuinely benevolent towards him. This was perplexing. Muttering to himself, Zhou Fuxing tentatively reached out to stroke a wolf-like demonic beast, which surprisingly did not shy away, recognizing it as merely a lowly creature. He then took flight, seeking a tiger beast whose aura was nearly akin to his own. Tentatively extending his hand, he was met with no resistance. Zhou Fuxing pondered aloud, You should be able to understand me. Yes. Would you lead me to your leader? At once, the tiger beast lowered its massive body and turned its head slightly, as if urging him to mount. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he was the fated one? No, that didn't quite fit. His system did not include such a feature. Nevertheless, if he could locate the Beast King, all would be revealed. Addressing the tiger beast, he said, I shall follow your lead. Please guide me. And ensure my 3 children accompany us, if you would be so kind. The tiger beast remained silent but stood up, and the surrounding horde of creatures parted to create a wide path directly to the disciples. Zhou Fuxing approached, and naturally, the disciples were left in a state of confusion and trepidation, huddled together and cautiously eyeing the unfolding scene. Zhou Fuxing landed gracefully and waved reassuringly. Do not be alarmed. I have summoned a demonic beast to our side. Long Air, Feng Air, and Long Xiang, come forth. The 3 siblings were bewildered, and soon everyone witnessed the massive tiger beast slowly striding through the passage. Its gaze fierce and menacing. The disciples' faces drained of color, terror gripping their hearts that a celestial beast. You have summoned a celestial beast. One yelled, panic-stricken. Are you out of your mind? The robed youth broke down, glaring at Zhou Fuxing with accusation. Zhou Fuxing dismissed him, yet the tiger beast emitted a deafening roar, causing the youth to collapse in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Fuxing couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of malice in the tiger beast's gaze. "Dad," the three siblings whispered, equally shaken by the earlier commotion. Zhou Fuxing immediately turned to the tiger beast, stating, "It is inappropriate to frighten my children like this. They are but in the gathering spirit realm." The tiger beast glanced at Zhou Fuxing and let out a low growl. Zhou Fuxing urged his children, "Hurry, mount." "Oh no, get on the tiger. We must seek the Beast King." The siblings stood in stunned silence, unsure if they had misheard. Zhou Fuxing insisted once more, gently placing a hand on the tiger's back. Cautiously, the three siblings approached and climbed onto the tiger's back, observing his children riding the beast. Zhou Fuxing nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, this is how my offspring should behave." At that moment, the surrounding disciples stood in dumbfounded awe, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The robed youth and his companions seethed with jealousy, their eyes nearly ablaze with envy that a celestial beast, even a mere fragment of its essence, was worth a fortune. Yet these three were riding one alive. This was indeed a being of the celestial realm, a true beast king. The rogue youth gritted his teeth in frustration. By what right do these three incompetents ride a celestial beast? "The mounts prepared for me are mere divine beasts." His voice was barely a whisper, unheard by the other disciples. However, there were two celestial beings present. Zhou Fuxing paused and slowly turned around. The rogue youth immediately sensed the shift and exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" Zhou Fuxing smirked. "Why would I gaze upon you? How do you know I was looking your way when I turned?" Without waiting for a response, he swiftly delivered a slap to the youth's face from a distance. "Consider this a lesson. Should you dare to label my children as worthless again, I shall have to educate your father on your behalf." With that, he turned and followed the tiger beast away. The rogue youth's eyes were filled with profound fear. Zhou Fuxing's celestial realm prowess left him with no will to resist. Once Zhou Fuxing vanished from sight, he erupted in a furious shout, kicking the ground in rage. "I want him dead. I shall inform my father. That beast and his three spawn shall perish. I will feed them to my demonic beasts beside him." One disciple hastily attempted to console him. "Do not be upset, young master Yu. Consider why he is able to command that beast. This siege must be connected to him." Chapter 35. Are you forcing me to embrace a Zen attitude? Umo, Zhou Qinglong's father, did not seem malevolent. The academy had noted that some powerful beings possessed methods to communicate with demonic beasts that a female disciple, overhearing their conversation, interjected, "Powerful. What makes a celestial being so formidable? My family has more celestial beings than yours has living members. Why would they not be able to communicate? Surely, he orchestrated this beast uprising." The female disciple found herself at a loss for words. Accusing someone of lacking communication skills while simultaneously labeling them as the mastermind showcased an utter lack of logic. She muttered under her breath, "What a fool." Unbeknownst to her, Umo had been observing her expression. Though he could not hear her words, he sensed they were not complimentary. Rising in anger, he shouted, "What are you whispering, you little harlot?" He had already been suppressing his fury due to Zhou Fuxing. Now, it all erupted forth as he stepped forward and struck the female disciple across the face. Being merely in the gathering spirit realm, she bore the brunt of his attack, a crimson handprint appearing on her cheek. "We can escape, just as he did. You will all attempt to communicate with the beasts. Anyone who refuses shall face my wrath." The other disciples were filled with dread. Umo was the young master of the Yu family, a spirit sea cultivator with a wealth of treasures. None of them could hope to match him. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing followed the tiger beast through an indeterminate distance of the beast horde, arriving at a vast expanse. The tiger beast came to a halt, and Zhou Fuxing, perplexed, scanned the surroundings but found no sign of the beast king. "Tiger friend, where is your beast king?" The tiger beast let out a low growl and then raised its head. Zhou Fuxing followed suit, gazing up at the evening sky, painted with golden clouds. Suddenly, the clouds began to shift, not moving in unison, but rather appearing drawn by an unseen force, gradually converging in the sky. Distant golden clouds also began to drift closer, while countless strands of spiritual energy surged together on the ground. Before Zhou Fuxing's eyes, in this expansive plain, a colossal wolf beast took form. Everyone, including the tiger beast, felt as insignificant as ants, nearly suffocating under the weight of its presence. The giant wolf lowered its head, its moon-like eyes devoid of emotion, fixated on the gathered crowd to be why the heavens. Is this the law body? Zhou Fuxing's heart raced. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity between the celestial realm and law body. Should he send the children to confront it now? A wave of anxiety washed over him, followed by a tinge of regret. How delightful it would be to possess such a law body. To be frank, he had harbored this ambition from the very beginning. However, now that he truly beheld the law body realm, he felt a sense of unease that he could not guarantee the safety of his children against such a formidable opponent. Not even for a moment, to be why the heavens. It was imperative that the children engage in battle with it. Yet, he feared that even a mere glance from that creature would spell their doom. Zhou Fuxing felt a pang of regret, but quickly steadied his mindset. The safety of his children remained his utmost priority. Just as he was about to greet the creature, the colossal wolf spoke first. "Friend, you harbored a greedy desire moments ago." Zhou Fuxing's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. The sensation of having his thoughts laid bare was decidedly unpleasant. Moreover, being addressed as a fellow cultivator by such a formidable beast made him feel rather strange. There was an inexplicable warmth emanating from this colossal wolf, reminiscent of the group of beasts surrounding him. "Wolf, fellow cultivator, why have you encircled the disciples of Wuliang Academy?" Upon finishing his inquiry, Zhou Fuxing was suddenly taken aback. That it was not surprising that his avatar could speak, given that the nearby celestial tiger beast possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. Yet, the previous blood barbarian beast could also articulate words. Could it truly be, as it claimed, an awakening of ancient bloodlines? While he pondered, the immense wolf replied, "Of course, it is to seek you, fellow cultivator." Zhou Fuxing inquired with curiosity, "To seek me?" The wolf did not respond immediately. Instead, it lifted its head to gaze at the golden sun, which was about to set behind the mountains. "The bell in your hand is an heirloom of our ancestors. I have brought you here to persuade you to embark on the Rainbow Bridge and seek the Changyuan sword." Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow, retorting, "Surely, there was no need for such elaborate measures simply to find me." Upon hearing Zhou Fuxing's words, the giant wolf's visage darkened with a flicker of anger. "Naturally, there was no need. I had not intended to seek you out at this moment. However, your child happened to be here. So I brought you all along. So you encircled a certain disciple to compel someone to come forth. Just like me." Zhou Fuxing realized. The wolf nodded, its gaze glinting with malice. "The Yu family has destroyed my homeland, slaughtered my kin, and enslaved my loved ones. That I have taken the eldest son of the Yu family as a hostage to force their appearance and settle this matter in a fight to the death." Zhou Fuxing finally grasped the situation, yet he questioned, "Do you not know where they are at present?" The wolf shook its head, offering no answer to this query, merely stating, "Once you ascend to the Avatar realm, you shall understand the peculiarities of the Avatar." Zhou Fuxing immediately replied, "Then, might I ask if Wolf Fellow Cultivator could assist me with a small favor?" Before he could finish his sentence, the giant wolf interjected, "Fellow Cultivator, your greedy heart stirs again." As it spoke, a hint of wariness flickered in its enormous eyes. Zhou Fuxing felt immensely frustrated. It seemed his plan to have the Wolf King spar with the children had been thwarted. "What greed? I merely wish to grow stronger to protect my children. Pure paternal love. Is this a manifestation of the Avatar realm's capabilities or its own power? Is it attempting to force me into a state of detachment? Alas, let things unfold naturally." The wolf continued, "Fellow cultivator, you must certainly tread upon the Rainbow Bridge and return to prepare. You should not linger here for too long, lest misunderstandings arise. That this proclamation." Zhou Fuxing felt that the wolf had become exceedingly amicable. He hastily inquired, "May I ask your name, wolf fellow cultivator?" "I am Zhou Fuxing." The wolf replied, "Zhou fellow cultivator. Humans call me Yiwang, the descendant of the Mount of the Yu Emperor. Not all beasts are like me. You must exercise caution." With that, a gentle breeze swept by, and the immense form of Yiwang vanished from sight. "Yu Emperor?" Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. Was this not the master of the Changyuan sword? A being of imperial caliber, descended from a beast of such lineage. What an impressive pedigree! Yet, to encircle my children over such a trivial matter, merely to utter a few words before departing, seems rather inappropriate. I shall bolster my children's defensive capabilities upon returning, and next time we meet, I shall give you a sound thrashing." Zhou Fuxing silently scoffed, then turned to the three children, saying, "Let us return, please, tiger fellow cultivator. Carry us once more." The tiger beast nodded. After witnessing the colossal frame of Yiwang, the three siblings lost their last shred of fear towards the tiger beast. Zhou Chufeng even patted its back, finding it somewhat adorable. Chapter 36. Oh no! It ran away! The tiger beast retraced its steps, with Zhou Fuxing following closely behind. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that Yiwang would not have taken the time to relay mere trivialities. This indicated that following the bell's guidance to the Zhuriyuan was indeed of paramount importance. Yet, he had intended to go there all along. Surely, anyone would think the same. Why would it require a special summons? The bell had been procured from the head of the Han family in Tianyang City. Perhaps he knew something, alas, it was too late. The blood barbarian beast, regrettably, it was sealed away. That creature could not be killed and was exceedingly bizarre. It could not be unsealed carelessly. Never mind, I shall simply go. Zhou Fuxing shook his head, ceasing to dwell on the matter, and turned to the tiger beast, asking, "Tiger fellow cultivator, might you assist me with a favor?" The tiger beast looked over in confusion but did not halt its stride. "Why not simply become the mount of my three children? I assure you, you shall not be treated poorly." The three siblings brightened at this suggestion. Filled with expectation, what young person would not desire such a striking mount? The tiger beast was taken aback by Zhou Fuxing's sudden proposal, and it let out a roar. Zhou Fuxing sighed, "If you do not wish to, that is fine. There is no need to be so irate." To his surprise, the tiger beast's roar did not cease, and it continued to bellow at Zhou Fuxing, even lowering its back slightly as if preparing to attack. The three siblings tensed, and just as Zhou Fuxing was about to speak, a cacophony of roars erupted from the distance. "Father, it seems the beast horde has gone berserk." Zhou Fuxing frowned deeply. The cause of this upheaval appeared rather unusual. Yiwang had no reason to instigate such a disturbance, which could only mean that others were involved. Could it be the Yu family? In a moment of contemplation, he addressed the tiger beast before him. "Tiger fellow cultivator, are you being controlled? Do you still possess your faculties?" However, the tiger beast showed no reaction, merely growling. Then, without warning, the tiger beast lunged forward, attempting to seize him. Zhou Fuxing dodged the attack, cursing, "What is this bizarre situation? Could it be the Avatar realm at work?" This was indeed a possibility. The Avatar realm, Yiwang could command countless beasts and wild animals, that if it were the Yu family's Avatar realm that had incited the horde, it would explain Yiwang's grievances against them. While pondering, Zhou Fuxing formed his palm into a sword and aimed it at the tiger beast. "Tiger fellow cultivator, do not hold it against me. I merely wish to incapacitate you temporarily, and I shall attend to your recovery afterward." He struck out with his sword towards the tiger beast's limbs. Just then, a beam of light burst forth from the storage ring on his finger, hanging around the tiger beast's neck. Was that the bell? To his astonishment, the bell, which had previously remained silent, began to sway gently, producing a light, melodious chime. The tiger beast gradually calmed, panting heavily as it lowered its head. The three siblings let out a sigh of relief. They had nearly been thrown off its back moments ago. "Tiger fellow cultivator, do you still retain your senses?" Zhou Fuxing inquired again, and indeed, the tiger beast nodded. "That is good." Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of relief wash over him, then quickly ascended into the air to survey the direction of the beast horde. At that moment, the horde was roaring in chaos. But thankfully, they had not yet made any significant moves. However, if this continued, who could say whether a fierce confrontation would ensue? Just then, a thunderous wolf howl reverberated through the heavens, followed by a wave of light that covered half the sky. Shooting off into the distance, shortly thereafter, an enraged voice echoed from that direction. "You, defeated hound! You have trapped my grandson, slaughtered my kin, and ambushed me. Prepare to face the consequences." Zhou Fuxing was momentarily stunned. Yiwang must be furious at such accusations and racial slurs. Then he heard Yiwang declare, "Your grandson is dead. If you wish to reunite with him, come forth." Instantly, a colossal wolf beast appeared in the sky, closely followed by the figure of an elder. Both vanishing from sight. "Oh no! They have fled!" Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of disappointment. He had intended to find an avatar for a duel, but at this rate, it seemed unlikely he could even pursue them. The gap between the celestial and avatar realms was too vast. Zhou Fuxing sighed deeply. He had thought that perhaps it would be challenging for Jing Xing to break through to the celestial realm, believing that once he did, he would soar to new heights. Yet, it had turned out that he could only manage a brief flight, observing the prowess of the avatar realm and comparing it to his own. He lamented the significant disparities between the celestial and divine realms, and even more so between the divine and spiritual realms, as if they belonged to entirely different species that it was exceedingly difficult. Cultivating immortality was indeed a formidable undertaking. Zhou Fuxing sighed repeatedly. However, if others were to learn that he had advanced from the spirit-gathering realm to his current state in just a month or two, they would undoubtedly respond with a chorus of indignation. Turning to the tiger beast, he stated, "Tiger fellow cultivator, I must trouble you to take my 3 children to a safe place while I go in to rescue others." Although Wang had mentioned that the Yu family scion was dead, the other disciples should still be alive. However, the tiger beast roared, its gaze fixed on the direction of the beast horde. A palpable sense of worry and animosity radiating from it. It seemed to wish to address the issues with the horde. Very well then. Zhou Fuxing had no choice but to descend. Carrying Zhou Chufeng on his back, he then lifted another person with one hand and flew towards the herd of beasts, with the tiger beast closely following behind. In midair, he could faintly hear the herd roaring in unison, as if driven by a shared purpose. Zhou Fuxing exerted all his spiritual energy, hastening towards the direction of his disciples. Upon arrival, he observed that the encirclement of beasts had not diminished. Instead, they continued to roar in that direction. Zhou Fuxing exhaled in relief as he landed, only to find a young man in splendid attire sprawled on the ground, his body entwined with venomous tongues and covered in wounds inflicted by the beasts. Had the young master of the Yu family truly perished? Zhou Fuxing hurriedly set down the 3 siblings and approached to investigate. Indeed, beneath the tattered finery lay a body in ruin, so disfigured that even the face was unrecognizable. "Are you all unharmed?" Zhou Fuxing inquired urgently. Yet, the disciples displayed profound fear, huddled together in silence. Zhou Fuxing frowned inwardly. His disciples' mentality was shockingly fragile. Even amidst terror, how could they remain paralyzed when their lives were spared? At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of one disciple with his head bowed deeply, burying his face in his garment. Furthermore, the clothing he wore was excessively small, ill-fitting. Zhou Fuxing's eyes narrowed as he approached quickly. The disciple, upon noticing his approach, took a step back, too fearful to meet his gaze. "What are you afraid of?" Zhou Fuxing scoffed. "Who lies there on the ground?" When the other did not respond, Zhou Fuxing seized another disciple, pointing at the lavishly dressed corpse, and asked, "Who is this? Did he offend the young master of the Yu family?" Chapter 37. The supporting role, the one cowering and unwilling to meet his gaze, was naturally the young master of the Yu family. The disciple who had been slain by the demonic beast could only have been someone who had crossed him, for there was no reason for him to wear ill-fitting clothes that, "You little rascal. Were you just about to change your clothes when you suddenly spotted me? Isn't that attire rather uncomfortable?" Zhou Fuxing mocked, then turned to the disciple beside him. "Who has perished here? Speak, and I shall take responsibility for you." Yet the disciples remained silent, their faces etched with terror. Zhou Fuxing sighed. It was astonishing that a family with a powerful figure in the law-body realm could instill such fear in a group of disciples. Gazing at the young master of the Yu family, he pondered deeply whether or not to eliminate this wretched scion Long Feng or Long Xiang. "What do you think? Should such a person be slain?" The disciples exchanged glances. But the 3 siblings showed no hesitation. Zhou Qinglong spoke first. "This person, relying on his family's might, is arrogant and treats the lives of his companions with disdain, that he undoubtedly deserves to die." His voice was resolute, his eyes aflame with anger at the thought of someone who would let others die in his stead. Coupled with past grievances, it only fueled his contempt further. "You cannot kill him. His grandfather is the one who spoke earlier, a figure in the law-body realm." Upon hearing law-body realm, Yuemo ceased to hide, raising his head abruptly, locking eyes with Zhou Fuxing as he enunciated each word. "If you dare to kill me, my grandfather will annihilate your entire clan." "Oh!" Zhou Fuxing feigned surprise, scrutinizing Umo. Is that true? By blood. Umo proudly lifted his chin, his ill-fitted garment making him appear rather ridiculous. Who are you, a mere country bumpkin? Not even recognizing me or my Yu family? Zhou Fuxing shook his head. Honestly, I truly do not know. Why Umo displayed a look of disdain, declaring haughtily, my Yu family has slap. Zhou Fuxing delivered a kick to Umo's chest. Sending him sprawling like a dog, he then inquired, I care not for your Yu family nonsense. Clarify who this person is that was bitten to death by the beasts. Umo, in a state of shock, murmured, a madman. I, Umo, would perish at the hands of a lunatic who doesn't even know the Yu family. The other disciples were equally taken aback by Zhou Fuxing's sudden aggression that a female disciple could no longer contain herself. Exclaiming, Sir, the Yu family is indeed formidable. They're the leading family in our Wuliang Academy. I am not an old man. Zhou Fuxing turned, only to notice a vivid handprint-shaped bruise on the girl's face. Her lips were split, resembling a gash, and her neck bore the marks of bruising, as if someone had choked her. Zhou Fuxing's brow furrowed, pointing at Umo, and indeed, he detected a flicker of fear on the girl's face. Zhou Fuxing's eyes turned icy as he commanded, Speak plainly. What transpired here? While he could surmise the situation, hearing it directly from the disciples would bear a different significance. When no one dared to speak, Zhou Fuxing shook his head. These demonic beasts have come specifically to besiege the young master of the Yu family. There exists a vendetta between them. You are merely collateral damage. Initially, the beasts intended to spare you. But this scoundrel dragged you into the fray. Why must this be? He contemplated before adding, The choice lies with you. To slay him and escape, or to become his scapegoats one by one? Afterward, just state that I am the one who did it. I, Zhou, shall never go back on my word. The disciples exchanged glances, and from their eyes, they saw a glimmer of hope. Zhou Deshu, are you not afraid of the law body? The girl queried curiously. Zhou Fuxing smiled faintly, tilting his head slightly, his pristine azure robe fluttering without wind. Even the Beast King in the law body realm had to invite a celestial tiger to rescue my child. So, do you think I fear the law body? Of course, while he professed not to fear, he did harbor some concern about his child being swiftly eliminated. Fortunately, he had ample resources at home. Merely summoning a divine ability and equipping a host of defensive treasures would suffice to withstand a single strike. In fact, if the opponent did not attack immediately, even defense might not be necessary. Alas, meat was still meat. A robust child was a good child. Hearing this, the disciples looked at him with admiration, their fear dissipating significantly. However, one girl hesitated, exclaiming, But he is still our classmate. Zhou Fuxing chuckled. You've already regarded him as dead. What is there left to worry about? With that, he struck out a palm, and Umo immediately lost his breath. Zhou Fuxing stowed his corpse in a storage ring, then retrieved a large table from it. Alas, without a flying artifact, I must resort to crafting one myself. He then urged the still-dazed disciples, Quickly, get on. The beasts may go berserk at any moment. The group, still somewhat dazed, hastily climbed onto the table. Zhou Fuxing lifted it with his spiritual energy and ascended into the sky. Just as Zhou Fuxing took off, the demonic beasts surged forward, an overwhelming tide of creatures charging at them. Zhou Fuxing brought the group higher and higher, but was cautious not to move too quickly, for the table might not withstand the strain. If it shattered, they would be doomed. Gradually moving forward, he occasionally dealt with some flying beasts that dared to approach. Suddenly, Zhou Fuxing caught sight of what appeared to be a golden egg on the ground. What is this? Why are the beasts attacking it? Intrigued, he drew closer and was taken aback to discover Xiao Daoyu. What are you doing here? Within the golden egg lay Xiao Yu, who was currently bracing herself against the assault of the beasts. Upon turning to see the group in the air, she exclaimed joyfully, Mr. Zhou, you rescued the children. Zhou Fuxing, speechless, replied, You didn't follow me into the beast horde, did you? Xiao Yu nodded sheepishly to Mr. Zhou. My spiritual energy is depleted. I can only rely on my treasures to hold on, that I cannot withdraw. Tianyuan City. Is that the name of this defensive artifact? Zhou Fuxing descended, wrapping the golden egg in his arms, its texture reminiscent of gold and iron. He quickly soared upward while still pulling the table forward, simultaneously stating, Xiao Daoyu, your safety comes first. Who knows what dangers lurk within this beast horde? Be more cautious next time. Xiaoyu covered her face, unable to respond, for his words mirrored what the others had said when they initially came to rescue her. Yet, they had effectively escorted the disciples out. Though the method was peculiar, she herself had not even seen the others and had been trapped for quite some time. Xiaoyu had been using her hands to support Tianyuan City, but as she lowered her arms, the golden egg vanished, and she found herself embraced by Zhou Fuxing. Chapter 38. The calamity of Wuliang. Zhou Fuxing held Xiaoyu, while behind him, a group of disciples looked on in astonishment. Senior brother Zhou, your father is truly formidable. Is he deceiving the teacher like this? Zhou Qinglong, who had been staring blankly, retorted with conviction. What deception? She clearly came here on her own. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu hastily wriggled free from Zhou Fuxing's embrace, angrily exclaiming, what are you all thinking at a time like this? However, she had forgotten that her spiritual energy was already exhausted and could not maintain her levitation, causing her to tumble down. Zhou Fuxing swiftly caught her, saying, Xiao Deyu, bear with it for a moment. The beasts are acting erratically. We must escape swiftly. Xiaoyu could only nod in agreement. Zhou Fuxing continued onward, carefully observing the beasts, yet he found no clues as to what had incited their frenzy. Never mind. Let us seek help from Wuliang Academy first and discuss other matters later. Zhou Fuxing, accompanied by his companions, hastened forth after escaping the throng of beasts. Along the way, he exchanged several tables, and at the fervent insistence of Xiaoyu, he made special arrangements for her as they gradually neared Wuliang Mountain. The disciples began to exhibit palpable excitement, clearly harboring a strong sense of trust in the academy. Zhou Fuxing, intrigued, inquired, who is the strongest individual in your academy? Before he could finish, Zhou Qufeng interjected, Father, it is the dean. It seems he has also attained the Dharmakaya realm. Zhou Fuxing's heart leaped with joy. He is still at the academy, isn't he? Indeed, he rarely leaves the academy, came the reply. Zhou Fuxing quickened his pace. Although he was the children's dean, it would still be an opportunity for Longxiang to spar with him. However, as they approached Wuliang Mountain, they were met with a thick cloud of dust. Zhou Fuxing's expression shifted dramatically, and he descended slightly for a clearer view. To his horror, he beheld a multitude of ferocious beasts gathering, shrieking and charging towards a scene of devastation. How can there be beasts here? The academy. How could it be destroyed? Where is the dean? Where are the others? Xiaoyu shouted in shock, her voice tinged with disbelief and profound sorrow. Without pausing, Zhou Fuxing plunged into the heart of the ruins of Wuliang Academy. There lay a plaza devoid of beasts. They were frantically demolishing structures and even clawing at the ground. Their frantic digging suggested they were searching for something. Zhou Fuxing remarked gravely, I wonder what entity is controlling them. Just then, an exceedingly faint sound of a zither reached his ears from afar. Indeed, there is a ghost. Host detected that the three children are encountering formidable adversaries. Target: Yu Qi, at the first layer of the celestial realm. No upgrades required. From the Yu family, the situation left Zhou Fuxing little time to ponder, as another note from the zither sounded. Zhou Longxiang furrowed his brow and said, Father, I feel somewhat drowsy. The other two children, along with a number of disciples, appeared equally fatigued, with some barely able to stand. Putting on a show. In the next instant, another note resounded, and Zhou Fuxing's eyes narrowed, erupting into a fierce shout. Get lost. With a sound akin to a snapped zither string, the ground beside Zhou Fuxing suddenly cracked, the fissure spreading outward like a fan, centered on a nearby peak close to Wuliang Academy. Zhou Fuxing shot upwards, surging toward that mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. A cacophony of noise filled the air, and a tumult of thoughts surged within Zhou Fuxing's mind. Fears from when his Qi had shattered. The fury from Longxiang's betrayal by Zhou Li. These chaotic thoughts came crashing in like a tide, swelling as the zither's melody intensified. Yet, Zhou Fuxing appeared utterly undistracted, maintaining his speed unimpeded. The zither's notes grew increasingly urgent, and he sensed a hint of desperation in them. Even a first-layer celestial dares to play tricks. Upon reaching the mountain peak, Zhou Fuxing's divine sense swept across the area, detecting a solitary figure seated, fingers deftly dancing over the strings of a zither. The individual, evidently unprepared for Zhou Fuxing's resilience against the dissonance, played faster, the notes becoming increasingly frantic. Zhou Fuxing could even feel his own blood quickening in sync with the rhythm of the zither. Yet his gaze remained icy, his aura overwhelming, as he slowly approached Yu Qi. The zither's melody had now completely fixated on Zhou Fuxing, while the beasts from Wuliang Academy lost control, having fled for the most part. Unperturbed, Yu Qi, drenched in cold sweat, shifted to a tone of slaughter as he played against Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing, unyielding, scoffed. Is this the extent of the Yu family's prowess in the academy? Sensing the murderous intent closing in, Yu Qi abruptly abandoned the zither and attempted to flee. However, Zhou Fuxing vanished from sight, reappearing with a grip around Yu Qi's throat. Why did the Yu family seek to destroy the academy? I care not for that, but we must discuss your bullying of my son. Yu Qi, trembling in fear, protested. I never bullied your son. I was merely carrying out the orders of the family head. You insisted on bringing a group of children to the academy. You speak well? Zhou Fuxing delivered a punch to Yu Qi's chest, then coldly demanded, what does the Yu family intend to accomplish? He struck Yu Qi's chest, not only to inflict pain, but to prevent any further sonic attacks. Yu Qi's voice grew hoarse, fear mingling with despair as he gasped, I truly do not know. I was merely executing the family head's orders. Please don't kill me. How absurd, pretending to be formidable while being such a coward. Zhou Fuxing scolded before swiftly dealing with him and returning to the ruins of the academy. The crowd, save for Long Xiang, had reddened eyes, consumed by sorrow. Father, there is no one left at the academy. My senior brothers, my teachers. Zhou Chufeng lamented, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Fuxing, at a loss for words, offered comfort. Let us first search for any remnants. Perhaps your dean has already evacuated everyone. The group promptly scattered to search, while Zhou Fuxing called out, be cautious. However, his reassurances were merely to soothe them. Under the cover of his divine sense, nothing escaped his notice, revealing no survivors. That a few resources remained, but he chose not to seize them just yet. With the academy in ruins, the sudden destruction wrought by the Yu family raised pressing questions to that moment. Zhou Qinglong's voice rang out from a distance. Father, everyone, come quickly. The group rushed over to find a glimmer of golden light emanating from the ground. Chapter 39. Treasures of the Yu family. Zhou Fuxing glanced over and suddenly heard Xiao Yu exclaim in delight. Tianyuan City. Zhou Fuxing hurriedly examined the source, discovering a much larger Tianyuan City artifact than the one Xiao Yu had utilized. This artifact can conceal itself from divine sense. With mild astonishment, he began to clear the debris around it, revealing the entirety of the Tianyuan City. Dean. The Dean. The crowd gasped in astonishment, voices rising in unison. Within the massive Tianyuan City, dozens of disciples surrounded an elderly man, their faces marred by sorrow. Clad in a plain robe, the old man was untouched by dust, yet blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his complexion ashen. Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow. The old dean appeared utterly depleted of spiritual energy, his meridians severed, and some toxic substance seemingly coursing through his veins, leaving him barely clinging to life. And no wonder the dignified Dharmakaya had been forced to rely on a protective artifact against the celestial. The dean surveyed the crowd briefly before fixing his gaze on Zhou Fuxing. This fellow cultivator has been in the opening vein stage for over a decade, yet has achieved successive breakthroughs. Truly remarkable. Zhou Fuxing, taken aback, replied, You can discern my cultivation duration? But you are mistaken. I did not stall in the opening vein stage. Rather, my Qi shattered and subsequently restored. The dean's eyes widened in astonishment. Most people suffer significant losses in their cultivation upon Qi restoration. Yet you managed to cultivate rapidly. Truly unprecedented. Zhou Fuxing chuckled lightly, saying, Is the dean implying that he wishes for me to care for the children? The dean nodded, stating, The Yu family has grown greedy. Others cannot be trusted either, not even those from the Dian dynasty. Only you, fellow cultivator. I can see that the disciples around you hold genuine respect for you. Zhou Fuxing felt a tinge of embarrassment and asked, Who has caused you such injury? Was it the Yu family's Dharmakaya? Indeed, I fought against him, but was overpowered. Fortunately, a Dharmakaya beast launched a surprise attack, angering the Yu elder, which granted me a fleeting opportunity to breathe. The dean replied. Zhou Fuxing nodded, realizing this must be related to the incident involving King Yulong. The dean continued, I have been afflicted with sound poison and am doomed. I entrust all academy matters to you. What say you? Zhou Fuxing nodded. Though much of the resources had been seized by the Yu family, some items remained that they could not carry away. As the dean spoke, he handed Zhou Fuxing a key. This key will unlock the secret realm within Wuliang Mountain, where a spiritual vessel is stored. It is all yours. Upon finishing, the dean slowly closed his eyes. Alas, I merely set out to rescue the children. Yet I found myself entangled in such a predicament. Leaving the weeping crowd behind, Zhou Fuxing, accompanied by Long Xiang, set forth again towards the rampaging beasts. For now, Xiaoyu is tending to matters at Wuliang Academy, ensuring a degree of safety. However, the tumultuous beast horde required urgent attention. They were still within the valley, and should they migrate to the city, they would spell disaster for countless innocent lives upon reaching the horde. Zhou Fuxing discovered that the chaos had begun to subside. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if the beasts were on the verge of becoming agitated once more, following the path of the beasts. Zhou Fuxing sought the potential puppeteer controlling the horde. Could it be another manipulation by the Yu family? But how could they orchestrate such a vast assembly of beasts? At that moment, he suddenly discovered a figure lying on a boulder in the distance. Hastily approaching for a closer look, Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but smile. I was wondering where you had gone. It turns out you've been resting here. The person sprawled on the stone was none other than Yu Qing, who was once again tending to his wounds, while Yi Cha looked on with concern. You insisted on coming here earlier. Was it because you were aware of the situation in advance? Or are you perhaps from the Yu family and guessed the current circumstances? Zhou Fuxing sat down with a grin, suspecting that it was Yu Qing who had quelled the beast horde. Though, don't concern yourself with my affairs just yet. The Yu family has been preparing for this day for many years, and they are in search of something. As he spoke, Yu Qing turned to Zhou Fuxing, a smile gracing his lips. What are you looking at me for? The item the Yu family seeks is right there with you. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly pulled out the mysterious bell. Could it be this? Yu Qing frowned and replied, What is this? No, the item the Yu family is after is an ancient bloodline inheritance. Zhou Fuxing was stunned for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, That blood barbarian beast. Yu Qing nodded proudly, stating, That's why I went to Tianyang City. So, it was because you concealed the existence of the blood barbarian beast that the Yu family has been frantically searching everywhere. No, the blood barbarian beast has been hiding within the statue, which is why it evaded the Yu family's search. However, the Yu family will soon be desperate and may dig up several locations around Tianyang City. Yu Qing shook his head. Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow. The blood barbarian beast he had intended to study slowly had unexpectedly led to such a predicament. The digging that Yu Qing mentioned would likely result in devastation akin to what had befallen Wuliang Academy, and the several lower-tier cities would probably run red with blood. In fact, your family has already dug deep at Wuliang Academy. Zhou Fuxing sighed, a hint of regret in his voice that it's not that simple. My family likely has other plans. That why Yu Qing said ambiguously before falling silent. Very well then, I shall return to the academy to prepare, Zhou Fuxing declared without hesitation, turning to leave, but Yu Qing urgently called out to him. You must first help me eliminate the Yu family members controlling the beast horde. Zhou Fuxing chuckled, I'm quite busy. How about you share with me the secret behind the Yu family's control over the beasts? To his surprise, Yu Qing actually began to explain. It's nothing to be concerned about, for my family has acquired a treasure that can extract the essence from the beasts. The beasts then control the wild animals, combined with decades of preparation, resulting in this vast horde. As he spoke, he handed Zhou Fuxing a short flute. If you play it, you can do the same. Hurry. He then grimaced in pain due to his wounds, causing Yi Cha to look on anxiously. Zhou Fuxing set out to find the individual currently manipulating the beast horde, but discovered that the person had vanished without a trace, and the horde had calmed down. Reluctantly, he was about to head back to the academy when he suddenly noticed a tiger beast sitting not far away. Tiger friend? Zhou Fuxing exclaimed with delight. Have you made any discoveries? However, the tiger beast appeared exceedingly listless and remained still. Zhou Fuxing quickly approached. Did you battle with the Yu family? Let me take you to heal. The academy's secret realm should have some resources available for treating its injuries. Chapter 40. Only father is wasteful. Zhou Fuxing returned to the academy with the tiger beast and indeed found numerous spiritual herbs within the secret realm. After placing the beast among them for treatment, he summoned 3 of his children and said, "The old man from the Yu family may arrive at any moment. You all need to practice some defensive techniques." Zhou Qinglong resolutely responded, "Father, rest assured, I will train diligently." Zhou Chufeng and Zhou Longxiang displayed similar determination, revealing not a hint of hesitation. "Excellent, such a spirit is commendable," Zhou Fuxing remarked, producing a magical artifact to hand to Zhou Qinglong. Zhou Qinglong received it curiously, then exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the heavenly round city of the Dean?" Zhou Fuxing nodded. "This artifact can be used by you 3 siblings for self-defense, .as for defensive techniques. I will see what else the Academy has to offer." The 3 siblings exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. They had all been prepared to practice day and night, yet their father had simply tossed them a magical artifact as if it were the end of the matter. "Dragon, come with me into the secret realm." "Yes." Zhou Fuxing led his son into Wuliang Mountain, then entered the secret realm through a pond. Earlier, he had not taken note of what lay inside when he brought the tiger beast in, so he intended to see if there were any remaining techniques or treasures from the surviving disciples. Zhou Fuxing had learned that the Academy's library had been personally destroyed by the Dean the moment the Yu family invaded. As for the various resources on the surface, they had all been seized by the Yu family, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Even the heavenly round city artifact had dwindled to just 2 remaining, one belonging to Xiaoye and the other with Zhou Qinglong. Zhou Fuxing extended his consciousness, taking in the entire environment of the secret realm. This was originally a place for the Academy's disciples to train, and while it lacked abundant rare materials, it boasted a comprehensive range from low to high. Various treasures were guarded by some beasts. After selecting for a while, he called out, "Dragon, come here and absorb these spiritual herbs." Zhou Qinglong was taken aback by the mountain of spiritual herbs beside his father, and quickly said, "Father, isn't this too wasteful? The herbs should be refined into pills for better effects." Throughout his training, he had always been cautious, handing in the herbs he collected to the Academy in exchange for refining pills. But now, he was expected to absorb the medicinal properties directly from such a large quantity of herbs. "Dragon, these herbs are of no use if left behind. Once I eradicate the Yu family, their resources will be yours to take. As for the other disciples, I will distribute resources to them as well." Only then did Zhou Qinglong sit down with a hint of reluctance, absorbing the spiritual herbs with his father's assistance. Spirit Gathering Realm, 8th layer. Spirit Gathering Realm, 9th layer. Before long, Zhou Qinglong had reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Gathering Realm, depleting the mountain of spiritual herbs beside him. Seeing this, Zhou Qinglong's lips twitched. If all those spiritual herbs had been refined into pills, he couldn't fathom how many disciples would break through to the 9th layer of the Spirit Gathering Realm. However, Zhou Fuxing appeared dissatisfied and said, "Dragon, wait a moment. I will fetch something for you." Shortly thereafter, he returned with the inner core of a divine beast in his hand. Zhou Qinglong immediately grimaced, saying, "Father, at my current cultivation level, absorbing this will injure me severely." "That's true. Then we'll only take a part of it." Saying this, he sliced the inner core in half, leaving Zhou Qinglong momentarily stunned. "Father, this is still something left by the Academy. Won't it be inappropriate?" Zhou Fuxing replied, "The Academy is no more. The remaining resources must be put to good use. Only by ensuring your safety can I gather the strength to confront the old man from the Yu family." Zhou Qinglong nodded, no longer hesitating. Moments later, a brilliant light enveloped him, and he broke through to the 1st layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. "All right, let's go out and see the results." Zhou Fuxing was quite pleased. Just then, a voice rang in his ear. Detection indicates that the host's daughter, Zhou Chufeng, is encountering a formidable enemy. Target's cultivation insufficient. Upgrade cancelled. Zhou Chufeng is encountering a formidable enemy. Following this, a series of similar alerts followed. Zhou Fuxing sneered, "The Yu family has sent quite a few minions. It seems today will be quite lively," with Zhou Qinglong's recent advancement to the Spirit Sea Realm. His confidence surged, and he said, "Father, the Yu family has sent people? Let me handle them very well." After a moment of thought, Zhou Fuxing agreed. Zhou Qinglong quickly followed his father out of the secret realm and into the plaza. There, his younger sister Zhou Chufeng stood, her delicate face set with determination, pointing her sword at a crowd of Yu family members. How many disciples of Wuliang Academy, how many years of heritage, have now been destroyed by your Yu family? Not to mention, the Yu family was originally the vice president of Wuliang Academy. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? One person from the opposing side laughed. What does a little girl like you understand? Quickly tell us who killed our Yu family members controlling the bees here. Otherwise, heh. That man sneered, his face filled with malice, infuriating Zhou Chufeng, who blushed with anger. It was my father. What can you do about it? Several members of the Yu family exchanged looks of sudden realization, and one man laughed heartily. Since it was your father who killed them, shouldn't you come to repay the debt? Just then, a piercing whistle sliced through the air. A silver sword flashed past, and before anyone could react, it had pierced through that man's throat, exiting his body. Did I ask the Yu family such trash? Speaking disrespectfully to my sister, seeking death. A furious shout echoed as a young figure strode forward. Elder brother! Zhou Chufeng exclaimed in delight, sensing Zhou Qinglong's aura that you've reached the Spirit Sea realm. That was quick. Zhou Qinglong felt a surge of guilt, uncertain of how his sister would react upon discovering that he had squandered a considerable amount of resources from the Academy's secret realm. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared, prompting Zhou Qinglong to instinctively pull his sister behind him. Zhou Fuxing soared into the sky, seizing the radiant energy and hurling it towards the Yu family. This light was, of course, a manifestation of the Yu family's formidable expert that in an instant, the two engaged in battle, and Zhou Fuxing, expressing his disappointment, remarked, I had hoped the Yu family would send stronger individuals. Instead, they have merely dispatched a bunch of insignificant pests. How utterly dull. No sooner had he spoken than the Yu family's expert was sent flying by Zhou Fuxing's might. Umph. Do they truly believe the Yu family is devoid of capable fighters? Then, a furious roar echoed from a distance, rapidly approaching. The figure moved with lightning speed, appearing before Zhou Fuxing and forcing him back several paces. You are but a mere second-tier cultivator, and yet you dare to offend the Yu family? The newcomer spoke arrogantly, regarding Zhou Fuxing with disdain, as though he were nothing more than refuse. Zhou Fuxing replied with a cold smirk, though my cultivation may be humble, I possess a heart of justice. Even in the direst of circumstances, I can transcend my limitations. The onlookers were momentarily speechless, unable to fathom Zhou Fuxing's peculiar behavior. However, just as his words concluded, a surge of energy emanated from him, elevating his aura significantly. He looked skyward and let out 3 hearty laughs before seizing the sword light with his bare hands. The assailant was instantly struck with disbelief. His life-bound treasure had suddenly been captured, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Moreover, Zhou Fuxing's aura had astonishingly risen to the 5th level of divine power. A breakthrough in the midst of battle? How is this possible? The Yu family members were taken aback. Hastily retreating a few steps, the attacking expert from the Yu family exclaimed in shock, You are not a second-tier cultivator. You have been concealing your true cultivation. Zhou Fuxing feigned innocence, saying, What concealment? You appeared out of nowhere and insisted on fighting me. When I found myself unable to withstand your onslaught, I inadvertently broke through out of sheer frustration. How can anyone achieve a 3-tier breakthrough in the heat of battle? I refuse to believe it. You must have taken some elixir. Zhou Qinglong, overhearing this accusation, retorted angrily, How do you know if you witnessed my father consuming any elixirs? Do not assume that everyone in this world is as inept as your Yu family, relying solely on treachery to amass resources for breakthroughs. The assailant ignored Zhou Qinglong, but at that moment, a female voice reprimanded, You Yu family have been plotting this scheme for many years, haven't you? It is truly shocking that while you present yourselves as paragons of righteousness, you secretly engage in such underhanded dealings. Surely, even the Yu family's old turtle in the law body realm has obtained his resources through rebellion. Old turtle. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Zhou Chufeng's audacity to insult a law body realm expert. However, they couldn't help but recall how the Yu family's ancestor had appeared amiable during his tenure as vice president, only to later commit the heinous act of murdering the president. The term old turtle seemed like a light insult in comparison. You dare to insult my family's ancestor. The members of the Yu family erupted in anger. Yet out of fear of Zhou Fuxing's presence, they refrained from advancing. To that moment, the Yu family expert who had been struck by Zhou Fuxing returned, joined by another at the 4th level of divine power. Let us join forces to eliminate this man and bring these wretched brats back. Yet, Zhou Fuxing's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Since you are so incensed, it seems I have struck a nerve. It is likely that the Yu family ancestor indeed ascended to his position through treacherous means, exterminating his former master for personal gain. These words successfully captured the attention of the Yu family members. Observing their hesitant expressions, Zhou Fuxing chuckled. What? I am merely a fifth-tier cultivator, and yet you have two of your own here. Are you truly afraid of me? The Yu family members exchanged glances, and one of them gritted his teeth and retorted. You are merely putting on a show. A breakthrough in the heat of battle is nothing more than a temporary facade. Your cultivation cannot be stable. As he spoke, he charged forward, declaring, Though you may be one tier above me, you are still a wild cultivator. Let me demonstrate how the Yu family's techniques can obliterate you. Zhou Fuxing merely smiled nonchalantly. Without a treasure, your words are but empty threats. With that, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm and shot it towards the assailant. Given Zhou Fuxing's recent advancements, no one dared to confront the arrow of spiritual energy directly and scrambled to evade it. Yet, Zhou Fuxing continued to unleash arrow after arrow of gathered energy, each one striking true. With a single arrow, he obliterated one of the assailants, causing a gaping hole in their ranks, which opened them up to further attacks. What is happening? Is he not afraid of exhausting his spiritual energy? The Yu family members were repulsed, retreating hastily. The fourth-tier divine power expert's expression turned grave as he remarked, It appears this individual is prepared to fight to the bitter end. Do not engage. Let me and Yu Ba consume his energy and see how much he has left. Understood, third brother. Yu San, the fourth-tier expert, maneuvered cautiously, deliberately avoiding direct confrontation with Zhou Fuxing. Consume me? Zhou Fuxing arched an eyebrow, quickly discerning their intent. While his spiritual arrows lacked the backing of techniques, they were undeniably swift and brutally effective. Typically, such a method would lead to rapid depletion of spiritual energy, and indeed, Zhou Fuxing felt his reserves dwindling. However, spiritual energy is not solely contained within the Sea of Qi. It also resides within the meridians. The essence of a cultivator's level is defined by their meridians. Once they absorb enough spiritual energy, a qualitative change occurs, resulting in a breakthrough. Thus, the meridians hold vast reserves of spiritual energy. Even if the Sea of Qi runs dry, one can still draw upon the energy within the meridians for combat. As for the potential decline in cultivation due to depleted meridians, did Zhou Fuxing truly fear such a thing? In the midst of his contemplation, he unleashed several more arrows of spiritual energy. The frequency of his attacks matching the speed of his energy condensation, that it seems I must practice some techniques to expedite the condensation of spiritual energy. I wonder if any of the tomes pilfered by the Yu family contain such methods. Well, it appears I have another reason to attack the Yu family. At that moment, Zhou Fuxing found his palm empty, having failed to conjure another arrow. Yu San's eyes lit up with excitement. Everyone, charge! This man has exhausted his spiritual energy. However, Yu Ba cautioned, Third brother, do not be hasty. He may be feigning depletion, waiting for us to fall into his trap. Indeed, what my younger brother says holds true. Yu San, startled, quickly positioned himself to protect his fellow family members, rushing forward alone. Quite astute. Zhou Fuxing noticed their realization and paid it no mind, unleashing the last of his spiritual energy. Suddenly, Zhou Fuxing trembled, his aura waning, his complexion paling. It is empty. My spiritual energy is depleted. Yu San was exhilarated, laughing maniacally 3 times, and commanded everyone to charge. Brother Zhou, your father appears to be on the verge of collapse. Think of a strategy. A group of disciples had been observing the battle, keenly aware of the limitations of Zhou Fuxing's combat style, having undergone systematic training at the academy. That a strategy. Follow me into battle. Chapter 42. Empty. Truly empty. Zhou Qinglong gripped his sword tightly, seething. The Yu family are nothing but a pack of rodents. I have yearned to rid the world of them. With that, he surged forward, sword in hand, as the Yu family members drew nearer to their father. Zhou Qufeng and Zhou Longxiang followed closely behind, their faces resolute. The remaining disciples hesitated for a moment before those whom Zhou Fuxing had rescued from the beast horde decided to follow suit. Each face bore expressions of determination, devoid of panic or fear. Zhou Fuxing slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the approaching disciples with a smile. Good. Good. Now this is the spirit of youth. With that, he turned to face the Yu family, declaring, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true spirit of a cultivator." In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted from Zhou Fuxing, coalescing in his hands to form an arrow. In truth, had Zhou Fuxing consulted the other disciples at Wuliang Academy before devising this plan, he would have understood why such a strategy was seldom employed. However, at this moment, he had come to a painful realization. Zhou Fuxing found himself on the brink of tears, utterly unprepared for the excruciating pain that accompanied drawing spiritual energy from his meridians. As he gazed at the spiritual arrow in his hand, he was reminded of the agonizing torment that had pierced him to the very core, a sensation that felt as though it had reached into his soul. He longed to thrust the arrow back into his body, to forget the agony he had just endured. Yet, sensing the approach of a cultivator from the Yu family, Zhou Fuxing had no choice but to endure the pain and unleash the arrow. Almost immediately, he extracted another spiritual arrow from his meridians. That moment, Zhou Fuxing wished he could slap himself for concocting such a dreadful idea. The Yu family members across from him were taken aback. How could he dare to do such a thing? His spiritual energy was still not exhausted. He had audaciously used his meridians as a reservoir of energy. Most would likely be unable to extract even a single arrow. The disciples rushing to the battlefield from afar were deeply moved. Uncle Zhou had sacrificed so much for them. Zhou Fuxing continued to extract several arrows, each one more painful than the last. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, since pain was inevitable, it was better to endure a short-lived agony than a prolonged one. "Today, I shall unleash a mighty force upon you." With that declaration, he erupted all at once, releasing the energy from every meridian within him, causing his internal spiritual energy to surge as if it were boiling. Alarm bells rang. He was about to self-destruct. The Yu family members were astounded, their souls nearly escaping their bodies as they instinctively recoiled. However, Yu San, with a look of surprise, exclaimed, "This is not self-destruction. He is extracting all his spiritual energy to deliver a powerful strike against us." Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then scornful laughter erupted. If he truly intended to self-destruct, we would have a difficult time escaping. But he clings to his life so dearly that he dares only to extract his spiritual energy. Who knows what might happen next? Yu San sneered and commanded the others to prepare their defenses. Turning to Zhou Fuxing with a mocking smile, "You claim to despise the Yu family, yet your actions are equally contemptible." With that, he leisurely produced a turtle shell, stating, "If you were to self-destruct, it would surely be insufficient to withstand this treasure of mine. But if it is merely spiritual energy, then it shall not suffice. If you truly wish to eliminate us, you ought to self-destruct at once." He then donned the turtle shell, adopting a posture of an onlooker relishing the unfolding drama. "Father, please stop." At that moment, Zhou Qinglong and his siblings cried out in despair, tears streaming down their faces. Zhou Fuxing forced a smile, declaring, "You have left me no choice. While I may not self-destruct, I shall unleash all the power of my 5-layered cultivation. Let us see if you can withstand it." The spiritual energy in his hand gradually coalesced into an enormous sphere, pulsating like a beating heart and exuding a dreadfully terrifying aura. This act of extracting all his spiritual energy was akin to a cultivator releasing their realm's aura to suppress an enemy, an act that could not be retracted. The disciples found themselves suffocated by this overwhelming aura, hastily activating their protective techniques. The luminous sphere in Zhou Fuxing's hand swelled larger, eventually reaching the size of a house. Just as the disciples behind him were on the verge of collapse, Zhou Fuxing acted swiftly, hurling the luminous sphere towards Yu San, or rather, towards that turtle shell. He was determined to see whether the shell was indeed more resilient than the entirety of his 5-layered spiritual energy. The white sphere, akin to a sun descending to the mortal realm, surged towards Yu San. "Everyone defend yourselves," Yu San bellowed, sealing himself within the turtle shell. The other members of the Yu family activated their defensive techniques, while some of the weaker cultivators continued to retreat. Boom! The moment the white sphere collided with Yu San's turtle shell, a terrifying force erupted instantaneously, a blinding white light flooding the heavens and earth, transforming Mount Wuliang into a realm of white. The sound was so deafening that it nearly rendered everyone's ears numb. But fortunately, the explosion lasted only a moment before rapidly dissipating. "Are they dead?" Zhou Qinglong cautiously opened his eyes. noticing that the blinding light had receded, and hurriedly glanced towards Yusan's direction. All he could see was a billowing cloud of dust, until a gust of mountain wind swept through, dispersing the haze to reveal the outline of a turtle shell that its over. Zhou Qinglong collapsed to his knees, despondent. With such formidable defensive treasures, how could they hope to fight back against an opponent capable of withstanding even their father's attack? Just as despair hung heavy in the air, Yusan's laughter echoed. Is that all? I urged you to self-destruct, but you refused. Now that you wish to self-destruct, it is too late. With a pointed finger towards Zhou Fuxing, he commanded, seize this useless wretch. His spiritual energy is completely depleted. Let us see how he can resist. At that moment, only 3 Yu family members had perished in the recent explosion, and the remaining members wore sinister smiles as they advanced toward Zhou Fuxing. Do not harm my father. Zhou Qinglong and his siblings quickly rose, positioning themselves in front of Zhou Fuxing to shield him from the approaching Yu family members. Little brats, is this your father? What a pitiful creature. Zhou Qufeng could hardly bear to see anyone insult her father. Blushing with anger, and seeing that her father had lost the ability to fight, she resolutely stepped forward, shouting, You family scoundrels. Come face me in a fight to the death. With that, she brandished her sword and charged forward, startling her brothers into action as they hurried to follow. Hey, little girl, you're quite fiery. How about I entertain you right in front of your father? A Yu family cultivator grinned wickedly, his eyes practically gleaming with malice as he gazed at Zhou Qufeng. But in the next moment, a piercing whistle pierced the air, slap, a palm of condensed spiritual energy struck his face, causing his head to spin around with a crunch of bones, and he collapsed to the ground. You dare to bully my daughter? How entertaining is your head spinning like that? The 3 siblings turned into light. Father. Chapter 43, Director Zhou. Father, you've recovered? The 3 siblings were overjoyed, as the current scene resembled a resurgence of their family spirit, that in their deepest despair, Zhou Fuxing had suddenly regained his cultivation. Indeed, upon seeing someone bully you, I have restored my meridians, returning to the 5-layered realm. Zhou Fuxing chuckled, turning to the stunned Yu family members not far away, and declared, How do you like this? This is the power of paternal love. Do you understand, despotic Yu family? As he spoke, he affectionately embraced his 3 children to know, It's impossible. Yu San shouted in disbelief. You have suffered no damage to your cultivation. It's all an act. You are truly out of spiritual energy, attempting to deceive me with your theatrics. With that, he suddenly charged toward Zhou Fuxing. However, Zhou Fuxing merely chuckled coldly a few times, effortlessly condensing a spiritual arrow in his hand and shooting it towards Yusan. Previously, Yusan could have evaded, but now consumed by murderous intent, he had no thought of defense or evasion. Zhou Fuxing unleashed several more arrows in quick succession. The Yusan was horrified, unable to comprehend how Zhou Fuxing had suddenly regained his magical power. If he had taken a pill, he might have restored some energy, but he had just destroyed his meridians. His entire cultivation should have turned to ash, so how could he still possess such energy? How could he return to the 5-layered realm? Yusan's face contorted in confusion, only to be pierced by several arrows, resulting in his immediate demise. Behind him, Yu Ba and the other lower-ranked cultivators were left in utter shock, unable to fathom how the situation had flipped so dramatically, with their strongest member eliminated in an instant. Yu Ba's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, pleading, This esteemed one whoosh. A spiritual arrow swiftly pierced through his throat, silencing whatever he had intended to say. The remaining members of the Yu family realized that, faced with such speed, escape was futile, and they began to plead for mercy. Zhou Fuxing turned to his 3 children and said, Long Feng, you have been studying at Wuliang Academy for some time now. I am unsure of your current abilities, so go forth and engage them in combat. As he spoke, he casually dispatched several of the Divine Ability Realm cultivators, leaving the remaining few from the Gathering Spirit and Spirit Sea realms. These individuals had been sent by the Yu family for menial tasks. And after losing a few to Zhou Fuxing's spiritual arrows and 3 more in the explosion, they were now to be used as sparring partners for the 3 siblings. A twist of fate indeed. Listen closely, you lot. Fight as if your lives are on the line, but do not harm my children, understood? Zhou Fuxing's cold command left the Yu family members in tears. What does a life-and-death battle entail? It means we must go all out. But how can we do so without injuring them? Who could possibly manage that? If you perform well, I may allow you to return to the Yu family. And if you fear punishment upon your return, you may stay here. Just assist in building the academy. Meals and accommodation are provided. No deceit will be tolerated. Zhou Fuxing continued, leaving the Yu family members exchanging glances. Not trusting them, he addressed his 3 children once more. You may select opponents of similar rank, but be sure to defend yourselves and avoid injury. Yes, father. Let the 3 siblings make preparations. Several members of the Yu family have also been taken away by the disciples. Only then did Zhou Fuxing have the mind to draw out a flying sword for examination. This sword emanated a chilling radiance, sharp beyond compare, and possessed a hilt forged from spirit crystal, capable of accommodating the magical powers of any technique. Such a treasure, in other sects or families, would likely be reserved for the leader alone. Yet here in the Yu family, even a mere 3rd-tier practitioner of the Tantian realm was equipped with one. Henceforth, one could attack from a distance using spirit energy condensed into arrows, while in close quarters, this flying sword could be drawn. The original owner of the flying sword, Yu San, had already been slain by him, rendering the sword ownerless. Even the faintest trace of a mark could be effortlessly erased by a practitioner of the gathering spirit realm. Indeed, the treasures of the Yu family are truly abundant. As he spoke, he shattered the mark on the flying sword and directly stored it in his storage ring. That moment, several streaks of colorful light appeared in the sky, prompting Zhou Fuxing to look up hastily. It was Xiaoyu approaching, followed by a few others, and from a distance, it was clear that they were He Feng and his companions, who had previously blocked Zhou Fuxing from entering the beast horde. He Feng and his group now wore expressions of shock, utterly astonished by the current state of the Wuliang Academy. Xiaoyu landed with her companions before Zhou Fuxing and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, has anything happened at the academy while I was out?" Zhou Fuxing, exasperated, replied with a wry smile, "Nothing of consequence that a few petty thieves came to take something, but I sent them away to serve as targets for the children." After stretching lazily, he added, "You all can ponder the future of the academy. I am weary and shall take a nap." With that, he turned to leave the BY now. The news of Zhou Fuxing rescuing the disciples had been conveyed by Xiaoyu to everyone, and they felt a sense of guilt towards him, refraining from saying much. Once Zhou Fuxing departed, Xiaoyu called over a disciple and asked, "Mr. Zhou mentioned capturing a few thieves. Where are they?" The disciple, with admiration and deep emotion evident on his face, slowly responded, "Uncle Zhou risked his own cultivation to save us. Fortunately, his talent is extraordinary, allowing him to break through during battle multiple times and turn peril into safety. I aspire to become a person like Uncle Zhou in the future, to protect everyone." Xiaoyu and the teachers behind her were momentarily dumbfounded. Has this child lost his mind? Or have our ears deceived us? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu said, "Student, please explain the situation at that time clearly." "Yes, teacher." The disciple then recounted the entire process tearfully, emphasizing how calm Zhou Fuxing had been in the face of practitioners of higher realms, and how fearless he was after breaking through. Xiaoyu was deeply moved and felt ashamed, saying, "I left at such a critical moment. Otherwise, I could have assisted Mr. Zhou, and the situation would not have been so dire. Indeed, I even doubted his capabilities," lamented one of the teachers. "This Mr. Zhou is not only powerful. He also cares for all the disciples, such a talent, and I nearly offended him." After much discussion, Xiaoyu proposed, "How about this? Since Mr. Zhou is currently the highest-ranking practitioner in the academy, we should appoint him as the new dean." "What do you think? A new dean?" But the threat from the Yu family has not been eliminated. They could attack again at any moment. Can we remain at Wuliang Mountain? Xiaoyu's expression was resolute as she declared, "Regardless of where we are, I recognize him as the dean." Chapter 44. The movements of celestial beings. Xiaoyu's desire for Zhou Fuxing to become the new dean stemmed from her witnessing his strength. She had once thought the academy was on the brink of destruction, yet Zhou Fuxing had suddenly appeared, rescuing everyone from peril. Although Zhou Fuxing was still merely at the Tantian realm, Xiaoyu instinctively felt that it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the law-body realm. "Teacher Xiao, I understand your wish to rebuild the academy, but the crisis is yet to be resolved that we need to deliberate carefully." An elderly man spoke slowly, his expression grave that I know, and this matter must first be discussed with Mr. Zhou, said Xiaoyu. "Alas, I was foolish to doubt Mr. Zhou at that critical juncture. Now he has safeguarded the last ember of our academy, yet we remain trapped outside. The group then proceeded to the secret realm of Wuliang Mountain to seek out Zhou Fuxing. At that moment, Zhou Fuxing was utilizing some remaining resources within the secret realm to tend to the injuries of the tiger beast. Tiger friend, do you happen to know where the ancestral elder of the Yu family and your Wolf King have gone? That day, both the Wolf King and the elder disappeared without a trace, and we have yet to receive any news that he lacked a clear understanding of the capabilities of the law body realm and was uncertain of their whereabouts. The tiger beast shook its head, indicating its ignorance. Very well. Zhou Fuxing used a spirit herb to heal the tiger beast, which soon recovered. However, it seemed to have grown fond of the environment here. Becoming rather lazy, initially, he had thought it was merely sulking due to some issue. Just then his second daughter, Zhou Chufeng, hurried over. Father, Teacher Xiao has returned with the other teachers who were trapped outside. Teachers? Zhou Fuxing was momentarily bewildered before suddenly recalling the group of individuals who had dared not act outside the beast horde. I had forgotten about them. I mustn't let them know I've emptied the secret realm. Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of guilt. Although he had numerous ways to acquire resources, the secret realm was currently bare. And it would not reflect well. After giving the tiger beast a few reminders, he hurriedly exited the secret realm. Upon entering Wuliang Academy, he found disciples gathered in a circle, attentively listening to a few teachers' instructions. What are you all discussing? Zhou Fuxing approached with a smile to Tio his surprise. Everyone turned in unison and exclaimed, Greetings, Dean Zhou. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback for a moment. What dean? When did I say I wanted to be the dean? Xiao Yu stepped forward earnestly and said, Mr. Zhou, the entire academy has been devastated, and with teachers and disciples still present, it is imperative to rebuild. But why don't these disciples return home? Zhou Fuxing inquired. Xiao Yu shook her head, saying, Their families are still unaware of the academy's predicament. Once they find out, they will surely send them to another academy, and the environment there cannot compare to Wuliang Academy. Zhou Fuxing felt both amused and exasperated. So, Xiao Yu's earlier claims of a beautiful environment and healthy meals were indeed true. They would rather rebuild a dilapidated academy than join another, seeing the expression on Zhou Fuxing's face. The teachers began to surmise what he was thinking. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Zhou, you may not realize that the current academy's focus on cultivating combat units. To put it bluntly, they are training a group of deluded mercenaries who believe they are free. Zhou Fuxing's heart sank, and he blurted out, The forces behind these academies are surely not merely concerned with combat power. The teachers were all astonished. Indeed, Mr. Zhou is insightful. The most terrifying aspect of this educational approach is their control over the disciples. Many families are extensions of the academies, as their higher-ups have emerged from such institutions. Zhou Fuxing's thoughts wandered further. Recalling the city lord of Tianyang, he cautiously asked in a low voice, Teacher Xiao, if families are unknowingly influenced by the academies, yet the academies do not exert direct control over the families, could it be that the Dian dynasty? Xiao Yu's expression faltered, clearly having not considered this issue. Zhou Fuxing pressed on, Teacher Xiao, are most of the Dian dynasty's people disciples of the academies, or are they from the academy's upper echelons? Zhou Fuxing's demeanor grew serious that if there were more disciples, it could mean that the academy had seized the lifeblood of the dynasty. If there were more high-ranking officials, it indicated that the dynasty was consolidating its rule through another means. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before slowly shaking her head. I do not know. There are indeed disciples, but as for the high-ranking officials, none can ascertain their origins. However, I suspect there are both, but not entirely. Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but furrow his brow. It seemed this was a situation of multiple forces vying for dominance. Families like the Zhou family had been fortunate enough to have previous generations enter Wuliang Academy without being adversely affected. However, for other families, their direction remained uncertain, and they themselves might not even realize it. When needed, they would merely need to nudge the affected practitioners from behind, and these individuals would unwittingly move towards the objectives desired by their unseen benefactors, becoming swords in the hands of others without their knowledge. Such individuals were the most troublesome. Alas, this suggests that the Yu family's betrayal and the murder of the former dean likely have hidden motives. Zhou Fuxing was not particularly adept at schemes and plots. However, he felt no need to concern himself with such matters. Whatever darkness existed, he would confront it head-on. Teacher Xiao, everyone. Zhou Fuxing's expression grew solemn. That I have something important to ask you all. Please, Mr. Zhou, speak. Do not hesitate, Mr. Zhou. I, Zhang, will certainly speak candidly. Zhou Fuxing spoke earnestly, having lived in the countryside for so long. I am somewhat out of touch with certain matters in the current cultivation world. May I ask if anyone knows of the existence of demon gods or the location of the Emperor Realm? If not, the Celestial Realm would suffice. The crowd was left dumbfounded. This is the important matter you wish to discuss. The way you speak makes it seem as if you are a child learning about the world. The crowd exchanged glances, quickly gathering to discuss. After a moment, Xiaoye shook her head at Zhou Fuxing and said, I apologize, Mr. Zhou. What we know about the highest realm is merely hearsay. It is said that at the center of the desolate sky continent lies the great Qian dynasty, where the sovereign possesses the celestial realm, as for our Qingzhou, and even the entire great Yin dynasty. We have not heard of anyone reaching the celestial realm. Zhou Fuxing felt a twinge of frustration. Nodding in acknowledgement, well, thank you all for clarifying, that he then inquired, who is the most accomplished individual in the great Yin dynasty? Xiaoye replied, naturally, it is the current sovereign. He is at the 9th level of the Dharmabody realm. Only the Dharmabody realm? Zhou Fuxing felt slightly disappointed. However, considering the other party was at the 9th level, the prospect of himself leaping directly to the immortal realm was still quite remarkable. Yet, the capital of the dynasty was far too distant, and there were numerous matters he could not set aside. Never mind, I shall leave the immortal realm to fate. First, let us see if we can find other Dharmabody realm experts. Chapter 45. The Dynasty Envoy, however, encountering experts of the Dharmabody realm would likely not be immediate. Observing the ancestral figure of the Yu family and the King of Wolves, it was evident that in a confrontation, they would vanish without a trace. Had he not witnessed the spectacle of the man and beast battling, he would have had no inkling of their prowess. That day, the King of Wolves had manifested his Dharma body from stones and clouds. Though Zhou Fuxing could not discern if there was any deeper meaning behind it. Pondering this, Zhou Fuxing decided to set it aside for now and address the crowd. As for the reconstruction of the academy, it is indeed feasible, but the families of these disciples may object that in that case, we shall adhere to the disciples' convictions. After a pause, Zhou Fuxing added earnestly, I understand that you chose me because you believe I can, like the former president, transform the Wuliang Academy into a place unlike any other in this world, a true sanctuary for acquiring knowledge and cultivating higher realms. Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Fuxing's expression turned stern as he declared, however, my methods will undoubtedly diverge from those of the former president, that I shall not permit individuals like the Yu family to ascend to the position of vice president. As for the selection of vice presidents and other key positions, I will not be guided by the previous titles held by each of you. Do any of you have objections? Xiaoye immediately responded, I have no objections. I have seen President Zhou's capabilities. Please just call me Mr. Zhou. Following her lead, the other teacher spoke in turn, acknowledging Zhou Fuxing as the new president. Zhang Tiandu, greetings, Mr. Zhou. Zhang Taki, greetings, Mr. Zhou, including Xiaoye. A total of 6 teachers bowed respectfully to Zhou Fuxing, introducing themselves. I am Li Su. Zhou Fuxing nodded, turning to the elderly man. I have been at Wuliang Academy for many years, and my name has long been forgotten. You may call me Yao Lao. Yao Lao, Zhou Fuxing smiled. It seems you are a specialist in the study of spiritual herbs? Yao Lao chuckled wryly. I dare not claim that. I merely dabble in it. He then sighed heavily. Zhou Fuxing found his curiosity piqued, but refrained from probing further, directing his gaze toward the last individual. I am Yifeng, Yifeng stated coolly. Zhou Fuxing recognized him, as he and Xiaoye were both at the celestial realm, while the other teachers were merely at the divine ability level. However, Yifeng's demeanor was far from amiable. Unlike Li Su's coldness, he radiated an air of arrogance. Zhou Fuxing chose not to engage with him, knowing he could handle such individuals later, or even dismiss them if necessary. That moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Detection indicates that the host's 3 children are facing formidable enemies. Zhou Fuxing was immediately taken aback. Could it be that the Yu family was sending more adversaries? Target: Yifeng, 2nd level of the celestial realm, upgrade cancelled. What on earth? Zhou Fuxing thought he had misheard and glanced suspiciously at Yifeng, who maintained his aloof demeanor, seemingly unchanged. Zhou Fuxing inwardly questioned, System, did you just detect him cursing me in his heart, and consequently classify him and my children as formidable enemies? This system employs the most advanced detection methods. capable of distinguishing between insults and actual harm. Any entity identified as a formidable enemy by this system possesses the capability to harm the host children and will soon take action. Zhou Fuxing realized, so it is determined by combat strength. If a mere insect wishes to harm my children, you would not alert me. The system remained silent, confirming his suspicions. Thus, it was evident that Yi Feng indeed intended to harm his children. Having just accepted the position of president, he was already plotting to bully his offspring. Zhou Fuxing secretly scoffed and declared, "Esteemed teachers, my experience is still lacking. I kindly ask for your understanding. Recently, why not assign someone to accompany me? To offer guidance?" Everyone readily agreed, and Zhou Fuxing proposed, "Then, let it be teacher Yi Feng." Yi Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "I refuse. I still need to cultivate. This is an order from your president," seeing Zhou Fuxing's serious demeanor. The others were puzzled but said nothing at that moment. Zhou Fuxing intended to take Yi Feng on a thorough tour of Wuliang Mountain when he noticed a rainbow approaching in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a group of several cultivators soaring toward Wuliang Mountain, each mounted on different flying artifacts. Uncertain whether they were friend or foe, given their considerable numbers, Zhou Fuxing hastily instructed, "Everyone, conceal the disciples. Do not let them emerge. Xiaoye and Yi Feng were to remain behind." "Understood, Mr. Zhou." The others recognized the urgency of the situation and swiftly complied. Zhou Fuxing also instructed his eldest son to stay. Zhou Qinglong had surprisingly reached the third level of the spiritual sea realm. The effects of the medicine within him would not dissipate all at once. He would continue to grow stronger in the coming days. There was a significant possibility that next time they encountered a Dharma body realm expert, he would be needed to draw aggro to know. It should be a father-son duo fighting together. As the group of several cultivators drew near, Zhou Fuxing observed that they seemed to divide into several distinct teams. Soon, they landed outside the ruins of Wuliang Academy, led by a man clad in a crimson robe. This esteemed friend, the robed man clasped his hands and inquired solemnly, "Might I ask which individual from Wuliang Academy you are? What transpired here?" Zhou Fuxing scrutinized the crowd. Upon finding no Dharma body realm practitioners, he felt a tinge of disappointment. "And who might you be?" The man, undeterred by the counter-question, replied, "I am an envoy of the Great Yin Dynasty. Having heard that Wuliang Mountain and Wuliang Academy have been destroyed, I have come to investigate. Behind me are representatives from the 10,000 Sword Sect, Shuwu Mountain, and families with children studying at Wuliang Academy." Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. Such a grand assembly indeed warranted attention. With so many coming to investigate the matters of Wuliang Academy, it would be unwise to neglect them. Zhou Fuxing spoke, "I am Zhou, the new president of Wuliang Academy. The specific reasons behind the Academy's destruction are still under investigation, and we lack concrete evidence." The envoy nodded. "Ah, so you are President Zhou. My apologies. May I inquire if you require assistance from the dynasty?" "No need, thank you." The envoy appeared unconcerned, turning to invite the family representatives forward. The family members wore expressions of worry, frequently glancing toward Wuliang Academy. Yet all they beheld was a desolate ruin, devoid of life. "President Zhou, I am Liang Cheng of the Liang family. Is everything well?" "President Zhou, have you seen my son, Chinda?" The crowd voiced their concerns, anxiously regarding Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing sighed. Countless disciples of Wuliang Academy had perished or gone missing, leaving only a handful behind. The answer was one these families did not wish to hear, so he replied, "We are still investigating." Chapter 46. I want Zhou Qinglong. Zhou Fuxing harbored little hope that the missing disciples would survive. However, as the saying goes, one must see the living and the dead, whether they were taken by the heavenly tribulation or slain by demonic beasts. Clues must be uncovered. Before he proceeded to investigate the Yu family, it was best to keep the situation of the disciples concealed. The families felt a twinge of disappointment. However, not hearing news of death still provided some relief. Yet the envoy spoke again. "May I ask, President Zhou, where do you hail from? How did you come to be the new president?" His tone was filled with genuine concern, as if he truly cared about the future of Wuliang Academy. However, having grown suspicious of the Great Yin Dynasty, Zhou Fuxing merely smiled. "I am a friend of these two teachers, and upon encountering such a situation, they proposed I take on the role of president. Given my higher cultivation," as he spoke, he showcased his cultivation at the 5th level of the celestial realm, adopting a proud demeanor that a few among the crowd exchanged glances of disdain, but quickly composed themselves. Zhou Fuxing then turned his attention to the last few cultivators, inquiring curiously, "And these individuals, from where do they come?" The envoy replied, "President Zhou, they are from various sects in the academy, here to retrieve the surviving disciples. However, since you are present, they must seek your approval first." Zhou Fuxing nodded inwardly, appreciating the envoy's impartiality, unable to discern any connection to the Yu family, that he then addressed the cultivators. "I see. However, there are indeed many surviving disciples at the academy, and they will be instrumental in our reconstruction efforts. I apologize for disappointing you." One female cultivator immediately retorted, "Your Wuyang Academy has lost everything, and you are merely at the 5th level of the celestial realm. On what grounds do you instruct these disciples? Entrusting us with this responsibility is a gift of a radiant future for them." Zhou Fuxing inquired, "To which sect do you belong? Aren't you merely at the 5th level of the heavenly realm? Yet you mock me." But I shall not foolishly assume the role of the principal." Zhou Fuxing slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Cheng Long, engage her in a debate." "Yes, principal." Zhou Qinglong stepped forward and spoke. "Esteemed young lady, as for the merits of our infinite academy, we disciples are perfectly capable of forming our own judgments. Merely based on your few words, I can ascertain that regardless of which sect or academy you hail from, it pales in comparison to our infinite mountain." The female cultivator was instantly infuriated. Zhou Qinglong appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, yet he addressed her as young lady and adopted a condescending demeanor. Zhou Qinglong continued, "As for cultivation level, that is even more laughable. The principal values management ability over mere cultivation rank. Even if one's cultivation is low, one can recruit highly skilled individuals to serve as protectors for the academy." "Well said." Zhou Fuxing expressed his satisfaction. "Please continue." Zhou Qinglong, at a loss for words, nevertheless spoke, "As for a bright future, that is even more absurd. Each person's aspirations differ. For instance, I wish to become an emperor's sword cultivator. Can you provide that for me? Silver-tongued. How could someone like you possibly become an emperor?" The female cultivator seethed with rage, ready to chastise the young man before her, when suddenly she sensed a breakthrough aura emanating from Zhou Fuxing. Turning her gaze, she saw him gazing upward, appearing to bask in the moment, as the aura of breakthrough radiated from him. How did you break through at this moment?" Zhou Fuxing slowly opened his eyes and casually remarked, "What? Have you never witnessed a breakthrough before?" The female cultivator, flustered, could not fathom how Zhou Fuxing had suddenly advanced in rank. Just moments ago, she had mocked him for being at the 5th level of the heavenly realm. And now he had ascended a layer. If given a bit of time, would he reach the body manifestation realm? The female cultivator could only attribute Zhou Fuxing's breakthrough to an epiphany, which, while rare, provided her with a modicum of balance. The onlookers were equally curious, unsure how Zhou Fuxing had managed to speak and break through simultaneously. However, matters of cultivation are often shrouded in mystery, and they hesitated to pry. At that moment, Zhou Fuxing had broken through another layer, feeling tremendously at ease, and he regarded the female cultivator with newfound favor. Turning to the other cultivators, he inquired, "May I ask which sect you all represent?" A sword-wielding cultivator coldly replied, 10,000 Sword Sect, Morningstar Academy. Crimson Leaf Sect, greetings, Principal Zhou. Several cultivators introduced themselves, and Zhou Fuxing smiled. "Very well. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot spare any disciples from my academy. So I hope for your understanding." Pausing, he recalled that among the academy's disciples, there might indeed be some willing to join, and he whispered, "In truth, we have already located a portion of the surviving disciples. If you do not mind, I shall send them over in an hour." The crowd nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding that at that moment, an envoy was wandering through the academy's ruins, occasionally picking up fragments of tiles and examining them. Once Zhou Fuxing concluded his discussion, he approached the envoy and smiled. "My fellow cultivator, having traveled far and wide, you must possess considerable information regarding various locations. Might I inquire if there are any body manifestation realm rogue cultivators or sects nearby?" The envoy turned to him with a knowing look and remarked, "Principal Zhou, your ambitions are quite bold, seeking information on the existence of body manifestation realm practitioners." Zhou Fuxing chuckled, "How could I dare? I merely wish to gather knowledge to avoid any possible offense." The envoy pondered for a moment before replying. Our great Yin dynasty governs wisely, and rogue cultivators are few within its borders. Those near Infinite Mountain are even scarcer. The closest would be the Mochuan sect. Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but scoff internally. The Mochuan sect was a notorious rogue sect within the Great Yin dynasty, yet it was a full 7 days' journey away. This was based on the swiftest pace of a heavenly realm practitioner. Had I known this fellow wouldn't provide anything useful. Zhou Fuxing continued to converse with the envoy about other matters until the envoy stated, if Principal Zhou seeks further information, it would be prudent to purchase it from other factions. I have other pressing matters, so I must take my leave. With that, he turned and soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. That as the envoy departed, the members of various families also took their leave. Zhou Fuxing instructed Xiaoye to bring over any unwilling disciples, and then he entertained several powerful sect leaders, asking, "You all come from diverse backgrounds. What brings you together? Mr. Zhou, we are quite uncertain whether those currently at Infinite Academy are friend or foe." "I see." As they spoke, a total of 18 disciples were brought forth, and the powerful cultivators began to express their preferences. Zhou Fuxing quickly interjected, "Let the disciples choose for themselves." The crowd hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. The disciples began to voice their requirements, and when Zhou Fuxing noticed that the 10,000 Sword sect cultivator seemed disinterested, he asked, "Might I inquire if you are dissatisfied?" To his surprise, the cultivator nodded affirmatively. "I only want him." Zhou Fuxing looked over to see the cultivator pointing at his own son, Zhou Chenglong. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback, utterly surprised that someone would covet his own son. "No way, he is my precious child. How can he simply follow you?" The 10,000 Sword sect cultivator frowned. "Why can all the other disciples go, but he cannot, because he is my son?" Zhou Fuxing replied matter-of-factly. Yet the cultivator questioned, "Even so, does Principal Zhou believe that my 10,000 Sword sect would hinder him?" At that moment, Zhou Chenglong, with unwavering resolve, stated, "Father, let me go. I wish to learn sword techniques." Sword techniques. Zhou Fuxing internally sighed. For at present, neither his family nor Infinite Academy possessed any notable sword techniques. The Zhou family had inherited some techniques, but they were of little value. Even the Yu family and Infinite Academy likely lacked impressive sword techniques. As evidenced by their instructors, with a heavy heart, Zhou Fuxing smiled and said, "Since my son wishes to go, then let him. However, you must discern the true nature of the 10,000 Sword sect, as well as its distance." "Yes, father." Zhou Chenglong beamed with excitement at his father's support. The sword cultivator chuckled, "Principal Zhou need not worry. My 10,000 Sword sect is a well-known righteous sect throughout the Great Yin dynasty. And beyond the Great Yin lies the 10,000 Sword sanctuary as our ancestral ground. If this child can shine, he may even attract the attention of an immortal elder within the sanctuary." Merely empty promises, we all understand. Yet Zhou Fuxing felt an immense anticipation. After all, an immortal elder. If his son could gain their favor. Ah no, if his son could simply impress them, how wonderful that would be. He quickly pulled Zhou Chenglong aside and whispered, "My son, this journey may be far, and the specifics of the 10,000 Sword sect are unknown. Are you truly determined to go?" Zhou Chenglong affirmed. "I am determined. I have inquired with my teachers, and throughout the Great Yin territory, the most suitable place for studying sword techniques is indeed the 10,000 Sword sect." "Very well," Zhou Fuxing encouraged with a smile. Then added, "I have an important task for you." "Please, father, speak." "Well, it is not a monumental matter. I simply wish for you to inquire if there are any experts at the 9th level of the body manifestation realm or above." Zhou Fuxing had little interest in ordinary body manifestation practitioners. There should be plenty of them. Zhou Chenglong nodded. "I will remember, and what else?" "Also, be courageous." Zhou Fuxing's tone shifted to seriousness as he declared, "My son, what is the greatest fear for a swordsman? It is not a low cultivation level, nor a formidable enemy, but rather a lack of a brave heart. Courage. Father, I believe I am already quite brave." Zhou Fuxing shook his head solemnly. "Courage stems from a sense of security and one's vision. You are still quite weak and do not grasp the wonders of divine abilities in the heavenly realm. If possible, I hope you can awaken a divine ability that embodies courage. It will enable you to face any formidable enemy without fear." Zhou Chenglong trembled, murmuring, "Indeed, Until now, I cannot claim to be courageous. I have merely acted on passion. I lack the true strength to support it. Zhou Fuxing chuckled. A heart full of passion is often sufficient. There are countless individuals in this world who lack even that. However, I do not wish for you to become reckless, unless you have your father standing behind you. After hearing his father's teachings, Zhou Qinglong suddenly understood. Personal courage requires sufficient strength. Yet individual strength is ultimately limited. But he is not alone. He has his father standing behind him. With tears of gratitude, he said, "Father, I understand, and your request for me to seek out immortal beings is to temper my will. Is it not?" "Precisely." Zhou Fuxing nodded with approval, wishing for his son to grow stronger, yet emphasizing that safety must always come first, without sacrificing courage. "Yes, I understand." Zhou Qinglong excitedly sought out the sword cultivator from the 10,000 Sword Sect. While Zhou Fuxing, accompanied by his close advisor Yi Feng, went to find his daughter and Long Xiang to share this news with them. "Father, I too wish to leave the family and venture out to experience the world." Zhou Longxiang felt a profound sense of melancholy upon hearing the news of his elder brother's departure. He was engulfed in a wave of envy. However, his previous attempts at venturing forth had been thwarted by unforeseen circumstances, forcing him to return home prematurely, which left him quite disheartened. Zhou Fuxing offered words of solace. "Longxiang, your father comprehends your aspirations, yet it would be prudent for you to first break through to the Linghai realm before making further plans. Subsequently, prepare yourself for the Shun Tong realm." Zhou Longxiang nodded, aware that his current cultivation was insufficient for extensive travels. He could only meander around the vicinity of his home. "How about this? Father will take you both to find something enjoyable," Zhou Fuxing suggested, noticing the gloom that enveloped his son and daughter. "Something enjoyable?" Zhou Fuxing smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate at that moment. Yi Feng stood behind him, having just received another warning from the system. Such individuals must be dealt with decisively. The more appealing they are, the more caution is warranted. However, it was imperative to first see off the group of disciples from the sect. Before long, all the disciples he had brought had found their desired sex, their faces alight with anticipation. Zhou Fuxing smiled and offered his blessings, but when he approached the female cultivator who had assisted him in elevating his cultivation to the 6th level of Tongtian, he was taken aback by her unusually grim expression. "This esteemed friend, are you dissatisfied with my disciples?" Zhou Fuxing inquired curiously, only to find that his question deepened the woman's scowl. "What is the matter?" Zhou Fuxing glanced around and was astonished to discover that the female cultivator had not a single disciple by her side. That he paused, then recollected that he had allowed his disciples to choose their own sections. "Ah, my sincerest apologies. May I ask which sect you belong to?" "Not a sect," the female cultivator retorted angrily. "I am the protector of the Morning Star Academy. Forgive my rudeness. I shall find you a few disciples at once." Though he spoke of respect, Zhou Fuxing harbored no genuine reverence. In fact, upon learning that this cultivator hailed from the academy, he had grown somewhat indifferent, having heard from Xiao Yu and others about the circumstances of other academies. He found that reality often surpassed mere hearsay, and no need to look for them. "I see that the disciples of the Infinite Academy lack exceptional talent, being from a remote locale far from the imperial capital. Let us part ways." Zhou Fuxing's demeanor turned frosty as he addressed the assembly. "Disciples, you are about to leave the Infinite Academy to embark on a new chapter in your lives. That I merely wish to convey that your decision to forego the Morning Star Academy is undoubtedly the right one. Congratulations." As soon as he uttered these words, an eerie silence fell over the gathering. The female cultivator spun around, her voice icy. "Director Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Fuxing replied with a nonchalant smile. "I mean no offense. I merely speak the truth." Chapter 48. The Traitor. "Teacher He. The female cultivator scoffed coldly. "Director Zhou, if you have never encountered the world, allow me to enlighten you," as she surveyed the crowd. There was an air of arrogance about her. Clearly, she regarded everyone present with disdain. The Morning Star Academy is a premier institution that annually supplies countless high-tier cultivators to the Great Yin Dynasty, including princes and princesses who study here. I am Mo Xiao, the protector of the Morning Star Academy, and upon hearing of the plight of the Infinite Academy, I felt compelled to bestow upon your disciples a great opportunity. Mo Xiao. So she is Mo Xiao. No wonder she possesses such a fiery temperament. Zhou Fuxing nodded to Mo Xiao. My apologies. It appears our disciples have indeed encountered a significant fortune, as none have chosen the Morning Star Academy. His tone dripped with sarcasm, and Mo Xiao's expression turned frigid. Director Zhou, do you truly wish to oppose the Morning Star Academy? Zhou Fuxing responded indifferently. Can you represent the entire Morning Star Academy? Do not flaunt your authority here at Wu Liang Mountain. Moreover, even if I offend your esteemed academy, what of it? Does the illustrious Morning Star Academy resort to violence simply because it fails to attract disciples? Mo Xiao seethed. Her desire to confront Zhou Fuxing almost overwhelmed me. However, her lower cultivation level and the desire to maintain her academy's reputation held her back. Gritting her teeth, she warned, Director Zhou, you would do well to tread carefully. Zhou Fuxing sighed, shaking his head. With such individuals present, this academy cannot be regarded as a good place. Without a backward glance, Mo Xiao departed on her cloud. Dad, isn't that a bit excessive? Zhou Chufeng whispered. Excessive? What is excessive is that, Mo Xiao. Once she returns, let us see if the Morning Star Academy is not even more excessive. Zhou Fuxing chuckled derisively. Subsequently, the group took their leave, and Zhou Fuxing bid them farewell one by one. It wasn't until only the swordsman from the Wanjian sect remained that Zhou Fuxing smiled and asked, I am yet unaware of your esteemed name. The disciple from Wanjian sect. Lan Shushu replied, I am Lan Shushu, coincidentally handling matters in the vicinity, accompanying the envoy from the Great Yin. Lan, my friend, Zhou Fuxing remarked, it seems that Mo Xiao shows no respect to anyone present, not only to our humble academy, but it appears she has also not treated you kindly. Lan Shushu explained, Director Zhou, you may be unaware, but Wanjian sect and Morning Star Academy have never been on amicable terms. This time, Mo Xiao and I are both here to vie for the same opportunity, so she certainly would not extend me any courtesy. Zhou Fuxing nodded in realization, chuckling, given her current ire, it appears that this opportunity has indeed fallen into your hands. Lan Shushu laughed, indeed, Director Zhou, your insight is truly remarkable. Laughter erupted among the group, and soon after, Lan Shushu took his leave. Dad, I'm off, Zhou Qinglong declared resolutely. Go on. Zhou Fuxing replied, Zhou Qinglong departed with Lan Shushu. Zhou Chufeng felt a wave of reluctance wash over her. Dad, when shall we visit Wanjian sect to see elder brother? Zhou Fuxing's lips twitched. Had those two not been gone for barely 3 minutes? We shall go when your elder brother learns to be brave. Zhou Chufeng, perplexed, nonetheless nodded obediently. Now that the Infinite Academy was devoid of outsiders, Zhou Fuxing summoned all the disciples and teachers that I wished to counterattack the Yu family. What are your thoughts? The crowd fell in a stunned silence, nearly doubting Zhou Fuxing's sanity. Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment, Director Zhou, such words cannot be uttered lightly. We are still in hiding. Rest assured, I have contemplated this matter thoroughly. If you do not believe me, ask Yifeng. That Yifeng, incensed, shouted, How am I to know your thoughts? If you wish to seek death, go ahead, but do not involve me. Zhou Fuxing shook his head, declaring, It seems my well-behaved son trusts me. Does he not, Longxiang? Indeed, I believe father has found a way to triumph over the Yu family. Excellent. Xiao Yu, continue managing the academy affairs. I shall pay a visit to the Yu family. With that, he seized Yifeng and Zhou Longxiang and set off. Yifeng, fuming, protested, Zhou Fuxing. What on earth are you doing? If you seek death, do not drag me along. Zhou Fuxing's voice grew low and powerful as he replied, because, within the entire Infinite Academy, I now trust only you. I suspect there is a traitor within the Infinite Academy. Yifeng fell silent. Do you have evidence? Zhou Fuxing smirked inwardly. Had this been anyone else, they would likely react with shock or contemplation. Yet Yifeng's demeanor clearly indicated that he was the very traitor. What is it that a traitor desires most? Trust. Yifeng, while it may seem we are at odds, you were the first to stop me outside the beast horde that day. I have regretted not heeding your advice ever since I nearly lost my life. Yifeng coldly retorted, Indeed, it is good that you possess this awareness. As for the traitor, I have my own suspicions. Oh, who might that be? That would be Elder Yao. Subsequently, Yifeng enumerated various reasons he believed Elder Yao was in league with the Yu family, almost convincing Zhou Fuxing in the process. As they spoke. They soon arrived at the Yu family estate. Yifeng hesitated. Director Zhou, I truly feel a bit frightened. Perhaps I should not go in. Zhou Fuxing laughed, frightened of what? Surely that old man from the Yu family will not have returned. Yet simultaneously, he pondered where the Yu family's ancestor and the Wolf King had vanished to. Why had a battle persisted for so many days without resolution? Or was it that the Wolf King had slain the Yu family's ancestor and then fled elsewhere? The beast horde in that valley remained, and if food became scarce, they would likely erupt in chaos once more. With two law-body realms disappearing simultaneously, Zhou Fuxing was utterly perplexed that he could only address the issue with the Yu family. After all, having already offended them, it was better to eliminate the problem entirely. Director Zhou, do you have any evidence to prove he will not return? Feng continued to hesitate, and Zhou Fuxing seized the opportunity to hurl him into the Yu family estate. Enough with the chatter. Feng, a dignified second-level Tontian cultivator, was unceremoniously tossed out like a chicken, his face turning an ashen hue. Who dares? A furious voice erupted from within the Yu family estate, followed by a shocked exclamation. Isn't it the esteemed guest of the head of the family from a few days ago? What is he doing here? Zhou Longxiang gaped in astonishment, about to speak. But Zhou Fuxing stifled his mouth with a hand, chuckling softly. No, I am not. I merely stumbled in. Feng stammered, panic-stricken. Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but laugh softly. Let us see how teacher he handles this. Just as he was laughing, his expression suddenly changed. He vaulted over the courtyard wall, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy. Boom! The spiritual energy collided with another wave of magical force, erupting in a thunderous explosion above Feng's head. Eradicate all evidence? Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. Zhou Fuxing's complexion darkened. He never anticipated that the adversary would dare to strike directly at Feng, who was the head of the Yu family. Step forward. Chapter 49. Still need father to come. Zhou Fuxing called out, only to find that Feng had already sustained grave injuries, that it was merely a single spell, yet this was the result of him deflecting the majority of it, revealing the profound cultivation of his opponent. The Yu family members were thrown into disarray, with the low-ranked cultivators hastily scattering. Who are you? How dare you act so brazenly in our Yu family? A stern voice from a Yu family cultivator of the heavenly realm boomed. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily at a loss for words. Did they truly not know who he was? However, recalling that he had already dealt with those who had attacked the Wuliang Academy, some of whom were still serving as punching bags within the academy, he replied, I am Zhou, the new headmaster of Wuliang Academy. Recently, members of the Yu family have frequently visited my academy, so I have come to return the courtesy. Wuliang Academy. The Yu family members were taken aback that Yu Ba and the others had been gone for quite some time, and they were just contemplating going to check on them. What a fool named Zhou, coming here to seek his death while bringing a child. Do they truly believe our Yu family is without defenders? In an instant, several figures converged, many of whom were of the heavenly realm, while others were at the divine ability realm, coldly glaring at Zhou Fuxing, likely possessing means to restrict his abilities. The space before Zhou Fuxing quickly filled with Yu family cultivators, gathering on the rooftops nearby and the courtyard walls behind him. This display was on a completely different level compared to that of the Zhou family. Zhou Fuxing lamented. Father, when will our Zhou family be this powerful? Longxiang expressed with envy. Longxiang, you are mistaken. Zhou Fuxing chuckled at the crowd and replied, I only said this display is impressive. I never claimed it to be strong. Strength is not determined by numbers. Not to mention, many among them are utterly useless. The Yu family members glared furiously at him. However, since they had already surrounded him, they could only wait for the head of the family to give the order to strike. The Yu family continued to gather, with many even utilizing flying artifacts, waiting high above, forming a seemingly impenetrable net. Fortunately, among so many, there were already some of the spiritual sea realm. The Yu family had not yet devolved into madness. Zhou Fuxing spoke calmly, though he was internally astonished. Just the Yu family's mobilization ability alone could establish them as a significant family. Coupled with the presence of an ancestor at the Dharma body realm, it was no wonder they dared to be so audacious. The Yu family had effectively sealed off this area, and Zhou Fuxing had no intention of breaking through. He coldly observed their movements. That moment, a figure slowly approached the courtyard door, smiling as they regarded Zhou Fuxing. Headmaster Zhou, your presence brings great honor to the Yu family. The individual laughed heartily. Zhou Fuxing retorted, then why have you not prepared a table, chairs, and refreshments for me? And why are you only at the 8th level of the heavenly realm? You have truly disappointed me. The individual S smile faltered. Astonished, is there a problem with me being at the 8th level of the heavenly realm? Oh, Zhou Fuxing sighed, not answering the question, and commanded, Longxiang, scold him. Yes, father. Longxiang had long since grown accustomed to this and unleashed a torrent of insults. If there was one talent Zhou Fuxing valued most in his third son, it was his ability to unleash a stream of fragrant words that outshone even rap, based on the common insults of the Dian dynasty. Combined with some ancient legends from the Huangtian continent and the Zhou family's customary expressions of disdain, along with the current actions of the Yu family, this was true genius. This was precisely the kind of talent needed for the rise of the Zhou family. The expressions of the Yu family members darkened further as Zhou Fuxing's ears were filled with the sweet chimes of the system's notifications. Unfortunately, there was no level up. Head of the family, kill this little brat. Head of the family, quickly give the order. I want to chop him to pieces. The Yu family members shouted in unison, leaving Zhou Fuxing astonished. Their anger was palpable, yet they still awaited the command of their family head. It must be said that the Yu family cultivators were indeed well-trained and fiercely loyal. However, the issue was that the insults Longxiang hurled, while harsh, were painfully true from the expressions of these Yu family members. Zhou Fuxing discerned no hint of remorse for their actions against Wuliang Academy. Countless disciples, teachers, and even the old headmaster had perished or been grievously injured, yet they seemed utterly unconcerned, and no matter how well-trained. They were merely a pack of loyal hounds. The head of the Yu family, having observed them quietly, finally spoke when Longxiang showed signs of fatigue. Are you trying to provoke me, Headmaster Zhou? You noticed. Zhou Fuxing was genuinely surprised that it was normal for someone to recognize that he sought to incite anger, but to endure the insults from Longxiang was rather extraordinary. To become the helm of the Yu family. This individual indeed possessed some merit. Of course, I aim to provoke you. But you seem so unfazed. It truly is a challenge. Zhou Fuxing sighed. Yu Tianquan replied indifferently. It is foolish to fall for the enemy's intentions when one has already discerned their purpose. Is it not? Zhou Fuxing nodded, halting Longxiang from continuing, and then inquired, Where has your ancestor gone? It has been quite a while since there has been any news. Yu Tianquan was momentarily taken aback. Headmaster Zhou seems unafraid of my family's ancestor. Zhou Fuxing scratched his head, his expression full of anticipation. The day I killed your family member named Umo, I happened upon your ancestor. I truly hope that one day I can surpass him. Umo. The air around them abruptly chilled, a thick aura of murderous intent enveloping the entire Yu family. My useless son has crossed paths with Headmaster Zhou. Yu Tianquan's smile turned sinister as he regarded Zhou Fuxing with a peculiar gaze. Indeed, he was quite an impressive young man. Zhou Fuxing reminisced of all my disciples. He was the best dressed and the most handsome. It seems all the disciples were quite afraid of him. The key is that he spoke to me rather disrespectfully, prompting me to slap him a few times, loudly. Yu Tianquan's chest heaved violently. Yet his face remained a mask of forced smiles. However, this smile was rendered grotesque by the muscles in his face, twitching with fury. It brings me immense joy to hear Headmaster Zhou praise my son. But I cannot help but wonder why you are going to such lengths to provoke me. Yu Tianquan's voice was hollow, making it difficult to discern his emotions. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. So you also consider him a worthless son? I think the same. Indeed, like father, like son. Zhou has opened my eyes. As he spoke, Zhou Fuxing wore an expression of astonishment, coupled with deep admiration. Longxiang gazed up at his father, starry-eyed, feeling there was much he still needed to learn from him. Zhou, Yu Tianquan could no longer contain himself and bellowed, Attack! Break every bone in his body, and do the same to the boy beside him. The Yu family members, having awaited this command, surged forward like wild dogs unleashed. For each inch you break, 10 spirit stones. Chapter 50. Trying to intimidate me, the head of the Yu family ultimately could not withstand such provocation and commanded his kin to attack. Yet he still believed Zhou Fuxing's intention to incite him was deliberate, hence refraining from personally intervening. Zhou Fuxing sensed this and felt somewhat regretful. However, he was merely at the 8th level of the heavenly realm. He found no interest in engaging. You killed my son and sought to seize Wuliang. Today, I shall make you repay your debts with interest. The head of the Yu family roared, then turned his gaze toward Zhou Longxiang. Is this your son? I shall crush him to dust before your very eyes. Upon hearing this, Longxiang remained unperturbed, chest thrust out as he unleashed another torrent of fragrant invective. As they spoke, the Yu family's offensive had already clashed with Zhou Fuxing, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The head of the Yu family, vexed by Longxiang's insults, struggled to disregard his words, fixating on Zhou Fuxing. How can a mere rogue cultivator at the 6th level of the heavenly realm withstand the onslaught of my Yu family? He wore a look of deep confusion. In his eyes, Longxiang's talent and cultivation were nothing but trash, and as a father, Zhou Fuxing had little to commend himself. Yet, remarkably, the two were managing to fend off so many attacks from the Yu family. Of course, anyone daring to stir trouble within the Yu family must possess their own confidence. But from where did this father and son duo draw their confidence? The crowd was puzzled. Even the seemingly lifeless He Feng on the ground began to wonder. Then Zhou Fuxing exhaled a long breath, a look of comfort washing over his face. Immediately, his aura surged dramatically, unexpectedly breaking through to the 7th level of the heavenly realm. What did you just say? Zhou Fuxing queried, puzzled. The head of the Yu family furrowed his brow tightly, feeling that the father and son before him were exceedingly strange, yet unable to pinpoint the source of the anomaly. Kill them directly. After a moment's thought, he decisively commanded. Zhou Fuxing raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by the opponent's caution. Just moments ago, he had boasted about what he would do to him, and now he called for outright murder? Truly, to become the head of the Yu family, this person must possess some merit and character, although regrettably, he was still a nefarious individual. Zhou Fuxing boldly made his move, charging alongside Zhou Longxiang toward the head of the Yu family. If he could ascend to the 9th level of the heavenly realm, dealing with the Yu family would become significantly easier. Unfortunately, the opponent detected Zhou Fuxing's advance and promptly retreated, hastily distancing himself. At the same time, Yu family experts surged in from all directions, blocking Zhou Fuxing's exit. Damn, this old turtle! Zhou Fuxing cursed inwardly, thinking that the turtle defense artifact previously used by that Rain family's head should have been employed against him. Or rather, it was precisely because the head of the Rain family resembled an old turtle that his subordinates resorted to using a turtle shell. Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. However, he was unafraid of incurring the enmity of the family head, for among all the cultivators present from the Rain family, none surpassed his own cultivation level. Yet, the sheer number of opponents made him feel somewhat uneasy. Father, I too wish to fight, Zhou Longxiang said dejectedly. Initially, he could join his father in battle, but now he had become nothing more than a spectator, needing his father to divert attention to protect him. As Zhou Fuxing fended off the onslaught of attacks, he casually remarked, "Didn't we send several assassins from the Rain family for practice earlier? We'll bring a few more back with us shortly." His words implied that the Rain family members were as easily disposable as cabbages. Zhou Fuxing's spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him in a thick defensive layer. Without any defensive techniques, merely relying on spiritual energy for blocking proved extremely taxing. Fortunately, the attacks from the Rain family were mitigated by more than half due to this defense. However, even with this reduction, the pressure on Zhou Fuxing was immense. Had it not been for the Rain family's lack of coordination, despite their rapid assembly, he would likely have sustained injuries by now. Nevertheless, he himself was not faring well, as he struggled to protect Zhou Longxiang from any incoming attacks while rapidly depleting his spiritual energy, leaving him fatigued and pale. Continue the assault, his spiritual energy cannot last much longer. The Rain family members quickly discerned this fact and intensified their offensive in an instant. Countless fire dragons and luminous shadows flickered in the air, launching towards Zhou Fuxing, only to be deflected and scattered like shattered starlight. Yet such a battle could not endure indefinitely. Zhou Fuxing's spiritual energy soon dwindled, and suddenly, his face turned ashen as he raised a hand to strike his own brow. He had exhausted his spiritual energy. Everyone, look! What is he attempting to do? It must be some secret technique. Everyone, disperse! The surrounding Rain family members retreated, their expressions filled with vigilance as they watched Zhou Fuxing. Everyone, prepare to activate the defensive artifacts. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Among them was a 6th-tier cultivator from the Celestial Realm, commanding the others. Yes, Captain. The Rain family members responded in unison, as a pattern resembling an arcane armor materialized before them. Directed toward Zhou Fuxing, "Daha!" The captain sneered, saying, "When circumstances appear unusual, there must be something amiss." This person aims to provoke the family head, who will naturally disregard him, now that he is out of spiritual energy. Yet he makes strange movements. Either his exhaustion is a ruse, or he is preparing some lethal technique. The captain bore a proud expression, evidently convinced of this principle, that as long as they were adequately prepared, any schemes from the other side would be in vain. Smack! In the midst of speaking, the onlooker saw Zhou Fuxing slap his palm against his forehead, producing a crisp sound, while a radiant light burst forth, dazzling to behold. Suddenly, the Rain family members activated their arcane armor patterns, illuminating the courtyard like a sea of stars. Zhou Fuxing stood at the center, appearing like a radiant moon amidst the stellar ocean. Yet, shortly after, the brilliance surrounding him began to fade rapidly, his aura collapsing swiftly. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his essence completely dissipated, rendering him an ordinary mortal. "Captain," one Rain family cultivator cautiously spoke. "This seems akin to self-dismantling one's cultivation." The captain let out an incredulous exclamation, followed by, "How can this be? Why would he choose to self-dismantle his cultivation? Is he out of his mind?" A cultivator immediately chimed in, "It is quite possible, Captain. After all, bringing a child to our Rain family is abnormal, and he has provoked the family head, even admitting to the murder of the young master." The captain paused for a moment, scrutinizing Zhou Fuxing's demeanor. However, Zhou Fuxing appeared feeble, blood spilling from his mouth, and the panicked expression on his son's face was not one of deception. "Damn it, trying to intimidate me." The captain seethed with rage, raising a hand to unleash an attack. Yet suddenly, Zhou Fuxing's aura surged dramatically, restoring itself in an instant. Chapter 51. Ceiling Formation? The captain exclaimed, "What?" Zhou Fuxing's complexion quickly regained its vitality, and his cultivation level ascended once more to the 7th tier of the celestial realm. The captain's previous casual attack, aimed at an ordinary mortal, now landed on a celestial realm expert, akin to raindrops falling into the ocean, causing not a ripple. "Scare me, will you?" the captain stammered, then angrily declared, "He must be employing some illusion, or perhaps a secret technique. He is surely weak inside." "Everyone attack," at the captain's command. The Rain family experts sprang into action. However, they were already a beat too slow. Zhou Fuxing took the initiative, transforming his spiritual energy into spears that pierced through the AI, or as the Rain family members launched their attacks. He had already unleashed a barrage of over 10 spears, resulting in cries of anguish. Soon after, a torrent of assaults surged forth, and Zhou Fuxing conjured a shield of spiritual energy to absorb them all. "What in the world is this?" the captain exclaimed in shock. "Everyone be careful. He likely possesses a secret technique to restore his cultivation." Yet as he spoke, he found the notion absurd. What sort of secret technique could restore a mortal to the celestial realm? Doesn't restoration require spiritual energy? Spiritual energy cannot be conjured from nothing. This is a truth even a 3-year-old knows. Yet this man had indeed transformed back into a celestial realm cultivator. While the surrounding spiritual energy remained unchanged, fear gripped the captain's heart, and he resolutely declared, "Everyone, refrain from random attacks. Let us form a formation and concentrate our strongest assault against him." Yes. The Rain family cultivators immediately halted their attacks, summoning their arcane armor to position before them. However, Zhou Fuxing would not afford them the opportunity to consolidate their formation. Facing the multitude of attacks was already a daunting task, and allowing them to coordinate would be utterly insurmountable. Countless spiritual energies rapidly morphed into spears, soaring into the air, their sharp tips aimed at the Rain family members, quickly blotting out half the sky. Hundreds of spears drained Zhou Fuxing's spiritual energy entirely. Pressing his palm down, the spears descended like rain. Yet while rain implies quantity, in terms of speed, these spears fell like thunder. Zhou Fuxing evidently controlled their trajectory, targeting those of higher cultivation. The arcane armor patterns shattered under such an onslaught, plunging into the chests of the cultivators. Remarkably, he executed this assault without employing any spells, relying solely on his spiritual energy. Such consumption of energy was excessively taxing. The captain incredulously remarked, "How can he still possess spiritual energy? He must have exhausted it." Looking at Zhou Fuxing, they indeed saw his energy depleted. Yet without hesitation, Zhou Fuxing struck his forehead once more, causing his aura to collapse and rendering him an ordinary mortal once again. What is this? The captain was utterly perplexed, but he could not afford to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to make a surprise attack while Zhou Fuxing had yet to employ his secret technique to restore his cultivation. Swish! Just as the captain struck, Zhou Fuxing's aura surged upward once more, returning to the 7th tier of the celestial realm. The captain wore a dazed expression, clearly at a loss for how to respond to such a battle. While Zhou Fuxing swiftly dispatched him aside and summoned hundreds of spears once again. Retreat. Await the family head's command. The captain roared, and the Rain family members hastily withdrew. Zhou Fuxing, however, would not let this opportunity slip away. Countless spears rained down, nailing a number of fleeing cultivators. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Only Zhou Fuxing and a few others remained, and he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Father, with them retreating like this, they will surely prepare something to counter you. Fear not. Let them come. Zhou Fuxing remained unconcerned, utterly fatigued and uninterested in pursuing, that he casually picked up a piece of rubble and tossed it at Yifeng. Stop playing dead. Did you inform the Rain family and conspire against the Wuliang Academy? Yifeng immediately protested, Mr. Zhou. You can't suspect me solely based on my connections with the Rain family. Besides, the ancestral elder of the Rain family has been serving as the vice president of the academy. What news does he not have at his fingertips? Does he need us teachers? Zhou Fuxing did not believe a word of his claims. The system's warning was all too real. Let me guess. You intend to incite conflict between the Rain family and the Wuliang Academy. What gain is there in that? Are you being manipulated by someone? He spoke casually, for he felt the Rain family's sudden rebellion was far too abrupt. He had not detected a hint of unusual behavior from anyone else. Yet unexpectedly, Yifeng appeared momentarily stunned, a flicker of obvious panic crossing his face before quickly vanishing. Zhou Fuxing, who had been watching intently, promptly realized it seems someone is indeed instigating conflict. Who could it be? The attitude of the Morning Star Academy's cultivators has been so poor. Could it be them? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Fuxing felt it unlikely that the Morning Star Academy would dispatch someone with such low intelligence and cunning to handle matters, making it improbable that they were behind this. Could it be the Dian dynasty? Zhou Fuxing mumbled to himself that in retrospect, the envoy from the Dian dynasty arrived rather swiftly. Even those other cultivators came too quickly. While the family members were indeed from nearby clans, what explanation could be given for those sects? Just like the Wan Jian sect, Lan Chushu mentioned that they were competing with Tianxing Academy and others for treasures, but the timing is just too coincidental. Originally, the distances were unfathomable, yet they coincidentally arrive at this moment to vie for treasures. And just when the Wuliang Academy encountered a crisis, Zhou Fuxing couldn't shake the feeling that this was undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to incite conflict. He suspected that Yifeng might be oblivious to everything. Yet he at least understood what he had done. Thus he said, "Tell me everything about the people you encountered and the actions you took." As he spoke, he intended to cripple Yifeng's cultivation. The latter, sensing Zhou Fuxing's movements, immediately let out a wretched scream for mercy. At that moment, streams of radiant light burst forth, obscuring the sky, as if a lid had descended, enveloping the small courtyard. Could it be an array? Zhou Fuxing was taken aback and hurriedly approached to investigate. But upon reaching a high altitude, he felt as if an immense force was impeding his progress, making it nearly impossible to advance. Is the Yu family attempting to confine me here because they feel they cannot eliminate me? But does this array not have any consumption? Zhou Fuxing cursed, remaining unfazed, and raised his hand to unleash an attack against the lid. A low, resonant sound echoed as the array emitted a dull thrum, slightly shifting, only to revert to its original state and more foolish hopes. This is the unique array of the Yu family, incredibly sturdy. If you willingly cripple your cultivation and admit your faults, I might spare you some suffering. The head of the Yu family laughed heartily, his voice seemingly emanating from nowhere. But soon after, it appeared there was some exchange nearby. And the head spoke again. No need for you to cripple your own cultivation. Just cripple your son. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fuxing erupted in laughter out of rage. Get lost. What kind of pathetic array do you think can confine me? Chapter 52. Creating strong enemies where none exist. Having said this, Zhou Fuxing relentlessly attacked the array. However, the array only exhibited slight fluctuations, seemingly unaffected. He Feng could not help but interject. Mr. Zhou, please help me treat my injuries. And we can attack the array together. Naturally, he intended to take the opportunity to escape, but Zhou Fuxing appeared indifferent, replying, Very well, but I am not particularly skilled in healing. Your strength will not fully recover. He Feng exclaimed in delight. All right. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, but how will you treat me? What do I need to do to cooperate? Zhou Fuxing retrieved a crimson pill from his storage ring and tossed it to He Feng. He Feng focused intently and was astonished. A low-grade healing pill? One low-grade spirit stone can buy a handful of healing pills. Is this truly considered treatment? He Feng wore a shocked expression. Unable to fathom how the Wuliang Academy would fare under Zhou Fuxing's leadership in the future. After a moment's hesitation, he decided that even this was better than nothing. Swallowing the pill, that Mr. Zhou, it's still not enough. Zhou Fuxing, while attacking the array from the air, frowned and remarked, Why do you eat so much? My precious pills are limited. I cannot give them to you for free. He Feng spat out blood, questioning how this could be considered a precious pill. Gritting his teeth, He Feng took off a hairpin from his head, saying, Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this? It is a magical artifact that helps protect the mind. Zhou Fuxing glanced at it and casually replied, A decorative item, worth 10 healing pills. Give it to my son. He Feng's expression darkened, yet he dared not protest, handing the hairpin to Zhou Longxiang. However, after consuming those few healing pills, He Feng could barely stand, and his spiritual energy was still unusable. Just as He Feng was about to speak, Zhou Fuxing, observing the situation, expressed his satisfaction. Longxiang, practice with him. Yes, father. Zhou Longxiang, excited at the prospect of battling a master at the Tongtian realm, eagerly responded. He Feng immediately spat out blood. Mr. Zhou, does this mean that your treatment of me is merely to make me a sparring partner for your son? Of course. Furthermore, you better take this seriously, but do not let my son get injured. What does this mean? He Feng's face was filled with fury, but he dare not show it, forcing his injured body to engage with Zhou Longxiang. Zhou Fuxing observed for a moment, not hearing any system alerts, prompting him to say, No, be serious. Imagine this is a real battle. He Feng's attacks immediately intensified, but constrained by his injuries, their potency was still limited. Barely on par with the Linghai realm, Zhou Longxiang frequently struck, and although his opponent was gravely injured, he could only manage a tenuous defense. Yet, Zhou Fuxing still did not hear any system alarms. After pondering for a moment, he instructed, Longxiang, insult him. Insult him fiercely. Longxiang's eyes sharpened, exuding an aura of killing intent. But He Feng, recalling how Longxiang had insulted the head of the Yu family, trembled in fear. Gazing at him with trepidation, Zhou Longxiang took a deep breath, and soon, the small courtyard under the array was enveloped in a fragrant aura. While it was pleasant for Zhou Fuxing, it was torment for He Feng, whose expression twisted in agony as his eyes widened, his energy becoming chaotic. Yet, Zhou Fuxing remained calm, waiting patiently. Moments later, a furious voice echoed throughout the Yu family. Brat, don't think I won't dare to act against you. Simultaneously, a voice sounded in his ear, detected that the host's son, Zhou Longxiang, is facing a strong enemy target. He Feng, second layer of Tongtian realm, upgrade cancelled. Without hesitation, Zhou Fuxing slapped his palm against his own forehead, instantly causing his Tongtian cultivation to vanish. Detected. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation increased to the third layer of Tongtian realm. Following this, he first glanced at the ongoing battle below, noting that Zhou Longxiang was struggling but gradually becoming more adept and relaxed. He then unhesitatingly turned, pouring all his spiritual energy into the array. Despite enduring half a day's worth of attacks, the array was still able to recover, though at a significantly slower pace. Listening to Zhou Longxiang's continuous insults and the system's persistent notifications, Zhou Fuxing mused, Teacher, he truly lives up to his title. Thankfully, I didn't cripple his cultivation earlier. Otherwise, finding such a good sparring partner would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of comfort. This method had been on his mind for quite some time, and now it had finally proven effective. However, it seemed that only Longxiang could employ this extraordinary technique, which was somewhat regrettable. This ability to create strong enemies where none existed was not something everyone could achieve. Cultivating it was exceedingly difficult. Alas, I hope, teacher, he can endure a bit longer. Meanwhile, in another direction of the Yu family. The Yu family was an expansive estate, and many of the members remained unaware of the events unfolding in the small courtyard where Zhou Fuxing resided. A Yu family expert soared through the sky, surveying the surroundings. However, in a corner of the ground, a figure slowly emerged. Master, is this your home? Do not speak. The newcomers were Yu Qing and Yi Cha. Master, your home is quite large. Do not speak. Yu Qing covered Yi Cha's mouth and whispered, this area is safe. You must remain quiet and still while I find something. Yi Cha nodded, watching as her master's figure disappeared beyond the courtyard walls. Yu Qing stealthily navigated through the walls, deftly evading arrays and spirit beast surveillance, entering a heavily guarded grand hall. The hall was vast and empty, dominated by a statue of a fierce beast in a roaring pose. Strange, could it be that the disciples who disappeared from the Wuliang Academy were not sacrificed by my family? Unable to find any clues in the grand hall, Yu Qing gradually withdrew. Forget it. It seems I will require the so-called ancient inheritance. Upon hearing of the Wuliang Academy's destruction at the hands of the Yu family, he realized that the Yu family must have obtained clues regarding the ancient beast bloodline inheritance. However, the true inheritance lay in Tianyang City, indicating that these clues were likely false and that someone was intentionally stirring up conflict. Yu Qing's eyes chilled, his gaze flickering with hatred. As he retreated, he suddenly felt as if he had collided with an incredibly hard barrier, causing his entire body to stiffen. In the realm of spatial manipulation, the concept of hardness was non-existent. Without hesitation, Yu Qing charged in the opposite direction. Yet upon reaching the other wall, he found himself similarly hindered. He then pivoted and dove deeper underground. That moment, a middle-aged man's cold laughter echoed. Running? Do you think you can escape the confines of the Taogu Temple? A chill enveloped Yu Qing, and without looking back, he rasped, I should have destroyed this temple long ago. Annihilate Taogu. But immediately, it felt as if his body were bound by chains, dragging him inexorably toward the ground. Chapter 53. The Tragic Teacher. Yu Qing's expression was laden with deep regret as he clenched his teeth. Why Yu Jinshan? You sold yourself and the entire Yu family to Taogu in search of the ancient inheritance. Yet did you never consider the day you would be devoured by Taogu? Yu Jinshan, the head of the Yu family, wielded absolute power, and unbeknownst to others, even the family's ancestor, Yu Tianquan, was influenced by him. This was, of course, also the reason the ancestor remained secluded in cultivation, oblivious to the world. Why Yu Qing continued. The ancestor will hold back the Wolf King, but he too cannot escape, while you will obtain the ancient inheritance from the Wuliang Academy to offer to Taogu, enabling it to break through to the law-body realm. Yet you never imagined that this inheritance would turn out to be a deception. Ha! Yu Jinshan's fury erupted. Zhou Fuxing and his son were already a source of distress. And now his own flesh-and-blood son had returned to mock him. Unfilial son, unfilial son, I will peel your skin and make you atone before Taogu. Yujin Mountain bellowed in fury, his rage causing the eyes of the towering Taowu statue in the center of the Grand Hall to glow a fiery red. After dragging Yu Qing forward, Yujin Mountain unleashed a punch, sending Yu Qing hurtling backwards to crash against the Taowu statue. Unfilial son! How dare you return? I should have known you possessed such treachery. Yujin Mountain scolded vehemently, to which Yu Qing merely offered a cold smile before spitting out a mouthful of blood. 20 years ago, when you brought the Taowu back, I knew you would lead the Yu family to ruin. It seems I was right. Thankfully, I fled swiftly. Yujin Mountain retaliated with another fist, questioning ruin. Why would the Yu family perish? As long as we offer sacrifices to the Taowu, we shall have an unending supply of resources and techniques. Besides, even if the Yu family is discovered and destroyed, the Taowu would take me away. And you would have long become a pile of ashes. As he spoke, he struck again, twisting Yu Qing's body, leaving him gasping for breath. Yet, Yu Qing managed to grin through the pain, but you still haven't found the true ancient legacy. Do you truly believe the Taowu would choose someone like you? These words struck a nerve, causing Yujin Mountain to momentarily falter, panic flickering in his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. The clues to the Fog Claw Divine Beast are indeed tied to the cosmic phenomena. It must still be hidden somewhere. Yu Qing inwardly scoffed, for the ancient legacy of the Fog Claw had already been consumed by the blood-savage beast of Tianyang City. The most critical factor was the existence of Zhou Fuxing, the patriarch of the Zhou family, who was even more enigmatic than the beast itself. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, choosing instead to gaze at his father with profound pity. Seeing that gaze, Yuzhen Mountain's fury surged anew, and he raised his hand to strike once more. That moment, a low, obscure voice echoed in his ear. "Bring me the Yasha aura, Yasha." Yuzhen Mountain was taken aback. From where did Yu Qing acquire such an aura? Yet, he felt a glimmer of hope. If he could use Yu Qing to rectify his mistake of obtaining a false legacy, it would be fortuitous. He quickly declared, "As you command, Lord Tao." With that, he lifted Yu Qing and hurled him towards the Tao statue. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing continued his assault on the formation, while Zhou Longxiang vented his frustrations. The three of them were evidently growing weary. Zhou Longxiang's voice was hoarse, and the frequency of prompts in Zhou Fuxing's ear was diminishing. It seemed that teacher he had cultivated an extraordinary resistance to the fragrant essence during this time. However, the formation had clearly weakened significantly, even though the Yu family's cultivators had managed to stabilize it once. It continued to crumble. More critically, the head of the Yu family was nowhere to be found, which was the reason the formation had not returned to its peak stability. Before long, Zhou Fuxing's spiritual energy depleted once again, rendering him powerless. After waiting in vain for the system to provide further prompts, he turned to find he foam exhausted, his movements sluggish and weary. This method cannot last long. He lamented the next moment. He Feng's body swayed, and he collapsed. Zhou Fuxing felt a headache coming on. Without anyone else to assist him, his cultivation could not increase. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke, "Longxiang, try striking this formation." Zhou Longxiang nodded and approached the edge of the formation, delivering a palm strike. The formation wavered slightly, but remained unchanged. "Kid, hit that formation's eye." Elder Jian's voice resonated in his mind. Following Elder Jian's guidance, Zhou Longxiang directed a palm strike at the formation's eye. His hand met an invisible barrier created by the formation, sending ripples outward. However, at that moment, a surge of golden light rebounded from the center of the ripples, startling Zhou Longxiang, who instinctively recoiled. Fortunately, the formation had been weakened significantly by Zhou Fuxing, and the backlash was not severe. Zhou Longxiang turned to inform his father, only to see him covering his face, chuckling quietly. Detection indicates that Zhou Longxiang has encountered a formidable foe. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to the 8th layer of the divine ability realm. What is surprise? This is surprise. What is tragedy? This is tragedy. For Zhou Fuxing, it was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Yet it was a profound misfortune for teacher He, who lay on the ground. To level up so easily, yet be forcibly dragged up by Zhou Fuxing and aggroed by Zhou Longxiang. How tragic. Nevertheless, teacher He's ability to enhance Zhou Fuxing's cultivation level was not entirely a waste of human resources. Zhou Fuxing promptly attempted to break the seal. Though his realm was slightly lower, he benefited from steady enhancements. The results were satisfactory. The 6th layer of the divine ability realm was already sufficient to shake the now considerably weakened formation. "Longxiang, strike the formation again, just once." "All right." Zhou Fuxing expended his spiritual energy, quickly receiving another boost. The 6th layer of the divine ability realm? Zhou Fuxing frowned. This time, he could only ascend to the 6th layer, falling short by 1 layer. It seemed the formation's weakening corresponded to its level diminishing. Zhou Fuxing calculated in his mind. To completely obliterate the formation should be achievable within the divine ability realm. However, he could not attack recklessly. Every strike must be at a critical point, without hesitation. Zhou Fuxing launched another assault. Outside, a multitude of Yu family cultivators observed his actions, feeling conflicted. "Captain, what should we do? The family head has gone to the Divine Beast Hall. No one can restrain him." The captain hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth. "Fall back and secure the home. Let him do as he wishes outside. There is nothing of great importance anyway." Agreed. The Yu family cultivators retreated, swiftly vanishing from sight. With the absence of the Yu family support, the formation became even more fragile, on the verge of collapse. Zhou Fuxing attacked the formation a few more times, and it shattered with a resounding crash. Thankfully, he still possessed the cultivation of the 1st layer of the divine ability realm. Zhou Fuxing let out a sigh of relief. Seeing no one around, he deduced the Yu family cultivator's intentions. The idea was sound. Yet it was unfortunate that his divine ability was a technique of evasion. Longxiang, let us go. Chapter 54. Yasha Zhou Fuxing had already guessed the Yu family's plan. Logically, he could simply bring his son into the Wushuang. However, this journey was initially intended to be discreet, to investigate the whereabouts of the missing disciples from the Wuliang Academy. Although he had now alarmed the enemy, they were unaware of his evasion technique, allowing him to infiltrate and survey the situation. Yet another problem arose that if he held his son, he could evade underground together. But what about He Feng? The rebellion within the Yu family remained unclear, and He Feng could still serve a purpose. Zhou Fuxing squatted beside He Feng, contemplating for a long while, deeply conflicted. I really don't want to take him along. I might as well bind him up and leave him here. While there was a chance he could be taken by the Yu family, his aim today was to annihilate them, so it wasn't a significant concern, as long as they didn't silence He Feng. So be it. Zhou Fuxing found some chains to bind He Feng, then placed his arm around Zhou Longxiang's shoulder and burrowed underground. However, since he was not very familiar with the Yu family's terrain, he relied on his instincts to head towards the center. Given that he was currently at the first layer of the divine ability realm, he could not utilize his spiritual consciousness, thus having to judge his position through the various foundations beneath the ground. But the Yu family's layout was exceedingly intricate, leaving Zhou Fuxing flustered. Forget it. I'll just surface and charge into the heart of the Yu family. Zhou Fuxing emerged from the ground, scanning his surroundings. Yixia. There was not a single Yu family member in sight. Only a little girl squatting in the corner, scratching drawings in the dirt with a twig. Zhou Fuxing hurried over. Indeed, it's you. Yi Cha, did your master bring you here? Where is everyone? Yi Cha pointed in a direction, replying, my master left me here, and went that way. Zhou Fuxing glanced over, only to find it led to a wall. Did he infiltrate our home? At that moment, he saw Yi Cha rise and approach him, her expression filled with concern. Uncle Zhou, I'm afraid my master is in danger. You must go save him. How do you know? What is he doing? Zhou Fuxing's expression shifted to why Yi Cha appeared to have suffered some grievance. Her demeanor timid as she spoke. I don't know. I just feel that my master might be in danger. And it makes me so scared. So it was merely a feeling. However, Zhou Fuxing also felt that Yu Qing's infiltration was somewhat perilous. The Yu family was currently on high alert, and as a cultivator in the divine ability realm, the likelihood of being discovered was quite high. But I'm not familiar with the Yu family. Zhou Fuxing frowned. Why Yi Cha, however, said, I know. My master often brought me home to play when I was little. Little? Yi Cha looked about 7 or 8 years old. When she mentioned little, it couldn't possibly mean she was 3 years old, right? Could she truly remember the way? But since he couldn't even recognize the route with his son, he might as well follow Yi Cha's lead. Zhou Fuxing stepped forward, stating, I can also burrow underground. Let me take you there. As he spoke, he caught sight of the crude drawing Yi Cha had made on the ground, resembling a grand hall. Despite the simplicity of the style, it was evident that it depicted an exceedingly magnificent palace, even adorned with dragon motifs on its eaves. Where is this, Yi Cha? Zhou Fuxing inquired, astonished at why Yi Cha glanced at the drawing, then picked up her twig and began to poke at the palace image, destroying it as she said, this is where the bad people live. Uncle Zhou, don't go there. Zhou Fuxing was slightly taken aback. However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. Upon seeing Yi Cha ready, he swiftly led the two away, vanishing from sight to this moment, within the Rain family's hall of the Taowu beast. A dense black mist emanated from the Taowu statue, enveloping Yu Qing entirely. Yasha, where is Yasha? The deep voice of Taowu resonated throughout the hall, accompanied by Yu Qing's occasional muffled groans from within the black fog. Yet, Taowu was not genuinely inquiring about Yu Qing. Soul Devourer, show me your memories. Where is Yasha? The swirling black mist churned violently, and after a surge, Taowu bellowed, self-destruction is futile. Bang! A resounding crash echoed from the direction of the main entrance. Shattering the great door of the hall. 3 figures, one large and 2 small, seemed to have fallen from the void, landing on the ground. Damn it, why has my earth escape technique failed? Luckily, I managed to steady myself. Otherwise, I would have landed face first. Though Zhou Fuxing was indifferent to his own dignity, he still felt the need to be cautious for his precious children. Yasha? It is Yasha. an enraged roar suddenly erupted, startling Zhou Fuxing, who looked up only to see a swirling mass of dense black mist. What on earth is this? Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed from behind him, accompanied by a whistling breath of spiritual energy. You've managed to escape? Then you shall die. Zhou Fuxing immediately recognized the voice. It belonged to the patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Zhenzhan. Yu Zhenshan was also startled by Zhou Fuxing's sudden appearance. But upon noticing his use of a supernatural skill rather than flight, and seeing his cultivation level was merely at the supernatural realm, he decisively launched an attack. Though this person appeared exceedingly bizarre, he was undoubtedly only at the supernatural realm. If he were truly at the celestial level, he could simply have barged in or flown in. As the head of the Yu family, Yu Zhenshan was not one to be indecisive. Seizing this opportunity, he harbored the intent to annihilate the three individuals before him with a single strike. However, regrettably, no matter how resolute or contemplative he was, he could never comprehend the nature of the creature known as Guabi. In fact, the more decisive and powerful one was, the more delighted Guabi became. Zhou Fuxing suddenly heard the system's warning. Detection of host son, Zhou Longxiang, encountering a formidable enemy. Congratulations, host. Cultivation level elevated to the 9th level of the celestial realm. With a step into the celestial realm, Zhou Fuxing was taken aback, quickly pulling the two children to retreat sideways. Upon turning his head, he saw the assailant was indeed Yu Zhenzhan, Yu Zhenshan, having failed in his strike. Was utterly perplexed, feeling the absurdity of the situation, but unable to discern where the issue lay. He could only retreat repeatedly, exclaiming, "Divine Lord, this person is exceedingly strange. Quickly eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Fuxing was momentarily stunned. Divine Lord? Are there deities in this world? He turned to survey the hall, but was only met with statues of demonic beasts. To his astonishment, the Yu family actually worshipped a demonic beast. Recalling the scene where the blood barbarian beast controlled the hearts of men, Zhou Fuxing was suddenly filled with dread. The thick mist abruptly ceased its tumultuous swirling and slowly retracted, revealing the barely conscious Yu Qing. Master. Upon seeing Yu Qing in such a state, Yi Cha panicked, pouting her lips, ready to burst into tears. Zhou Fuxing was also startled, about to speak, when the demonic beast statue remarked, "Master. Yasha, you refer to a human as your master?" With tears streaming down her face, Yi Cha earnestly replied, "I am Yi Cha, not Yasha." Chapter 55. The frozen forbidden spell. Yi Cha could be Yasha. Zhou Fuxing felt utterly bewildered, unable to connect the two. Yet the perception of demonic beasts was incredibly acute. Logically, they should not or that why Yi Cha's name bore a resemblance to Yasha's voice. Yasha, you too are a harbinger of calamity, having slaughtered countless humans. How is it that you now feign innocence? The demonic beast statue chuckled softly, as if it had encountered an amusing situation. Zhou Fuxing glanced down, only to find that Yi Cha's face was etched with deep fear and helplessness. What Yasha? This little girl has killed countless people. Is she of that ilk? Zhou Fuxing felt a surge of anger, stepping forward to kick the Taowu statue in the face, simultaneously cursing, "What an ugly creature. Engaging in trickery. Yasha indeed, do you not recognize me standing right here?" Silence enveloped the hall. Yu Qing, who had been struggling to breathe, suddenly held her breath. Yu Zhenshan staggered, retreating repeatedly, nearly backing against the wall, while even Yi Cha ceased her cries. Her eyes wide in astonishment at the statue. The statue's eyes ignited with crimson flames, resembling pupils, fixating intently on Zhou Fuxing. "What are you staring at?" Zhou Fuxing kicked it again, angrily demanding, "Speak. Did you not devour hundreds of disciples from the Wuliang Academy?" The red light in Taowu's eyes blazed fiercely, seemingly eager to devour the audacious human before it. However, just as it intended to act, an alarm rang in its heart, as if doing so would lead to an unspeakably terrifying consequence. Once was enough, but after several attempts, the same foreboding feeling persisted. It had been far too long since it had experienced such a warning. Perhaps it was during the last awakening of the gods. The Harbinger had guided it in this manner, allowing it to evade the attacks of several peerless celestial beings. But now, it faced merely an ordinary person of the celestial realm. Yet, it seemed that when Zhou Fuxing first appeared, he was still at the supernatural realm. The red light in Taowu's eyes flickered, remaining silent for an extended period. Seeing that the demonic beast statue was utterly unresponsive, Zhou Fuxing was equally astonished. Assuming it had truly been subdued by his imposing presence, bending down to reassure Yi Cha, he said, "You see, it has been convinced by me. It must have mistaken me for someone else." Yi Cha blinked, then nodded gently, yet still wore a sullen expression. Zhou Fuxing had no time to dwell on this matter. He hurried to Yu Qing's side, producing a medicinal pill to place in her mouth. However, Yu Qing slightly turned her head, glancing toward her pocket. Zhou Fuxing was instantly exasperated. "You have healing pills of your own. Why didn't you take them sooner? You used to do so." Based on Zhou Fuxing's observations, Yu Qing always kept her self-refined healing pills in her mouth before battles. Sometimes, she would even place two in her mouth, one for internal injuries and the other for external wounds. Such survival instincts were likely possessed solely by the patriarch of the Yu family. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yu Qing's complexion improved slightly as she weakly remarked, "I was ambushed, let's not discuss that for now. This statue is Tao Wu, a relic of my family's ancient lineage, if you have the ability. Seal it away." Zhou Fuxing's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "Isn't it possible to kill it?" Yu Qing shook her head. "Ancient demonic beasts, especially such ferocious creatures, are innately immortal." "Very well then." Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow. Tao Wu. That seemed to be the name of a formidable beast. The statue before him was indeed menacing, yet its strength appeared quite feeble. Moreover, it did not retaliate to insults. Could it be that the statue was defective? At that moment, the Tao Wu statue spoke. "Human, provide me with a sacrifice, and I shall grant you the forbidden spell. I will also disclose the secrets of Yasha." Zhou Fuxing retorted angrily. Silence. Miraculously, Tao Wu ceased its speech. Zhou Fuxing gradually rose, gazing at Yu Jinshan, standing in the corner of the hall, and asked, "Where are the disciples of the Wuliang Academy?" Yu Jinshan, now thoroughly unnerved, could not fathom why Tao Wu was so obedient to Zhou Fuxing's commands. He could only respond honestly, "I do not know. I have never seen them." Zhou Fuxing frowned. "What about the others? Those who personally participated in the destruction of the Wuliang Academy?" Yu Jinshan continued to shake his head, replying, "They have not seen them either. There was never any contact. I suspect other forces are involved." Zhou Fuxing suddenly recalled the sudden appearance of the Great Flame envoys and several sect members. Could they be the ones? While he could not be certain about the others, Lan Shushu from the Wanjin sect did not seem like a malevolent presence. Moreover, Zhou Qinglong's departure with him had only been accompanied by occasional system warnings indicating ordinary demonic beasts. It appeared that they were all genuinely recruiting disciples, rather than harboring any sinister plots that it seemed necessary to inquire further with Yifeng. This matter could wait. Zhou Fuxing coolly addressed Yu Jinshan. "Regardless, your Yu family destroying my academy is unjust. You should take your own life. It will save me the trouble of torturing you." Yu Jinshan's forehead beaded with cold sweat, unsure of how to respond. Yu Qing quickly explained, "I was also forced into this." However, Yu Qing was engrossed in conversation with Yi Cha, seemingly oblivious to his pleas. Zhou Fuxing scoffed, "So Yu Qing is your son? Very well. Out of consideration for him, I shall spare your life. Hand over all the items pilfered from the Wuliang Academy, and you may suffer less." Before he had even subdued him, he was already interrogating him. Naturally, Yu Jinshan would not endure such humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he shattered the outer wall of the hall and charged out. However, Zhou Fuxing had long been prepared, stepping out first to block Yu Jinshan's path. "Xianbing!" Yu Jinshan reacted swiftly, shouting, and in an instant, a multitude of water droplets coalesced in the air, forming into a mass of water that rapidly froze, expanding continuously. Zhou Fuxing was astonished. This Xianbing possessed a similar aura to the Xuanjia pattern used by the Yu family's cultivators earlier. However, unlike the Xuanjia, which was meant for self-protection, this Xianbing was intended to control the enemy. Zhou Fuxing felt as though his internal organs had been encased in ice, with the rhythm of his heartbeat significantly diminished. His limbs were engulfed by an overwhelming chill, and even the slightest movement seemed to shatter some monumental seal. This spell was indeed remarkable. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. It was the most powerful incantation he had encountered thus far. The effect was extraordinary, as evidenced by how quickly he had been frozen to such an extent in the first layer of Yuzhen Mountain. And no sooner had he thought this than a voice echoed, "Human, Offer me a living sacrifice, and I shall teach you this forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Zhou Fuxing's expression shifted. He had never come across this concept in the tomes of the Zhou family. However, a living sacrifice? Get Lost, Chapter 56. Beast God. To advance, a living sacrifice. How audacious to make such a demand. Zhou Fuxing's disdain was palpable. It felt as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. The flames in the eyes of the creature flickered, and it roared. Yuzhen Mountain, kill him. I shall grant you the reward you have long desired. Yuzhen Mountain trembled with excitement. Even the icy aura emanating from him surged. The frost slowly crept from his corner, soon enveloping half the great hall that he had always believed Zhou Fuxing to be unafraid, which had led him to endure, but now empowered by the creature's strength. He unleashed his full might. The temperature plummeted, sending chills through Yicha and Zhou Longxiang. Zhou Fuxing had no choice but to envelop them both in spiritual energy, desperately resisting. What manner of ice technique is this? It is on an entirely different level from those I have encountered before. Zhou Fuxing gritted his teeth. He had never discovered any formidable techniques in this world. Not that they lacked impact. But none had been so grotesquely powerful that I asked this what they call a forbidden spell. Why did he not use it sooner? A flicker of doubt crossed Zhou Fuxing's mind as he noticed Yuzhen Mountain's aura weaken, plummeting to the 7th layer of the Tongtian realm. Almost instantly, the icy energy surged forth, catching Zhou Fuxing off guard, and he found himself encased in ice. However, while his body was frozen, his consciousness remained free to move, and the flow of his spiritual energy was unaffected. Continue. Do not fear the drop in realm. Seal off his spiritual energy, the creature bellowed. Yuzhen Mountain, torn between reluctance and fear, hesitated. My lord, you are aware of my talent. If I fall back any further, my chance of achieving it will be lost. The creature's rage escalated, its crimson flames nearly leaping from its eyes, unable to contain itself as it unleashed a torrent of black mist. Roaring at him, that moment. Zhou Fuxing struggled within the ice. Forbidden spell? Teach me. His voice, muffled by the inability to move his mouth, was nonetheless comprehensible to those present. The black mist slowly turned towards him, declaring, Sacrifice. I demand a living being. Zhou Fuxing cast a sidelong glance at Yuzhen Mountain, who immediately broke into a cold sweat. This was an indication that he was to be the sacrifice. Yuzhen Mountain gazed at the creature. Terror-stricken, my lord. Why choose him? My family possesses great power and can provide you with more lives. The black mist drifted closer, its tone chilling, because I can see that he is stronger than you. I seek one capable of uncovering the ancient beast legacy. Those living beings are but trifles. Just then, a sharp crack echoed behind him. Zhou Fuxing shattered the ice and emerged, seizing the moment while the creature and Yuzhen Mountain were distracted. He withdrew part of the ice, shielding Zhou Longxiang, rapidly advancing his own power threefold in a matter of moments that he kicked the shattered ice aside and charged forward with Zhou Longxiang in tow. To his surprise, instead of retaliating, the creature swiftly retreated into its statue. Zhou Fuxing, exasperated, wondered why it was so cowardly. Only Yuzhen Mountain remained in the corner, panic-stricken as he watched Zhou Fuxing approach rapidly. The ice incantation unleashed once more. Yet Zhou Fuxing was prepared, and with a swift strike, he shattered the ice into countless fragments that "My lord, save me." Yuzhen Mountain cried out, but the creature merely regarded him with cold indifference. Taking no action, Yuzhen Mountain steeled himself, barely managing to fend off Zhou Fuxing's assault. However, Zhou Fuxing had already ascended to the 9th layer of the Tongtian realm, while Yuzhen Mountain had fallen to the 7th, making it all the more difficult for him to resist amidst his panic. That moment, another figure surged forward, taking advantage of the opening in Zhou Fuxing's attack to confront Yuzhen Mountain. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Fuxing realized it was Yuzhen Mountain's own son, Yuqing. Yuqing's expression was resolute, each strike fueled by his utmost strength. Even you wish to kill me? Yuzhen Mountain bellowed, desperate to flee. Yet the Great Hall had always prohibited clan members from approaching without cause, and a barrier that cut off their auras was in place. This barrier, originally constructed for the creature's use, now isolated him completely, leaving Yuzhen Mountain to fend for himself, with the creature no longer concerning itself with him. With no path of retreat, Yuzhen Mountain roared in fury, shoving a pill into his mouth. Instantly, his aura surged, and he broke through his cultivation level. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback and quickly urged Yu Qing to retreat. "What kind of pill is this?" he inquired hastily. Wai Yu Qing replied, "This is a reverse life essence pill that exchanges lifespan for a vast amount of cultivation. He is risking everything. Moreover, if he breaks through too, his lifespan will be greatly extended." Zhou Fuxing's eyes brightened as he continued to retreat, granting Yuzhen Mountain the time he needed to break through. Although Yuzhen Mountain was unaware of Zhou Fuxing's intentions, he seized the opportunity to refine the pill's power. His hair turned stark white from the roots, spreading rapidly to the tips, and as his hair lost its last trace of black, his face became lined with wrinkles. Ninth layer of the Tongtian realm. Yuzhen Mountain's spiritual energy surged violently, yet his expression remained unchanged as he spoke slowly. "I am willing to devote myself to the Beast God." "To achieve, Beast God?" Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow, puzzled by the connection between and the Beast Geokti Wai Yu Qing. Noticing his confusion, explained, "The Beast God is a deity my family has revered for generations. Eventually, we shifted our allegiance to the creature. Our ability to command beasts is a blessing from the Beast God." He then added with some surprise, "As for what it means to devote oneself to the Beast God, I am unclear. Nonetheless, he is likely to break through to." Yu Qing remained composed, having observed that Zhou Fuxing was not in a hurry, and even appeared somewhat expectant, but he mused, "This Zhou Fuxing's realm fluctuates unpredictably. He could very well be the powerful figure Jing Xing mentioned, concealing his prowess among mortals." The fright Jing Xing displayed that day was not without reason. After all, even it would anticipate a breakthrough from a challenger, making the prospect of facing a ninth-layer opponent seem like a game with a mere chick that as they spoke. Yuzhen Mountain's aura continued to rise, approaching that an overwhelming and ethereal presence suddenly descended within the hall. Could this be the Beast God? Zhou Fuxing's brow twitched. This aura transcended the realm of cultivation, suffocating in its sheer weight. That if this truly was the so-called Beast God, did that mean gods and immortals existed in this world? Zhou Fuxing's expression grew grave. Such an entity was entirely beyond comprehension. It would be prudent not to provoke it unnecessarily, for even if he forced the opponent's hand, he might not have time to comprehend the system's alerts before being obliterated. At that moment, the aura repelled everything around Yuzhen Mountain. He stretched his arms wide, tilting his head towards the heavens, appearing exceedingly devout. Yet suddenly, that aura surged upwards, vanishing from sight. Chapter 57. Innate. Why had Yuzhen Mountain withheld this pill until now? The reduction in lifespan was one factor, but the primary reason was fear of encountering such a situation. The disdain of the divine. The Great Hall returned to normal, and Yuzhen Mountain appeared dazed before suddenly propelling himself upwards, crashing through the hall's ceiling and soaring into the sky. But amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, where was the presence of the Beast God? Yuzhen Mountain's face turned pale, his entire body trembling. As he relaxed, he plummeted from the sky, landing back in the Great Hall. The creature immediately mocked. If you were to break through normally, countless opportunities for loyalty would await you. Yet breaking through a pill offers only one chance. Yu Qing could not help but inquire, must one pledge loyalty to a deity to break through to? Zhou Fuxing was equally intrigued. Yet the creature dismissed them with disdain. What deity to break through to? One merely needs the acknowledgement of the divine aura. It is quite simple. Those who fail to break through likely acted against the will of that divine being. For one like him, it would be better to seek out the fierce gods of my demon race. Why pursue the Beast God? Yuzhen Mountain's body trembled again, his expression frantic, impossible. Even the ancestor broke through. Why can't I? What have I done wrong? Zhou Fuxing narrowed his eyes. The notion that such a breakthrough required divine acknowledgement unsettled him. Of course, it might not pose a significant threat, but why must one's own cultivation rely on the validation of others? The so-called celestial beings seem intent on achieving absolute dominion over this world. Zhou Fuxing muttered to himself, realizing that this realm was indeed far more enigmatic than he had previously imagined. From their discourse, it became evident that there were numerous celestial beings, all striving to exert complete control over those who had transcended the realm of the Dharma body. Thus, it would be more fitting to refer to this world as the chessboard of the gods. Lost in contemplation, Yu Zhinshan rose, A malevolent expression etched upon his face as he glared at Zhou Fuxing. "It is all because of you. You forced me to consume the elixir. You are the one who killed my son. You have brought upon me the wrath of the beast god." Zhou Fuxing replied nonchalantly. "What does that have to do with me? You acted without any moral restraint. I merely came to collecting a debt." Yu Jinshan's aged visage twisted in fury, his wrinkles contorting into a mass of rage. "I too seek retribution. Return my son's life." As he spoke, he turned his gaze menacingly towards Zhou Longxiang, grinding his teeth and declaring, "Let your son serve as compensation." Zhou Fuxing regarded him with an expression of amusement, a look of pity in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. "The system has detected that the host's son, Zhou Longxiang, is facing a formidable foe. Target: Yu Jinshan, ninth heaven of the celestial realm. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has ascended to the first heaven of the Dharma body realm." In that moment, Zhou Fuxing felt that all notions of celestial beings and gods were but fleeting illusions. Only the old man before him seemed to be a tangible catalyst for his breakthrough. Unbeknownst to Yu Jinshan, a transformation was taking place. Yet upon sensing Zhou Fuxing's pitying gaze, he could no longer restrain himself. He transformed his spiritual energy into claws and lunged at Zhou Longxiang. His previous attacks had never been so sinister, indicating that he had completely lost his sanity, driven solely by a thirst for bloodshed. However, this was not the most alarming aspect of the situation. Zhou Fuxing effortlessly deflected his assault, coldly scoffing as he gradually released the aura of the Dharma body realm. As if to ensure Yu Jinshan noticed, that aura surged forth rapidly, filling the entire Great Hall in an instant. "You dare to bully my son? Do you think I am inconsequential?" Yu Jinshan felt the weight of that aura, his body stiffening as he trembled and gazed over. You are in the Dharma body realm? You have always been a Dharma body. No wonder you came to my Yu family with such arrogance." Yu Jinshan stammered, retreating several steps. Just as Zhou Fuxing was about to speak, he heard the astonished voice of the beast. "Tiao Wu," exclaimed, "innate Dharma body. You are not the son of a celestial being. Innate Dharma body?" Zhou Fuxing glanced at him with confusion. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He turned his attention back to Yu Jinshan and said, "I initially intended to resolve this matter swiftly, but since Yu Qing is your biological son, let him decide." Without hesitation, Yu Qing approached his father. "What do you intend to do?" "I am your father. Are you truly going to kill me, you ungrateful wretch?" Yu Jinshan was filled with terror. Although Yu Qing was merely at the realm of divine powers, he seemed utterly devoid of the will to resist. Yu Qing spoke, "What are you afraid of? Is it because you believe I will kill you? You know all too well that bringing countless living souls to this great hall for sacrifice is a grievous error. Shouldn't one who commits such an act, even if they are one's own son, be dealt with?" I only did it for the sake of the Yu family," Yu Jinshan stammered, yet even he faltered at his own justification. Yu Qing scoffed, shaking his head. "With your talent, breaking through to the celestial realm is already your limit. Over these years, relying on Tiao Wu, you have managed to ascend to the seventh heaven of the celestial realm. Yet the number of lives you have taken must be in the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands is no trivial matter, yet the influence of the Yu family is vast, coupled with Yu Jinshan's extreme caution. The outside world remained utterly unaware. They might sense some individuals were missing, but would merely attribute it to the actions of malevolent cultivators. Moreover, the cultivation world is inherently fraught with peril. Yu Qing continued. "Brother Zhou, assist me in dealing with him. I shall become the new head of the Yu family." Ultimately, he did not strike. Zhou Fuxing casually resolved the matter, leaving Yu Jinshan's corpse for Yu Qing to handle. He then turned his gaze towards Tiao Wu. "You, this ferocious beast, seem to know quite a lot." Zhou Fuxing reclined beside the statue, a playful expression on his face. This beast knew much, and having committed numerous misdeeds, it felt no guilt in being bullied. It was time to let it experience the fragrant divine abilities of Longxiang. However, there was one crucial point. After breaking through to the Dharma body realm, he sensed that Tiao Wu was on the brink of immortality. Of course, this was undoubtedly a weakened and sealed form of immortality, yet it would not hinder his own ascent to immortality. At that moment, Zhou Fuxing regarded Tiao Wu with a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Tiao Wu swiftly retracted the black mist into the statue, speaking solemnly, I did not expect my friend to possess the innate Dharma body. Yet I wonder why you have awakened now. Could it be that a great calamity is imminent? Awakening, great calamity. Zhou Fuxing felt a surge of satisfaction, sighing as he replied, "Indeed, my senses are simply more acute. Awakening a bit earlier, this upcoming calamity is likely to be extraordinary." The statue of Tiao Wu trembled slightly, extinguishing the flames in its eyes, and fell into silence. Zhou Fuxing remarked, "Has it retreated? It seems to have had the opposite effect. Unable to ensnare it, and now it has left the child in shock." With a sigh of resignation, Zhou Fuxing spoke, "Do not feign death. I am merely an innate Dharma body who has just broken through. Tell me everything you know." Chapter 58. 3 Dharma bodies yet. Such words were not likely to be believed by Tiao Wu, nor by Yu Qing and Yi Cha, who stood nearby. Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow, covering Yi Cha's ears, and then coldly commanded Longxiang, "Scold him." "Very well." Zhou Longxiang took a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of scathing words that brought tears to the eyes of the surrounding beasts. However, Tiao Wu's statue remained as unresponsive as a lifeless object. Feigning death? Longxiang, be more ruthless. At that moment, Yu Qing interjected, "Enough. He has completely sealed himself off. He cannot hear anything. What circumstances would allow him to awaken? I do not know. Perhaps there is some opportunity." Zhou Fuxing frowned, examining the statue of Tiao Wu, and inquired, "May I take this beast with me?" Yu Qing nodded. "Such a wicked creature can be dealt with as you see fit. Simply toss the statue into a spatial ring. Just be cautious that the ring is not damaged, allowing it to escape. That is of no concern." Zhou Fuxing was unconcerned. As long as he provided it with a separate ring, he doubted it would ever emerge. Besides, he did not believe Tiao Wu was entirely oblivious to the outside world, that if he could not compel it to emerge, it would merely indicate that he had not been ruthless enough. After stowing the statue away, the great hall was left empty. He turned to Yu Qing, asking, "Are you certain you wish to take on the role of head of the family? Your ancestor has yet to return, and could arrive at any moment." Yu Qing sighed. "There is no choice. The Yu family is in disarray. It would be unwise to eradicate everything, nor can it remain unattended. I must take charge. As for the ancestor, he should have returned by now. The lack of news likely means he will never return." Zhou Fuxing nodded, refraining from further persuasion. "Did I in that case? Will you encounter any difficulties in managing the Yu family? Do you require my assistance?" Yu Qing acknowledged naturally, "But what would Brother Zhou desire as recompense?" Zhou Fuxing chuckled. "There is no need for such formalities. Do not call me Brother Zhou. As for recompense, let that be unnecessary." Pausing, he seemed to recall something and added, "Is there any surplus of that elixir your father used? That elixir could facilitate breakthroughs. If it could be given to another, particularly someone transitioning from the 8th to the 9th heaven of the Dharma body, he would surely soar." However, Yu Qing shook his head. "The further one progresses in cultivation, the more precious the breakthrough elixirs become. The one in our family was purchased decades ago in Flame City. Flame City, the capital of the great Yin dynasty. The items acquired at auctions there were indeed exceptional." Zhou Fuxing nodded, and then stated, "I shall first resolve the matters concerning the Yu family." With that, he closed his eyes, allowing his aura to subside. Having broken through to the Dharma body realm, he was naturally in a different league than before. However, he had been preoccupied and now had the opportunity to assess his cultivation status. The most significant characteristic of the Dharma body realm was the immense Dharma body itself. Yet, no matter how Zhou Fuxing tried to sense it, he could not perceive the existence of such a Dharma body. What could be the reason? Could it be due to the so-called innate Dharma body? Just as Zhou Fuxing was pondering, the system chimed in, "Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the innate Dharma body realm. The Dharma body realm will offer you a wholly new experience in your cultivation journey. According to the circumstances of this realm, a Dharma body that has not been acknowledged by celestial beings is termed an innate Dharma body. The innate Dharma body is based on the true body and requires no external objects or forces. Please select the specialized abilities for your activated Dharma body: comprehensive, agile, combat, or cultivation. The names are simple and easily understood." Zhou Fuxing inquired inwardly, "System, can others choose their specialized types?" The system responded, "For those who are not innate Dharma bodies, their type is determined at the moment of breakthrough and cannot be altered. However, Innate Dharma bodies require targeted training for each type, and the host can switch between Dharma body types at any time. Zhou Fuxing nodded. It seemed the innate Dharma body was a reinforced version of the ordinary Dharma body, and he was an enhanced version of the innate Dharma body. Let me start with the cultivation type and give it AT, or Y.As. Soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Fuxing felt an intense warmth enveloping his body, as if a torrent of scorching spiritual energy was circulating within him. Each cell within him came alive, and an overwhelming sense of control over his own physique surged forth. It seemed as though he could command every fluctuation of his being, every heartbeat, and the movement of each individual cell. With a mere flicker of thought, Zhou Fuxing sensed himself growing, expanding, although his body felt unchanged, as if everything remained as it was upon slowly opening his eyes. He discovered himself towering thousands of feet high, with clouds drifting at his chest level and the starry sky seemingly within reach. Is this the Dharma body? According to the system, it appears that only the innate Dharma body is based on the true form. If he understood correctly, the typical Dharma body realm possesses a true body and an external Dharma body, whereas the innate Dharma body is, in fact, the individual's own body. While pondering this, Zhou Fuxing gazed into the distance, where the Yu family appeared as merely a slightly larger terrain at his feet, while mountains loomed all around. The horizon appeared perfectly flat, giving no indication of curvature, yet in the far distance, in 3 separate directions, distinct auras caught his attention. Those must be other Dharma body practitioners. They must have sensed my presence and are intentionally revealing their auras. However, Zhou Fuxing had no time to spare on them at that moment. He quietly assessed his own body, taking a deep breath. This was merely an instinctive inhalation. Yet Zhou Fuxing felt an endless stream of spiritual energy surging towards him from his surroundings, seamlessly integrating into his body and transforming into the pure spiritual essence needed to enhance his cultivation. Could this be the effect of a cultivation-type Dharma body? Goodness, this single breath has completely drained the spiritual energy from the surrounding peaks. Of course, this also included the Yu family below, the Yu family members. Already in a state of panic at the moment Zhou Fuxing transformed into a Dharma body, now felt the surrounding spiritual energy flow towards Zhou Fuxing's head, causing their entire family's spiritual energy to be instantly depleted. Zhou Fuxing looked down at the flustered Yu family members, his previous desire for total annihilation dissipating, and calmly announced, "The head of the Yu family, Yu Zhinshan, is deceased. His son, Yu Qing, shall now inherit the position of family head." He had deliberately lowered his voice, yet to the ears of the Yu family, it resonated like thunder, majestic and impervious to dissent. After delivering this proclamation, Zhou Fuxing retracted his Dharma body, feeling as if he had merely awakened from a dream. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself still within the original Grand Hall. Just as Zhou Fuxing was about to speak, he noticed Yichao looking at him with curiosity. "Uncle Zhou, you became so tall just now." Zhou Fuxing smiled and replied, "You can become this tall as well." However, as soon as the words left his lips, he realized that Yi Cha's innate Qi was shattered. Whether she could cultivate remained a question. Chapter 59. The spirit pearl of the demon beast. That a shattered innate Qi is indeed quite unusual. Moreover, with what the Taowu had said about the Yiksha, it seemed that Yi Cha's origins were rather extraordinary. At that moment, Yu Qing spoke up, "Brother Zhou, could you assist me with a favor and help Yi Cha address her identity issue?" Zhou Fuxing was taken aback by his words, while Yi Cha exclaimed anxiously, "Master, are you abandoning me?" Yu Qing forced a bitter smile, anguish evident in his expression. Seeing this, Zhou Fuxing quickly extended his consciousness to probe Yu Qing. "What is wrong with your meridians? Why are they blocked?" Zhou Fuxing was astounded to find that Yu Qing's meridians had shrunk to nearly 1/5 of their original size, as if the spiritual energy within had coalesced into granules, obstructing key positions within the meridians. This would not only hinder his strength, but more critically, he would never again experience even the slightest enhancement in his cultivation. That was likely a result of nearly being devoured by the Taowu earlier. Yu Qing spoke calmly, "But this is of little importance. Brother Zhou, the Yi Cha's identity is exceedingly special, that I promised her I would help her with her identity issues. Yet in my current state, managing the Yu family is already a challenge. I must entrust this matter to you. I believe you will not neglect it." Zhou Fuxing sighed. "Is it merely caring for a little girl? If you have promised her, then see it through. I refuse to disregard her." Yu Qing's expression remained unchanged, clearly anticipating Zhou Fuxing's reaction. "Brother Zhou, may I borrow a moment of your time?" The two exited the grand hall, and only then did Yu Qing lower his voice to say, "Brother Zhou, you may not be aware, but Yi Cha is the princess of Dian. However, she can also be regarded as a yiksha." Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. He had already suspected that Yi Cha's identity was unusual. But he had not anticipated that she was a princess. How could a national princess have any connection to the demon beast Yiksha? Hearing Yu Qing continue his explanation, I learned this from Yi Cha herself and through my own analysis. It is highly likely that Yi Cha is the result of the Dian royal family attempting to awaken the ancient fierce creature Yiksha by merging their bloodline with that of the Yiksha. Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow, a sense of revulsion towards the royal family rising within him. Perhaps it was because Yi Cha had been born entirely as a human girl, without any trace of Yiksha's essence. Moreover, her innate Qi was shattered, which led to her being abandoned by Dian. Subsequently, in an attempt to extract the Yiksha bloodline once more, they sought to kill her, and somehow, she ended up in the mountains outside Tianyang City, where I found her. Zhou Fuxing's brow was tightly knitted. If what Yu Qing said was true, then the actions of the Dian royal family had surpassed the boundaries of human decency. However, the most pressing question remained. Why did they desire the fierce beast Yiksha so desperately? They were even willing to kill their own daughter. This was a matter that perhaps only a select few within the Dian dynasty could comprehend. Zhou Fuxing pondered for a moment before slowly asking, "Is Yi Cha's mother a member of the royal family?" Yu Qing shook his head. "I do not know about that, but I do have a theory." He continued, "Yi Cha appears to be around 7 or 8 years old, though her exact age is unknown. However, 8 years ago, the current emperor of the Dian dynasty held a beauty contest throughout the realm." Zhou Fuxing was momentarily stunned. He recalled this event. Even as a cripple with a shattered Qi, he had not been able to escape the impact this event had caused throughout Dian. But he then incredulously remarked, "Are you suggesting that the beauty contest was actually to find a suitable vessel for the Yiksha?" Yu Qing nodded, adding, "In the end, no one knows what the outcome was, how many entered the palace, or who became the emperor's concubines. There was no news of any of it." Zhou Fuxing felt a surge of anger rising within him. If that were true, then the Dian dynasty was truly unforgivable. Yu Qing continued. "Yi Cha yearns to return to find her mother and to rid herself of the Yiksha bloodline within her. Although she has never mentioned her background, I can see that this is her deepest desire." Zhou Fuxing nodded, finally understanding why Yu Qing wanted to entrust Yi Cha to him. Of course, the ultimate outcome would still depend on Yi Cha's own wishes. The two turned to re-enter the hall, only to find Yi Cha standing timidly in the doorframe, gazing at them. "Uncle Zhou?" Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then sighed with a bitter smile. "Yi Cha, you understand, right? My cultivation is progressing too slowly that if you stay with me, you may never have the ability to contend with the Dian dynasty." Yi Cha shook her head and softly replied, "I can choose not to go home. I can ignore the Yiksha." However, as she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. "But I have no idea what has become of my mother at that time. Many people wanted to take me to the altar to separate the bloodline, and only my mother wanted to take me away." Zhou Fuxing declared firmly, "Yi Cha, I can take you to the palace right now and rescue your mother. Moreover, I will ensure the royal family receives their just desserts." Zhou Fuxing spoke with unwavering conviction, releasing the aura of his Dharma body, infused with an undeniable authority. Yi Cha hurriedly rushed over, clutching Zhou Fuxing's clothing. "Uncle Zhou, you mustn't. My family has the protection of the fire god." "The fire god?" Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. Did this mean that annihilating the royal family would provoke celestial beings? Yi Cha nodded and said, "Please don't go. It's too dangerous." Zhou Fuxing felt a surge of frustration, contemplating whether he should take action and test the waters by provoking a celestial being. However, the risk of such a course of action was immense. Yet, it was evident that Yi Cha was primarily concerned for his safety, which was why she had persistently refused. Still, her longing to return was plainly etched upon her face, and Zhou Fuxing felt he could not remain indifferent. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Then how about I take you to Dian City first? Even if you choose to forgive your father, you must find your mother, and then we will figure out a way to separate the Yiksha from your body." Yi Cha stood there, silent, glancing between Zhou Fuxing and Yu Qing. Zhou Fuxing resolutely took Yi Cha's hand, and led her out of the Yu family estate. That Wai Yichao looked back at Yu Qing, but made no move to break free. Longxiang, let us go. As Yu Qing observed the three preparing to leave, he called out, Brother Zhou, wait. The Yu family will return the resources seized from the Wuliang Academy as soon as possible. As for this, it is my token of gratitude. Yu Qing said, producing a transparent orb. This is a family heirloom of my clan, a spirit pearl of a demon beast that IT can serve as an aid for cultivation or as a power source for flying vessels. Zhou Fuxing's eyes lit up. The flying vessel given to him by the old dean had remained unused due to its sluggish pace, inferior even to his own earth-escaping technique, let alone flight. However, this pearl appeared to possess a formidable aura, and if installed on the vessel, it might significantly enhance its speed. Then I shall accept it without hesitation. Zhou Fuxing grasped the spirit pearl and promptly summoned the flying vessel. Chapter 60. Taboo. A surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air, revealing an immense flying craft hovering above the Yu family's estate. Zhou Fuxing harbored deep skepticism. The sluggishness of the vessel was likely due to its sheer size. However, with the spirit pearl in hand, its performance should improve. Longxiang, Yechai, let us depart. With the vessel ready, Zhou Fuxing carried both of them along. Yechai was reluctant to leave, and after a few words of caution from Yu Qing, she nodded in acknowledgement that do not worry, master. I shall not be a burden to Uncle Zhou. Zhou Fuxing chuckled. What is there to fear? Pay no heed to your master. I welcome any inconvenience. As the two boarded the vessel, Zhou Fuxing prepared to follow, only to suddenly recall something important. Slapping his forehead, he hurried back to the small courtyard where he had first entered the Yu residence, but he had almost forgotten about Yifeng. That fellow was likely privy to a wealth of information. Zhou Fuxing approached the motionless Yifeng, momentarily taken aback. Before him lay Yifeng, eyes wide open, pallid and marred, resembling a half-decayed corpse. Zhou Fuxing extended his consciousness to probe for the cause of Yifeng's demise. But his insides were a chaotic tangle, yielding no discernible insights. Perhaps it was suicide, or maybe someone visited the Yu family and erased all traces. Suddenly, Zhou Fuxing recalled the faint sensations he had experienced while activating his physical form. 3 distinct presences. These must belong to other sects or families' physical forms, which could mean they were responsible for He Feng's death. Of course, lacking evidence, it was unwise to cast suspicion that IT would be far better to directly address the Dian. As these minor minions could not be entirely eradicated, it was more effective to wield overwhelming power to intimidate them. After incinerating He Feng's corpse, Zhou Fuxing returned to the vessel and embedded the beast spirit pearl into the core. The spirit stone was replaced, and as the pearl activated, a dazzling brilliance enveloped the entire craft, accompanied by an aura of formidable beast energy. This must be a spirit pearl from a physical form level beast. Zhou Fuxing was astonished. Spirit pearls differed significantly from other beast products such as pelts. They represented the complete essence of a beast. Simply put, the beast had condensed itself into a spirit pearl. One spirit pearl equated to one beast. Moreover, spirit pearls were at least of the divine ability tier, and there were far fewer divine abilities than those of the physical form, as lower-tier beasts lacked the intelligence to choose their demise. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one such pearl likely represented a substantial portion of the Yu family's assets. The entire vessel was enveloped in this radiant glow, leaving the Yu family members below in a state of stupor. This the vessel of that physical form powerhouse from earlier. Who exactly is this esteemed individual? Moreover, they are supporting that Yu Qing. Look, there are markings from Wuliang Mountain on the vessel. The Yu clan erupted in commotion, utterly unprepared to discover that their own physical form was affiliated with the obliterated Wuliang Academy. Observing this, Zhou Fuxing grew concerned that Yu Qing might lose control of the situation, prompting him to summon his physical form once more and proclaim, I am the newly appointed Dean of Wuliang Academy. I am a friend of Yu Jinshan. It is only because he sensed his impending doom that I brought Yu Qing here. You all must assist with utmost dedication, should you require assistance. You may also seek me at Wuliang Mountain. Listening below, Yu Qing's face darkened. Be wise saying that. Do you not imply that I am somehow beneath you? After speaking, Zhou Fuxing turned his gaze towards the vessel, which in comparison to him, resembled a mere oversized toy. With a gentle push, he activated the vessel, which transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. Not bad. Zhou Fuxing felt a swell of satisfaction. While this speed was partly due to his push, without his assistance, it would have still been reasonably swift that I in the blink of an eye. He returned to the vessel. Uncle Zhou, you seem to have grown taller again. Upon reaching the deck, Ye Chai exclaimed in awe, approaching him. Long Xiang was similarly excited. Having never encountered a physical form before, today was indeed an eye-opening experience, especially since this physical form was his own father. Zhou Fuxing arranged some tables and chairs for them to sit. Ye Chai, has your master discussed the issues regarding your qi? Ye Chai nodded and replied, however, my master said this is an innate disability, predetermined by fate, and is essentially untreatable. Zhou Fuxing countered, what predetermined fate is there? Even if there is, it is merely a matter of celestial beings exerting control. You must remember, humans can triumph over heaven. This declaration sent a shiver down Longxiang's spine, as if his entire being had been unshackled, stirring his blood. Ye Chai, however, wore a timid expression, stating, but celestial beings are all-powerful. Human strength must inevitably have its limits. Zhou Fuxing shook his head slightly upon hearing her words that it seemed the authority of celestial beings had deeply ingrained itself in the minds of the people in this world. This was an ailment that needed curing. However, it was not yet the right time. Zhou Fuxing planned to fortify the children's defenses before eventually visiting the Diyan Imperial Palace to broaden little Ye Chai's horizons. Yet at this moment, he still required an enhancement of his own combat prowess. Upon reaching the physical form level, the ranks of cultivators dwindled sharply, making it increasingly difficult to fight through mere upgrades. Currently, there were two possible avenues for enhancing his combat capabilities. One involved the ice-sealing incantation from the Tuo, and the other required traversing the Rainbow Bridge atop the bell to reach the Zhu Ri Abyss. Zhou Fuxing took out the Tuo to study it, when suddenly he sensed three distinct auras approaching rapidly from different directions. After a brief contemplation, he halted the vessel amidst the clouds to await their arrival. Soon, three physical form cultivators boarded the deck one after another. What brings you esteemed friends to seek out Zhou Fuxing? Zhou Fuxing spoke nonchalantly, subtly shielding Longxiang and Ye Chai. An elderly man with white hair quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Zhou Daoist, please do not take offense. We have urgent matters to discuss. Urgent matters. Zhou Fuxing raised an eyebrow, scanning the trio and noticing no signs of hostility. He relaxed his guard slightly. Besides the elder, there was a middle-aged man in Daoist robes and a woman of striking beauty. What could be so pressing that you must repeatedly remind me? He had sensed their deliberately released auras even while at the U residence. Clearly, they had pertinent information to share. Please have a seat. Zhou Fuxing set out another table, inviting the trio to sit. They accepted graciously, and the elder began, Zhou Daoist, I am the Grand Elder of the Leaf family from Dajiang City. I am aware of the matters concerning the Yu family and Wuliang Academy. And I also understand that you are the newly appointed dean. However, having just broken through to the physical form level, you may be unaware of certain unspoken rules and taboos. Upon hearing this, a flicker of cold amusement crossed Zhou Fuxing's face. Chapter 61. The Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chicks. Cultivating the Tao is fundamentally about transcending constraints. Yet now, as one progresses, the emphasis on taboos becomes increasingly absurd. Or perhaps, do all cultivators in this world pursue power alone? How lamentable. Are you two also here for this reason? Zhou Fuxing inquired coolly. Indeed, Zhou Daoist. I am Yi Yunfeng, the sect leader of Qie Gate. The middle-aged man replied. Zhou Fuxing nodded. He recognized Qie Gate from the previous congregation of sects at Wuliang Academy. Qianyulu, from the Qianyue Gate, the woman chimed in with a smile. The elder continued, Zhou Daoist. Upon your breakthrough to the physical form, it is customary to refrain from disclosing the celestial beings to which you are affiliated, as this is among the taboos of the physical form level. I hope you understand. This was somewhat expected. Zhou Fuxing nodded. What else? The elder suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, gazing intently at Zhou Fuxing. Your breakthrough has stirred quite a commotion. It may attract trouble. Zhou Fuxing's expression brightened at this statement. What trouble? Could it be that some immortal being is coming to avenge the Yu family? The three exchanged glances, sensing Zhou Fuxing's nonchalance, and were somewhat taken aback. Yi Yunfeng asked, May I inquire to which faction you belong? Zhou Fuxing chuckled. a minor family from Tianyang City. It is hardly worth mentioning. The trio exchanged looks. Tianyang City was situated in a rather barren area devoid of celestial connections. It truly was a rural backwater. No wonder Zhou Fuxing dared to assume the role of dean and meddle with the Yu family. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Yi Yinfeng sighed, Zhou Daoist, we are certainly not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. The deeper one cultivates, the more aware one becomes of the great terrors lurking in the world. Not to mention, in my Chia Gate alone, there have been records of 2 prodigies at the physical form level suddenly vanishing. Indeed, my Li family also has a forebear who, after departing, was never heard from again. The elder interjected. The woman's eyes glimmered as if recalling something. Though Qianyue Gate is relatively new, we have yet to experience any disappearances. However, the ratio of missing physical form cultivators is significantly higher than those below this level. Zhou Fuxing's brow furrowed in contemplation. And no wonder there are so few experts in this world, aside from the challenges of breaking through. It seems they might also fall victim to some sinister schemes. Could it be that those who went missing shared some commonality? Zhou Fuxing pondered aloud. There is, the elder replied. We have discussed this and discovered that those who have disappeared often possess exceptional talent. It is rare for those lacking hope of achieving immortality to vanish. Zhou Fuxing raised an eyebrow, pondering the rapid pace of his own breakthroughs. Could it not signify a perilous danger within danger? Yet, he remained uncertain about the exact nature of the looming crisis. That it seemed prudent to focus on the growth of the children for the time being. Zhou Fuxing silently vowed, one day, when I am no longer at risk of being obliterated by celestial beings, I shall seek them out and confront them. A clean resolution. Reflecting upon the existence of the children, Zhou Fuxing felt his mind ease considerably. Very well. I am now aware of this matter. I appreciate your reminders. Zhou Fuxing slightly cupped his fists in gratitude, and the 3 individuals promptly returned the gesture. Little did they know, Zhou Daoyu had been cultivating for many years. I observe your aura is stable, yet it seems I have never heard of the Zhou family from Tianyang City. The other 2 displayed expressions of curiosity. Zhou Fuxing candidly admitted, I feel ashamed. My energy ceased shattered a decade ago, and I have fallen too far behind in my cultivation. Upon hearing this, the 3 were momentarily taken aback. Wei Yinfeng hesitated and inquired, by your appearance, you must not yet be 30. Right? Zhou Fuxing waved his hand dismissively. 30? That would be far too old. The 3 exchanged silent glances, calculating. So you have only been cultivating for a mere decade? And in that short time, you have reached the Dharma body realm? Zhou Fuxing sighed. After my breakthrough, I realized the existence and power of the next realm, which compelled me to strive for further cultivation. Yi Yinfeng urged eagerly. In that case, Zhou Daoyu, you must avoid unnecessary distractions. Focusing on your meditation at Wuliang Mountain is paramount. Zhou Fuxing nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. Since these 3 bore no ill will and had his best interests at heart, he had no intention of squandering their goodwill. Naturally, what he would ultimately decide to do later was an entirely different matter. Seeing Zhou Fuxing acquiesce, the 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Yinfeng then spoke. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to express it. My Qi sect will collaborate with Wuliang Academy. Thank you. Qian Lu interjected. My Qianyu sect has always maintained a good relationship with Wuliang Academy. Many disciples have trained at Wuliang Mountain. If Zhou Daoyu does not mind, we can continue our collaboration. The 3 spoke one after another, offering Zhou Fuxing convenient support. Zhou Fuxing was aware that this was a consequence of showcasing his innate talent. And even if he did not mention his decade of stagnant cultivation, achieving the Dharma body at his current age was indeed quite remarkable. After discussing some matters concerning the academy with the 3, they soon took their leave. Zhou Fuxing piloted his flying vessel back to Wuliang Academy, arriving just as evening fell. That a group of teachers engaged in constructing the academy gathered around, astonished by the vessel's speed. Zhou Fuxing entrusted the vessel to them for study and then set off to the back mountain of Wuliang Mountain with the hastily arriving Zhou Chufeng. Father, where are we going? It seems so mysterious. Zhou Chufeng inquired curiously. Zhou Fuxing smiled cunningly, then retrieved a statue of a Taowu from his storage ring, slamming it heavily onto the ground. The visage of the Taowu was fierce, and the moment Zhou Chufeng laid eyes on it, she instinctively hid behind Zhou Fuxing. Feng, you are the daughter of Zhou Fuxing. With me at your back, you should fear no malevolent spirits, Zhou Fuxing declared solemnly. Moreover, this statue merely appears fearsome. In truth, it is rather cowardly. Is it not, Yi Cha? Yi Cha nodded in agreement. Indeed, sister, do not be afraid. Zhou Fuxing displayed a satisfied expression and said, Feng, I entrust you with a simple task. Within this statue lies a particularly timid beast that has committed numerous misdeeds. Your mission is to thoroughly humiliate it and force it out. Zhou Chufeng, albeit confused, nodded, her fear diminishing considerably. Humiliate? Zhou Chufeng pondered for a moment before exclaiming, You wretched beast! You are devoid of conscience. May you meet a terrible end. Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of exasperation. Indeed, the difference in prowess between his daughter and the Tao Wu was stark to Feng. Humiliating it does not solely entail cursing at it. Zhou Fuxing advised. Yes, father. Zhou Chufeng contemplated for a moment, then produced a brush, channeling her spiritual energy to transform the vitality of the surrounding flora into paint, which clung to the brush. Approaching the Tao Wu statue, Zhou Chufeng poised the brush and swiftly sketched a pig's head upon it. Zhou Fuxing was filled with delight. This was akin to the legendary brothers, the sleeping dragon and the phoenix. Excellent, my daughter Feng is indeed a genius. Continue drawing, do not halt. Chapter 62. I shall call for help. Soon, another turtle motif was painted upon the Tao Wu's head. Zhou Chufeng was in high spirits, relishing the opportunity to adorn the face of such a fearsome beast. Could there be a more enjoyable pursuit? However, Zhou Fuxing felt a tinge of regret, for the Tao Wu remained utterly unresponsive. This should not be. It was improbable for it to be entirely sealed off. It seemed the humiliation was insufficiently severe. Merely drawing a pig's head was akin to a child's jest, hardly sufficient punishment. Zhou Fuxing pondered, calling upon a disciple. Director, did you summon me? The disciple approached with an expression of excitement, hastily inquiring. Director, have you truly dealt with the Yu family? Well, one could say it has been addressed. I shall elaborate later. I currently have an immensely challenging task for you. Zhou Fuxing stated earnestly. Challenging? The disciple appeared anxious. But rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. Yi Cha, Feng, please step aside. Understood. The two complied and retreated, while the disciple, observing Zhou Fuxing's serious demeanor, felt a growing uncertainty, yet gritted his teeth. I am willing to contribute to the academy. Good, such ambition. Zhou Fuxing praised, then continued. Do you see this beast statue? Direct your water towards it, water. The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. To release water means to let out a child's urine. Were it merely a matter of doing something to the statue, the disciple would not have hesitated. However, Zhou Fuxing had mentioned a daunting task and promised to protect him, leading him to conclude this was an exceedingly perilous undertaking, that it was entirely possible that if he were to indeed relieve himself upon it, some unforeseen consequence would arise. Zhou Fuxing nodded solemnly. This is indeed a formidable task. Although I will protect you, some fright may be unavoidable. The disciple deliberated for a long while, visibly conflicted. Yet ultimately he steeled himself. Very well. I am willing. Zhou Fuxing regarded him with approval. What is your name? I am Sun Aki. Not bad, a fine name. Off you go. Long Xiang shall accompany me as well. Zhou Fuxing led the two towards the Tao Wu statue, instructing Sun Aki to commence that in truth, Zhou Longxiang could also undertake this task. However, Zhou Fuxing considered that a child's urine might possess extraordinary effects. Longxiang was now 15, no longer a mere child. Sun Aki cautiously approached the Tao Wu statue. Loosening his waistband, he shifted one leg back, adopting a posture as if ready to flee at any moment. Zhou Fuxing chuckled. Are you not concerned about wetting your trousers? Nonetheless, he discreetly ensured Sun Aki's protection, preparing to shield him should the Tao Wu be unable to restrain itself. The three remained exceedingly tense, their gazes fixed intently upon the statue. However, soon after Sun Aki completed his task, the Tao Wu exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Director, does this mean I have fulfilled my duty? Sun Aki nervously queried, noting Zhou Fuxing's furrowed brow. Zhou Fuxing murmured to himself, this is illogical. Surely anyone would be unable to withstand such an affront. Could it be that there are too few of us? At this moment, Zhou Longxiang suddenly interjected. Father, we cannot pour below. We must direct the water at its head. You are correct. Zhou Fuxing's eyes lit up. Suddenly striking his forehead, and instructed son Aki, go find a few more people. We need those who can spray high and far. Understood. Son Aki hastily departed to fulfill the order. Yet scarcely had he taken a few steps when an earth-shattering roar erupted behind him, causing him to fall to the ground in fright. Turning back, he beheld a swirling mass of black mist emerging from the very Tao Wu statue he had just doused, with two ominous red lights flickering within. Zhou Fuxing, and you two little rascals, you dare to challenge fate at such a young age, the Tao Wu bellowed, its presence overwhelming the onlookers, causing them to gasp for breath. Zhou Longxiang scoffed, I assent to it because you are both vile and cowardly, yet insistent on cleanliness, that we are compelled to cleanse your face. The Tao Wu's crimson eyes glared menacingly at Zhou Longxiang. Zhou Fuxing prepared to shield his son while awaiting the system's announcement. Unfortunately, the Tao Wu did not make any overt actions, seemingly only expressing its rage. Zhou Fuxing, your son requires some discipline. The Tao Wu spoke in a deep voice, gradually dissipating the black mist. You refuse to act. Zhou Fuxing pondered, though his expression remained one of derision. My son requires no guidance from you. Moreover, your acknowledgement of my name implies you have been eavesdropping all along. Haven Tu, I have yet to settle the score for your invasion of privacy. Seeing the Tao Wu remain silent, Zhou Fuxing continued, I summoned you forth not for anything of great significance, merely to inquire about the nature of the Yasha. Is that ice-sealing curse available to me? The Tao Wu statue's eyes flickered with crimson light as it responded, Yasha, how should I know what that is? I merely caught a whiff of the aura from another ancient beast and sought to reconnect. Zhou Fuxing sneered coldly, you intend to devour the Yasha, do you not? Just as you led the Yu family to seek ancient legacies, ultimately resulting in their rebellion against the Wuliang Academy, without waiting for Tao Wu to respond. Zhou Fuxing continued, speak quickly. Once you have finished, I shall allow you to remain at ease. Otherwise, I shall summon others. Our Wuliang Academy may not have many disciples, but there are still several villages beneath Wuliang Mountain. Zhou Fuxing, Tao Wu bellowed, hesitating momentarily before incredulously exclaiming, how can there exist such a congenital in this world? How could someone like you possibly break through? That is of no concern to you, Zhou Fuxing retorted coldly. Tao Wu remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, I genuinely do not know what makes the Yasha so special. It belongs to the Sea Tribe, while I am a mountain deity. Mountain deity? This was yet another matter that Zhou Fuxing found perplexing. Ancient affairs had turned to dust, and he was disinclined to inquire further. What about the forbidden spell? This is a power I can bestow upon another only by consuming my own essence. Tao Wu roared, you expect to take something from me without offering a sacrifice. The fury in his voice seemed to grow even more intense. Yet Zhou Fuxing, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. The existence of a means to acquire the forbidden spell was promising. Of course, he could never procure human sacrifices, but perhaps offering beast sacrifices might suffice. Perhaps it would be best to forego sacrifices altogether. Essence, you appear quite vigorous to me, Zhou Fuxing urged, hand over the forbidden spell. Or I shall call for help. Upon hearing this, Tao Wu's anger flared. Damn it, a congenital that hasn't even matured. Do you truly think I fear you? With that, dark mist erupted, locking Zhou Fuxing in place. Zhou Fuxing merely scoffed, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression unwavering. Chapter 63. 3 forbidden spells. The atmosphere in the space turned icy, with Tao Wu on the verge of an explosive outburst. However, Zhou Fuxing waited for an extended period. Yet Tao Wu remained still, suspended in the air, not retreating. What was this beast up to? Zhou Fuxing pondered, unaware that Tao Wu was grappling with an unspoken torment. Each time it truly contemplated attacking Zhou Fuxing. An inexplicable force of resistance surged from the depths of its soul, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of unease. Tao Wu felt utterly uncomfortable, internally roaring, why won't the fierce god allow me to strike? It is merely a human. Unable to comprehend, it hesitated to act. If Zhou Fuxing possessed any means of controlling it, that would be one thing. However, it feared that attacking the other might go against the fierce god's will, resulting in its own realm plummeting to, or even to the level of a mere mortal. Such a fate would be unbearable. Tao Wu remained frozen in midair for what felt like ages before finally retreating into its statue. Zhou Fuxing looked on, utterly perplexed, wondering why Tao Wu dared not act. Since you are unwilling, I shall simply summon a crowd of children, Zhou Fuxing declared, turning to leave. Just as he took a step, Tao Wu's venomous voice echoed. I will. I shall give it to you, just stop seeking me out. Zhou Fuxing halted, turning back with a smile. Now that is more like it. It was bound to come to this. Why put on a brave front? He approached as Tao Wu continued. You are a congenital. Whether it is destiny, lifespan, or cultivation, all are exceedingly precious to you, that I genuinely do not understand why you desire the forbidden spell. Destiny? Zhou Fuxing mused, slightly puzzled but refraining from speaking further. In the next moment, a beam of golden light emanated from Tao Wu's statue, hovering before Zhou Fuxing, that he reached out to touch it, and in an instant, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, as if he had gained a new ability and memories. While the golden light vanished, Zhou Fuxing closed his eyes to examine what he had received, discovering that Tao Wu had indeed bestowed upon him 3 forbidden spells. Tao Wu proudly proclaimed, I have survived from ancient times to the present. All thanks to these 3 forbidden spells. Their power is beyond question, though they do come with a price. The most formidable of the forbidden spells is called Nine Nether, Heavenly Thunder. The more destiny you expend, the greater its power. I estimate that a single thunderbolt from you could cleave these mountain peaks into chasms. However, the consumption of destiny will render you devoid of the heaven's favor from that point onward. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fuxing mused, so destiny is merely the extent of the heaven's favoritism? Or perhaps it denotes opportunities and luck? Tao Wu continued, the second forbidden spell is the 3 heavens earth fire, which burns through your lifespan. It is likely to age you significantly, easily inflicting grievous injuries. Zhou Fuxing frowned. That still seems a bit lacking. Tao Wu retorted, my forbidden spells are all incredibly swift. To incapacitate an immortal with a single strike is hardly excessive. Moreover, you are merely at the first tier of true enough. Zhou Fuxing nodded, feeling considerably more satisfied. Naturally, the costs of these 2 forbidden spells were indeed exorbitant. He preferred one that consumed cultivation instead. Tao Wu added. The last one consumes cultivation and is named Dark Dust Profound Ice. I highly recommend utilizing this one. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. Could it be that Tao Wu had discerned his means of enhancing cultivation? Tao Wu arrogantly stated, because recovering destiny and lifespan is exceedingly difficult, but cultivation is different. As long as you offer me sacrifices of young boys and girls, your cultivation will flourish. The 9th tier of is within your grasp. Zhou Fuxing's mind stirred, and he inquired, what about immortality? Tao Wu scoffed. In this day and age, do you still wish for destiny to grant you immortality, unless you abandon your congenital and earn the favor of the celestial deities? You may have another chance at cultivation. Zhou Fuxing nodded slightly. Destiny granting immortality sounded like a means of ascendance reliant upon fortune. However, that was of little importance. Even if his destiny were reduced to 0, it would not hinder his advancement. Very well. Now that I have acquired your forbidden spells, you may take your leave. The sight of you irks me. Tao Wu roared before falling silent. Zhou Fuxing smiled, eager to let Tao Wu experience the taste of his own forbidden spells. Yet he currently had no means to restore destiny or lifespan, and finding opponents was exceedingly difficult, so he decided against it. Longxiang, what do you think we should do about this boastful beast? Zhou Fuxing inquired with a faint smile. Longxiang answered without hesitation, loosening his belt and aiming it at Tao Wu. Father, this beast has been buried in the mud for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years, brought forth by the Yu family, and has lost all sense of decorum. Allow me to clean it up and rouse it from its stupor. Zhou Fuxing's lips twitched. It seemed this obedient child had been led astray by his teachings. Though, given the circumstances of facing such a fierce yet powerful beast, one could be excused for taking extreme measures. Preventing Longxiang from proceeding, Zhou Fuxing contemplated what role to assign Tao Wu, that if it could only remain within the confines of its statue. Placing it at the entrance of Wuliang Academy as a stone guardian would not be amiss. However, as it might pose a threat to others and potentially sway the disciples with its words. Additional restrictions would be necessary, that in a few days he would venture to Dian City to see if any solutions presented themselves. He would also check on Qinglong and the royal family. Having arrived at this decision, Zhou Fuxing waved his hand, storing Tao Wu's statue away. "Zhou Fuxing, you must first cleanse me," Tao Wu suddenly shouted. Zhou Fuxing paused, incredulous that Tao Wu had actually requested Longxiang to clean it. However, he quickly realized that it was likely referring to the turtle that Zhou Chufeng had painted for it. He casually remarked, "Behave well, and you shall receive a proper wash. Otherwise, you shall be doused with the urine of a young boy." Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Tao Wu's eyes, and it fell silent. At that moment, amidst a desolate and parched land, several figures sat facing one another that I end the continent. "My little beast has encountered a peculiar human. Does it matter? That is of no consequence. Even if one were to grant him immortality, it would not alter the tide of destiny. The tides of destiny are already under our control. Without our permission, no one can ascend to the rank of emperor. With the heavens shattered, it is impossible for a congenital to emerge again. Then, I need not concern myself with that peculiar human." Zhou Fuxing pondered for a long time before deciding to first ascend the Rainbow Bridge and acquire the Changyuan sword that it must be an extraordinary weapon. Given the urgency with which the Wolf King had emphasized its importance, with this sword in hand, his journey to Dian City would surely proceed more smoothly. Just as he intended to ask Longxiang for his opinion, Longxiang found him first. "Father, the matters with the Yu family have concluded, and I wish to embark on a journey." This had been his long-held desire. Zhou Fuxing nodded. "Not so fast. Let us first see if that tiger beast is healed from its injuries. Allow it to accompany you on your journey." The tiger beast boasted a cultivation level that reached the realm of, and its temperament was amiable, making it the perfect guardian and mount as expected. A glimmer of anticipation crossed Longxiang's face. Zhou Fuxing led him out of the academy and into the secret realm of Wuliang Mountain. After wandering around the Yu family estate, upon returning to this secret realm, even Zhou Fuxing felt slightly embarrassed. This secret realm had essentially been exhausted by him, leaving only a few spiritual herb seeds and saplings behind to restore Wuliang Academy and reinstate order. This realm, serving as a training ground for the disciples, was indispensable. "Very well. For now, it shall suffice. With my current strength, a simple circuit will yield a bounty." Zhou Fuxing shook his head, extending his consciousness to locate the tiger beast. "Tiger friend, are you well?" To say that all is well after a mere day or two is an understatement. However, the tiger demon beast, upon seeing Zhou Fuxing, nearly had its eyes pop out in astonishment. When it departed, it was still in the celestial realm. How could it have returned in the form of its true body? This must be a jest. When it encountered the Wolf King, the two parties were clearly of comparable levels. The tiger beast, displaying a dejected demeanor, felt a mix of relief from its recovering injuries and frustration at the situation. Zhou Fuxing spoke up. "Tiger friend, my son, Longxiang, will soon embark on a distant journey. Would you care to accompany him?" The tiger beast glanced at Zhou Longxiang beside it, hesitated briefly, and then, extending its claw, etched a wolf-shaped pattern onto the ground. The news of the Wolf King and the human had yet to surface. Either they had both suffered grievous wounds, or perhaps outside forces had intervened. As Zhou Fuxing spoke, the image of the great flame envoy flashed through his mind, but a hint of melancholy flickered in the tiger beast's eyes. And it then nodded in agreement towards Zhou Longxiang. Zhou Fuxing's countenance brightened with joy as he quickly added, "Longxiang, then you should prepare in the meantime. I must also assess the situation at the academy." "Understood." Zhou Fuxing left the secret realm and arrived at Wuliang Academy. This moment, the students and teachers had completed their accommodations and were brainstorming ways to restore the protective array of the academy. Upon seeing Zhou Fuxing's arrival, the faculty and students were naturally delighted. Xiaoyu reported, "Mr. Zhou, we are contemplating whether to construct a more formidable array, but our materials are rather limited." Zhou Fuxing nodded and replied, "There is no need for hesitation. Just sketch something for now, in due time. I can arrange a few defensive measures, and the Yu family will also send resources in a few days." Xiaoyu was immediately elated. "Has the Yu family truly been brought to heel by you, Mr. Zhou? But what of their ancestor? Oh, Mr. Zhou, now that you have attained the true body realm, are you not afraid of them?" Zhou Fuxing quickly waved his hand. "The current head of the Yu family is my friend and is trustworthy. It is not a matter of submission. The resources they provide will not be of a quantity that would fully deplete the Yu family." After a pause, he added, "However, That is inconsequential. I will find a way to procure more resources soon. What is the primary deficiency at present? Xiao Yu sighed. At this moment, we lack everything. We do not possess a single volume of cultivation texts, nor do we have any array tools, and our supplies of elixirs and spiritual herbs are scant. Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of helplessness. This was hardly different from starting from scratch. Yet, having taken on the role of principal, he must see it through. All these necessities will be secured. Do not rush into constructing anything. Focus on your cultivation instead. Understood. Zhou Fuxing then addressed the various queries the students had regarding their training, garnering their admiration, although Zhou Fuxing himself had not engaged in extensive cultivation. His high realm inherently denoted insight and understanding. Thus, answering their questions was a matter of course. He looked upon the students with a cheerful disposition when a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if he were to cultivate all these disciples to recognize him as a godfather, sending them out to explore the world? The vision of such a scenario made him yearn for which disciple might find him an adversary of the immortal realm. However, with so many students, practicality would be an issue, not to mention that many would find it peculiar to acknowledge him as a father figure. Recognizing a master is one thing, but calling someone father is truly bizarre. While lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a unique aura drawing near. Zhou Longxiang was slowly approaching, seated atop the tiger beast. "Father, I must take my leave." Zhou Longxiang spoke with reluctance, to which Zhou Chufeng, observing from the side, asked with curiosity, "Longxiang, have you decided where you wish to go?" Zhou Longxiang nodded. "I wish to head west, away from the Great Flame. That direction is said to hold the inheritance mentioned by Old Sword." Zhou Fuxing nodded in agreement. "Having a goal is commendable. Remember to maintain your dignity. Should you encounter any formidable adversaries that Tiger Friend cannot handle, I shall certainly come to your aid." "I understand." Zhou Longxiang tightened his grip on the rusted sword, resolutely stating, "Tianyang City to AT this time." The Zhou family was ablaze with light, the central hall almost as bright as day. The reason for this brightness lay in the several boxes of spiritual stones and other treasures displayed within the hall, gleaming radiantly. Zhou Duankong, the patriarch of the Zhou family, sat solemnly at the center, addressing the assembly. "What is the meaning of this, Zhang family? Are you merely presenting these inferior items to placate the Zhou family?" Zhou Duankong felt a surge of anger. Although the boxes appeared splendid, they were nothing but shoddy goods, even crafted to appear more impressive than they truly were. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian, wore a slight smile as he spoke. "These treasures are heirlooms of my Zhang family, merely showing slight wear. I even had them specially refurbished. How can Elder Zhou claim they are inferior?" The city lord of Tianyang, standing by, chimed in. "Indeed, elder of the Zhou family, I personally verified these items. They are absolutely flawless." Zhou Duankong's eyes narrowed, a flicker of coldness passing through. Originally, the Zhou family was warmly received upon their arrival in Tianyang City, with many families even offering benefits to help them establish their enterprises. However, ever since Zhou Fuxing departed for Wuliang Mountain, the atmosphere had become subtly strained. The prolonged absence of a family head raised suspicions, and it was later revealed that Zhou Fuxing had gone there to assume the role of principal. This was simply absurd. The Yu family had just destroyed Wuliang Academy, and now Zhou Fuxing intended to rebuild it. Was this not tantamount to opposing the Yu family? Although the Yu family was far from Tianyang City, it was a prestigious family with a true body realm expert stationed at its helm, renowned and widely known. Moreover, even if the Zhou family had just moved in and were unaware of the Yu family's reputation, a little inquiry would reveal their formidable strength. That it was well known that even the notable celestial realm experts were beyond the reach of the families in Tianyang City, and the true body realm was an unfathomable existence. Despite Zhou Fuxing being a celestial expert who had aided the families through a crisis, he had now provoked the Yu family, while the various families had extended numerous conveniences to the Zhou family. This led many families to contemplate employing various means to reclaim their industries. Chapter 65. 300,000 spiritual stones in compensation. Elder Zhou, is there any hesitation left? My Zhang family's reputation in Tianyang City is built upon integrity. Zhang Xian wore a facade of benevolence as he spoke. Integrity? Zhou Duankong's fist clenched tightly within his sleeve. What integrity does your Zhang family possess? Before my Zhou family entered Tianyang City, I had already heard numerous accounts of people being swindled by the Zhang family. The Zhang family, relying on their elder at the ninth level of the spiritual sea realm, colluded with other prominent families in Tianyang City to exploit the smaller families and rogue cultivators. How dare Zhang Xian speak of integrity? Zhou Duankong slowly replied. My Zhou family is currently facing financial difficulties. I must decline this transaction. We will discuss everything further when the family head returns. Mentioning Zhou Fuxing caused a momentary silence to envelop the hall. Frankly, the Zhou family was uncertain of Zhou Fuxing's current situation. They had sent letters to Wuliang Mountain with no response, although his absence had not been long. Should the Yu family's true body expert choose to act, eliminating Zhou Fuxing would be a matter of mere moments. Nevertheless, Zhou Duankong could not fathom why, upon receiving even the slightest unfavorable news about Zhou Fuxing, the Zhang family would take the lead in creating obstacles. Zhang Xian interjected. If you wish to terminate the deal, that is acceptable. I, Zhang, can empathize with your difficulties. However, the resources I have gathered required considerable manpower. Returning them empty-handed may cause me to lose face in front of my family. Oh, does the head of the Zhang family mean to seek some form of compensation? Zhou Duankong replied nonchalantly. Precisely. My Zhang family cannot simply make a trip for nothing. Furthermore, the city lord has taken time from his busy schedule to witness this transaction. Elder Zhou should also provide some form of recompense. The city lord nodded in agreement with Zhang Xian's words. Zhou Duankong maintained a calm demeanor, having shed his anger towards the Zhang family, now consumed by worry for Zhou Fuxing, that if Zhou Fuxing were unharmed, then investing the Zhou family's resources would result in the Zhang family repaying them in due course. However, if something were to befall him, the Zhou family might suffer severe losses. This paltry compensation was merely a drop in the ocean. Very well, Zhou Duankong declared. Come forth. Each of you shall receive 300 spiritual stones for the head of the Zhang family and the city lord. Yes. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by the quick agreement. Elder Zhou, are you merely placating us? This transaction, valued at tens of thousands of spiritual stones, warrants only 300 in compensation. Zhang Xian's expression soured as he frowned. Zhou Duankong paused momentarily, then fixed his gaze on Zhang Xian. Sneering, does the head of the Zhang family truly wish to push his luck? These trifling matters are inconsequential, but should you provoke the Zhou family, the repercussions may be dire. Zhang Xian had not anticipated Zhou Duankong's newfound assertiveness, causing him to erupt in anger. Just as he was about to retort, a Zhou family disciple rushed in from outside, shouting, Elder, news from the Yu family. The atmosphere shifted as all present struggled to comprehend the statement. Zhou Fuxing had reached the true body realm. How could this be possible? Zhou Duankong immediately demanded. From whence did this news originate? The disciple hurriedly replied, Elder, the message comes from our clansmen outside. It cannot be mistaken. Such a significant development as the true body realm, and it was explicitly stated that he is the current principal of Wuliang Academy, Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Duankong momentarily entered a daze, only to be overtaken by overwhelming joy. Excellent. If all is well, that is fantastic. As for the true body realm, I can scarcely imagine. Or rather, when Zhou Fuxing ascended to the celestial realm, he had already grown numb. Witnessing a once-broken individual suddenly transform into the most formidable cultivator of Tianyang City. Aside from miracles, he could fathom no other possibility. Yet at this moment, not everyone shared the Zhou family's exuberance. Impossible! This cannot be! Zhang Xian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What does it mean to be in the law body realm? What qualifications does Zhou Fuxing possess? Moreover, it has only been a few days since he broke through to the celestial realm. It must be a deception. The Zhou clan disciple who came to deliver the news frowned and retorted. Who are you? My family clearly saw and heard. It is indeed our clan leader. If you doubt it, why not inquire back home? The clan leader is a powerful being in the law body realm, and all the Zhou family members stood resolutely. Zhang Xian sneered repeatedly, while the city lord Guan, seizing the moment, analyzed. Based on my years of experience in solving cases, it is impossible for anyone to achieve such a rapid breakthrough. It seems your clan leader has perished, and someone is impersonating him to pursue some ulterior motive. You are the city lord Guan, the disciple realized, yet displeasure colored his face. You are mistaken, Lord City Lord. My clan leader is an unparalleled genius, while you are merely an official of Tianyang City. Your knowledge cannot dictate reality. Zhang Xian interjected. Enough of this nonsense. Zhou Fuxing has clearly been embroiled in the conflicts of mighty beings and cannot return. With that, he brazenly made a move, condensing spiritual energy into his palm and striking toward the disciple. Zhou Duankong erupted in fury, leaping from his seat to intercept the attack. However, the change occurred in an instant. Zhou Duankong had not prepared any defense and was already wounded from the blow. Steadying himself, Zhou Duankong glared at Zhang Xian, saying, "You certainly lack the courage to strike. Could it be that someone is instigating you from behind?" Zhang Xian squinted, offering no reply as he charged forward. Both were at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm, but Zhou Duankong, already frail and now injured, was naturally no match for Zhang Xian. City Lord Guan had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. He hesitated, contemplating whether to mediate when Zhang Xian declared, "City Lord Guan, obliterate the Zhou family. I shall take 7. You take 3. City Lord Guan paused, realizing he could only act privately, without mobilizing the city guard. And taking 3 portions was quite reasonable. "Very well. I shall accept this wager," he declared resolutely. That he summoned his spiritual energy and charged forward, but at that moment, a hand rested lightly on his shoulder. Feeling as insubstantial as a feather, yet rendering him immovable, surprised, City Lord Guan looked back, only to shiver uncontrollably as a chill coursed through him. Zhou, clan leader. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Fuxing, who first nodded slightly before pressing down forcefully on City Lord Guan's shoulder. Da-da! City Lord Guan suddenly shrank down significantly, as both his legs were pressed into the ground, unable to extricate himself. His cries of anguish drew the attention of several individuals in the hall, and Zhang Xian turned back, his expression one of sheer horror. Without allowing him to speak, Zhou Fuxing waved his hand from a distance, causing Zhang Xian to spew blood, his body flying sideways into the wall before crashing down. Zhang Xian hung his head, utterly defeated, lacking even the strength to raise his gaze. Zhou Fuxing strolled into the hall with his hands behind his back, casually toying with a spirit stone. 300,000 spirit stones, compensation for the Zhou family. Chapter 66. A sincere invitation for disciples? Zhou Fuxing spoke, then approached the Grand Elder, offering him a healing pill. Zhang Xian could not utter a single word, his face flushed with rage, wishing to unleash a torrent of curses upon Zhou Fuxing. 300,000 spirit stones represented nearly the entirety of the Zhang family's assets. After parting with them, they would likely have to sell everything just to eat. How dare he make such demands? Zhou Fuxing, of course, was oblivious to Zhang Xian's thoughts and would not have cared even if he had known. For he was not negotiating with Zhang Xian. Noticing Zhou Duankong's improved complexion after consuming the pill, he inquired, "During my absence, has there been anything in the Zhou family that required my attention?" Zhou Duankong shook his head. "No, all trivial matters. Besides, you have returned." Zhou Fuxing nodded, feeling that the cultivation of the new clan leader must be prioritized. That in principle, it should be his child, but with his strength. The Zhou family was entirely under his control. The choice of clan leader was inconsequential, merely a position for someone to carry out his will. After some thought, Zhou Fuxing asked, "Are there any prodigies within the Zhou family currently?" Zhou Duankong regarded him with a peculiar expression, thinking, "Aren't you the prodigy? Who would dare call themselves a genius in your presence?" Yet he replied, "There are disciples with potential, though I cannot say if they qualify as geniuses by your standards." Zhou Fuxing nodded, feeling somewhat hesitant about the Zhou family's arrangements. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. "Grand Elder, I know of a splendid location, not far from Wuliang Mountain. Shall we consider relocating there?" "Relocating again? What is wrong with Tianyang City?" Zhou Duankong queried, perplexed. Zhou Fuxing affirmed, "It is not merely problematic. Tianyang City is a grand formation for tempering individuals. Can I truly feel secure? Not to mention dealing with Zhang Xian and his ilk, which could hinder the Zhou family's normal development. That it would be best to leave, sever all ties, and allow some clan members to continue managing the industries in Tianyang City." Seeing the firmness in his expression, Zhou Duankong understood he had a plan and nodded. "Then we shall follow your lead, though I wonder how far it is and how long it will take to prepare." Zhou Fuxing smiled mysteriously. Offering no response to that moment, a fearful voice from City Lord Guan broke through. "Zhou clan leader, I was tricked into this by that scoundrel Zhang Xian. I am also at a loss. Zhou Fuxing, uninterested in engaging in banter, replied, compensation of 30,000 spirit stones, and for the damage to the ground, 500. City Lord Guan's countenance darkened. Was it not he who had caused the damage? However, he dared not defy Zhou Fuxing at this moment and could only grit his teeth in agreement. Soon enough, news of Zhou Fuxing's ascension to the law-body realm and his return to the Zhou family spread throughout Tianyang City. Countless families and factions were stirred into action, hastily mobilizing resources and preparing lavish gifts to pay a visit to the Zhou family. Those who had offended the Zhou family scrambled to gather their remaining assets, seeking forgiveness at any cost. Some families even prepared resources but fled under the cover of night, only to be intercepted and returned to the Zhou family by the United Families of Tianyang City. Zhou Fuxing, however, was disinterested in dealing with these lesser families, refusing all resources and allowing the fleeing family to go free. Just as numerous families were left puzzled by his intentions, several notices plastered the streets of Tianyang City, proclaiming, Wuliang Academy, sincerely recruiting disciples. Seize the moment, pursue your dreams. The Zhou family is relocating, seeking farmers and workers. On the broadest street in Tianyang City, a throng gathered around two notices, reading aloud, Wuliang Academy, not unfamiliar to Tianyang City. However, it recently suffered a rebellion from the Yu family, resulting in countless disciples going missing, plunging Tianyang City into silence. Yet now, Zhou Fuxing seeks disciples. Is there anyone willing? The crux is there are hardly any idle disciples available. Either that, or they would have to withdraw disciples from other academies to transfer to Wuliang Academy. The crowd was filled with confusion, then looked down to see everything Zhou Fuxing had done regarding the Yu family documented there. Aside from his breakthrough to the law-body realm, it detailed the suspicions surrounding He Feng's connections with the Yu family, the discovery of the Yu family's human sacrifices to summon beasts, and the subsequent replacement of the Yu family's head with a law-body realm being. It was all laid bare. Is this true? The Zhou clan leader is so powerful. It can't be false. Such matters can easily be investigated. My relatives have gone missing. They are likely captured by the Yu family. I must join Wuliang Academy. The crowd erupted into a fervor. The information on the notice was undeniably shocking. Even disregarding the critical details regarding the Yu family, the prospect of battles in the law-body realm was enough to drive anyone to obsession. In an instant, the entire Tianyang City became aware of Zhou Fuxing's exploits, and countless individuals contemplated whether to enroll their children in Wuliang Academy. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing awaited the gathering of his family members, preparing to lead them to the mountain left behind after the annihilation of the Blood Phantom Gate. Fuxing, the Grand Elder, approached, concern etched on his face. The people in the city now hold our Zhou family in high regard, yet this alone may not suffice to persuade them to transfer their children to Wuliang Academy. Zhou Fuxing smiled calmly, unperturbed. There is no need for concern, Grand Elder. I never intended to recruit many disciples. The Grand Elder was puzzled. Then why go to such lengths? Do you not find it strange that Zhang Xian is so eager to act against our Zhou family? Zhou Fuxing replied lightly. Zhou Duankong pondered for a moment before realizing. You intend to gauge the reactions of other academies. You suspect they are behind Zhang Xian's actions? Zhou Fuxing nodded, precisely that He Feng was silenced by someone, and Zhang Xian's unusual behavior may very well be connected. Yet even as he spoke, Zhou Fuxing held a growing suspicion in his heart. Zhou Duankong nodded slightly. Very well, as long as you have a plan. As the two conversed, the Zhou family members outside had gathered their resources, ready for departure. Zhou Fuxing and the Grand Elder stepped out, and the gathered Zhou family members gazed up at him with admiration. Clan leader, shall we depart now? Second uncle, we may not have enough carriages. Should we purchase more? The atmosphere on the field was suddenly filled with a cacophony of noise. At this moment, Zhou Fuxing had become a godlike figure within the Zhou family. No longer subjected to the skepticism he once faced, of course. There were still some old subordinates of Zhou Li who believed that Zhou Fuxing was wasting manpower and causing unnecessary turmoil. Having just established a foothold in Tianyang City, they were eagerly awaiting their share of the city's industrial pie, yet he was leading them away again, although they dared not voice their discontent. The simmering resentment was palpable. As Zhou Fuxing surveyed the crowd, it was evident that some remained dissatisfied with him. However, he was disinclined to stir the pot further. Once the din of discussion had diminished slightly, he waved his hand, summoning a colossal ship that hovered above the Zhou residence, casting a shadow over a significant portion of Tianyang City. Chapter 67. The death of Zhang Xinji. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the members of the Zhou family looked up in shock. Such a massive vessel was something they had never even heard of before. With mouths agape, they stood in stunned silence, as if they could swallow a goose egg whole. In this moment of stunned quietude, Zhou Fuxing spoke. "This is the ship of the Wuliang Academy, but it can also be considered mine. Once the Zhou family establishes itself, we shall procure several more of these for your use." Gulp! Several clan members, upon hearing this, swallowed hard, unable to fathom the prospect of the Zhou family possessing multiple such airships in the future. But of course, this requires the concerted efforts of all. You may seek personal gain, but should you disrupt the family's normal development, I shall show no mercy. Zhou Fuxing's tone bore a hint of severity as a powerful being in the law-body realm. His consciousness had sharpened to an exquisite level, rendering the expressions and covert actions of everyone present within his perception, that he sensed that a few clan members displayed a glimmer of greed the moment the ship appeared. Yet he mused whether they were coveting the value the ship could generate or merely desiring the ship itself. Moreover, the destination we intend to reach is a former stronghold of an evil sect. I do not wish for the Zhou family to become akin to those leeches that drain others. Such individuals are no different from evil cultivators. Should I discover one, their fate shall mirror that of those vile practitioners. Zhou Fuxing's voice resonated clearly in the ears of the crowd that a few individuals visibly trembled in fear. For he had infused his words with a potent aura that exuded a strong suppressive force. Board the ship. With another wave of his hand, streams of spiritual energy lifted the crowd and placed them aboard the vessel. Outside, the Zhou family was in a state of astonishment. Witnessing Zhou Fuxing post notices of his accomplishments was one thing, but seeing such a massive ship materialize above the Zhou residence was an entirely different experience. Many had seen airships before, but always from a distance, never close enough to approach. Now, with the ship suddenly hovering over the Zhou family in the prime location of Tianyang City, it revealed the true scale of the vessel. So this is how grand an airship can be. The Zhou family is bound to prosper. Indeed, who would have thought that merely a few months ago, they were a rural family, and now they have a law-body realm expert presiding over them. Oh my, if I could just break through to the spiritual sea realm, I would ask for nothing more in this lifetime. Yet the Zhou family patriarch has continuously advanced to the law-body realm. What kind of monster is this? The crowd erupted into a frenzy, as Tianyang City finally began to grasp the true nature of Zhou Fuxing. Soon, all members of the Zhou family boarded the vessel, which, under Zhou Fuxing's command, set off directly towards the north. However, Zhou Fuxing did not depart. Instead, he lingered in Tianyang City, his form flickering as he entered the Zhang family's courtyard. At that moment, the Zhang family was enveloped in silence, save for the intermittent sounds of weeping and scolding, indicative of chaos. The might of the Zhou family cast a shadow over the Zhang family, leaving countless individuals praying that Zhou Fuxing would not annihilate them outright. Many were filled with deep regret for their opposition against the Zhou family. Zhou Fuxing's arrival went unnoticed as he quietly approached Zhang Xian's chamber. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing erupted. Cough. "Where is Eka? Tell him to hurry and pack his things and leave Tianyang City. Master, Eka is already preparing. But if Zhou Fuxing truly seeks revenge, where can we possibly hide? What do you know? Investments always carry risks. I am well aware." Another round of coughing followed. Zhou Fuxing pushed the door open, smiling. "Zhang Dazikang, you are indeed a born businessman, possessing a commendable spirit." Upon seeing Zhou Fuxing, Zhang Xian's soul nearly fled in terror, exclaiming, "Zhou Fuxing, what do you want this time? I'm already preparing the 300,000 spirit stones." Zhou Fuxing replied nonchalantly, "I wonder who Zhang Zuchang has invested in." Du shared that as he spoke. An aura slowly emanated from him, suggesting a readiness to actually not receive an answer. The woman beside him was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Xian, trembling in fear, stammered, "I don't know." He said, "The worse the Zhou family fared, the greater my reward. Zhou Zuchang, please spare me. At least I have yet to take action." Zhou Fuxing remained unmoved. "I refuse to believe you are completely unaware. You, Zhang Zuchang, have yet to falter in your business dealings. Zhang Xian's expression was one of dread. Yet the pressure Zhou Fuxing exerted became increasingly overwhelming, causing him to finally crack and exclaim, "I was only guessing." "Speak." Zhang Xian's lips trembled as he uttered, "Di Yin." Zhou Fuxing's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in thought. "How did you arrive at that conclusion?" Zhou Fuxing pressed further, but after a prolonged silence, he received no response from Zhang Xian. Alarmed, he released his consciousness to investigate, only to discover Zhang Xian had fallen lifeless, his body seemingly afflicted by some toxin, rotting from within. No wonder he was hesitant to speak. Was this poison? No, rather a curse? Zhou Fuxing pondered, while the woman beside him, seeing Zhang Xian's immobility, cautiously extended her hand, only to find no signs of a pulse or heartbeat. "Master!" The woman screamed, then suddenly turned to Zhou Fuxing, accusing, "It was you! You killed my master! As a law-body realm expert, you think you can just kill at will?" Zhou Fuxing's lips twitched as he remarked, "It was not I who killed him. He brought this upon himself. In that case, the 300,000 spirit stones shall be waived. Let that Ekh return and assume the role of the Zhang family patriarch." The woman, upon hearing the compensation was waived, was momentarily stunned. Before her expression brightened with joy, Zhou Fuxing, seeing this, shook his head and prepared to leave the Zhang family. Suddenly, an alert from the system echoed in his mind. Detection of host daughter, Zhou Chufeng. Encountering a formidable enemy. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation level elevated to the 4th layer of the law-body realm. Zhou Fuxing's face turned icy, the air around him nearly solidifying. The woman, believing her display of joy had offended Zhou Fuxing, turned pale with fright, retreating rapidly to Yin. The next moment, Zhou Fuxing summoned his law body without hesitation, stepping forth to find himself outside Tianyang City. The crowd, having initially dispersed upon witnessing the airship depart, was now once again rendered speechless by the appearance of the law body. This figure was even larger than the ship from earlier. Is this what the law body looks like? My heavens! I wish to reach the law body realm as well. Such aspirations were far-fetched. Did they think they were also Zhou Zuchang? The crowd erupted into chaos once more, and in the next instant, Zhou Fuxing took another step forward, vanishing from sight. Zhou Fuxing traversed several steps, feeling no difference from the sensations of his physical body, nor did his movements slow despite the tremendous size that he decided to run. Planting a foot upon a mountain peak and propelling himself forward. The law body was not a true entity, yet it could interact with physical matter without causing destruction. An exquisite mystery. Otherwise, a mere stomp from Zhou Fuxing would likely have sent the buildings of Tianyang City crumbling. Chapter 68. Shunjiao Mountain. The Falling Moon. Zhou Fuxing's cultivation surged, propelling him into a state of near-dash flight. At this moment, he was consumed with urgency, fixated solely on one concept. Speed. Pure, unadulterated speed. His figure blurred, nearly vanishing, yet his velocity only increased. Should another being of the law-body realm or above have observed Zhou Fuxing's form at that moment, they would recognize that his speed had reached the very limits of the 4th layer of the law-body realm. In Zhou Fuxing's view, the once undulating landscape had transformed into a haze of indistinct lines, while the distant horizon appeared as a vortex exuding streams of luminous energy. In a daze, Zhou Fuxing felt as though he was merging with the very essence of the universe. It seemed that with a mere exertion of will, he could transcend some boundary. What is this? Is this a unique ability of the law body? Zhou Fuxing mused, yet the urgency to save the child took precedence, leaving him little time for further contemplation. However, that sensation, akin to being on the cusp of breaking through an obstacle, was indeed excruciating, especially since his strength was already fully expended. It felt as if a sumptuous feast lay before him. Yet he could not quite reach it. An unbearable frustration. Zhou Fuxing forced himself to dismiss this feeling, and before long, he arrived at the borders of Wuliang Mountain. With one more step, he found himself standing atop a peak outside the Wuliang Academy. Simultaneously, a streak of light shot toward him from the distance, carrying an aura of destruction as it surged toward the academy. It had already breached the academy's defenses. Zhou Fuxing's countenance darkened. It was now impossible to protect the academy intact, and he would have to face the threat himself. Yet he had no knowledge of who was behind this assault or why they sought to obliterate the Wuliang Academy. 15 minutes prior, Zhou Chufeng and her disciples had taken refuge within a recently completed grand hall, where several figures stood in their path, obstructing the approach of the mysterious and powerful intruder. Everyone must hold him off. Mr. Zhou will arrive shortly, Xiao Yu whispered softly, her expression troubled as several teachers beside her displayed their unease. Teacher Xiao, I understand your trust in Mr. Zhou, but the journey from Yang City is several days long. Even if he possesses the Dao body, it would still take him a considerable amount of time to arrive. Xiao Yu is aware of this reality, yet she could only hope that Zhou Fuxing would arrive swiftly. Suddenly, the mysterious powerhouse interjected, Zhou Fuxing. Even if he comes, what difference would it make? He is merely a rural cultivator who has just broken through to the Dao body realm, yet he acts so arrogantly. Following him will only lead to your demise. Xiao Yu scoffed coldly. That is of no concern to you. As she spoke, anxiety surged within her, and she braced herself for a potential attack from the adversary. However, the person continued, the Infinite Academy still holds some value, and if you willingly hand over Zhou Fuxing's daughter, I might grant you a chance at survival. That a profound silence enveloped the scene. Xiao Yu's voice turned icy. You, a dignified Dao body strongman, have come specifically to target a young girl. Surely that is beneath you. The man's expression remained impassive. Seeing the others unyielding, he raised his hand, preparing to annihilate everyone within the hall. Xiao Yu and the others felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous serpent, paralyzed by fear and coldness. Nevertheless, none of them flinched, each releasing their aura in defiance. Humph. This person must be sent by some academy. They cannot stand to see the rise of the Infinite Academy. I shall fight him to the bitter end. Zhang Tiandu declared fiercely, prompting a chilling glare from the Dao body figure as he launched an attack toward him. A streak of sword light suddenly shot forth, its powerful aura enveloped in a torrent of sword energy, flashing in an instant. Zhang Tiandu hurriedly raised his hand to defend, but the sword light was far too swift. Reaching his throat in the blink of an eye, it was over. A flicker of despair crossed Zhang Tiandu's mind. Facing a casual strike from a Dao body expert, it felt as though divine retribution had descended, leaving him with no means of escape, filled with a sense of impending judgment on his life. Yet in the next moment, an attack struck him, causing his body to tilt. Crack! The sword light pierced through Zhang Tiandu's body, continuing onward to crash against the hall's wall, breaking through and soaring toward the endless horizon. With a soft thud, an arm fell to the ground. Zhang Tiandu let out a harrowing scream, clutching his shoulder as he half-kneeled. A commendable reaction, the Dao body figure remarked approvingly, glancing at Xiao Yu. Just as he struck, Xiao Yu had simultaneously countered to save Zhang Tiandu's life. Have you considered leaving the Infinite Academy and joining me in Chenjiao? Chenjiao. The crowd looked at one another in confusion, unaware of this place's significance. To that moment, the aged voice of Yao Lao resonated. Why are you, Chenjiao, not remaining in the southern wilderness and coming to my great yin for what purpose? The man looked over in surprise. This elder knows of my Chenjiao. A smile crept onto his face. Naturally, I have come to collect people. Currently, one of my elders in Chenjiao has broken through to the Dao body and requires a substantial amount of strong bloodlines as medicinal catalysts. As for your Infinite Academy, claiming to be a part of the Great Yin is truly laughable. Mediators, the crowd gasped in horror, instinctively moving closer to Zhou Chufeng. Then the man continued, we have been keeping a close watch on Zhou Fuxing for quite some time. Who would have thought he would break through so swiftly? If he continues on this path, Chenjiao will be severed from the Great Yin, but perhaps his child has inherited a portion of his bloodline. I truly wonder what the essence of such a brilliant daughter's blood would taste like. As he spoke, a glint of greed sparkled in his eyes, fixated on Zhou Chufeng. The teachers felt a chill run down their spines. While the disciples turned pale, their faces drained of color. Oh, they were evil cultivators. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes turned icy as she let out a derisive laugh. The man appeared unfazed, turning his gaze to the ashen-faced Zhou Chufeng with a benign demeanor. This young lady, I am Zhu Yu, a law enforcer from Chenjiao, here to invite you to our mountain. Zhou Chufeng fought to suppress her fear, stating, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not my father's biological daughter and do not inherit his bloodline. Zhu Yu paused. Really? Indeed. While the academy may be unaware, many in Tianyang City are well informed. After my father attained his divine powers, his lineage became common knowledge in Tianyang. Zhu Yu's smile gradually vanished, his expression shifting to calm and then darkening. What shall we do then? I have expended so much effort to come to the Infinite Academy, only to return with trash. Zhu Yu murmured, incredulous as he gazed at Zhou Chufeng. Very well. Now that I have come, I shall take you back. If my master inquires, I shall say I know nothing. Zhou Chufeng, taken aback by the prospect of being taken away, felt an overwhelming despair and shouted, I would rather die than go to your Qinzhao. Such vile cultivators, my father will surely not spare you upon his return. Humph. Zhu Yu coldly laughed, choosing not to respond as his aura surged once more. Yet Yao Lao interjected, your Qinzhao has been blocked by the Great Yin in the southern wilderness for generations. The only reason you have emerged this time is that someone from the Great Yin intentionally permitted your passage, correct? Chapter 69. Release Sister Zhou, so this matter involves the Great Yin? The crowd was taken aback as Yao Lao continued. Even Zhou Fuxing's situation was likely revealed to you by them. You are merely a weapon wielded by the Great Yin against Mr. Zhou, yet you fail to consider why the Great Yin does not act directly if Mr. Zhou is truly insignificant. Zhu Yu paused, unable to answer this question. However, after a moment's contemplation, he launched another attack, channeling his spiritual energy into a hand that reached for Zhou Chufeng. Evil cultivators are indeed incomprehensible. Yao Lao's beard bristled as he spoke, joining the other teachers in resisting the approaching hand. But Zhu Yu's strike was evidently serious, imbued with the essence of the Tao body, and everyone felt as if a mountain had descended upon them, rendering their myriad techniques futile. Xiao Yu's expression turned frantic as she repeatedly cast spells. Seeing that the hand was about to reach Zhou Chufeng, in desperation, she charged forward, positioning herself as a shield. Thud. The moment she made contact with the hand, she felt a tremendous impact, her internal organs in turmoil. And she spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From Zhu Yu's attack to Xiao Yu's fall, it took merely a few breaths. The hand struck down Xiao Yu before seizing Zhou Chufeng, pulling her to Zhu Yu's side. Teacher Xiao. Zhou Chufeng cried out in alarm, and hastily added, Teacher Zhang, do not come any closer. The crowd was filled with rage, yet intimidated by Zhu Yu's formidable presence. They dared not act. Zhu Yu surveyed them with a light laugh. Now this is more like it that if you had all complied from the start, there would have been no issues, since you have been obedient. I shall spare your lives with that. He leisurely turned to leave. Release Sister Zhou. At that moment, a youthful, melodious voice echoed, causing Zhu Yu to halt mid-step and turn back. Yao Lao urged, Miss Yicha, do not worry. Mr. Zhou will surely have a way. He stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Yicha. But Zhu Yu interjected, Old man, step aside and let me see her. Yao Lao, frantic, blocked Yicha with all his might. Just as Zhu Yu's expression darkened and he was about to strike, Yicha broke free from Yao Lao, twisting her body and leaping out. You southern wilderness folk have hidden away in the mountains for too long. Unaware of my Uncle Zhou's strength, did I advise you to let Sister Zhou go? I can still plead with Uncle Zhou to spare you. Yicha exclaimed, her voice youthful yet brimming with anger and pity. The teachers' faces turned anxious as they shielded Yicha once more. Yet Zhu Yu displayed no anger, instead appearing excited. You are the niece of Zhou Fuxing, yet you do not know who your father is. Possessing such formidable bloodline power, I presume using you as a catalyst could elevate me to the later stages of the Tao body. Zhu Yu's expression turned greedy, his eyes gleaming. What bloodline is this? It seems to contain powerful water and fire attributes, along with various other potent bloodlines. The crowd was bewildered, yet they sensed Yicha's uniqueness and, in a panic, enveloped her in spiritual energy, isolating her from Zhu Yu's scrutiny. Zhou Chufeng shouted in fury, You would not spare even a young girl. Are you not human? Zhu Yu remained unfazed, chuckling, But you are a young girl too. Ah! With that, he flickered and charged forward, knocking several teachers aside. Before conjuring another hand of spiritual energy to seize Yicha, turning to leave. What shall we do now? The fallen teachers despaired. Yao Lao sighed. We can only hope Mr. Zhou arrives swiftly. We must first attend to Teacher Xiao. And Zhang Tiandu, quickly recover. Perhaps we can reattach the severed arm. Understood. The disciples hurriedly moved to lift Xiao, Yue.at that moment. A voice echoed from afar. It was you who blocked this young girl. Do not blame me. As the words fell, a slender beam of light flashed in the sky, accompanied by a destructive aura, hurtling directly toward them. Quick dodge! Yao Lao shouted, but the crowd was unprepared, and there was no time left to react. The crowd was engulfed in despair, their eyes wide as they witnessed a fleeting brilliance descend upon the hall. In an instant, the grand edifice before them collapsed with a thunderous roar, the ground trembling violently. However, the devastation was considerably less than they had anticipated. What was happening? Had the falling moon missed its target? No, it seemed that someone had intervened, neutralizing the attack. Protect the disciples, shouted several teachers as they turned to look at the students' positions. But to their astonishment, it appeared as if an invisible hand swept by, causing the disciples to vanish one by one from their original locations. Then, they felt a gentle force beside them, and in a fleeting moment of disorientation, they found themselves on the mountaintop outside the Infinite Academy. Turning their gaze towards the academy, they beheld the hall, where they had just been, suddenly erupting in a violent explosion, the surrounding ground cracking open to reveal deep chasms. As confusion spread among the crowd, a phantom began to materialize, revealing the hem of a long robe. As they looked upward from the robe, they beheld a colossal figure, existing between reality and illusion. Gazing down at them, Mr. Zhou, Dean Zhou, you have finally arrived, the crowd exclaimed with fervor. Zhou Fuxing spoke, his voice resonating with authority. Whose attack was that? Where is Feng? The disciples cried out in unison. Dean, pursue. Zhou Chufeng has been taken away. And Miss Yi Cha too. Zhou Fuxing's expression darkened. He had indeed not spotted Yi Cha among the disciples. That person claimed to be from Nanhua's Chunjiao Mountain. They intend to take them back as medicinal ingredients. One disciple shouted, without hesitation. Zhou Fuxing followed the path of the sword's radiance. This was indeed Nanhua, but how had the malevolent cultivators from there managed to emerge? Zhou Fuxing mused, knowing little about Nanhua. Unless one made a concerted effort to gather information, few in the Dayan Empire were aware of its affairs. That it was rumored to be a realm of dark practitioners, prompting the Dayan Empire to station guards at the borders to thwart any incursions from the evil sections. Consequently, even though Tianyang City was located in the southern part of the Dayan Empire, many years had passed without any news from Nanhua, and its very existence had faded from memory, lost in thought. Zhou Fuxing's speed did not falter. He accelerated to his utmost. Within mere strides, he sensed a presence of a Dharma body soaring southward, accompanied by two weaker auras. Without further ado, he propelled himself forward, confronting the figure of the falling moon directly. The falling moon could hardly fathom that Zhou Fuxing had arrived so swiftly. He had calculated the fastest speed of a first-layer Dharma body and had set out at an even quicker pace. Could it be that Zhou Fuxing possessed an unparalleled technique to enhance his speed? The falling moon was incredulous. At this level of Dharma body, methods to increase linear flight speed were exceedingly rare. Yet, astonishment aside, he remained unfazed, turning to face Zhou Fuxing at that very moment. Zhou Fuxing struck, unleashing a freezing incantation. Dark dust, profound ice. A chilling aura erupted from Zhou Fuxing, spreading through the void and freezing the turbulent winds in midair. The falling moon scoffed, releasing a blinding white light from his body, countering with his strongest technique. When facing an opponent of lower cultivation, one should unleash all their might to eliminate them. However, the falling moon was unaware that from the moment he appeared at the Infinite Academy, Zhou Fuxing's cultivation had already surpassed his own by a layer. With a resounding crack, the light unleashed by the falling moon was inexplicably frozen, hurtling back towards its source. Alarmed, the falling moon hastily suppressed his aura and began to retreat with Zhou Chufeng and Yi Cha in tow. With a resounding crash, a massive block of profound ice formed where the falling moon had once stood, only to be shattered by Zhou Fuxing's punch, sending shards of ice cascading down to the ground. What kind of technique is this? The falling moon was filled with dread. Had he been but a moment slower, he would have been trapped within. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, but felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if burdened by a great mountain. This is bad. I have indeed been struck by that icy aura. The falling moon's face turned pale that moment. Zhou Fuxing retracted his energy, only to hear the system prompt. detected that your daughter Zhou Chufeng is facing a formidable enemy. Congratulations. Your cultivation has risen to the fourth layer of the Dharma body. Zhou Fuxing's expression remained impassive as he unleashed another dark dust profound ice. The profound ice spread once more, and the falling moon, with a fierce expression, struck his chest with his palm. Was he attempting self-harm? No, this must be some dark cultivation secret. Zhou Fuxing's eyes narrowed as he heard the system prompt again. System detected that the falling moon's cultivation has increased. Congratulations, your cultivation has risen to the fifth layer of the Dharma body. Raising an eyebrow, he felt little joy. Even with a single layer of superiority, it was impossible to eliminate him without employing two other forbidden spells. The falling moon's face momentarily paled before regaining its color, his aura surging by yet another layer, his gaze turning fierce as he glared at Zhou Fuxing. He then drew his sword, striking towards the profound ice Zhou Fuxing had conjured. I, the falling moon, possess countless secret techniques. You are merely a rural cultivator. At most, you can only rely on this freezing spell. The falling moon mocked, his expression dripping with disdain. Yet the next moment, his countenance froze in disbelief. As his sword light made contact with the profound ice, it was instantly encased in ice, forming a long, slender crescent shape. Suspended in the in the falling moon's perception, the sword light was still surging forward. Seemingly unimpeded, yet it had undeniably been frozen. His pupils contracted as he finally realized the extraordinary nature of Zhou Fuxing's technique. He immediately turned and fled with all his might. This profound ice had exceeded his understanding of techniques. If he did not run now, it might be too late. In an instant, the falling moon vanished, leaving only Zhou Fuxing and the frozen sword light behind. Zhou Fuxing remained unfazed, coldly chuckling. Run. After using a technique to boost your cultivation. How far do you think you can escape? The more you rely on secret techniques, the quicker you shall perish. Indeed, just a few breaths later, the system prompted once more. The system detected that the falling moon's cultivation has increased. Congratulations. Your cultivation has risen to the sixth layer of the Dharma body. Without hesitation, Zhou Fuxing shattered the sword light before him, his figure flickering as he pursued. The falling moon was utterly bewildered by the rapid events. Yet he dared not dwell on it, accelerating with all his strength. Falling moon, let us down. I will convince my father to let you go. Zhou Chufeng implored, her words igniting a surge of anger within the falling moon. Silence, speak again, and I shall slay you. Zhou Chufeng dared not utter another word, but Yi Cha interjected, What are you afraid of? If you kill us, you won't escape either. Just obediently apologize to Uncle Zhou, and we will truly plead for your sake. The falling moon's gaze turned icy, yet he refrained from striking this moment. All his strength was devoted to fleeing. Should he turn his attention to the two girls, he would undoubtedly be pursued by Zhou Fuxing the next instant. Forget it, Sister Zhou. He is a fool who does not know how to save himself, that we shall wait for Uncle Zhou to arrive and deal with him. Yi Cha declared with a resigned sigh, lowering her head to admire the scenery. Meanwhile, the falling moon was filled with dread. He could distinctly sense Zhou Fuxing's aura drawing ever closer, relentless in its pursuit, with no distance between them. Could it be that their maximum speeds were identical? Almost impossible. Thus, Zhou Fuxing was merely trailing behind, biding his time for the moment the effects of the secret technique would wane. Anxious, the falling moon hastily struck his chest again, blood surging backward. System detected that the falling moon's cultivation has increased. Congratulations. Your cultivation has risen to the seventh layer of the Dharma body, upon hearing the system's prompt. Zhou Fuxing was equally astonished. These malevolent cultivators from Nanhua indeed possess some remarkable abilities, managing to elevate their cultivation multiple times in quick succession. Yet now, it seemed he had reached his limit. Zhou Fuxing continued to trail the falling moon, discreetly gathering the power of dark dust profound ice. These three forbidden spells could be unleashed directly, while the dark dust profound ice would lower his cultivation by one layer. Albeit its power remained formidable, surpassing most techniques that if he were to accumulate power, he could reduce the opponent to the level of a mere mortal, unleashing devastating force. However, such an act would inevitably inflict some harm upon himself. If he reduced himself to a mortal, he would likely be the first to perish in the icy grasp. Nevertheless, in dealing with the falling moon, reducing him to the first layer of the Dharma body would suffice. Zhou Fuxing was not in a hurry. The longer the chase continued, the more advantageous it became for him. While the falling moon ahead was steeped in despair, he could hardly hold on any longer in this moment of shock. The falling moon recalled the words of the old alchemist, but another question arose. What made Zhou Fuxing so powerful? Why did the Dayan Empire imply that he should kill his adversary? At this moment, Zhu Yu has come to the realization that he has likely been used as a pawn by the Dayan dynasty. It seems that whether he can defeat Zichu Fshing is of little importance. Dayan merely seeks to understand Fshing. Zhu Yu's countenance darkens, and combined with his pallid complexion from exhaustion, he appears almost like a vengeful specter. Fshing observes the transformation from a distance, remaining calm as he patiently awaits the moment when Zhu Yu's energy wanes, ready to completely encase him in ice. However, at that instant, another towering figure emerges before Zhu Yu, standing majestically between heaven and earth. This, too, is a Fa Shun, clad in dark, resplendent garments adorned with faintly shimmering, mysterious runes. Prominently displayed on his chest is a radiant rune that resembles three flames. Fshing's expression sharpens. For that rune is the very emblem of the Dayan dynasty. Could this person be the general UNM, stationed at the southern frontier to thwart the nefarious cultivators from Nuing? Zhu Fshing is taken aback. The aura emanating from this individual is immensely substantial, reaching the 7th level of, coupled with his obviously extraordinary garments and other unknown treasures. It is no wonder that he is capable of bearing such a heavy responsibility. Yet the crucial question remains. Does he have any connection with Zhu Yu? Lost in thought, Zichu suddenly accelerates again. Although his aura has indeed diminished, he manages to create some distance between himself and Zhu Fshing. Zhu Fshing hastens to pursue him. Just then, a streak of light shoots towards him from the distance, blocking his path. With no choice but to halt, Zhu Fshing realizes that advancing further would mean facing an attack from a 7th level. Irritation flickers in his heart, but he maintains his composure, inquiring, "May I ask what business you have in stopping me, esteemed fellow?" As he speaks, he offers a slight bow, exuding utmost politeness. Unexpectedly, the Dayan cultivator snorts coldly, retorting, "Who says I am your fellow? I am General UNM of the Dayan dynasty, guarding the southern borders. Ahead lies Nuing. If you take another step forward, I shall not be courteous." Unperturbed by the rebuke, Zhu Fshing gestures toward Zhu Yu's direction, stating, "That individual is a nefarious cultivator who has abducted 2 young girls and taken them to Nuing. Why do you not intervene? Preposterous." UNM barks back, his furious voice echoing through the heavens. "Is it within your right to dictate my actions? Speak further, and you shall be deemed guilty of defiance." A glint of cold fury flashes in Fshing's eyes, followed swiftly by UNM's declaration. Indeed, he is a nefarious cultivator. Thus, he should be allowed to proceed to Nuing. The atmosphere grows frigid as Zhu Fshing's expression hardens. Let a nefarious cultivator go free. What sort of reasoning is that? Why not simply capture him? And the 2 young girls? Have they been forgotten entirely? Realizing this, Zhu Fshing concludes that UNM is likely purposefully obstructing him, perhaps even aiding Zhu Yu in entering Dayan. Watching Zhu Yu's figure recede into the distance, Zhu Fshing turns to UNM with an expression of indifference, stating, "Allow me to enter Nuing, and I shall eliminate that nefarious cultivator and return the 2 girls. Naturally, I will return to Dayan." As he speaks, he discreetly gathers the dark, chilling energy of his hidden spell. In truth, he has not ceased his preparation since earlier, initially contemplating how much force to apply when targeting Zhu Yu, concerned that excessive power might freeze him to death and hinder his advancement. But now he can act freely. "Allow you to enter Nuing. Who knows if you carry secrets of Dayan, intending to present them to the nefarious sect of Nuing as a token of allegiance?" UNM scoffs, releasing an oppressive aura that descends upon Zhu Fshing. Yet the moment this aura brushes against him, UNM's expression shifts dramatically, and he decisively strikes. After all, Fshing has no intention of holding back. Despite his covert preparations, he is still detected by UNM. Clang. Without further ado, UNM summons a silver spear, stepping closer to confront Fshing. The spear in his hand towers above the two. And with a swing, it seems capable of shattering heaven and earth. As UNM thrusts the spear forward, an unapproachable sharpness manifests, aimed directly at UFSH's heart. The intent of the spear is tangible. And together with UNM's aura, it suppresses HUFSH, rendering him nearly immobile. Even lifting a single finger feels laborious. However, ZUFSH only needs to move a single finger. With a release of his hands from behind his back, he raises an index finger, dispelling the gathered spell that in an instant, a bone-chilling aura erupts from him, causing ZUFSH to feel as though he has entered the very heart of a glacier. Even under the blazing sun, it cannot alleviate the coldness. The frigid energy penetrates to his marrow, and simultaneously, his cultivation diminishes, plummeting back to the realm of crack. ZUFSH is the first to be encased in ice. And soon after, the dark ice begins to spread, engulfing the surrounding space. Though it may seem lengthy to recount, in reality, the span from when ZUFSH lifted his finger to when he was completely encased in ice was but a single breath. As UNM certainly has enough time to react within a breath. However, he mistakenly believes this to be ZUFSH's last-ditch self-defense technique. When he perceives that ZUFSH appears gravely injured and his silver spear encounters resistance. Only then does he realize the gravity of the situation. UNM's expression shifts dramatically, and he attempts to withdraw, but it is too late. Crack. The tip of the spear is encased in ice, halting its advance, and UNM loses his grip, leaning forward slightly. UNM is filled with terror. The power of this dark ice exceeds his comprehension, rivaling the legendary techniques he had only heard whispers of in Dian City. He had thought them mere myths. Who would have imagined he would encounter one firsthand? Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of ice extending, within a few breaths, UNM finds himself encased in ice just like ZUFSH. Fortunately, this dark ice merely serves to freeze, lacking significant offensive capability, allowing him to retain some consciousness. Why does this person possess such a technique? Is he truly willing to perish alongside me? As ZUFSH's aura diminishes too, and his is riddled with cracks and holes, he is severely injured. UNM observes all of this with keen interest. Fortunately, after a period, once this dark ice dissipates, I shall return as the unscathed general of the Southern Defense, while you, without a doubt, will meet your demise. Chapter 72. The Serpent's Offspring regaining his composure, UNM manages to quell the chaos caused by the freezing. What manner of technique is this? Mine is frozen. I cannot retract it, and my true self feels utterly disconnected. It is as if heaven and earth themselves have been encased in ice. UNM is astonished, attempting several methods to break free from the ice. But to no avail. Just then, he notices a sudden change in ZUFSH's aura, as it surges back to the realm of, simultaneously, the cracks and holes on his heel instantaneously. As if they had never existed, the UNM is left in a state of utter bewilderment, his mind blank. Detection. The host's daughter, ZUFSH, is facing a formidable adversary. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has ascended to the 7th level of. Emerging from the icy confinement, ZUFSH's expression tightens. The Shifeng and YSH remain in Zhu Yu's grasp. Time is of the essence, and he must hasten. With a single punch, he shatters the dark ice that had imprisoned him, his complexion slightly pale. Though the freeze has been lifted and his cultivation restored, the internal injuries from the extreme cold still linger, enduring the pain in his chest and abdomen. ZUFSH gazes toward UNM. The latter, also at the 7th level of, was struck head-on by ZUFSH's dark, chilling energy, yet remains merely encased in ice without sustaining significant harm. This, aside from his own lack of proficiency in the technique, is largely due to UNM's formidable defenses. The intricately rune-etched garments he wears serve as his battle armor. Alas, it is a pity that he is now trapped within the ice. His true self remains a mystery, and I must let him go. Saving the children is of utmost priority, since one is not a congenital. One cannot transform their true body into. Thus there must be a hidden true self nearby during the presence of. ZUFSH's musings are clearly overheard by UNM encased in ice, inciting a wave of indignation. Yet he can do nothing but watch helplessly as ZUFSH's figure flickers and vanishes from sight. As UNM watches him depart, he breathes a sigh of relief. Yet, soon after, Anger surges within him. This individual must be eliminated. The freezing will only last for a few days. I must return to Dian City and gather a formidable army. At the borders of Dian, silence reigns, leaving behind a colossal figure trapped within an ice mountain. Frozen in the act of thrusting a spear, his face forever etched with the terror of being frozen. Meanwhile, Zichifasaching, having left the Dian borders, does not travel far before sensing an inexplicable eeriness. Not only are the forests below sparse and stunted, but the ground is also marred by what appears to be toxic mud. In the distance, a purple miasma hangs ominously over the mountaintop, revealing the desolate visage of Ennu Ing. However, upon reflection, it is quite reasonable that such a dire environment would give rise to numerous malevolent cultivators. The mire and miasma serve to isolate the various regions of the southern wilderness from the outside world, concealing the evils within while thwarting the advance of the Great Yin. Zhou Fuxing's expression turned grave. Although the system provided guidance toward Zhou Chufeng's direction, preventing him from losing his way in this desolate land, he knew he could not traverse the toxic mire unscathed, that he was compelled to reserve a portion of his spiritual energy for defense, which inevitably slowed his pace. Having already been delayed for a considerable time by General Jinnan, he now found himself further hindered by the terrain, while the malevolent cultivator, Zhu Yu, had undoubtedly created a significant distance by now. Qinzhou Mountain, perched atop a flat-topped hill, revealed a sight of the surrounding toxic pools when viewed from its summit, an expanse of poisonous water encircling the mountain, with no visible edge in sight. This peak, standing amidst the toxic mire, was not only a product of nature, but also a result of the relentless labor of the malevolent cultivators of Qinzhou Mountain, who tirelessly transported stones and soil day by day. Of course, it was not the malevolent cultivators themselves who toiled. Instead, there were slaves, their tongues cut out, laboring to expand the mountaintop. Even if their combined efforts in a day could not match the efficiency of a single trip by a powerful cultivator. The malevolent beings of Qinzhou Mountain remained indifferent, instead bringing in more slaves for the issue of sustenance. They could simply procure it from the toxic pools below. Has Zhu Yu not returned yet? In a grand hall, a middle-aged cultivator spoke in a deep voice. Master, one disciple replied cautiously. Zhu Yu Shirshu has yet to return. Could it be that he has been captured by the Great Yin? This middle-aged cultivator was currently the leader of Qinzhou Mountain, known as Shuaizizi. Upon hearing the disciple's response, Shuaizizi shook his head, saying no, the Great Yin has no need to resort to such measures. In my view, they are attempting to use Qinzhou Mountain's hand to eliminate certain individuals they cannot control. Shuaizizi let out a cold laugh and took a sip from a cup of blood wine. That it must be noted that as the helmsman of Qinzhou Mountain, Shuaizizi possessed a profound understanding of the Great Yin. Making an accurate guess with just a few words, someone nearby remarked, but Elder Wu is already on the verge of a breakthrough. Achieving the manifestation realm is no trivial matter. It cannot be interrupted. If Zhu Yu does not return with a medicinal catalyst, the breakthrough will be significantly more difficult. The speaker's expression was filled with concern. Yet Shuaizizi showed no sign of worry, merely stating, if he can bring it back, then good. If not, so be it. There are plenty of manifestation realm cultivators in the southern wilderness who have managed to break through without returning from the Great Yin. Just as the conversation continued, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air was heard outside, followed by a familiar aura that indicated a severely injured Zhu Yu. The group hurried outside to investigate, only to find Zhu Yu pale and weak, sprawled on the ground before the hall, accompanied by two delicate little girls who anxiously watched the scene unfold. Zhou Chufeng appeared unremarkable, yet upon seeing Yi Cha, the crowd's expressions lit up with astonishment, revealing unmasked greed and malevolence. This little girl is truly exceptional. Exceptional. The Great Yin dynasty possesses such a bloodline. This girl will belong to me. Zhu Yu Shirshu risked his life to bring her back. How could you take her? I will safeguard her until he awakens. You brat, if you wish to monopolize her, just say so. No need for all this nonsense. The malevolent cultivators of Qinzhou Mountain erupted in a cacophony, causing Yi Cha to instinctively draw closer to Zhou Chufeng, burying her head in the latter's bosom. Silence. A sharp rebuke rang out, startling Yi Cha. This is what Elder Wu needs for his breakthrough. None of you can take her. Someone, escort both of them to Elder Wu's chamber. The rest of you, guard the mountain gate. Zhu Yu is gravely injured. it is highly likely that someone is pursuing him. Shuaizizi's voice was low, but commanded immediate silence among the malevolent cultivators, who obeyed without dare to defy. Chapter 73. I heard you can avoid lightning. A bewitching woman stepped forward, her voice laced with enchanting allure. Come along. My two little sisters. Though she claimed to be leading them away, with a light wave of her hand, she ensnared both girls in her embrace and began to guide them toward a house emanating a ghastly green glow. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing was consumed by urgency, but dared not take a detour, plunging headfirst into the eerie purple miasma. Upon entering the miasma, he immediately felt his consciousness dulling significantly. After taking a few more steps, even his bodily senses began to blur. The world before him was an expanse of purple, rendering him unable to discern directions or his footing. He could only rely on the system's guidance toward Zhou Chufeng's location, barely managing to maintain a straight path. This will not do. I cannot afford to be so slow. Delay may lead to disaster. Zhou Fuxing gritted his teeth, forcing himself to regain clarity. Without hesitation, he gathered the Anshin Xianbing in his hand once more, and after a few moments, unleashed it forward as the icy breath met the miasma. It appeared to solidify, collapsing onto the ground and creating a hole through which sunlight streamed in. However, Zhou Fuxing felt no joy. Instead, his expression darkened as the air around him grew oppressive, as if matching the intensity of the forbidden ice. For at that moment, as he unleashed the Xianbing, the system alerted him that Zhou Chufeng had provoked a formidable enemy. Warning him of the presence of hundreds, they had already infiltrated Chunjiao Mountain. Zhou Fuxing's anger flared. He yearned to burst forth from the miasma and obliterate the entire Chunjiao Mountain. Yet, the miasma proved to be quite the nuisance. Gritting his teeth, he redirected the energy of the Xianbing into a fierce blue flame. Forbidden spell, Sanxiao Dihua. Zhou Fuxing's energy plummeted, wrinkles slowly forming on his face, the skin becoming dry and coarse. Yet he seemed oblivious, desperately amplifying the fire in his hand. Before long, he bore the visage of a thoroughly middle-aged man as his eyelids grew heavy. He nearly fainted. Is this miasma at work, he thought. Enough, Sanxiao Dihua. Burn for me. With a roar, Zhou Fuxing unleashed a sweeping motion of his sleeve, sending forth a fan-shaped burst of azure flames. Boom. The purple miasma erupted in a brilliant blaze, accompanied by a scorching wave that surged toward Zhou Fuxing. The forbidden spell exacted a toll on his lifespan, yielding an unparalleled and expansive inferno. Zhou Fuxing staggered back a few steps, straining with all his might to steady himself. His clothes were disheveled, with patches of charred marks dotting his body, and strands of hair mingled with white. Yet his eyes sparkled with delight and satisfaction, for the purple miasma ahead blazed fiercely, retreating gradually. Though this retreat was merely an illusion. In reality, the miasma had been completely incinerated. Zhou Fuxing exhaled in relief, fearful that the lifespan he had expended might diminish the flame's potency, that no longer hesitating. Zhou Fuxing waved his sleeve again, gathering a massive fireball and then compressing it until it shrank from a size larger than a person to that of a ping-pong ball. With a sudden squeeze, the fireball detonated. Boom! Zhou Fuxing shielded himself with spiritual energy, as the scene before him transformed into an absolute sea of fire, obscuring all visibility. Yet, after a few moments, the flames gradually receded, and Zhou Fuxing summoned his manifestation, standing tall as he gazed afar. However, what met his eyes was a completely charred wasteland, devoid of the previous skeletal forests and toxic pools. This single Sanxiao Dihua had reduced everything in the vicinity to ashes. Zhou Fuxing was astounded. The sheer force exhibited was not only due to the Sanxiao Dihua being an offensive technique, but also because of the factor of lifespan. Lifespan, far more challenging to enhance than cultivation. This time, I will ensure that you malevolent cultivators are reduced to dust. Zhou Fuxing declared fiercely, then took a step forward. Finding himself several miles away in an instant, he accelerated continuously, and once he passed beyond the charred remnants, he beheld the endless toxic pools. Though repugnant, they would not significantly impede his speed. Before long, a solitary mountain emerged before him, isolated amidst the vast toxic expanse. The Fenger and Yichao were within. Zhou Fuxing also spotted a ghastly green aura emanating from the mountain's peak, gathering strength, with the surrounding spiritual energy swirling in a vortex. That must be the place where the elder is attempting to break through, using his daughter as a medicinal catalyst. Zhou Fuxing's face hardened, and his gaze toward Qinzhao Mountain grew devoid of any emotion. Who goes there? Why have you summoned your manifestation and intruded upon my Qinzhao Spirit Mountain? A voice of reproach rang out. Zhou Fuxing scrutinized the source and realized it was the most powerful presence within Qinzhao Mountain. Shuaizizi narrowed his eyes upon seeing Zhou Fuxing's silence and declared, "All manifestation realm cultivators, immediately join me in battle. We shall turn this person into a grand medicinal concoction." He had surmised that Zhou Fuxing was the one who had forced Zhu Yu to flee using secret arts, resulting in his grievous injuries. Thus, he was exceedingly grave, commanding the remaining 2 manifestation realm cultivators of Qinzhao Mountain to join forces against Zhou Fuxing. However, as soon as his words fell, he watched in astonishment as Zhou Fuxing retreated step after step. "He is fleeing!" Someone exclaimed in shock. "No, everyone be on guard." With a command from Shuaizizi, he was the first to strike, unleashing a streak of light that shot towards Zhou Fuxing from afar, revealing itself to be a green, venomous snake. This was none other than Shuaizizi's innate poisonous serpent, originally a beast of the heavenly connection realm. After being refined by him, it not only retained a portion of its intelligence, but also merged with his cultivation techniques, becoming an immensely powerful entity. Indeed, it was this green serpent that had solidified Shuaizizi's status as the current leader of Qinzhao Mountain. Naturally, Shuaizizi held unwavering confidence in his green snake. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing took several steps back, then pointed to the sky with one hand, muttering incantations. 9 underworld heavenly thunder. With a fierce shout, a thunderous crash resounded as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the world. Thunder technique? Shuaizizi remained unperturbed, although he was unaware of when the Great Yin Dynasty had produced a cultivator of the thunder technique in the realm of law bodies. He, Shuaizizi, was most adept at defying fate, rendering the thunder technique utterly ineffective. It must be understood that the essence of the thunder technique lies in its judgmental intent, without the divine judgment of fate. The thunder technique was merely an ordinary spell, at best providing a brief illumination. The members of Qinzhao Mountain's evil sect scoffed, mocking, "This person is not one of our southern wilderness cultivators. He must not have heard of our ancestors' renowned ability to evade lightning. Haha, what does heavenly thunder matter? Our ancestor has no doubt slain countless fools who attempted to use thunder techniques against us." The thunder technique relies on divine will, yet these self-proclaimed righteous cultivators would likely crumble if faced with a thunderbolt themselves. Just look at him, so furious. We have not provoked him, yet he insists on playing the hero. This time, having crossed paths with our ancestor, if he can escape with his life, I shall show him what true evil cultivation entails. Haha, with Brother Zheng's skills, that man will be crying for his mother in no time. The Qinzhao Mountain cultivators laughed heartily at Zhou Fuxing, dismissing him entirely. Yet they were oblivious to the incredulous expression on Shuaizizi's face as he charged forward. This was no ordinary thunder technique. Just as the crowd had claimed, Shuaizizi had no doubt slain numerous cultivators skilled in thunder techniques, and his understanding of it was no less than that of any righteous cultivator. However, he now felt an unprecedented pressure and sense of crisis. In contemplation, Shuaizizi advanced, closing the distance to Zhou Fuxing to a mere 3 miles, an easily reachable span for both of them. Seeing Zhou Fuxing still conjuring the thunder technique, Shuaizizi dared not hesitate. He struck first, a blue-green sword light suddenly shooting from his palm, using his own body as the sheath for the sword. The moment it was unleashed, it moved at a speed akin to thunder and wind. Clang! The sword light, accompanied by a whistling sound, swiftly reached Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing, with one hand pointing skyward and the other forming a hand seal, was utterly unable to resist. However, just as Shuaizizi's sword light was a mere foot away from Zhou Fuxing, a flash of light descended from the heavens, blinding the eyes of all present. "I can't believe how bright that is. Heavenly thunder. That person has also made his move. Wait, why is there only light without sound?" The members of Qinzhao Mountain were astonished. Zhou Fuxing's thunder technique was silent. Upon closer inspection, they found nothing amiss. This is strange. What could be happening? Could it be that his thunder technique has failed? But light must accompany sound when it comes from thunder. Have you all noticed that our ancestor hasn't moved at all? A hesitant disciple spoke up, causing the crowd to fall silent, quickly turning to look. Indeed, they saw Shuai Shizi frozen in place, maintaining his attack posture without the slightest movement. The sword light he had unleashed had also mysteriously vanished. In the next moment, the crowd watched as Zhou Fuxing stepped forward, crossing over Shuai Shizi and approaching Qinzhao Mountain. As he moved, a gentle breeze swirled around him, causing ripples to spread across the poisoned waters beneath the ground. The ripples expanded from Zhou Fuxing's original position to Shuai Shizi's feet, the breeze lifting the hem of his garments. Suddenly, Shuai Shizi's arms and ears began to disintegrate into ash, carried away by the breeze. The wind quickly passed, yet the disintegration did not cease. Cracks appeared all over his body, and soon he crumbled into dust, falling to the ground. That in the blink of an eye, a powerful figure in the law-body realm was reduced to mere ashes. Leaving no trace behind, the members of Qinzhao Mountain stood in stunned silence, staring at the spot where Shuai Shizi had vanished, as if this outcome was an incomprehensible piece of information that their minds could not process. "Ancestor!" One of the evil cultivators cried out in horror. His voice filled with palpable fear. He turned to flee but stumbled in his haste, bracing himself with his hands as he scrambled to escape. Not daring to look back. "Stop!" At that moment, a chilling voice echoed across the summit of Qinzhao Mountain. The fleeing figure froze, terror etched on his face, yet he dared not move, standing frozen in place. Zhou Fuxing, satisfied that this individual had complied and remained still, felt a sense of contentment. That earlier bolt of heavenly thunder had indeed been the most potent of the 3 forbidden spells bestowed by the Tuwu. Known as the 9 Underworld Heavenly Thunder, named for the 9 underworlds, it embodied the essence of judgment, light without sound, obliterating the law-body realm Shuai Shizi. However, the cost of the 9 Underworld Heavenly Thunder was a piece of fate. Zhou Fuxing felt no immediate loss, yet he sensed an intangible shift in the world around him. The intricacies of fate are profound and elusive, not as easily discernible as longevity and cultivation, leaving Zhou Fuxing uncertain of the extent of the changes. This forbidden spell, which he believed had incurred no cost, may very well be the most terrifying. Depleting one's fate could lead to becoming a target of divine retribution. Pondering these thoughts, Zhou Fuxing spoke, "I am merely here to retrieve my daughter. Everything else is of no consequence. You may remain here. I will have questions for you shortly." With that, he disregarded any potential reactions from the crowd and withdrew his law body, making his way toward the cave that faintly emanated a ghastly green light. There lay the aura of a breakthrough, likely where the elder in need of medicinal aids was located. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he found 2 Heavenly Connection Realm cultivators stationed at the door. However, upon seeing him approach, they recoiled in fear, pressing themselves against the wall. Zhou Fuxing paid them no heed. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a spell of profound ice, encasing the cave in frost. In no time, as his dissipating cultivation was replenished, Zhou Fuxing unleashed successive spells upon the cave's interior. Only when his power had diminished and ceased to rise did he finally exhale in relief and hasten into the cave. Fearing delays, he deliberately froze everything within the cave. That elder was merely at the 9th level of the Heavenly Connection Realm, and thus could not evade such frequent forbidden attacks for the 2 girls. He meticulously controlled the sensing aura on the profound ice to bypass them. Indeed, upon entering the cave, he discovered a small clearing enveloped in profound ice, with Zhou Chufeng and Yi Chao embracing one another. Anxiously surveying their surroundings, Funner, "Father has come to rescue you, and little Yi Chao," Zhou Fuxing exclaimed upon seeing the 2 girls unharmed, feeling immense relief and joy. Zhou Chufeng hurried over, burying her head in Zhou Fuxing's embrace, while Yi Chao followed closely behind, gripping his garment tightly. "It's all right now. Everyone in Qinzhao Mountain is under my control." Zhou Fuxing wiped away the tears from their faces, smiling as he spoke. After comforting them for a moment, he lifted his gaze once more to survey the cave meant for the breakthrough. Yet, upon this observation, Zhou Fuxing halted, his expression growing cold, having failed to notice earlier due to the ice. He now saw that the cave was littered with the corpses of children. Zhou Fuxing's expression turned frigid as he scanned the icy interior of the cave. In the center stood the elder of the 9th level of the Heavenly Connection Realm. Encased in ice, his face twisted in fear and despair as he gazed out from within his icy prison. Surrounding him were 8 jade bowls, each filled to the brim with fresh blood. Still warm to the touch, beyond the bowls lay a ring of young corpses, and Zhou Chufeng and Yi Chao had only narrowly escaped being among them, arriving just in time to avoid immediate death. It appeared they had intended to break through the formation directly. Thankfully, Zhou Fuxing had arrived in time. However, this was not all that the cave contained. Directly ahead, an ugly statue of a blue-faced, tusked monster adorned the perimeter of the formation, with several treasures offered in reverence at its base. The treasures were shrouded in a pale gray mist that swirled gently, and upon close listening, one could faintly hear the sound of hushed sobs emanating from within the mist. These mists were clearly the souls of the deceased. Did this elder of the Heavenly Connection realm really intend to sacrifice to an evil deity during his breakthrough? Zhou Fuxing felt a surge of fury ignite within him. Yet he suddenly realized that breakthroughs to higher realms often required the aid of deities. It appears that the former head of the Yu family, Yu Jinshan, required the guidance of a beast deity to break through to the physical embodiment stage. As for these malevolent cultivators, they undoubtedly rely on an evil god. Yet, I am left pondering which malevolent deity resides in Qinzhou Mountain. Moreover, if this elder requires so many young souls to achieve his breakthrough, how many physical embodiments must exist among the multitude of sinister practitioners in the southern wilderness? Even if we merely consider the resources needed for the ascent to the heavenly realm, the figure would be staggering. One must also contemplate whether this forsaken land can sustain such a plethora of nefarious beings. Could it be that there is some hidden support from the great Yin behind this? Zhou Fuxing mused to himself, though he found this notion rather implausible. For the southern wilderness is a barren wasteland in the eyes of the great Yin, which would have no incentive to provide aid. Furthermore, General Yuan Mu of the southern garrison exuded a faint aura of menace, though he lacked any significant dark energy. Thus, it is highly plausible that Yuan Mu has not always turned a blind eye to these malevolent practitioners, but is targeting them specifically this time. In ordinary circumstances, he would surely obstruct the ascent of these malevolent forces from whence do these sinister practitioners draw their required lives? Malevolent cultivators are inherently destined to consume lower-level practitioners, that if only they were present, few would dare to venture forth from the southern wilderness, and the assemblage of evil beings at Qinzhou Mountain would certainly not appear so harmonious. Indeed, harmonious, from the very first glance at Qinzhou Mountain. This question had taken root in Zhou Fuxing's mind. A cluster of malevolent practitioners in an enclosed space, conversing and laughing, their mutual vigilance seemingly this conceivable. Either this is not an enclosed space at all, or these malevolent cultivators possess a stable source of resources, and the resource for these malevolent beings is none other than human lives. Zhou Fuxing's expression grew solemn as he cast another glance at the group of young men and women. He observed that their faces were etched with profound terror, their visages a harrowing sight. Crucially, their hair was disheveled, not a recent state but rather one rarely tended to. Their garments were tattered, with several areas bearing signs of patching. The presence of repairs indicated a chronic lack of resources and a life dictated by necessity. Could it be that these individuals are inhabitants of the southern wilderness? The thought sprang into Zhou Fuxing's mind, and he felt it to be the correct conclusion. Lost in contemplation, Zhou Chufeng raised her head and declared, "Father, let us return. I wish to linger here no longer." Upon hearing this, Yi Cha hurriedly added, "Yes, Uncle Zhou, let us depart swiftly." Zhou Fuxing gently stroked her hair and replied, "We cannot simply leave without due cause. It would be remiss to let them take us here without collecting some interest. I owe it to you, Fenger, for the fright you endured, as well as to my 3 forbidden spells." With a cold chuckle, Zhou Fuxing led the two of them toward the elder of the heavenly realm. With a wave of his hand, the icy prison encasing Elder Wu was lifted, and the surrounding profound ice vanished, along with the corpses and blood, reducing them to mere ashes. Elder Wu trembled as he looked upon Zhou Fuxing, utterly bewildered by the situation that he had prepared extensively for his breakthrough, with the assistance of many from Qinzhou Mountain, and had anticipated the need for 2 medicinal catalysts. Yet, at the last moment, someone from the mountain had presented him with a grand gift, in high spirits for the impending breakthrough. He had barely settled into his seat when an inexplicable profound ice shot in from outside, freezing everything in place. The resources he had painstakingly gathered over countless years had been largely destroyed under this ice. He himself had been encased. Hearing the voices of the two girls, he thought, had a powerful figure suddenly arrived to rescue them? What misfortune had he incurred? In the southern wilderness, not even the most unfortunate cultivator had ever encountered such calamity. Your Excellency, your daughter has been rescued. And I shall take my leave. I have not harmed her, Elder Wu exclaimed in alarm. Zhou Fuxing's expression remained unchanged as he coolly responded, You frightened my daughter. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu's cold sweat poured forth. Yet his instinct for survival propelled his mind to race, and he immediately knelt before Yi Cha, exclaiming, This young lady. No, this little fairy, it was my error. I apologize. I am willing to offer compensation. Elder Wu, in a flustered voice, expressed his fear. Yi Cha pointed at Zhou Chufeng with her delicate finger and whispered, This uncle is actually Zhou Uncle's daughter. Elder Wu's entire being froze, and he hastily turned to bow before Zhou Chufeng. However, Zhou Fuxing intercepted him, stating, These empty gestures are meaningless, Fenger. What would you like to do? Hearing her father's words, Zhou Chufeng hesitated briefly before resolutely stating, He has killed so many. He deserves to die. Zhou Fuxing nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet he remarked, Death is inevitable, but one who dares to lay a hand on my precious daughter shall not escape lightly. With that, Zhou Fuxing focused his thoughts. And a strand of spiritual energy transformed into silver needles, piercing Elder Wu's dented my spiritual energy, my physical embodiment. Elder Wu shrieked in agony as his energy sea was shattered, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Physical embodiment. You cannot even open your meridians to sacrifice so many young lives for your breakthrough. I shall strip you of your cultivation. Zhou Fuxing bellowed, then unleashed dozens of silver needles, piercing Elder Wu's body. The destruction of his energy merely prevented him from entering the gathering spirit realm. However, he could still comprehend the world and refine his physical form, entering the meridian opening stage. Thus, Zhou Fuxing resolved to obliterate his meridians, forcing him to experience the torment of a lifetime devoid of cultivation. Chapter 76. The True Great Medicine. Countless transparent flowing needles pierced Elder Wu's body. In that moment, he was engulfed in despair. His mind blanked as the needle struck. He could only emit a muffled groan, his gaze becoming increasingly hollow and despondent. Is it that you cannot endure so quickly? What sort of malevolent cultivator are you, to have slain so many? Zhou Fuxing scoffed, no longer attending to Elder Wu, and with a wave of his sleeve, the needles dissipated. Let us depart. Just as they were about to leave, Zhou Fuxing noticed a peculiar change occurring within Elder Wu. More specifically, it was the spiritual energy within him that was undergoing transformation. With his energy shattered, all of his cultivation would disperse into the heavens, essentially within this cave. Yet at that moment, Elder Wu's spiritual energy began to converge, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy as well. The spiritual energy continuously contracted, forming a waterfall at the center, cascading onto the seat of cultivation beneath Elder Wu. This seat was intended to facilitate Elder Wu's practice. Yet now, with his energy ruptured, the spiritual energy escaped and then reformed in a cyclical pattern. Could it be that the formation for breaking through the physical embodiment stage has activated? Zhou Fuxing wondered, utterly perplexed by the scene before him. After a moment's consideration, he boldly pushed Elder Wu aside and extended his hand to explore. As expected, he observed that the spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in by his hand, surging eagerly toward his palm. Zhou Fuxing took a moment to feel it. The energy was devoid of any impurities that would yield adverse effects and was overwhelmingly abundant. This energy, originally meant for Elder Wu's breakthrough, had dissipated after the formation's disruption. Fenger, quickly take your seat on this platform. I shall protect you, Zhou Fuxing urged, then encased the entrance of the cave in profound ice. Though the malevolent cultivators of Chenjiao Mountain had been intimidated, caution was still warranted. Yes, father. Zhou Chufeng nodded, cautiously stepping forward to sit upon the platform. She had witnessed the transformation of the spiritual energy and was filled with anticipation for the effects of her absorption. Father, I shall begin, Zhou Chufeng announced, gradually activating her cultivation technique. The technique she practiced was the infinite refinement method taught at the Infinite Academy. although it was a technique accessible to all disciples. It possessed considerable power and the added benefit of refining spirit and soul, making it far from ordinary, albeit slightly challenging to cultivate. However, at this moment, the formation originally designated for the breakthrough of a ninth-level heavenly realm practitioner was now applied to her. A gathering spirit realm cultivator. Though the energy had escaped and become disordered, it was still immensely powerful that as soon as she activated her technique, Zhou Qufeng broke through a minor realm. Zhou Fuxing's expression tightened as he quickly opened his consciousness to observe the changes within Zhou Qufeng. This formation, deeply malevolent, had likely consumed countless lives. He needed to ensure that his daughter's absorption would not yield adverse effects or transform her into a malevolent practitioner. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou Qufeng's interior remained clear, without any signs of contamination from the spiritual energy. Thank goodness, it appears to be pure spiritual energy after all. Zhou Fuxing exhaled in relief, then utilized his consciousness to help his daughter refine the energy within her, ensuring that she would not experience a hasty breakthrough leading to an unstable foundation. Zhou Qufeng closed her eyes, her mind now solely focused on her cultivation. Before long, a faint radiance flickered across her body, then vanished, signaling her elevation to the first layer of the Spirit Sea realm. With such velocity, it is no wonder there are so many malevolent cultivators in this world. The power of merely a fragmented formation is astonishing. If one were to activate an array akin to that of Tianyang City, they might not need any preparation at all to ascend to the heavens. Zhou Fuxing quietly observed his daughter's breakthrough, lost in thought, when suddenly a warning from the system rang out. Detection of host daughter Zhou Qufeng encountering a formidable enemy. Target: Heavenly Realm. Upgrade cancelled. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. At this moment, someone dared to target Feng, or it seems that the nefarious cultivators from the outside are once again involved. Perhaps some unforeseen incident has transpired. Zhou Fuxing pondered this in his heart, yet paid it little heed. At this moment, outside the cave, an elder questioned in astonishment. Why not simply go up and eliminate him? Addressing a venerable figure in a white robe, whose youthful visage belied his age, the elder chuckled derisively, his voice surprisingly childlike. This individual dares to venture alone into the south wilderness and forcefully intrude upon our mountain gate. He is certainly not an ordinary foe. Slaying him does not necessarily imply that we have reached our limit. Someone immediately responded in disbelief. Elder, are you implying that even you lack the confidence to confront him? Hearing this, the elder paused slightly, then turned with a smile towards the speaker. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine. Attempting to compose himself, Elder. With a swift motion, the elder struck the man, causing his head to tilt and his body to sway precariously before collapsing to the ground. That a crimson handprint marked his face, and several teeth lay scattered about. In a state of panic, the man was about to plead for mercy when he noticed the elder's gentle smile, exuding an air of innocence and kindness. Of course, I possess the confidence. I am not one of you feckless fools. It is simply that I perceive the opponent's capabilities as commendable. A more cautious approach is prudent. After surveying the crowd, who were rendered mute with fear, he continued, all of you, hold your breath and gather your energy, then follow my command to form a formation around the cave. Yes, without needing further urging from the elder, the group of Shunjiao mountain cultivators hurriedly concealed their powers and followed his lead, encircling the cave of the fifth elder. Within the cave, Zhou Qufeng had now broken through to the fourth heaven of the Spirit Sea realm. Continue, Feng, or hold on. Zhou Fuxing encouraged, as Zhou Qufeng found herself overwhelmed by the excessive energy from higher realms. Feeling quite unwell, her energy sea pulsating with an uncomfortable sensation. Nevertheless, she obediently stabilized her aura and absorbed the formation left by the elder at that moment. The fifth elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Zhou Qufeng's aura. That is mine. You actually allowed a mere spirit-gathering realm wretch to use it. What a waste. What a waste. The fifth elder's voice grew hoarse as he lamented, his gaze greedy as it fell upon Zhou Qufeng. Zhou Fuxing noticed the change in him and shook his head. Unfazed in truth, were the fifth elder to comprehend Zhou Fuxing's current thoughts, he would surely erupt in curses. You are not an evil cultivator. How could you possibly grasp the value of such treasures? I have traversed countless dangers to procure precious herbs, and yet you simply bestow them upon your daughter. Have you lost your senses? "Father, I am about to complete my breakthrough," Zhou Chufeng suddenly exclaimed. The novel is available for download through the open-source Starstring downloader developed by Xingyudet. If you obtain this novel file through an agent download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email: xingyvoutlook.com, authors QQ 201-759-3710, official QQ group 149050832, official TG group. https T.me Tool Chapter 77. The collapse of the cave. Zhou Fuxing focused intently, observing that a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped his daughter, now saturated to the point of being unable to absorb more. Within Zhou Chufeng, the energy was in a tumultuous state, her spirit sea realm resembling a roaring ocean. Tumultuous and shrouded in mist. Indeed, she has reached her limit. Zhou Fuxing's expression tightened, and taking a deep breath, he drew the swirling spiritual energy into her body. Once the energy was sufficiently absorbed, he opened his eyes to regard his daughter. Sixth heaven of the spirit sea realm. Quite commendable. Zhou Fuxing nodded in satisfaction. Although her cultivation limited her absorption, this was still a remarkable surprise. Moreover, crucially, the special spiritual energy was merely stored within her. And once Zhou Chufeng stabilized her foundation, it could be released to aid her breakthrough. The remaining energy might even propel her to the ninth heaven with further effort, making the attainment of divine abilities possible. Zhou Chufeng stood up slightly unsteady, not due to any mishap, but rather from the sudden influx of power, which left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Zhou Fuxing chuckled, saying, "Upon our return for the next few days, practice as if you were in the meridian opening realm. You will soon solidify your foundation." "Yes." Zhou Chufeng nodded, her expression brightening. Just as she was about to speak, a chunk of debris suddenly fell from the ceiling of the cave. "Father, what is this?" Zhou Chufeng inquired, looking up in confusion. But Zhou Fuxing's expression shifted, and he instinctively shielded the two girls. In the next moment, a loud crash resounded, accompanied by an ominous cracking sound, followed by a violent tremor, as debris and splintered wood rained down. The nefarious cultivators outside were indeed restless. Rather than fleeing, they chose to resist. Did they truly believe that this would suffice to confront me? Zhou Fuxing mused inwardly, though he suspected the evil cultivators were not so foolish. "Uncle Zhou, the cave is collapsing." Yi Cha expressed her concern. "Do not fear," Zhou Fuxing reassured, surveying the surroundings. "This level of power cannot even destroy a stronger divine ability, let alone threaten me. Yet whatever abilities they possess are ultimately futile." Yi Cha felt somewhat relieved, while Zhou Chufeng remarked, "Since the cave is collapsing, they likely intend to manipulate the cave itself, perhaps employing some special formation." Indeed, the trio heard a series of muffled sounds emanating from all directions. As the ground beneath their feet began to bulge ominously, as if something was about to emerge from the depths, Zhou Fuxing swiftly led the two girls away to a solid surface. He then concentrated his spiritual energy, forming a massive spear that shimmered with a cold light, aimed skyward before being launched. The spear pierced through the overhead tiles as though they were mere tofu, sending debris flying. However, before it could fully penetrate, the spear abruptly halted in a specific area, twisting and then dissipating into mist. Zhou Fuxing's expression tightened. As expected, there is indeed a formation, and it appears to be of considerable caliber. He continued to conjure several more spears, launching them in succession. Yet upon striking the formation, they too mysteriously transformed into mist, the energy of the formation showing no signs of diminishing, but rather growing stronger with the support of the surrounding Xunjiao mountain cultivators. Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow. He had not received any system alerts, indicating that the adversaries were solely targeting him, and this formation was merely intended to ensnare him. Let's see what further capabilities these evil cultivators possess. Zhou Fuxing enveloped himself and the two girls in protective energy before quieting his demeanor. Continuing to break through would only waste spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would ensure that the evil cultivators would regret invoking the formation. With a resounding crash, the ground within the cave continued to fracture and rise, the surrounding walls steadily inching inward. This formation was not merely for confinement. It could also serve as an offensive mechanism. However, Zhou Fuxing was not surprised. He had never underestimated the methods employed by these evil cultivators. Let's see whether your collapse is more formidable than my abundant spiritual energy. Once the system deemed that they had provoked Zhou Qufeng, it would be time for Zhou Fuxing to retaliate. Meanwhile, outside, the elder of Xinjiao Mountain hovered above the cave, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he manipulated the formation with deft movements of his hands. On the ground, the evil cultivators surrounded the cave, following his commands. Forward, the elder commanded, and the group took a collective step forward, causing the cave to constrict further. At this juncture, the cave bore no resemblance to its original form, having been reduced to a mass of rubble and dirt. Yet the cultivators dared not relent. Many harbored fears, for within was a formidable presence of the law-body realm, though they had seemingly trapped him with the formation. What if it vanished unexpectedly, as had happened with their ancestor? Many evil cultivators harbored such thoughts, secretly preparing to flee, yet cautious not to reveal their intentions to the elder hovering above. Forward, the elder commanded once more, and the evil cultivators strained to take another step, causing the center of the earth to collapse, reducing it to the size of a modest room. The sheer volume of the cave's original stones and materials far exceeded this diminished size, let alone the compressed earth and air within. One could only imagine the extent to which everything had been compacted. Forward, the elder shouted again, yet the cultivators, despite their utmost effort, could only advance half a step before exhaustion overtook them. The center of the earth suddenly shrank, now barely the size of half a room. The elder extended his spiritual sense, probing the center of the formation. However, the earth was so tightly packed that even his spiritual sense could scarcely penetrate. Allowing only a faint glimpse, the elder painfully pushed a sliver of his consciousness deeper, but found no trace of the law-body realm's presence. Excellent. No matter how peculiar this individual's magical prowess may be, it is utterly incapable of resisting the formidable array known as the Chunjiao Great Formation. The Grand Elder let out a maniacal laugh, resembling a mischievous child. In truth, this Chunjiao Great Formation was originally designed for the crude, yet effective creation of solid materials, boasting exceptionally robust defensive capabilities, and it also effectively isolates divine consciousness. The Grand Elder is truly sagacious and formidable. Who would have imagined that the Chunjiao Great Formation possessed such remarkable utility, allowing us to bring down a formidable opponent? A sinister practitioner, wearing a sycophantic expression, remarked. The Grand Elder, without even casting a glance at the individual, regarded him with disdain and commanded, "Everyone, advance. We must excavate this stone. I seek to absorb the soul of this person." Yes. The previously speaking sinister practitioner immediately complied, approaching the center of the formation. Chapter 78. Which is harder, the old man or the demonic beast? However, as he drew near, he suddenly transformed into a statue of ice. The arrogance on his face was frozen in time. What is happening? The crowd gasped in astonishment and instinctively retreated. Yet those who were closest to the center also abruptly morphed into ice sculptures. The Grand Elder's expression tightened, and with a swift flourish of his long sleeves, a tempest surged forth, propelling the onlookers away. Nevertheless, the wind was unidirectional, and immediately, several dozen individuals were caught in its grasp. Soaring upwards, as they passed through the center of the formation, they too became frozen mid-air, crashing to the ground. Crack! The figure of ice shattered upon hitting the ground, disintegrating along with the sinister practitioner within into countless fragments. The remaining sinister practitioners were struck with terror, scrambling to flee into the distance, creating a scene of utter chaos. Just then, an intense wave of frigid air erupted from the center, sweeping forth with alarming speed. A desperate struggle, the Grand Elder scoffed, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to intercept the advancing cold. Yet almost instantly his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated throughout Xinjiao Mountain, deafening all around, as the sinister practitioners were violently pushed away by the shockwave. Even those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm could barely maintain their footing, struggling to stay grounded and avoid being blown away. As the dust gradually settled, a figure shot forth from the center, ascending into the sky, cradling two young maidens in its arms. That a child. Zhou Fuxing raised an eyebrow at the Grand Elder's reaction, that he had sensed a powerful aura nearby, yet he never anticipated that the source would be a mere child. No, that's not it. It's just that this individual has employed some method to regain youthful vigor. Zhou Fuxing narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. At this moment, the Grand Elder was covered in dirt and grime. He had failed to defend against that icy blast, which had resulted in a powerful impact, granting Zhou Fuxing a precious opportunity to emerge from the formation. Currently, Zhou Fuxing's ice-sealing incantation was still spreading. He had spent considerable time accumulating energy for this spell, and his cultivation had reached the celestial realm, making it only slightly weaker than the one he had used against General Jin Nan. The entire summit of Chunjiao Mountain had transformed into a world of glaciers, while only a few sinister practitioners remained fleeing down the mountainside. However, their speed was utterly insufficient. It was merely a matter of time before they were frozen solid. Those capable of flight, ironically, had managed to stabilize themselves during the recent explosion, moving slightly slower on the ground. Even if they reacted quickly afterward, it would be of no consequence, as they would freeze even sooner than those who could not fly. "You are the Grand Elder of Chunjiao Mountain?" Zhou Fuxing inquired coolly, while the two young girls in his arms regarded the elder with curiosity. The Grand Elder, still seething with anger from his earlier misfortune, fixed a furious gaze upon Zhou Fuxing. "In all my years, I have never encountered such an odd practitioner as yourself. Has the might of the Yin dynasty truly escalated to this extent?" The Grand Elder's voice, reminiscent of a child's, yet he referred to himself as Old Man, left the three feeling quite perplexed. "You are mistaken, old man. There exists no other practitioner as formidable as I within the Yin dynasty." Zhou Fuxing chuckled lightly, as he uttered the term old man. He clearly observed the Grand Elder's expression chill slightly before he concealed it. "So, you are a practitioner from the Central Plains? Yet I wonder what brings you to this humble southern wasteland." The Grand Elder spoke in a grave tone, prompting Zhou Fuxing to momentarily pause.